Chapter 2939, The Terrifying Cloudnian. Because Feng Rui already felt one burning gaze after another. The moment he lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that disgusting face appearing in his eyes again. Forget about a true sovereign heaven, even if it was an emperor vast heaven, they would be refined in his lightning sea without the least bit of resistance too. But Yi Yuan was actually completely fine. See, could it be that this guy actually really has the imperishable soul physique? Feng Rui jumped in fright at this sudden thought. Hegemon imperishable, that was a paramount existence. How could an ant possibly awaken the same soul physique as him? Since you want to see me revive so much, I'll revive again for you to see then. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rui and said with a radiant smile. Feng Rui nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was really detestable to the extreme. Fuck your sister. Your father waited 15 minutes for you, and you can really endure. Oh, right, what other more formidable methods do you have? I feel that I shouldn't have reached my limits yet. Yi Yuan continued. Feng Rui was speechless. What else could I say? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you see that your father was very weak now? Even the 5 lightning execution could not exterminate Yi Yuan. He was really out of ideas. After making a show of force for half a day, he became a complete and utter joke. Alright, let's end it here. Yi Yuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Cloudnian looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly. Not willing, Yi Yuan said without hesitation. The expressions of Eastson and the rest turned stiff, almost jumping up. This guy was insane, right? Yi Yuan, Lord Cloudnian is a top powerhouse in the imperishable soul domain. Being able to go under her tutelage is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eastson said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what? I gave her the chance. It's her who didn't cherish it. Since she felt it beneath her to care about my life and death, I naturally won't stoop to going under her tutelage too. Yi Yuan's soul body directly exploded, turning into nothingness. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived. Cloudnian opened her mouth and said coolly, how about now? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, you're dreaming. Yi Yuan's soul body collapsed again. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived again. Then what about now? Cloudnian opened her mouth for the 3rd time. Fine, I'm willing. Yi Yuan decided that a wise man should not fight when the odds were against him. Actually, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will. Because the instant that he merged into heaven and earth, he discovered that Cloudnian had glanced at him. Just this glance, and Yi Yuan immediately decided to acknowledge her as master. Very clearly, the enshrouding mist soul physique was not truly invincible. At least, this woman had the ability to kill him. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan estimated that her strength was likely not beneath eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. The so-called hegemon imperishable was just because his strength was too formidable, hence, nobody could kill him. How was there true imperishable in this world? However, this enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly really very formidable and still had a lot of space for exploration. Acknowledging her as a master, everyone was happy. The only one who was sulking unhappily was Feng Rui. Senior apprentice brother, you have an imperishable soul physique. Junior apprentice brother, shouldn't you be happy? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Rui, senior apprentice brother, I'm someone who bears grudges a lot. Cloudnian ignored Yi Yuan and said to Eastson, this time, Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall has rendered merit and will be rewarded 1 soul cannon and 3 sets of mystic arts. Eastson and the rest were overjoyed, immediately bowing and saying, many thanks, Lord Cloudnian. Soul path records were extremely precious things in the outside world. Things that came out of imperishable soul domain were naturally not ordinary. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall had struck gold. Returning to the imperishable soul domain, Feng Rui went into a closed seclusion. Along the way with Yi Yuan, the scene was very awkward. This was an enormous palace complex, akin to the mortal world's palaces. It was just that the scale and grandeur were more than 100 times compared to the imperial palace. The imperishable soul domain was the holy land of the Nirvanic soul clan. Just like the labyrinth divine palace and blood god temple, ordinary people were unable to discover its true location. This large region of space was clearly hewed open by hegemon major powers with a great divine ability. After ordering attendants to leave, there were only Cloudnian and Yi Yuan, 2 people left in the room. This 10,000-year ice-like woman had peerlessly beautiful looks, but she gave people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Speak. What objective do you have for forcibly bringing me to the imperishable soul domain? Yi Yuan said coolly. His words did not hold the slightest respect for his master. Cloudnian's face still did not have any fluctuations as she said lightly, "You're very smart." Thinking about it, she added, "Even smarter than Feng Rui." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "You're comparing me to a moron. You're insulting me." Cloudnian was indifferent and said coolly, "He's very smart." Yi Yuan said, "Just an idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Use your behind to think, and you'd also know that I'm waiting for him to posture." In the end, he really went to posture. Cloudnian was speechless. "I'm actually at a loss for a reply." She knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Feng Rui was indeed a genius. It was just that he was completely focused on cultivation. This kind of people, unless they used strength to crush their opponents. Otherwise, they could only still be counting money for people after being sold by them. "Alright, enough rubbish, I indeed need your help for something." A rare solemn expression appeared on Cloudnian's face. Yi Yuan said, "Go on. I've fallen into the devil's claws now and can only be at your disposal." Cloudnian was speechless again. She suddenly discovered that it was somewhat hard to communicate with this person. Progenitor Imperishable is missing. After a long time, Cloudnian suddenly revealed a piece of earth-shattering news. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What has Progenitor Imperishable going missing got to do with me? Wanting to worry, it should also be the business of you all, these origin powerhouses, right?" He had a smile on his face, but Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. Because one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the purple ripple umbrella, was in the hands of Hegemon Imperishable. This trip to the soul race was actually riddled with difficulties for Yi Yuan. It was just that he had to come. But who would have expected that even though he racked his brain to come here, what he obtained was actually such news? Hegemon Imperishable went missing. Didn't that mean that the purple ripple umbrella also went missing along with him? Cloudnian looked at Yi Yuan just like that and said coolly, "I don't care what purpose you came to the soul race for. As long as you can help this seat find Hegemon Imperishable, I can spare your life. Also, your fetters with your original body can't be completely severed. Unless you forget your original self's identity and start over." Cloudnian said it calmly and collectedly. Coupled with that peerlessly beautiful face of her, it even gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing to the eye. But Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out that everything about him was seen through by this woman. Yi Yuan was firstly shocked, but later, he felt at ease too. If his guess was correct, what this woman cultivated was probably the soul race's sacred canon too. Only a sacred canon on the same level could see through his actual situation. What she said was right. Yi Yuan cut off the bonds and transformed into a soul denizen. But that was not all. This soul clone still had to return to the main body in the end. If it was completely cut off, that would be another new life. It would no longer have any connections to his original self. Chapter 2940, Imperishable Inheritance. Even major powers like you all couldn't find him. So how can I, a mere true sovereign heaven, find him? Since he had already been exposed, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to disguise anymore as well and said solemnly. Cloudnian said coolly, "You don't think too highly of yourself either. Although according to your performance your soul physique shouldn't be inferior to Feng Rui, in my view, you're still of the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. As for whether or not you can find him, this seat doesn't know either. But, at least you all, these pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, have more hope than us." The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he understood. Those who were scouted by the imperishable soul domain were clearly not just him with the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Cloudnian, these soul race upper echelons, wanted to try whether or not they could establish a trace of connection with Hegemon Imperishable through the imperishable soul physique, thus finding him. Therefore, Cloudnian, this kind of origin realm mighty expert, would personally move out and go to Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall to fetch him. He did not expect that the enshrouding mist soul physique that he accidentally awakened actually had such an effect. It really saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if he awakened a special soul physique, wanting to come into contact with these secrets was likely not a matter of 1 or 2 days either. "Sure, but I have a condition," Yi Yuan said. "You don't have the qualifications to talk terms. If you don't agree, this seat will kill you right now," Cloudnian said without the slightest emotion. Yi Yuan was speechless. This woman was really impervious to everything. This was putting it out there. "I want to make use of you, you'd better let me take advantage of you properly." However, No matter how formidable Cloudneon was, she probably also did not expect that his goal was hegemon imperishable in the first place, right? At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, Cloudneon pointed a finger. Yuan only felt a scorching power spreading throughout his whole body. His entire person became unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed either. Cloudneon withdrew her finger and said coolly, "I've already sealed your fetter. Unless progenitor imperishable is here, no one can see through you. All right, you cultivate here. Tomorrow, we'll set off and head to the central soul region." Finished saying, she left straight away. The imperishable soul domain was huge. It was divided into east, south, west, north, and central, 5 great regions. These 5 great regions were the hubs of the outside world's continent, each controlling a portion of a region. Ning Lan Nirvana. Soul Hall was under the rule of the East Soul region. Among the 5 great regions, there were constant disputes. But this time, in order to find hegemon imperishable, the 5 great regions had joined hands for the first time ever. In some mysterious space in the East Soul region, the proud Cloudneon bowed to a big and tall man. Lord Wang Ning. Wang Ning turned around and said with a smile, "I heard that you accepted a pseudo-imperishable soul physique as a disciple when you went out this time. This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden." Cloudneon said, "That's right. This child is extremely talented and comparable to Feng Rui." Wang Ning was rather surprised as he said, "A pseudo-imperishable physique can actually be mentioned in the same breath with Feng Rui." Then this time, Cloudneon nodded her head and said, "There's hope." Wang Ning was overjoyed as he said, "If you say so, then there's really hope. Previously, there's progenitor imperishable holding down the fort. The blood race didn't dare to act rashly without careful consideration. But now, they are already eager to cause trouble. Cloudneon, do you think progenitor imperishable he?" Cloudneon's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, "Progenitor imperishable should still be alive, but his situation is likely not very good. In this world, an existence capable of killing progenitor imperishable probably hasn't been born yet." Wang Ning nodded and said, "I think so too." "Then who do you think did this to progenitor imperishable?" Cloudneon said, "It might be the blood race. It might also be the Chi Soul clan, or they joined forces. If it's the last case, then we have to be careful. But if they want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely pay a huge price too. So for the time being, we're not in danger. But the night is long and fraught with dreams." Wang Ning's expression turned somber, and he said, "You're right. This matter can't be dragged on anymore. This time, we have to find progenitor imperishable no matter what." On the next day, Cloudneon brought a group of people and set out for the Central Soul region. Only then did Yuan know why Cloudneon and Feng Rui looked down on him so much. Similarly, pseudo-imperishable physiques, but there were actually as many as 37. Just one East Soul region gathered so many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Then, there would probably be over 100 pseudo-imperishable soul physiques in the entire imperishable soul domain. So many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, reckon that the majority of them were all trash soul physiques. During normal times, these big shots probably did not even have interests in taking a look. But now, it was time to use them. Beside him, please reading on NWN0V, L.0, G, a youth in a white shirt asked rather excitedly, "Hey, brother, you're of the pseudo-imperishable physique too?" Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm not, I'm." "You're the real imperishable soul physique." The youth in white satirized to his face. Yuan was taken aback and said, "How do you know what I was going to say?" The youth in white laughed loudly and said, "Everyone here says that they are the real imperishable soul physique." The others also started laughing in succession. Yuan was speechless and could not help doubting himself. "Could it be that I'm really of the pseudo-imperishable physique?" The youth in the white shirt said proudly, "However, I'm different from you guys. The imperishable inheritance this time will definitely belong to me, by Quishan. You all, these people, are merely accessories. That's all." "Oh, how are you different from us?" Yuan asked with a smile. Bai Quishan said proudly, "Because I've met progenitor imperishable before and obtained his elderly self's guidance before. The imperishable inheritance this time was actually opened up specifically for me by his elderly self. After I become progenitor imperishable's disciple, I'll definitely be able to step into the realm of hegemon." Yuan could not resist looking toward Cloudneon. But he discovered that Cloudneon had an indifferent look and did not show much. Clearly, she had already known about this a long time ago. It was just that what Yuan found strange was that these people did not seem to know what opening up the imperishable inheritance was for. Yuan understood this. After all, the matter of Hegemon Imperishable's disappearance was a shocking event. Once the information was leaked, the imperishable soul domain would sink into huge panic. But why did Cloudneon tell him? Could it be that in Cloudmount's eyes, he had even higher hopes of obtaining the inheritance than Bai Quishan? Bai Quishan talked with a look of exultation. It turned out that he was a descendant of an East Soul region's major power. Several hundred years ago, Hegemon Imperishable came to find this major power and saw Bai Quishan in passing. Seeing that he was of the pseudo-imperishable physique, he casually gave a few words of guidance. Being able to be advised by Hegemon Imperishable, Bai Quishan was naturally not some amateur. If it was just a trash soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable definitely would not give pointers. Giving pointers would be a waste too. Sure enough, under Hegemon Imperishable's guidance, Bai Quishan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The opening up of the imperishable inheritance this time, to these pseudo-imperishable physiques, they just said that it was in order to deal with the blood race's invasion and that Hegemon Imperishable wanted to accept a disciple. Regarding the rest, these people did not know a thing. When Bai Quishan finished talking, Yuan cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Looks like this time, we're really just playing supporting roles." Chapter 2941, Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. I didn't expect that this time, it's actually junior apprentice sister Cloudneon personally leading the team. Before everyone landed, a young man who was far from being handsome came forward to greet, doing his utmost to please and woo. Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. "Did you not have any idea what you look like?" Sure enough, Cloudmount's expression seemed to turn a few degrees colder as she said coldly, "Brother Xianxia, time is tight. Since everyone is here, let's start right away. Mountain, Goat 1, this name is pretty good, matching the person. Didn't this person look just like a mountain goat?" When Mountain Goat saw that Cloudneon had an attitude of keeping people 1,000 miles away, he could not help saying rather awkwardly, "Haha, what junior apprentice sister Cloudneon says is right. Then, let's begin." The others also laughed secretly in their hearts. It was just that this mountain goat was an origin major power of the Central Soul region. His strength was almost on par with Cloudneon. There was naturally no one who dared to laugh. The people leading the teams from the other three regions were all origin major powers too, coming forward to greet one after another. One could also tell from their attitudes that Cloudneon's status in the imperishable soul domain was extremely high. Yuan swept a glance and discovered that the 5 great regions added up, the pseudo-imperishable soul physiques actually had close to 200 people. With this, everything was clear. It was completely worthless. Mountain Goat led everyone and arrived under a glazed pagoda. This glazed pagoda had a total of 7 floors, each level with a different color. This 7-colored pagoda is a chaos heavenly treasure. Back then, Progenitor Imperishable created it in order to search for a second imperishable physique. It's just a pity that nobody could become the second Hegemon Imperishable. The 7-colored pagoda has not been opened up for 100,000 years already. This time, Hegemon Imperishable had a sudden impulse to accept a disciple. "You all are also considered blessed people," Mountain Goat said. Hearing this, many people were extremely excited. It was as if Progenitor Imperishable's disciple had already been decided to be them. However, Yuan also saw a purple-robed young man in the Central Soul region's team whose expression was very calm. Yuan understood in his heart that this person had probably already known about Progenitor Imperishable. Progenitor Imperishable left a trace of Soul Dao origin inside. What you all have to do is to find it and fuse with this trace of origin. As long as someone fuses with the origin, they will be able to become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple. Understood, Mountain Goat continued. Fusing origin, doesn't that mean that I'll be an origin powerhouse in Emperor Cloud Heaven? Progenitor Imperishable's origin. This is a massive opportunity. This Soul Dao origin is mine. Nobody is allowed to snatch from me. As soon as they heard this, all the pseudo-imperishable physiques went crazy. This kind of massive opportunity was far too tempting for them. Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. These guys are also too naive, right? If this power of origin was so easy to fuse, would the seven-colored pagoda still be here perfectly fine? Finished saying, Mountain Goat looked towards the purple-robed young man and said meaningfully, Wang Qian, progenitor imperishable has pinned high hopes on you. Entering the seven-colored pagoda this time, you have to perform well. The purple-robed young man bowed and said, Martial uncle, rest assured. Wang Qian definitely won't fail the mission. Mountain Goat nodded with a slight smile, his goat face growing longer. When the seven-colored pagoda opened up, Yuan felt that his mist body seemed to have been ignited. Those pseudo-imperishable physiques rushed inside impatiently. Especially Bai Qishan, he practically rushed inside with howls. Wang Qian gave Yuan a glance and also walked in. Yuan was just about to go, but then Cloudneon shouted, Yuan. Yuan did not turn back and waved his hand and said, all right, so much crap. Relax, I want to find progenitor imperishable more than you. Finished saying, he went straight into the seven-colored pagoda. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few big shots all changed drastically. This brat actually knew. Younger sister Cloudneon, how can you leak the matter in advance? West Seoul Region's team, an old woman questioned. Cloudneon just said coolly, doesn't Wang Qian know too? The old man said in a solemn voice, how is that the same? Wang Qian he's progenitor imperishable's lineage heir in the first place. Cloudneon gave her a glance and said, if I said it, so what about it? You. The old woman was angered until she billowed smoke from all 7 orifices but was helpless to do anything. At this time, Mountain Goat came over to smooth things over, saying with a smile. Hoo-hoo, if it's said, there's no big deal. Young sister Cloudneon naturally won't betray the ancestor. It's just that, young sister Cloudneon seems to be very optimistic about this kid. Cloudneon nodded her head and said, if someone can really fuse with the origin, it can only be him. But Mountain Goat smiled and said, doesn't younger sister Cloudneon know that before the progenitor went missing, he already had the intention of letting Wang Qian enter the seven-colored pagoda? Where did this kid pop out from? Cloudneon said coolly, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. But the old woman sneered and said, do you think that only your East Seoul region can find geniuses? Our West Seoul region's Zhou Yan similarly has the strength to fuse with the origin. The other two chuckled, clearly quite confident in the people that they brought. In the first level space, a drumming sound suddenly came over. Yuan only felt that his soul physique was shocked by this noise until it was about to collapse and dissipate. Far away, a miserable cry came over. Clearly, the soul body had already been scattered. Can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. Just based on your paltry skills and you also want to obtain the origin. A mocking voice came from behind Yuan. Turning around to look, who could it be if not Wang Qian? Clearly, Wang Qian had also discovered him in the crowd. Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, since the Central Seoul region called everyone over, it shows that their confidence in you is still lacking, isn't that so? Wang Qian's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, you're courting death. Yuan smiled and said, if you feel that you can kill me, you can come and try. This Wang Qian was merely a lower emperor Cloud Heaven too. It was simply impossible to kill him. Therefore, Yuan did not take him seriously either. Wang Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, don't need me to take action. You can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. You'll be wiped out by the seven-colored pagoda very soon. Right at this time, another drumming sound occurred. This sound seemingly wanted to enter people's bone marrows. Yuan's soul body actually started to show signs of dissipation under this drumming. Wang Qian's soul body was clearly much stronger. He was not affected at all. He looked at Yuan, snickering to no end. Hoo-hoo, a toad wanting to eat swan meat, it's talking about you, right? Savor the taste of the twilight drum daybreak bell well. As he said these words, Wang Qian leapt and disappeared. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Not far away, many people were directly scattered under this twilight drum daybreak bell. However, the pseudo-imperishable physique was an imperishable physique too. They recovered back to new very quickly. It was just that their soul bodies did not seem to be as condensed as before anymore. This made Yuan certain that the twilight drum daybreak bell could kill people. But this was clearly a land of inheritance. Why did it want to kill people? Chapter 2942, Cutting of All Means of Retreat. Ahead, a pseudo-imperishable physique directly exploded. Then he stopped reviving as well. He turned to ashes. Many people started panicking. Wang Qian looked at the panic on people's faces, his face full of a ridiculing expression. A bunch of ant-like things also had wishful thinking about finding the origin. Even if it was given to you, can you fuse with it? Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, discovering that several people were still searching around. If I didn't remember wrongly, that's Great Emperor Whiteshadow's grandson, Bai Quishan, right? This kid had a great lucky chance too to obtain progenitor imperishable's guidance. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak. Wang Qian muttered to himself. Another drumbeat. This time, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly turned to ashes. Wang Qian felt that his soul body also became a bit uncomfortable. He knew that the effect of this drumming sound was each blow being stronger than the last. If he stayed for a long time, it would cause tremendous damage to his soul body. These imperishable soul physiques, were not truly imperishable. At this time, he saw someone from the peripherals of his eyes. Following this drumbeat, Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered his soul body again. It was just that this time, it was clearly much dimmer than the last time. A hint of a smile showed at the corners of Wang Qian's mouth. His figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a look of amusement, "It's just the 7th drumbeat, and you already can't hold on. 9 drums, 7 bells, each claiming lives. Kid, you have to take care." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "Relax, even if you die, I won't die too." Wang Qian snickered and said, "Still being stubborn on your deathbed. Relax, I'll keep on paying attention to you." Finished saying, Wang Qian laughed loudly and left. Bai Quishan also discovered that Yi Yuan was scattering even more. He came over to urge, saying, "Yi Yuan, stop forcing it. You'll die. Give up. I give up. I can't take it anymore. I give up." Right at this time, many people around started to howl loudly. Before entering, the team leaders told them, and as long as they shouted, "I give up," these 3 words, to the sky, they would be automatically transported out. For a time, alarm and fear spread. Why am I still here? I gave up already. Hurry up and transport me out. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I give up. I give up. I give up. Many people's yells carried sobs. But they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they yelled, there were no movements. With another drumbeat, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly died. This time, they finally discovered that they could not go out anymore. Liars. You bunch of liars. I won't let you all off even if I become a ghost. Sniff, sniff. Many people started cursing. Even Wang Qian's expression changed drastically too. What ruthless means. This was forcing them all, these people, toward death. Very clearly, those people outside had long already made a decision. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, then there was no need to go out anymore. This was not some inheritance. This was a salvation that had to succeed. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, they would not be able to find hegemon imperishable. Then what was the use of them, these pseudo-imperishable physique powerhouses? Of course, this also meant cutting off all means of retreat. Cutting off their paths of survival, squeezing out all of their potential to search for the origin and fusing with the origin. Wang Qian's gaze turned intent, and he roared angrily, "All shut up for me." He was extremely strong. With this roar, it made everyone quieten down at once. Everyone carried extremely terrified expressions, looking toward Wang Qian. Wang Qian's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a cold voice, "You all don't need to harbor fantasies anymore. Only one person among us can go out. Only by finding the origin and fusing with it can one walk out of here. Crying and yelling here is useless. Go and find the origin. Only by finding the origin can you survive." Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, as long as they found the origin, they would be able to live. Hence, everyone became incomparably frenzied. Bai Quishan also came to a realization and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Go. Hurry up and find the origin, otherwise, we'll all have to die. This place is the land of inheritance. Why is there such a twilight drum daybreak bell?" Yi Yuan did not leave. He muttered under his breath. Bai Quishan got anxious and said, "My God, you're still in the mood to say this. A breath late and you'll be dead." But Yi Yuan ignored him and murmured to himself, "What's the benefit in killing people? This first level is stark empty. There's nothing at all. Is it just for the sake of killing people? That's not right. This twilight drum daybreak bell is fishy. Goodness, what can be fishy? Hurry up and go find the origin. Bai Qishan really panicked. However, this guy was loyal to his friends. Seeing that Yi Yuan was in a daze, he did not leave. At this time, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he actually sat down on the spot. Bai Qishan was stupefied and said anxiously, "Goodness me, what are you doing here? If we can't find the origin, we'll all have to die." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you go and search for it. I'm not searching anymore." Bai Qishan could not do anything about it and stomped his feet hard as he said, "My word. You weirdo, I'm going." The ninth drumbeat sounded out, and Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. When he recovered again, his soul body became even dimmer. Wang Qian saw Yi Yuan because he was too eye-catching. Hence, he came over and said in a cold voice, "Other people are all searching for the origin. What are you doing?" Yi Yuan ignored him but savored the drumbeat earlier in detail, as well as the feeling of the soul body collapsing. Wang Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Go and search for the origin for me now. Otherwise, I'll kill you now." Yi Yuan still ignored him. Wang Qian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly striking with a terrifying palm. His strength was significantly stronger than Feng Rui. Yi Yuan's soul body was directly disintegrated by him. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered again. Imperishable soul physique. Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, it was not that easy to be killed either. Furthermore, being killed by him did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Yuan. What was truly threatening was the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Yi Yuan felt it. What this Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell destroyed was not just his soul body, it was even his consciousness. This was also to say that, in the end, even he would not be able to revive anymore. Wang Qian's gaze turned intent, and he said in a chilly voice, "Damn thing, really think that I can't kill you?" Hence, he released his aura fully. A terrifying soul force crept out in the air. Right at this time, the first bell ring sounded. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan. That horrifying soul force directly crumbled under this bell ring. Of course, Yi Yuan's soul body also collapsed again. The power of this bell ring was several times that of the drumbeat. This many, even more people died. Rather than wasting time with me here, it is better to hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, you'll die too, Yi Yuan said coolly. Wang Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If they can't find the origin, he would have to die too. Wang Qian gritted his teeth and flew away. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Are we being too vicious by doing so? Said a white-haired old man. He was North Seoul region's great emperor Mingjian. The old woman snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong? Just a bunch of pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, being able to die for progenitor, that's their honor. Moreover, whoever obtains the soul Dao origin, that will be their massive lucky chance. They can't even wait to thank us." Mountain Goat also laughed and said, "If people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Under a hopeless situation, they will be able to make a difference. They definitely won't be able to resolve their minds, so we can only help them." Junior apprentice Sister Cloudnian, don't you think so? Cloudmount was silent. Mountain Goat's laughter seemed slightly awkward, and he was also quite angry in his heart. Sealing the seven-colored pagoda was agreed upon by the 5 great regions a long time ago. In order to find hegemon imperishable, what did a few mere pseudo-imperishable physiques count for? Suddenly, a hint of a sneer flashed across the old lady's face as she said, "Junior apprentice Sister Cloudnian, this is the boy that you spoke of. It's just the 7th drumbeat, and his soul body already can't hold up anymore." Cloudnian still did not speak, as if she had heard nothing. The old woman felt like her punch landed on cotton, very depressing. The old woman did not care whether or not Cloudnian responded and still said sarcastically, 9 drum beats, 7 bell rings, this kid probably can't even make it through the first round. Just this and he still wants to fuse with the origin. What a joke. Great Emperor Ming Jian also smiled and said, "This time, Junior apprentice Sister Cloudnian has probably made an error of judgment. This kid is indeed rotten mud that can't hold up a wall." Being so highly regarded by Cloudnian, the others were also full of expectations for him. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless? Forget about Wang Qian. Even compared to Bai Qishan, who was similarly from the East Seoul region, he was far too lacking as well. Mountain Goat smiled and said, although it was being forced to, finding the 5 great regions' pseudo-imperishable physiques was just to make provisions for contingencies. But actually, the one who's most suitable to fuse with the origin is none other than Wang Qian. The old lady smiled coldly and said, Xianxia, this old lady, don't like to hear these words. Our West Seoul region's Zuo Leng isn't inferior to Wang Qian. The third round, the third bell ring sounded. Wang Qian's soul body immediately scattered at the sound of it. These top powerhouses, already could not bear it anymore. Some of these pseudo-imperishable physiques were powerful and had even reached Emperor Vast Heaven already. However, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell's effect on each person was different. If you were Emperor Vast Heaven, it would give you the power of Emperor Vast Heaven. If you were True Sovereign Heaven, it would give you the power of True Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, the longer you last, it showed that the pseudo-imperishable physique was stronger. For Wang Qian to be able to last until now, it was already very difficult. There were fewer and fewer figures around him. They should have long died out. Damn it, where on earth is the origin? If the origin can't be found, this Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell will get stronger and stronger, all the way until it kills us all. Wang Qian became somewhat anxious. The 7-colored pagoda was divided into a total of 7 levels. Each level would have an origin fragment. Only by finding 7 origin fragments could one attempt to fuse with the origin. But this first level was already so difficult. His expression was ugly to the extreme. The first level space was not considered big. With over 100 of them, they already dug 3 feet into the ground of the first level. However, they did not discover traces of the origin fragment. This drove everyone virtually crazy. My soul body has already collapsed. That punk called Yuan has already had his soul disintegrated now, right? Wang Qian remembered Yuan at the behest of supernatural powers and could not resist returning to find Yuan. He discovered that Yuan was indeed no longer in the same place. Sure enough, he was already dead. Inexplicably, a hint of delight flashed across in Wang Qian's heart. But very soon, he started smiling bitterly. What am I competing with a dead man who? Soon, I'll become a dead man too. Sure enough, the origin that Progenitor Imperishable left behind was not so easy to find. Sorry, Progenitor Imperishable. Wang Qian is incompetent and can't find you. Brother Wang, why are you still hanging around here? I see that your soul body is about to collapse. If you still don't go and find Master Yi, you probably can't last much longer. At this time, a voice sounded out behind Wang Qian. Wang Qian turned around. He knew this person. He was also of the central soul region called Seng Yu. His strength was very average. Seeing Seng Yu, he could not help being taken aback and said, Seng Yu. You're actually not dead yet. In his view, Seng Yu should have died long ago. Seng Yu chuckled and said, I also thought that I was going to die. It is thanks to Master Yi, otherwise, with my bit of strength, I would really have long died. Wang Qian was taken aback and said, Master Yi. Who's Master Yi? Your soul body. He discovered to his surprise that Seng Yu's soul body became extremely solid. It was even more solid than when he just entered. Logically speaking, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell had already sounded for 3 rounds. Even if he was not dead yet, his soul body should also have been overwhelmed a long time ago. Seng Yu smiled radiantly and said, Oh, Master Yi is East Soul Region's Yuan. It's he who comprehended the profound meaning of the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and imparted the method to train the imperishable soul physique to us. That's how we escaped the calamity. Otherwise, all these people, would be dead for sure in the first level. Wang Qian's eyes became wide saucers, and he looked at Seng Yu in disbelief as he said in shock, You're saying, using the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell, to train the imperishable soul physique. How is this possible? Seng Yu smiled and said, Yeah. Originally, I also felt that it was impossible. But Master Yi said that since Progenitor Imperishable left behind the inheritance, it's definitely not to kill people but to let the imperishable soul physique become stronger. The Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell sounds formidable, but it actually secretly contains an extremely profound technique. As long as you find the method, you'll be able to make the imperishable soul physique become even stronger. You look at me now. Is my soul body much more solid than before? Tumultuous waves had long already set off in Wang Qian's heart. It was still his first time hearing that the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell still had such a version. His first reaction was that he felt that it was ridiculous. But Seng Yu's soul body was indeed more solid than before. Right at this time, another bell rang. Wang Qian only felt that his soul body was about to be shocked into a pile of loose sand. After expending a Herculean effort, Wang Qian finally recondensed his soul body. But, the moment he looked at Seng Yu, he became completely dumbfounded. Seng Yu's soul body was scattered too. In fact, it was scattered even more thoroughly than him. That mass of misty air was already so thin and one virtually could not see it anymore. But very soon, Seng Yu's soul body condensed again. Furthermore, it became even more solid than just now. Seng Yu looked at Wang Qian with a sympathetic look and said, "Brother Wang, Master Yi is currently in the northwest direction, preaching Tao to everyone. You hurry over. I know that you have some conflict with Master Yi. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Master Yi is magnanimous and won't haggle over it with you. With how your soul body is, at most 2 or 3 bell rings, you'll probably disintegrate. My skills are poor, and I don't dare to casually impart it. You'd better listen to Master Yi personally expound on Tao. Alright, not talking anymore. I still have to go and search for the origin fragment. I'll be leaving first." Finished speaking, he left behind the panic-looking Wang Qian and turned around and left. Chapter 2944, How Shameful. Wang Qian's heart was in turmoil. To go was not a solution. To not go was also not a solution. He thought that there were fewer and fewer people, and they all died. Who knew that they all went to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao? This Seng Yu was originally just an ant-like existence in his eyes. But now, looking at the appearance of his soul body, it was actually even more solid than his. But his pride did not allow him to bow his head to Yi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even a group of ants can comprehend the twilight drum daybreak bell. I'm from the central soul region. As someone who's regarded highly by progenitor imperishable, can't I comprehend it? Without a butcher, there isn't pork or meat anymore." Getting to work at once, Wang Qian sat down, diligently feeling each time his soul body collapsed previously. The daybreak bell sounded again. Wang Qian's soul body was disintegrated again. This time, it became a little harder for him to condense his soul body. But he did not believe in heresy. Time slowly trickled by, and Wang Qian finally tided over another round of twilight drum daybreak bell. His soul body was already dim to the extreme. However, he did not have any comprehension. The twilight drum daybreak bell was still the twilight drum daybreak bell. Each drumbeat was killing him. Wang Qian despaired. It seemed like he really could not eat pork. Why can Yi Yuan do it, but I can't? Wang Qian cried out in despair. I can't die here. He used all the strength in his body and sped toward the northwest direction desperately. When the dead dog like Wang Qian appeared in front of Yi Yuan, he was still quite surprised. He still thought that Wang Qian would rather break than bend and not come and look for him even if he died under the twilight drum daybreak bell. Save me. When he yelled this sentence out, Wang Qian felt so ashamed. Feeling the strange gazes around him, he only felt his face burn fiery hot. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Someone as proud as him, how did he become like a dog, wagging his tail in front of the enemy and begging for mercy? This kind of scene should have been reversed in his understanding. But now, it was him who was begging in front of Yi Yuan for his charity. However, he was really going to die. On the way over, he suffered another 2 drumbeats. His life was already really tough to actually forcefully pull through. Yi Yuan, save me. Wang Qian cried out in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, with words droning out of his mouth. Dozens of people had already gathered around Yi Yuan. They were all listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. There was also another group of people who already stopped comprehending and went to search for the origin on their own. The others could not care about Wang Qian's embarrassment, listening attentively one after another. Wang Qian perked his spirit up fully, listening attentively to each word that Yi Yuan said. All of a sudden, his entire body trembled. It turned out that the imperishable soul physique could still be understood like this. The imperishable soul physique was not immortal and imperishable. This imperishable soul physique needed to be tempered too. The twilight drum daybreak bell was used to temper the misty air, making it become even more unassailable. And this method of tempering also broadened Wang Qian's horizons. So that's how it was. Why did I not think of that? This was not difficult. This guy must have accidentally stumbled across it. The matters in the world were actually often not profound. Just a little bit and it would be clear. However, it was often this little bit that was the hardest. Wang Qian was very clear about it, his comprehension ability was very high. But he did not have the ability to see through this point. However, when others pointed it out, he did not feel that others were very impressive. He just felt that others were lucky. That was all. He had never thought about it before this. It was not the first time that someone had entered this seven-colored pagoda. During these countless years, countless people had entered before, but no one could see through this. Just this, and Yuan was stronger than countless people. He, Wang Qian, was also merely one of these countless people. Hence, his soul body strengthened once more. At this time, Yuan's soul body had already become extremely solid. When the daybreak bell sounded again, Yuan's soul body stood firm like a mountain, without the slightest sign of collapse. In fact, not even a trace of misty air formed. Suddenly, the space shook. A spatial door appeared in front of everyone. It's the door leading to the second floor. That's origin fragment. Turns out that as long as one reaches grand completion in shrouding mist soul physique under the twilight drum daybreak bell, the origin fragment will appear. At this time, a glass fragment-shaped object appeared in front of Yuan. It was brightly colored. This piece of glass fragment belonged to him. Many people's eyes turned red. Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the origin fragment with a smile. All right, the twilight drum daybreak bell has passed. We can enter the second level. Of course, those who want to continue cultivating can still continue to stay in the first level. Finished saying, Yuan stepped right into the door of the second floor. Everyone exchanged glances. However, very soon, someone rushed into the second level after him. At this time, Wang Qian's soul body had already pretty much been restored. In fact, it was even stronger than before. He immediately rushed into the second level without the slightest hesitation. Humph. The twilight drum daybreak bell is merely thus. In the second round, I absolutely won't lose to Yuan. Wang Qian said with disdain in his heart. Bai Qishan's soul body had not reached the realm of grand completion yet. He thought about it and still stayed behind. There were also a few who similarly stayed behind, but there were not many. Ah, what a terrifying sea of fire. Is this round the legendary rebirth in fire? The first round was the inheritance that tempers the soul body. Then, what is this round's inheritance? Not good. My soul body is clearly already much stronger, but it still can't withstand the power of this fire sea. As soon as they entered the second round, many people felt that their soul body was about to collapse. Their soul body had already been greatly strengthened in the first level, but it still could not resist the power of this flame. Yuan's soul body was much stronger than theirs. He did not feel anything. However, he fell into contemplation again very quickly. What was this second round's inheritance? When he was in the Nirvana Soul Hall, he had once entered the soul refining furnace and felt the tempering of Tao fire before. Could it be that this round was to continue tempering in this flame? It was just that when Yuan thought of this, the others clearly thought of the same thing too. Hey, I understand, even if it's the imperishable, it also needs to experience continuous tempering. Only when myriad great Tao can't even refine your soul body can that be called imperishable soul physique. Progenitor imperishable must have already reached that realm. Since that's the case, let's do it. Wang Qian swept away the decadence of the first round and smiled confidently, his body turning into mist, soaking in the flames. Immediately, he felt endless scorching. A muffled ground came out of the misty air. Clearly, the current Wang Qian was in great agony. However, he did not care. He carefully felt this scorching, wanting to make use of this grilling to let the soul body become stronger. Yuan's face revealed a pondering look. Is it really like this? Chapter 2945, Hallucination. Not good, my soul body can't hold on anymore. Arg, so hot, I can't do it anymore as well. My soul body is clearly already very strong, but why can't I hold on? With the passage of time, many people started to crumble. The temperature of the fire sea seemed to be getting higher and higher. Their misty air was evaporating bit by bit, becoming faded. Originally, they thought that by relying on Yuan's teachings in the first round, a powerful soul body was sufficient to survive. But they had clearly miscalculated. Wang Qian was no exception either. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his enshrouding mist soul physique, Wang Qian had a feeling of getting slapped in the face. He attempted to use this powerful fire sea to temper the soul body. His soul body was still being weakened little by little. Yuan was not far away from him. Within his sight, he could see that Yuan was still frowning and contemplating, and he did not turn into mist form either. But all of a sudden, Yuan's figure moved, turning into a cloud of misty air. When Wang Qian saw, he could not help scoffing as he said, "Hoo-hoo," pretending to be profound. "Do you really think that you're so lucky every time? In the first round, you were merely lucky, that's all. In this second round, you've pondered for half a day. Isn't it still this move? What's the difference compared to us?" Wang Qian already understood that regarding this 7-colored pagoda, the thing inherited was different in each round. But, as for the specifics of the inheritance, it required one to fumble themselves. He knew that he had not found the way yet, and Yuan likewise had not found the way. The first round, it was merely accidentally stumbled upon by him, that was all. "Yoch, so hot, I feel that my soul body is almost vaporizing. Yuan, have you found the method to crack this round?" "I, old Bai, will learn from you." Bai Qishan's strange cry transmitted over. Wang Qian's face turned black. Did this fellow want face or not? "Bai Qishan, you're also a genius who had been guided by progenitor before. You'll follow behind others to hitch a ride," Wang Qian said in a cold voice. Bai Qishan gave Wang Qian a glance and suddenly put on a weak state as he said, Save me. Yuan, save me." The moment Wang Qian saw, his face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this appearance precisely his tail-wagging appearance when he was begging in the first round? This was his lifetime humiliation. Bai Qishan, this guy, actually rubbed salt on his wound. TCH, who was it that pestered Yuan incessantly in the first round? Why, forgot everything in a blink of an eye, Bai Qishan said with a disdainful look. Wang Qian's eyes spewed fire as he roared angrily, "Bai Qishan. Today, if I, Wang Qian, don't kill you, I swear that I'm lesser than human." Wang Qian had completely exploded. He ignored his rapidly depleting soul force currently, pouncing over toward Bai Qishan frenziedly. Bai Qishan jumped in fright too. His strength was naturally far below that of Wang Qian. For Wang Qian to be able to be thought highly of by the central soul region, he was naturally not an ordinary genius. The moment he went crazy, Bai Qishan felt the pressure coming like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. In an instant, the two people exchanged blows. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan, flying out backward. Bai Qishan looked at his own palm somewhat disbelievingly, his face looking confused. Why did I become so powerful?" Bai Qishan said with an innocent look. "Hey, does brother Bai really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Although your soul body isn't as perfect as Master Yi, you stand out among us too." While Wang Qian's soul body has been roasting in this round for a long time, he's long already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, how could he be your match? Beside him, someone who entered together with Bai Qishan explained. The moment Bai Qishan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. Tisk tisk, along the way here, I was still saying that I'll protect Yuan. In the end, when we entered here, it's all Yuan who's covering me. Ha 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 ha, Yuan, have you cracked this round or not? I, old Bai, am already too hungry to wait." Over at the other side, Wang Qian almost wanted to vomit blood. When did Bai Qishan become so strong? He naturally knew that his condition was not good. But he touched his own heart and felt that there was still no problem in dealing with Bai Qishan. Who knew that he could not even block a move from him? This showed that Bai Qishan already made great progress by tempering his body with the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell in the first round. Was the gap actually so big? He entered the second level in order to snatch the origin fragment. Who knew that Bai Qishan actually already grew to this point in the first level? He suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed something. Suddenly, Yuan caught on fire. His misty air actually combusted in the fire sea. When Wang Qian saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, what did I say? He was simply a blind cat bumping into a dead rat in the first round. It was completely luck. In this round, he revealed his true colors, right? Burn. Burn away. Best that he burns to ashes. At this time, Wang Qian had indescribable delight in his heart. He would rather die here than be willing to see Yuan continue to be impressive. In front of Yuan, his humiliation could no longer be cleansed. The expressions of Bai Qishan and the rest also instantly became solemn. This What's going on here? Yi Yuan, are you alright? Bai Qishan said worriedly. Master Yi, don't scare us. It's over. It's over. In this round, even Master Yi has succumbed. Looks like we're all dead for sure this time. Many people already saw Yi Yuan burn up. Holding on in the fire sea until now, their soul bodies already almost could not bear it anymore. The only hope was Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan himself also could not make it anymore? With this, it was over. Hey, reckless and blind thing. This 7-colored pagoda has been placed here for how many years? Nobody can make it through the 7 levels at all to collect all of the origin fragments. Just the likes of you also want to flip the heavens. Wang Qian said with a loud laugh. Many people shot angry gazes at him. But anger was useless too. Yi Yuan looked like he was about to die. Yi Yuan's misty air was currently burning, already almost merging into one with the surrounding flames. When the misty air completely disappeared, Yi Yuan would also be equivalent to being gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's misty air was currently becoming the fire sea bit by bit. The people started to despair. In fact, Yi Yuan did not even resist at all inside. Wang Qian felt very delighted and even had the satisfaction of having taken revenge. Watching Yi Yuan die in front of him was also a kind of enjoyment, was it not? Finally, Yi Yuan's misty gas completely disappeared. The place where he originally was already completely turned into a stretch of fire sea, completely fusing into one with the fire sea in this second-level space. Hey, dead, finally dead, so what if he solved the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and acquired the origin fragment? Aren't you still going to die here all the same? Ha ha ha, Wang Qian said with a loud laugh. Everyone's expressions became gloomy. Their last trace of hope was also dashed. But right at this time, a figure suddenly condensed and formed, appearing in the fire sea. Wang Qian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes hard. Was his eyesight failing? Did his hatred already make him hallucinate? Was not that Yi Yuan, chapter 2946, have no sense of shame in order to live? Is it Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die. Could it be that my eyesight is failing? He had clearly already been burned completely just now. Hang on, he really didn't die. He might have comprehended. The last sentence was said by Bai Qishan. With the experience of the first level, Bai Qishan felt that it was very likely that Yi Yuan had comprehended it again. Yi Yuan's resurrection from the dead might have a lot to do with this level's inheritance. In the fire sea, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over leisurely. Wang Qian could not help shuddering. Just now, his voice was the loudest. It was like if Yi Yuan died, he could directly enter Hegemon. But now, he could not laugh anymore. You hope for me to die so much, then if I can solve the stage now, do you want to listen to my preaching on Tao? Yi Yuan looked toward Wang Qian and said with a smile that was not a smile. Wang Qian seemed like a duck who had its neck being pinched. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. Yeah, do I listen or not? To listen or not? Listen, he could live, but his face would be gone. Not listening, he would be dead for sure, and his face looked like it would be gone too. Why would such emotions appear time and again? How impressive is Wang Qian? He can comprehend Tao on his own. Why would he need to listen to Master Yi preach on Tao? Right, Master Yi comprehending Tao, that's a blind cat bumping into a dead rat too. It's not a big deal. Great Master Wang doesn't need it at all. What did he say? Master Yi just got lucky and isn't fit to be mentioned in the same breath with him, Wang Qian. How can this little thing that Master Yi comprehended enter his, Wang Qian's sights? Wang Qian was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. He discovered that he seemed to have already become the common target for scorn. Earlier, he seemed to have been too carried away, resulting in offending everyone. Now, the outside world had sealed off the 7-colored pagoda. Everyone's biggest wish was actually just to survive. As for the origin fragment, it became secondary. But he was burning with jealousy earlier and completely did not think things through before saying it. With this, it really incurred public wrath. What these people were saying, they directly blocked off all of his paths of retreat. But over here, Bai Qishan could not wait any longer. Running next to Yi Yuan, urging Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, quickly say. What the hell is with this damn place? I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think I already understand the meaning of the imperishable soul physique. Bai Qishan was taken aback and said in a daze, what meaning can the imperishable soul physique have? Of course, it means being unable to be killed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, how can there be an unkillable person in this world? Although hegemon realm powerhouses have transcended heavenly stratum, they will die too. The imperishable soul physique isn't unkillable. We all have been misled by this name. Everyone listened attentively, feeling an upsurge of emotion. They felt that they seemed to be about to hear a massive secret. Even Wang Qian also could not resist perking his ears up. Meanwhile, many people cast disdainful gazes towards him. Wang Qian discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of chasing him away. Hence, he was not going anywhere. In order to live, throw away his face. Either way, his face had been utterly lost too. Wang Qian suddenly felt the delight of liberation in his heart. Sure enough, as that saying went, a shameless person was invincible. The feeling of shamelessness is really great. It is as if the air here is teeming with freshness. The misty gas is born from chaos, so the soul physique that we awakened is actually a physique of chaos too. It's the same logic as those super powerhouses born in chaos and being extremely powerful. But we're different from them. Doesn't that mean that we also have the potential to become hegemons? Someone could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course. Furthermore, we have a greater advantage than them. After pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, those powerhouses were molded by chaos and only inherited a certain aspect of chaos. But the misty gas is shapeless and immaterial. It can develop all life in the world. You can be a powerful thunderbolt. You can be the vast earth. You can also be an apocalyptic fire. Just like this level, Progenitor Imperishable actually wants to tell us how to turn into heaven and earth fire with the misty gas and burn all things. I think that if this move is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to pry into origin and be like Hegemon Flame God, turning all to ashes with a wave of his hand. Hegemon Flame God was a powerful hegemon whose reputation shook the heavens. He controlled the fire of all words. His attack techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Even if ordinary hegemons encountered him, they would be filled with deep terror too. When many people heard it, they could not resist feeling an upsurge of emotion. Even thinking about it, they felt impressive too. But Wang Qian laughed coldly and said, according to what you say, if we all, these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were to cultivate to the extreme, wouldn't all the hegemons be unable to beat us when added up too? The moment he spoke, there were immediately dozens of gazes that swept over. Wang Qian, if you don't talk, nobody will think that you're mute. Hoo-hoo, if you're impressive, why can't you gain enlightenment on Tao? Keep talking and I'll beat you to death. He was currently overflowing with confidence. However, Wang Qian did not pay the slightest attention to it. Once a person made up their mind to be shameless, that was true invincibility. I'll just thicken my face and stay right here. What can you do to me? But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, according to my explanation, it's theoretically like this. It's just that even if it's hegemon realm powerhouses, there isn't enough time and energy to specialize in one or several Daos. Wanting to comprehend myriad great Dao and reach hegemon realm at the same time is clearly not too realistic. The moment Wang Qian heard, he said disdainfully, "TCH, you've said it all. Either way, there's no way of verifying this either. Despicable, too despicable." Many people glared and really wanted to beat him up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if my conjecture is right, the few levels at the back should also be like this second floor. All of which is to derive all kinds of forms with the mist body. The moment Wang Qian heard, he laughed coldly again and said, do you think that you're a roundworm in Progenitor Imperishable stomach? Whatever you say will be what it is. If it isn't like that at the back, then what? Yi Yuan still said with a smile, then, beat you to death. Wang Qian choked and lost his temper. Now, a word from Yi Yuan and he would have to suffer the siege of 100 people. He was impressive, but he could not fend them off. Yi Yuan letting him listen to the sermon here was already a massive favor. Hence, Yi Yuan started preaching on Tao. He was preaching to everyone how to derive the power of flames with the mist body. It looked simple, but actually, this was more than a level harder than the first level's Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Some people were extremely talented and had gained better comprehension very quickly. But some were unable to find the correct approach. Some people were slow to learn and completely burned to death by this blazing fire. Bai Qishan's talent was indeed extremely high. He learned very quickly. Wang Qian's talent was significantly greater than Bai Qishan. He learned faster. He desperately developed the power of flames, trying to surpass Yi Yuan. However, before long, another spatial door appeared in front of everyone. And another piece of origin fragment appeared next to Yuan. He reached grand completion once again. Chapter 2947, Ownership of the Origin. Wang Qian discovered to his dismay that he could forever only eat dust behind Yuan. This guy's comprehension ability was seriously too monstrous. Seeing Yuan enter the spatial door, Wang Qian gritted his teeth and followed after. He did not believe that Yuan could really foretell things accurately. Bai Qishan and the rest of this batch of people were in no rush. They had already tasted the benefits in the first level. They were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Upon entering the third level, Wang Qian's expression changed. Wind. This place was endless wind. Wild gale-like blades, blowing until his whole body was close to collapsing. Hey, looks like you won't be beaten to death. Sure enough, the inheritances in these later few levels are exactly the same as Master Yi expected. By the side, Seng Yu mocked him. The current Seng Yu had already become Yuan's hardcore follower. His strength was weak to begin with. His comprehension ability was also not high among this group of people. If not for Yuan, he would have definitely been in the first batch that died. But now, not only did he survive, his soul body became much more powerful than before. Therefore, he found Wang Qian displeasing to the eye. There was wind everywhere here. Even a moron could guess that what needed to be comprehended this round was the misty air turning into wind. Those few rounds at the back naturally also had an extremely high probability of being what Yuan expected, turning into other attributes with the misty air. Talk again after clearing the round. It's still hard to say what it will be like now. Wang Qian was still stubborn as he said those words. Yuan ignored him and started preaching on Tao. Wang Qian also mustered up his strength and raced with Yuan. However, it was still a crushing defeat. Even if he knew that Yuan was a genius, he was also being flung more than 10 streets behind by Yuan in comprehending mist turning into wind. In the end, it was still Yuan preaching Tao that he gained sudden enlightenment. However, Wang Qian no longer cared. Either way, he was already being shameless. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? But in his heart, he was shocked. He naturally knew how difficult this kind of comprehension was. However, it was not a problem at all with Yuan. Regardless of whether it was mist turning into wind, mist turning into fire, or mist turning into lightning, Yuan could comprehend it swiftly and reach the realm of grand completion. Wang Qian could not imagine at all. Everyone was of the pseudo-imperishable physique. What right did Yuan have to be able to accomplish this? Of course, Yuan already gradually understood some things. Him being able to comprehend quickly, comprehension ability was naturally one aspect. But a big part of the reason was that his soul physique could integrate into heaven and earth. And it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to restore the enshrouding mist soul physique. Although Yuan had not met Hegemon Imperishable before, he felt that Hegemon Imperishable was likely the same as him. He was of the true enshrouding mist soul physique. The others did not have this ability. If the misty air was completely wiped out, they would really be dead. This 7-colored pagoda was actually the legacy that Hegemon Imperishable customized for the true imperishable soul physique. Only the true imperishable soul physique could pass through these 7 levels. The first level was to lay down the foundation for the enshrouding mist soul physique, strengthening oneself. While at the back, it was mist transforming into myriad Tao. Of course, these 6 levels were just the beginning. But with this foundation, the road in the future would become much easier. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone outside the pagoda had long already fallen into shock. Because they had already completely lost control of the 7-colored pagoda's situation. How is this possible? Over 100 people stepped into the 7th level at the same time. What on earth happened in the 7-colored pagoda? The old woman had a look of confusion. Just earlier, there were still over 100 people who were still alive that stepped into the last level one after another. Then the few major powers present completely lost it. In this 1 month, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. It seemed like apart from the casualty rate being a little high in the first floor, the levels at the back became incomparably smooth. The cannon fodders that they led here actually cleared one level after another. This kind of situation simply made all the jaws hit the ground. North Seoul region's old man frowned and said, "This 7-colored pagoda wouldn't have a problem, right? This kind of thing has never happened before." Mountain Goat immediately said, "Are you kidding me? What can go wrong with the chaos heavenly treasure that progenitor imperishable left behind? The old man smiled bitterly and said, then how do you explain everything that happened in the pagoda? Mountain Goat opened his mouth and actually had nothing to say in reply. Yeah, what on earth happened? He really wanted to know as well. Cloudneon, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and said, I think it should be related to Yuan. The moment the old woman heard, she snickered and said, hoo-hoo, junior apprentice sister Cloudneon really knows how to joke around. No matter whose turn it is, it won't be his turn too. Cloudneon said coolly, in each round, Yuan was the first to clear. Clearly, it has a lot to do with him. The old woman could not help laughing as she said, the first to enter the next floor, and it has something to do with him. Then, if I'm the first to enter East Seoul region, will the entire East Seoul region be mine? Cloudneon was expressionless and shut her mouth. She felt that she had no way of communicating with this idiot. Mountain Goat smiled and said, hoo-hoo, they have already entered the 7th level and will be able to come out very soon. At that time, everything will naturally come to light. The space inside the 7-colored pagoda underwent enormous changes. The 7 spaces completely melted into one space. In the center of the space, there was a 7-hole crystal. Yuan walked toward the 7-hole crystal and placed the obtained 7 pieces of origin fragments inside. All of a sudden, light shone in all directions. Several breaths later, a prismatic 7-colored crystal appeared in front of everyone. This was the wisp of origin that progenitor imperishable left behind. Everyone's breathing became heavy. This tiny crystal was where the entire 7-colored pagoda's essence lay. What was the use no matter how much you comprehended? But, once you fuse with the origin, that was really soaring to the heavens in one bound, nobody could stop you anymore. Everyone cast envious gazes toward Yuan. This piece of origin belonged to him. They palpitated with excitement, but no one came up to snatch. Nobody was a fool. This object was left behind by progenitor imperishable for his successor. At present, this space already belonged to Yuan. If they took action, that was courting death. However, in the next second, something that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly happened. Yuan casually threw the origin crystal to Seng Yu, who was not far away, and said, you come. Try to fuse with it. Seng Yu was taken aback, wondering if he heard wrongly or not. Master Yi, stop joking around. I, Seng Yu, still have self-awareness. Yuan said, I asked you to fuse, just fuse with it. What's with all the crap? I reckon that you probably can't fuse with it. Everyone come and try, see if anyone can succeed. Bai Quishan said, Yuan, you aren't kidding, right? This is progenitor imperishable's origin. A massive lucky chance, you don't want it. Yuan said lightly, I have my own Tao. I don't want this origin. Yuan, won't walk other people's path. Everyone felt that Yuan was crazy. If it was an ordinary hegemon's origin, then forget it. But this was hegemon imperishable's origin. Chapter 2948, Inflated. I can't. Seng Yu looked at Yuan and laughed bitterly. He tried for half a day and ultimately still failed to fuse with it. Following that, a few more people tried it, but it still did not work. Clearly, fusing with origin this sort of thing was not easy. I'll try it. Bai Quishan came forward on his own accord. Nobody could resist the allure of origin. Bai Quishan could not resist as well. Seeing that so many people failed, he was somewhat eager for action. Who knew that Yuan shook his head and said, Brother Bai, do you trust me or not? Bai Quishan grinned and said, without you, Yuan, there wouldn't be me, Bai Quishan, today. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Yuan smiled and said, if you trust me, don't fuse with the origin. Bai Quishan was taken aback and said, why? Yuan said, origin is a sharp weapon and also a shackle. You've already obtained progenitor imperishable's inheritance. There's no need to fuse with his origin anymore. As long as you follow this path, your future accomplishments will definitely be above the person who fuses with the origin. In fact, even right now, he might not be your match too. Yuan had fused with an origin too, but hegemon imperishable's origin was different from the Chaos Bloodstone's origin. That wisp of blood origin was not tainted with the slightest secular aura. It was completely born from chaos. Extremely pure. Yuan did not have any side effects when fusing with the Dao sword. But hegemon imperishable's origin carried a thick personal brand. That was the Dao of hegemon imperishable. Fusing with this trace of origin, One's strength might soar rapidly in the beginning. But when time passed, it would be very hard to carve out your own path. When one reached Origin Realm and wanted to step into the realm of Hegemon, it would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan's impression of Bai Qishan was pretty good. Although this person liked to posture, his thoughts were simple without distracting thoughts. During the first round previously, he even came to remind him to leave. Then later on, Bai Qishan was also the person who comprehended the 7 Tao's the deepest among these people. His current strength already far surpassed Wang Qian. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided not to give the origin to him. Bai Qishan thought about it and said, "All right, I won't fuse with it. If any of you want to fuse, take it." Everyone looked at Bai Qishan with disbelieving faces. One sentence from Yi Yuan and he gave the origin that was about to come to his hands to others. Even if it was very difficult to step into Hegemon realm in the future, even if one reached Emperor Sakra Heaven, just this step of stepping into origin from Emperor Sakra Heaven already stumped countless geniuses. Most people were still just Emperor Cloud Heaven. God knows how long Emperor Sakra Heaven would take. He did not want this massive lucky chance. Although Yi Yuan had received Yi Yuan's favor, they still felt that Bai Qishan was a dumb person flushed with money and was hoodwinked by Yi Yuan. Many people started whispering to each other. When Wang Qian saw this scene, he sneered coldly. Hegemon imperishable and everyone all descended from the same lineage. They were pseudo-imperishable physiques. Why would Hegemon imperishable's origin cause a hindrance when stepping into Hegemon realm? Moreover, there was only Hegemon imperishable alone who stepped into Hegemon realm with the pseudo-imperishable physique. No matter how strong the others were, they were unable to break through the shackle of Hegemon realm too. This origin could be said to be the only hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. Obstruction. Idiot. Very soon, many more people tried to integrate it, but all of them failed without exception. Fusing with origin had an extremely high requirement on talent. It was not that you could fuse with it when the origin was placed in front of you. Shall I try it? Wang Qian finally could not resist stepping forward. The moment he stepped forward, a wave of ridicules immediately came over. Wang Qian, do you still want face or not? Others all have the qualifications to try, but what qualifications do you have? Give up. It's impossible for Master Yi to let you try. Wang Qian was already invincible. He directly ignored these words and looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Give it a shot then. Either way, it's also a waste for this origin to be placed here." Wang Qian wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with a slap. "You're too freaking good at posturing. It turned out that your father was a rag and bone man." The others also looked toward Yi Yuan in shock, wondering whether or not Yi Yuan became stupid from cultivation. Actually, Yi Yuan had his own considerations too. If no one here could fuse with it, then he could only fuse with it himself. With his mist physique, there was naturally no difficulty with fusing with it. But he was not willing. If he went out, Cloudneon that woman would definitely force him to fuse with it. Therefore, it was best if he could find someone to fuse with it among these people. Wang Qian received the crystal, his mood extremely agitated. He was someone that progenitor found promising. He had confidence in fusing with the origin. As long as he fused the origin, he would regain all the face that he had lost. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qian started fusing with the origin. His soul body gradually transformed into a mass of misty air, attempting to penetrate into the origin. Concerning his fusion, everything seemed to be going well. The origin crystal actually started to melt. Wang Qian was wildly elated in his heart, forcefully suppressing the agitated in his heart and continuing to integrate it. Little by little, bit by bit. Finally, he felt an additional powerful to the extreme power in his soul body. Originally, the areas that he was confused about on the journey of Tao, suddenly became enlightened at this time. Wang Qian's soul force rose rapidly and actually directly entered Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Actually really fused with it. No wonder Great Emperor Shan Yang was so optimistic about him. It turns out that his soul physique is really the closest to progenitor imperishable. Sigh, what's Master Yi thinking? Such a large piece, he gave it away with both hands. Everyone around him either exclaimed, felt regretful, or was angry from his failure to live up to expectations. But they were unable to change the fact that Wang Qian fused with the origin. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect it right, Yi Yuan. I, Wang Qian, fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. From now on, we're no longer of the same world. Wang Qian felt that he was currently powerful to the extreme. In fact, after possessing the origin, he felt that hegemon realm was within reach too. The things that were originally vague and insubstantial, he currently felt that it was very solid. Hegemon Imperishable's origin was not the average origin. This was the soul race's supreme hegemon whose strength roamed the heavens unobstructed. That kind of feeling could not be described with words at all. Yuan was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that Wang Qian really fused with it. It seemed like Wang Qian's pseudo-imperishable soul physique was indeed very strong and already somewhat approached the real imperishable soul physique. However, no matter how close, it was also just pseudo-imperishable physique. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They did not have any good impression of Wang Qian. But now, circumstances were stronger than people. Many people started grumbling about Yuan in their hearts. Wang Qian felt that he was very inflated. He arrived before Yuan and said with a disdainful look, "Yuan, didn't you say that he's stronger than me after fusing with the origin? I'll have a battle with him now. You don't have objections, right?" While talking, he pointed at Bai Qishan. The latter's expression changed, becoming somewhat fearful. He was originally not Wang Qian's match. Now, the other party fused with the origin. How could he possibly be his match? Yuan's boast was a little too overboard. Chapter 2949, Imperishable Inheritance's Terror. Wang Qian, you're showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Even if you fused with the origin, do you really think that so many of us are scared of you? Bai Qishan was somewhat threatening in manner but inwardly shaky as he said. This guy was like a dog previously. Now, he actually jumped up again. He was somewhat unable to understand why Yuan wanted to let him fuse the origin. Now, it was really somewhat difficult to dismount the tiger after climbing on it. Wang Qian had long forgotten what face was and said with a smile, "So what if I'm showing off my cleverness after coming off cheap? I didn't beg him to fuse with it either. This guy didn't have any good intentions either. Letting me fuse with it was just in order to humiliate me. It's just that he probably didn't expect that I, Wang Qian, am amazingly talented and actually really fused with it. Ha ha ha, Yuan, the face that I lost, I'm going to claim it back now." Everyone cussed Wang Qian for being shameless but could not do anything to him. This guy had the appearance of a villain intoxicated by success. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. But Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Bai, play with him." Bai Qishan's face turned black, and he said, "I'm not his match." Yuan said, "Relax, I can still control this space. If he dares to harm you, I'll beat him to death." Wang Qian was speechless. Bai Qishan's eyes lit up, and he said, "For real?" Yuan nodded his head and suddenly flipped his palm over. An enormous palm fell from the sky, directly pressing Wang Qian down to rub against the ground. Wang Qian was furious and let loose a torrent of abuse. "Yuan, fuck your grandma. Arg, I won't let you off." Bai Qishan was overjoyed when he saw the situation. How satisfying. They thought that after Wang Qian fused with the origin, he should be able to dominate this space. Who knew that Yuan was still the master? "Okay, I'll compete with him," Bai Qishan said very readily. The giant palm vanished. Wang Qian was in a thunderous rage, both eyes blood red as he said, "Yuan, I'm going to kill you." He was pressed and drubbed again. "I urge you to calm down. In this place, I can trample you at will," Yuan said coolly. Wang Qian became quiet. Facing Bai Qishan, Wang Qian's fury was already surging to the sky. He and Bai Qishan had enmity too. Previously, in the fire sea, Bai Qishan suddenly smacked him flying. It even almost killed him. Being helpless against Yuan, he was going to vent all of his anger on Bai Qishan. Even if he could not kill him, he would also make him regret being born in this world. Feeling Wang Qian's surging fury, Bai Qishan was rather scared. Wang Qian's awe-inspiring reputation was very strong. In their circle of pseudo-imperishable physiques, he was absolutely a big brother-level figure. His talent had once obtained progenitor imperishable's praise before. Bai Qishan was really scared of Wang Qian. Although he had seriously comprehended all the things in the 7 floors of the 7-colored pagoda, there was no benchmark as to how much help these things had on his strength. He knew that he had become stronger, but he felt that he was still too unskilled to face off against the Wang Qian, who fused with the origin. Moreover, Wang Qian was currently even a cultivation realm higher than him. Hoo-hoo, Bai Qishan, prepare to bear my wrath. Wang Qian gave a cold laugh, and a fierce wind immediately surged. Sinister wind howled, blowing until people's soul bodies hurt. When everyone saw this move, they could not help sighing slightly. Divine Wind Nether Kill. This move was the soul path mystic art that progenitor imperishable specially passed down for the pseudo-imperishable soul physique to cultivate. Furthermore, Wang Qian also cultivated mist transforming into wind here. The power of this move became even more terrifying. Sigh, just this move is much more brilliant than us. The central soul region has always been transcendent, with progenitor imperishable personally imparting mystic arts. What can we do? Under this blow, Bai Qishan would be seriously injured even if he did not die. What's even more deadly is that Wang Qian hasn't even employed the power of origin. All around came a series of sighs. The moment this move came out, they had already predicted the outcome. Central soul region might not be very powerful in other aspects, but in pseudo-imperishable soul physique this area, they were truly invincible. Wang Qian smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, open your dog eyes and watch closely. Even if your father doesn't use the power of origin, killing this fool is also like taking something out of my bag." Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, as if he was not worried at all. Bai Qishan was not an ordinary person either, but under this swift and fierce move, he could only defend. In the 5th level, the inheritance was mist transforming into earth. Under the current desperation, Bai Qishan unconsciously converted the misty gas into an earth-yellow color. A showdown that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The result made everyone's jaws drop. Bai Qishan was unmoving like a mountain. Wang Qian gave a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. Mist transforming into earth actually had such tremendous power. Bai Qishan himself also had a dumbfounded look. He had already been prepared to be seriously injured. Who knew that he did not feel anything? It was Wang Qian himself fell down. This guy had injured himself. Bai Qishan recovered his soul body and muttered, "Wang Qian, why are you so weak?" Wang Qian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Apart from not using origin, your father already used all of my strength." This attack of his earlier was extremely fierce, but who knew that it was like it had crashed into a steel plate. The opponent was fine, but his soul body suffered a tremendous backlash force. As a result, he injured his soul body. "It's not that he's weak, but that you became strong," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Qishan seemingly woke up from a dream and was rather excited as he said, "You're right. It's me who became strong. How did I become so strong? Heh. Wang Qian, eat my move." Buzz, buzz. Without waiting for Wang Qian to respond, there was suddenly an additional bolt of lightning in Bai Qishan's hand, smashing over towards his opponent. Wang Qian's expression changed drastically. He felt a great threat. The power of this lightning was even stronger than Feng Rui's 5 lightning execution. The power of origin suddenly blossomed. At the same time, wild wind howled. Under the augmentation of the power of origin, this storm was more than dozens of times stronger than before. Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin was no joke. Whirlwind scattering the clouds. "Bai Qishan, you forced me," Wang Qian bellowed, pouncing toward Bai Qishan. Everyone's expressions changed. Again, the two people's battle immediately rose several levels. It was just that Wang Qian was too terrifying this time. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Wang Qian screamed miserably. His soul body started quivering like it got electrocuted, flying out backward. Bai Qishan was unbelievably excited, his soul force instantly transforming into countless fireballs, smashing toward Wang Qian. 6 forms, each form was strong to the extreme. Furthermore, Bai Qishan's attacks did not have any profound technique. It was all just a superficial application of the mist form. But Wang Qian was pursued by Bai Qishan and brutally beaten. Without the slightest strength to fight back. Miserable screams echoed. I'll also perform a whirlwind scattering the clouds. Have another sword of lightning. Watch my move. Fire dragon technique. Bai Qishan became more and more excited as he fought and could not stop at all. My opponent has the power of origin. But, in front of your father, he could not even let out a fart. Ha, satisfying. Chapter 2950. Well done, Wang Qian. Wang Qian, you're too weak. Fight back. Don't you even have any strength left over to retaliate? To think that you looked like a villain intoxicated by success just now, your strength doesn't match your boasting. Amidst the loud laughter, Bai Qishan was devastating Wang Qian brutally. Everyone present was stunned from watching. Everything before their eyes was seriously too subverting. Wang Qian already brought out the power of origin. In the end, he was still being thrashed. Although Bai Qishan displayed powerful strength earlier, they thought that after Wang Qian used the power of origin, there should have at least been a bloody battle between both parties. Who knew that it was completely a one-sided devastation? If not for the power of origin, Wang Qian would have already died God knows how many times now. It was not that Hegemon Imperishable's origin was not powerful. It was just that the time Wang Qian's fused was too short, and his comprehension of origin was too little. And Bai Qishan had long already cultivated his soul body until it was incomparably solid in this seven-colored pagoda. In the later 6 levels, although he was cultivating mist transforming into myriad Dao, Bai Qishan's soul body still obtained tremendous tempering. That was right, the mist body could be cultivated too. The stronger the misty air, the harder it was to be killed. Even if they were all pseudo-imperishable physiques, it was the same too. An earth attribute mystic art was executed, and Wang Qian was pressed to the ground and drubbed once again. Now, he was already powerless to talk anymore. Bai Qishan stopped and came to Yi Yuan's side as he said excitedly, turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique can be cultivated to such a point. I finally understand why progenitor imperishable is called Hegemon imperishable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, progenitor imperishable isn't truly imperishable, but it's that he has trained his enshrouding mist soul physique to the point where it's difficult to kill. In the future, even if you can't reach his height, you can also one-shot most hegemons. Hearing this, Bai Qishan was excited to the extreme. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yuan with gratitude. The reason why he had today was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, his path of enshrouding mist had already been opened. He already had a clear direction for his cultivation direction from now on. This way, his future was truly limitless. The others looked at Bai Qishan, already envious until they went crazy. Only all the way until Bai Qishan displayed his strength did they understand where the significance of this seven-colored pagoda lay. This was the cultivation method that progenitor imperishable customized for the enshrouding mist soul physique. Furthermore, it was only under these kinds of specific conditions that one could forge a cultivation path that belonged to themselves. One could imagine, back then, progenitor imperishable definitely spent considerable effort for the sake of this cultivation method and even specifically refined a chaos heavenly treasure. Now, the 7 layers of space had already disappeared, and it was impossible for them to continue cultivating anymore. Therefore, the more seriously you cultivated here previously, the greater the benefits obtained. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan and Bai Qishan were the greatest beneficiaries of the 7-colored pagoda. Bai Qishan was already so formidable, then how terrifying was the Yi Yuan who reached grand completion in all 7 layers of space. They were already unable to imagine. At this time, everyone regretted it to the extreme, wishing to go back again and cultivate with Bai Qishan. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. On the ground, the dead dog like Wang Qian felt like all hope was dashed to pieces. This was really too demoralizing. The 7-layered space vanished. Our plan actually really succeeded. Excitement was written all over Mountain Goat's face. With the 7-layered space disappearing, it meant that they had already obtained the power of origin. This was also to say that the hope of finding Hegemon imperishable had greatly increased. The old woman also had an excited look as she said, "It's just that I don't know if any of them has integrated the power of origin. Or who fused with the power of origin." Mountain Goat narrowed his goat eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, progenitor imperishable said before, Wang Qian's enshrouding mist soul physique can be called half an enshrouding mist soul physique already. If there's a chance, he might be able to become the second hegemon enshrouding mist. If talking about who has the highest hope of fusing with the origin, it's none other than him." They really did not know that progenitor imperishable actually regarded Wang Qian so highly. Then wouldn't the rest have become accessories? Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Therefore, no matter what happened inside, even if others obtained the power of origin, it's useless too. Because they have no way of fusing with the origin." Junior apprentice sister Cloudneon, this time, you've probably miscalculated. Cloudneon's eternally unchanging face was still like an ancient well without ripples. However, she was also very surprised by progenitor imperishable's evaluation. She believed in her eyesight. But, no matter how sharp her vision, it could not compare to progenitor imperishable too. Could it be that this time, she really made an error of judgment? Suddenly, the old woman shouted, "They came out." A group of figures flew out of the 7-colored pagoda. Wang Qian, who fused with the origin, was still unable to control it freely. He appeared extremely conspicuous in this dense crowd of over 100 people. The few great emperors saw him at a glance. Mountain Goat's face revealed wild elations. Progenitor Imperishable's origin was indeed still obtained by his own people. Ha ha ha, well done, Wang Zuo. This seat knew that you wouldn't let me down. Mountain Goat went up to welcome with a loud laugh. While talking, he even looked toward the other few great emperors with a smug look. That meaning was very clear, thanks for giving way. Cloudneon's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help sighing slightly in her heart. Sure enough, did she still make an error of judgment? Alright, this human was harboring evil intentions. Better kill him. It was just that upon going closer to take a look, everyone's condition was very different. The Wang Qian who obtained the origin was slouching his head, looking listless and lethargic. While on the other side, Bai Qishan was valiant and spirited, like a proud rooster. Seeing this scene, Mountain Goat was slightly stunned. Wang Qian arrived in front of Mountain Goat and said listlessly, Lord Xianxia. Xianxia's brows furrowed, and he said, you obtained the origin, what's with the long face? The moment Wang Qian heard, he felt even more bitter. Can't get happy. You treated the origin like a treasure, but people cast it aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. I only picked it up because people did not want it. Even if it was picked up, it was originally a happy thing too. But the events that happened after that seriously made him unable to cheer up. Wang Qian smiled bitterly and said, Lord Xianxia, this origin wasn't obtained by me. The moment Xianxia heard, he immediately understood and said smugly, it turns out that it's because of this. Hoo-hoo, so what even if it wasn't obtained by you? This origin is fused with you. That's your ability. No matter how formidable the rest are, they couldn't fuse with the origin. That's also rotten mud that can't hold up a wall, too weak to stand up to competition. The more Xianxia talked, the more Wang Qian wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Next to them, there were already quite a few pseudo-imperishable physiques who laughed out loud. Xianxia's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a solemn voice, what's so funny? Could it be that this seat is wrong? The others did not dare to speak, but Bai Qishan laughed and said, Lord Xianxia, what you said is really not correct. This origin was obtained by Yi Yuan. It's not that he couldn't fuse with the origin, but that he didn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he even made me disregard it too. Otherwise, no matter whose turn it is, it also won't be Wang Qian, this loser's turn to fuse with it. Ha ha ha, ellipsis quote dot. Chapter 2951, I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Loser. He simply did not dare to believe his own ears. A genius who could fuse with a supreme hegemon's origin was actually called a loser by someone. Did the world already become so crazy? Her. Brat who's surnamed Bai, don't think that with your family's ancestor protecting, you can engage in wild talk in front of this seat. Do you really think that origin is so easy to fuse? This seat thinks that it's clearly you guys who couldn't fuse the origin, calling the grapes sour because you can't eat them, right? Mountain Goat looked at Bai Qishan and said with a cold laugh. Mountain Goat did not expect that the moment the words came out of his mouth, it immediately incurred hooting waves of laughter. The pseudo-imperishable physiques that entered the seven-colored pagoda all laughed. Although Mountain Goat was a great emperor whose reputation shook the imperishable soul domain, he felt somewhat ashamed and angry at this time too. I was actually being laughed at by a bunch of pseudo-imperishable physique trash. You trash have been laughing all the way from just now. Laugh my ass. All shut up for this seat. Mountain Goat said in fury. The moment an origin powerhouse was enraged, everyone shut their mouths one after another and did not dare to laugh anymore. However, Mountain Goat also finally realized that the matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. Wang Qian, you say, what on earth happened inside the seven-colored pagoda? Mountain Goat said in a solemn voice. Lord Xianxia, Wang Qian stammered. Hoo-hoo, Lord Xianxia, although Wang Qian is already very shameless, he's probably still ashamed to talk about the events inside the seven-colored pagoda. Why don't I tell you? Bai Qishan said with a laugh. Seeing that Wang Qian still had a stammering appearance, Mountain Goat gave a cold snort, which was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. The few great emperors were long already full of suspicion and could not help perking their ears up to listen attentively. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Even if they had vast experience and knowledge, they also did not think that such terrifying things actually happened inside the seven-colored pagoda. And the initiator of evil for all these was Yuan. Including Cloudnian, their gazes when looking toward Yuan were like looking at a monster. They thought that the seven-colored pagoda this time, the most optimistic estimation would only be one person who could come out. But who would have expected that more than 100 people actually came out? Furthermore, these over 100 people all made great progress in strength. The likes of Bai Quishan even thrashed the Wang Qian, who fused with the origin. Loser. Mountain Goat was angered until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. Wang Qian was really an out-and-out loser. Fused with origin, and he was actually still being trampled by people. His central soul region's face had been utterly lost. Senior apprentice sister Mu, you said that, Yuan is a joke. Senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, you said that, Yuan was rotten mud that can't even hold a wall up. Brother Shan Yan, you were showing off in front of me about how impressive Wang Qian is. Suddenly, the Cloudnian, who had been icy cold all along, opened her mouth. The 3 people's faces immediately felt a fiery heat. This 1 month plus, they had scolded Yuan plenty. Cloudnian did not make a sound the entire time. Who knew that she endured for more than a month, but now, she finally launched an attack. It was not that she did not care. It was just giving you a fatal blow at the critical moment. Yuan was also dumbfounded from listening. Sure enough, women could not be provoked. Furthermore, this woman was well versed in the Tao of posturing. Let you guys jump around first. After you guys finish posturing, I'll posture. Furthermore, it was a one-hit certain kill. Yuan was currently marveling but saw Cloudnian's gaze look toward him as she said coolly, since Wang Qian has already fused with the origin, then you're useless. You can go and die already. Cloudnian's words were devoid of any emotion. In an instant, Yuan felt a piercing cold killing intent. He was virtually going to asphyxiate. This woman was not kidding. She had doubts about his motives and was really going to silence him to prevent divulgence of secrets. That meaning was, that you had no more value to exploit, you can go and die already. Even if Yuan was currently extremely strong, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of Cloudnian either. This woman was too strong. Yuan's scalp tingled. This woman fell out at the drop of a hat. It really caught him off guard. Of course, Yuan also knew that his actions had angered Cloudnian. I asked you to go and integrate with the origin, but you're good, directly throwing the origin to someone else. This imperishable origin held extraordinary significance to the 5 great regions. Whoever fused with the origin was equivalent to being progenitor imperishable's direct lineage disciple. After hegemon imperishable returned, that region's status would not be the same anymore. Well done, I regarded you so highly. You sold me with a flip of your hand. If I don't kill you, won't I let you down? Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, hold on. Although Wang Qian fused with the origin, he might not be able to find progenitor imperishable. Maybe I can help you guys. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great origin powerhouses changed. The pseudo-imperishable physiques present were in an uproar. Find progenitor imperishable. What's going on? Did something happen to progenitor imperishable? Ah, no wonder they sealed the 7-colored pagoda. It turns out that it's because of this. Yuan and Wang Qian both had a tacit agreement to not say the truth. At this time, Yuan blurted it out under desperation. Everyone exploded at once. Something happened to progenitor imperishable. This was an earth-shattering major thing. When progenitor imperishable was around, the imperishable soul domain was around. If progenitor imperishable died, the imperishable soul domain would perish. This was what everyone knew. Mountain Goat said angrily, Yuan, you're courting death. The origin has already been integrated by Wang Qian. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Since junior apprentice sister Cloudnian wants to kill you, you go to hell then. The 5 great powerhouses were all in a thunderous rage at this time, wishing to kill Yuan off for good. Mountain Goat even directly cleaved a palm knife over without giving a chance to explain. He had long found Yuan displeasing to the eye. At this time, he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. Although Mountain Goat casually struck, it was a cataclysmic crisis to Yuan. It was like he was hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. An origin power was too strong. Mountain Goat's expression changed. His sneak attack was actually terminated by Cloudnian without extra trouble. Let him speak, Cloudnian said lightly, not giving Mountain Goat face at all. Although it was a soul body, Yi Yuan still felt cold sweat run down his back. He drew a deep breath and said, finding progenitor imperishable through this trace of origin, that's just your speculation. You guys also can't guarantee that Wang Qian can find progenitor imperishable, right? But, I can. Mountain Goat was somewhat angry from embarrassment and said with a cold smile, even progenitor's origin can't find him, what right do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, based on that I'm of the real imperishable soul physique. Mountain Goat laughed loudly and said, what a joke. The 33 heavens have already existed for God knows how many years. It has also only produced progenitor imperishable, one enshrouding mist soul physique. You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really take us, these great emperors, to all be fools? The old woman also sneered and said, in these countless years, no idea how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques have appeared before, all saying that they are of the enshrouding mist soul physique. But, they were all not. What right do you have to say that you are? Yi Yuan looked toward Mountain Goat, like he was saying, yes, you look just like a fool. Without waiting for Mountain Goat to fly off the handle, Yi Yuan said, before entering the seven-colored pagoda, I didn't dare confirm that I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique too. But now, I'm incomparably sure. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Chapter 2952, Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Soul physique, all talk but no promises. You're saying that you're the real enshrouding mist soul physique, don't you find it ridiculous? Mountain Goat said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, if you say that there's a real enshrouding mist soul physique, then it can only be me too. Because it's me who fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. You being able to pass the levels only means that your comprehension ability is high, that's all. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? Wang Qian saw that his chance had come and could not resist coming forward to trample Yi Yuan again. Imperishable soul physique, this sort of thing, only progenitor imperishable could prove it. The others, whoever said it did not count either, and it could not prove it too. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Yi Yuan. You were disdainful to fuse with the origin. Now, you're finally getting your just desserts, right? Wang Qian felt incomparably delighted in his heart. The old woman, senior apprentice Sister Mu, also said, what Wang Qian said is right. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? Cloudnian did not speak. Her icy cold expression was considered to have tacitly acknowledged these people's words. Want to not die, prove yourself. Yi Yuan knew that his most dangerous time had already passed. Cloudnian, this woman, still valued him greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated each stage to the realm of grand completion inside the seven-colored pagoda. Furthermore, only he could comprehend the inheritance that progenitor imperishable left behind. I feel that he is indeed very likely to be of the imperishable soul physique. At this time, Bai Qishan suddenly stepped forward to speak. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Not enough, Cloudnian still said icily. Hearing this, Wang Qian was wildly elated in his heart, although he did not know why Cloudnian suddenly changed her attitude. But, as long as Yi Yuan died, it was enough. As for proving whether Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, this was simply impossible. Yi Yuan, unless you can find progenitor imperishable. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt today. Wang Qian said with a smug look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Suddenly, he released his aura. A powerful to the extreme soul force billowed straight for the clouds. Above the void, an enormous stone door appeared. On the stone door, there were still seals with the word, myriad, on them. This action immediately attracted a wave of exclamations. This is the door of eternal life. Master Yi is really incredible. He summoned it so easily. Does Master Yi want to use Emperor Realm to prove himself? I also feel that Master Yi is very likely to be the real imperishable soul physique. The stone door that appeared above Yi Yuan's head was called the Door of Eternal Life. As long as one could summon the Door of Eternal Life, one would be considered to have stepped into the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. The cultivation of half-step Emperor Realm was in order to summon this Door of Eternal Life. To others, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But, the moment Yi Yuan's soul force was lightly released, it was summoned. The cultivation after Emperor Realm was closely related to the Door of Eternal Life. 3. Myriad. Word seals were Emperor Realm's 3 firmaments. 3 seals, 3 shackles. Wanting to step into the realm of hegemon, one needed to use the power of origin to break the 3rd seal, knock open the door of eternal life, thus transcending samsara, and live forever. Hegemon realm powerhouses were not restricted by Hegemon realm and would not experience doubt tribulation. As long as they were not killed, they could live forever. It was just that time flew past. Hegemon powerhouses had also experienced many blood transfusions. People who could truly live forever did not exist. Arriving at the soul race, Yuan experienced the Nirvana Soul Hall's hall entrance test and also entered the seven-colored pagoda to gain enlightenment on Tao. He finally comprehended the divine emergence's third level. His thick accumulations erupted. Summoning the door of eternal life was like taking something out of his bag. Door of eternal life. This guy is actually going to break through to Emperor Realm at this time. It's just that breaking through to Emperor Realm and he'll be able to prove that ease of the imperishable soul physique. What a joke. Wang Qian could not help laughing as he said. Mountain Goat similarly sneered and said, too naive. Does he think that by breaking through to Emperor Realm here, he won't need to die anymore? Junior apprentice sister Cloudnian, now that progenitor imperishable's origin has already been fused, our top priority is going to find ancestor. It can't be delayed. Could it be that you plan on wasting time here and delay things? The old woman also nodded and said, finding progenitor is the top priority. Cloudnian, if you have time, play with him here. We're leaving. Cloudnian's expression still remained unchanged. She just said coolly, have you all forgotten progenitor imperishable's legend? Legend? What legend? Wang Qian said with a baffled look. However, the other four trembled all over. They had really forgotten about it. This legend was already too far back. Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, you're saying that he can do it? This is impossible. The old woman also said, what a joke. That's just a legend. Even progenitor imperishable has never personally admitted it before. Cloudnian gave her a glance and said coolly, who the hell do you think you are? Does progenitor imperishable need to explain anything to you? You. The old woman was angered by this sentence until she wanted to vomit blood. Great Emperor Ming Jian said, but this matter is a highly guarded secret. Even with our status, we've only heard of it too. How did this boy know about it? Cloudnian said, it doesn't matter. What's important is, can he do it or not? The four people's expressions turned somber, and they stopped talking. Wang Qian had a look of confusion as he said, ancestors, what on earth are you all talking about? Could it be that breaking through to Emperor Realm can still set off any waves? Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, legends has it that a long time ago, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had not given birth to a supreme hegemon yet. The Nirvanic Soul Clan at that time was completely enslaved by the Chi Soul Clan. It was just a branch of the Chi Soul Clan, that's all. All the way until the appearance of progenitor imperishable. When progenitor imperishable corroborated his Tao as Emperor Realm, he comprehended the enshrouding mist origin. And he is also the only existence who comprehended origin in Emperor Cloud Heaven Realm in our soul race over countless years. Hence, that's why he could lead our Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise and stand up to the Chi Soul Clan as equals. I'm saying if, this kid can really comprehend enshrouding mist origin when breaking through to enshrouding mist soul physique. Then, he'll definitely be of the imperishable soul physique without a doubt. Because in these countless years, only progenitor imperishable alone had done it. Mountain Goat's words made the pseudo-imperishable physiques completely explode. Only then did they know it turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique actually still had such a saying. No wonder the pseudo-imperishable physique's status in the Nirvanic Soul Clan was extremely low. Turns out that these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were really just pseudo-imperishable physiques, that was all. TCH. This is simply impossible. When Wang Qian heard, he said with decisiveness that could chop iron. Hegemon imperishable was the one and only through the ages. What capability did he, Yuan, have to follow in progenitor imperishable's footsteps? Senior apprentice sister Mu laughed coldly and said, Cloudnian, you're completely wasting time. Every minute that we're late, progenitor imperishable might be in greater danger. I'm very suspicious of your motives now. Xianxia, this seat feels that you should immediately go and invite Lord Yutian now to clean up the household. Her words were already completely targeting Cloudnian. Originally, the 5 great regions had continuous conflicts. For the sake of saving progenitor imperishable, that was how they came together. Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said with a nod, Junior apprentice sister Cloudnian, the present situation indeed brooks no delay. If you insist on playing with this brat, then this seat can only offend you. When Cloudnian heard, she just said coolly, as you wish. Chapter 2953, Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Impervious to reason, Cloudnian, this woman, clearly had a strong character. She would not care about other people's opinions at all. Mountain Goat felt somewhat of a loss in face. He snorted coldly, a burst of soul force tearing across the air. Cloudmount's gaze remained on Yi Yuan's body from start to end, not caring about Mountain Goat's action at all. A moment later, the void trembled, and a figure stepped out of the air. This was the Central Soul Region's present leader, Hegemon Yutien. Paying respects to Lord Yutien, Mountain Goat and the rest gave a bow towards Hegemon Yutien, but Cloudnian was aloof and indifferent. A hint of displeasure flashed across in Hegemon Yutien's heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "Since Wang Qian has already fused with progenitor's origin, then what are you still waiting for? A child is messing around, and you guys are messing around with him too." He looked toward the Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, full of disdain. Emperor Realm Comprehending Origin, he had attempted it before back then too. In the end, it ended in failure. It was far too difficult. Since time immemorial, there was only imperishable alone. What he comprehended was naturally not the enshrouding mist origin. The difficulty was far from as high as the enshrouding mist origin. But he still felt that it was as hard as ascending to heaven. In reality, it was far from just him alone who attempted to comprehend origin at Emperor Realm. But they all ended in failure. Now, you're telling me that you can comprehend origin? While talking, Hegemon Yutien already released his soul force domineeringly, intending to kill Yi Yuan. If you dare to make a move, I'll break through to Hegemon right now and fight it out to the death with you. Cloudnian said it very lightly, as if she was chatting. But Hegemon Yutien's soul force could not help stagnating. If you guys want to leave, bring Wang Qian and hurry up and go. If Yi Yuan doesn't comprehend origin, I'll naturally kill him. There's no need for others to do it on my behalf. Of course, if you all feel that there's any issue, I'll accompany you to the end too. Cloudnian said it in a soft voice, sounding very pleasant. But the words revealed a majesty that brooked no questioning. Hegemon Realm, to others, that was a peak that was far beyond reach in their lifetime. But in Cloudnian's eyes, it was like 100-foot-tall small earth mound. If I wanted to climb it, then I'll climb. Hegemon Yutien was Central Soul Region's peak hegemon. But at this time, he hesitated. Otherwise, even if it was Mountain Goat, no one knew Cloudnian's strength either. Once Cloudnian really risked it all, a sanguinary slaughter would probably be set off in the imperishable soul domain. A threat, a blatant threat, would I, an exalted hegemon, be threatened by you, an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Since Marshal Niece Cloudnian is so confident, what's the harm in watching? Hegemon Yutien suddenly smiled and said, "What is this? Please, you're a hegemon. Do you still want face or not?" Just as everyone was shocked, the door of eternal life suddenly emitted a profound and inscrutable power. This power might not be too great, but it was sufficient to make the expressions of Hegemon Realm powerhouses change. Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, suddenly opened both eyes. That secret that came from inside the door of eternal life, as if it could pry into the world, was currently being grasped by him. Is this the door of eternal life? Seems like all of my secrets are so laughable in front of it. Just where does this door lead to? Yi Yuan thought in his heart. In reality, when he was in the seven-colored pagoda, he already vaguely felt something. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just taking advantage of the opportunity to him. Yi Yuan's accumulations in the second level of Deity Realm were sufficient to let him break through to Emperor Realm. But the inheritance that Hegemon Imperishable left behind had indeed opened another window for him, letting him enjoy a new scenery. At this time, that aura of origin completely wrapped Yi Yuan up. Everyone happened naturally without extra effort. But, in other people's view, it was an earth-shattering scene. Origin. That's really origin. Emperor Realm comprehending origin, he's really of the imperishable soul physique. No wonder he's disdainful to fuse with progenitor imperishable's origin, turns out that he had a well-thought-out plan. With his own origin, why does he need to fuse with other people's origin? True, apart from the real imperishable seven-colored pagoda, who else can clear the stages so easily inside the seven-colored pagoda? Following the descending of origin, the pseudo-imperishable physiques present stared dumbfoundedly. Hegemon Yutien's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? He's actually of the true imperishable soul physique. Yutien sucked in a cold breath and said. Wang Qian's face burned red hot. He was slapped again. It was just that this time, it was more shocking than any other time before. Even if Yi Yuan beat him black and blue, he also never thought that Yi Yuan was of the true imperishable soul physique. But now, it was not up to him to not believe anymore. One and only through the ages. In these countless years, only Hegemon Imperishable alone had once done it. Now, it was accomplished by Yi Yuan. The senior apprentice sister Mu, Ming Jian, and Mountain Goat, who were jumping around endlessly just now, all stopped talking now. Yi Yuan grasping origin, it was already conclusive beyond all doubt. A hint of surprise flashed across in Cloud Nian's beautiful eyes. She was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Therefore, even if she was not sure of Yi Yuan's objective, she let him enter the seven-colored pagoda too. Even if it was before, when Yi Yuan said that he could grasp origin, she only held 1/10,000th hope too. Who knew that this 1/10,000th hope actually came true? The door of eternal life gradually exited. Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed and already reached the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. He looked towards Cloud Nian and said coolly, "Now, it can prove that I'm of the imperishable soul physique, right?" Cloud Nian was silent. Since ancient times, the soul race only had these two imperishable soul physiques. She believed that there should be some connection between these two great imperishable soul physiques. But she was somewhat afraid now. She was afraid of Yi Yuan breaking away from her control. This person was clearly very dangerous. Was letting him go and find progenitor really a wise choice? What on earth was this boy's goal? Everyone's gazes turned toward Cloud Nian. While Yu Tian, this Hegemon realm powerhouse, was directly ignored. Clearly, the one who decided Yi Yuan's life and death was not Hegemon Yu Tian, but it was Cloud Nian. The matter brooks no delay. Come on. After being silent for a long time, Cloud Nian suddenly said, "Mountain Goat, the old woman, Ming Jian, these people all shut their mouths now." They followed Cloud Nian quietly, leaving the central soul region. Nothing left to say. Previously, they could use not being able to fuse with the origin to shoot Yi Yuan down. But now, what could they say? This was the true enshrouding mist soul physique, an existence like progenitor imperishable. The second one through the ages. Yi Yuan clearly had a great say in this matter of finding progenitor imperishable. Yi Yuan did not say much either, following the few powerhouses and leaving. Along the way, one powerhouse after another gathered. Each person that arrived, their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan carried incredulity. The party went out of the imperishable soul domain and arrived above the sea. Above the sea, an enormous stone door appeared in front of everyone. This is the Abyss Gate. The last place that progenitor imperishable appeared was here. Previously, we've already sent many people into the Abyss Gate, but not a single one returned. The two of you try to feel it. See if you can feel progenitor's aura or not, Cloud Nian said. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Felt it. Progenitor imperishable did indeed enter through the Abyss Gate. Wang Qian's mind stirred, and he said. Hegemon Yu Tian said, "Then it's correct. The two of you led the way. We'll enter the Abyss Gate together. There are many powerful existences in the Abyss Gate. Some of them, even Hegemon realms, are very fearful of them. Everyone be careful." At this time, a large group of Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses already gathered in front of the Abyss Gate. Just the origin realms were as many as 30 to 40. Hegemon realms even already reached 10. In order to save Hegemon imperishable, the Nirvanic Soul Clan already transferred close to 1/10 of their strength. Under the prerequisite that the soul race and blood race were at war, this was already the greatest transfer of forces. Another Hegemon said, "This matter brooks no delay, let's go in." With my estimations, Hegemon imperishable should be in the abyss, being tied down by some powerful existence. Everyone nodded, expressing agreement. Hegemon Yu Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, "After messing around for so long, your origin looks nice, but is useless, it's not even as good as Wang Qian." Yi Yuan had a calm look and did not refute. Abyss Gate, it was a spatial crack between nihility exceeding balance heaven and another heaven. Inside, there were countless powerful evil things, some could even threaten Hegemons. One could say that this was a death zone. Yi Yuan, what do you have to say? Cloud Nian suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing to say." Cloud Nian frowned and said, "If you don't say, I'll kill you." Yi Yuan was helpless. This woman indeed would never talk sense with you. Alright, I can indeed feel that there's the aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique here. But I feel that this is a trap. Hegemon, imperishable isn't in the abyss rift at all. He headed in that direction. Yuan pointed in another direction and said. Cloudneon frowned and said, why do you say that? Yuan said, there's some remnant enshrouding mist origin aura there, but it's extremely weak. Without carefully sensing it, it can't be discovered at all. The moment he said it, Wang Qian immediately snickered and said, your meaning is that the origin that you comprehended is higher level than progenitor imperishable. I can't discover it, only you can discover it. Is that it? Yuan smiled and said, whether or not it's higher level than progenitor imperishable, I don't know, but it's definitely higher level than you. Wang Qian's face turned black, instantly feeling like he got slapped. He did not know whether or not it was high level, but having entered Emperor realm and comprehended origin, Yuan could kill him as easily as crushing an ant to death. Yu Tian also said, your meaning is that someone deliberately covered up progenitor's aura, then lured us into the abyss gate. Yuan nodded and said, that's right. Yu Tian snickered and said, that's right my ass. What you're saying is simply pulling down your pants to fart, superfluous. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the only one in the world. Regarding this point, forget about nihility exceeding balance heaven, even the other heavens know it too. Before this, who could have thought that we could find this place? Could it be that that person can foretell the future? Another hegemon nodded and said, I also feel that brother Yu Tian's words make sense. You say that there's the remnant aura of the enshrouding mist origin over there. Do you have a way to prove it? Yuan ignored him and shrugged at Cloudneon as he said, I already said that there's nothing to say, yet you insisted on making me say. Cloudneon said, you have no way of proving. Yuan shook his head and said, the aura is very weak. I almost overlooked it just now too. Even if we want to track, it's very difficult too. Very clearly, the other party is very careful. Yu Tian's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, in my view, the one with ulterior motives should be you. You, this boy, have unknown origins. Who knows what the hell you're planning in your heart? You want to make us fail to find Hegemon imperishable, so as to let the blood race and Chi Soul clan prevail, right? Yuan was dumbfounded by listening. This old man had such rich imagination. These hegemons were not fools. In reality, they had long seen through some inklings from Cloudneon's attitude towards him. It was merely because he comprehended origin that they did not kill him. Wang Qian was indeed very unreliable when compared to Yuan. Of course, it was also due to Cloudneon protecting him. Yuan shrugged and said, all right. Just take it as I didn't say anything. Everyone enters the abyss gate together. However, if we encounter any danger inside, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, we'll be in danger if we trust you. Come on. The party entered the abyss gate. Inside, it was pitch black darkness with countless evil things. Furthermore, their strength was extremely powerful. However, with 10 great hegemons blazing the trail, there naturally would not be any problem. Along the way, Wang Qian sensed Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin and led the way for everyone. Half a month later, everyone arrived before a dark fog. Ahead lies the Sea of Evil. There are many Hegemon-level evil things inside the Sea of Evil. East Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon Wang Ning said. Yu Tian said, already at this step, we have no path of retreat either. Moreover, if it isn't an extremely dangerous place, Progenitor Imperishable wouldn't have been caught deep inside too. In the Sea of Evil, that evil dragon's strength doesn't lose to Progenitor Imperishable. Everyone nodded one after another. How could ordinary means trap Hegemon Imperishable, this level of existence? However, Yu Tian was not a reckless person either. He naturally knew propriety. He said to Wang Qian, sense carefully outside the Sea of Evil. There mustn't be any mistakes. This place isn't an ordinary place. A single misstep and even the likes of us will be trapped inside too. Wang Qian had a serious look too, feeling tremendous pressure. He was a clever man and naturally knew the degree of seriousness. Hence, he started to spread his senses carefully. Cloudneon said, Yuan, you go too. Yuan said, there's no need. Progenitor Imperishable has indeed come here before. He entered the Sea of Evil from that place. Cloudneon frowned and said, you're sure? Yuan nodded and said, I'm of the same root as Progenitor Imperishable. I can easily feel the enshrouding mist origins aura. It's that place. There's no mistake. But Yu Tian smiled coldly and said, no matter if you are of the same root, it can't compare to the origin from Progenitor himself either, right? Kid, If you let this seat discover that you're spurting nonsense, this seat will kill you right now. 2 hours later, Wang Qian came back. Ancestors, I carefully investigated the Sea of Evil's entrance 3 times and confirmed that progenitor imperishable entered from there. The direction that Wang Qian pointed in was exactly the same as Yi Yuan said. With this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Yuan's perception ability was so much stronger than Wang Qian? This was also too sensitive. Wang Qian expended a Herculean effort before finding the place. Yi Yuan discerned it with just a glance. The group of hegemons looked toward Yi Yuan one after another. Wang Qian had a blank look. The entrance was investigated by me, what are you guys looking at Yi Yuan for? However, many hegemons were already somewhat having their thoughts stirring. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said outside the Abyss Gate was true? If it was true, this would be a trap. Then they all, these people, would really somewhat be in danger. What do you think, brother Yu Tian? Wang Ning said. Yu Tian was silent and shook his head and said, no matter what, progenitor has indeed entered the Sea of Evil, no. Chapter 2955, Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Ancestors, actually, this disciple even discovered this at the entrance area. Wang Qian took out a very, very small white crystal. When Yu Tian and the rest saw it, their pupils could not help constricting. Spatial origin crystal fragment, Yu Tian exclaimed. Progenitor imperishable must have entered the Sea of Evil. There's no mistake. Wang Ning also nodded and said, progenitor has already searched for this thing for several tens of thousands of years. Didn't expect that it would actually appear in the Abyss Rift. This also becomes understandable, progenitor imperishable won't easily brave dangers. No need to hesitate anymore, enter. The others responded one after another, already very certain that progenitor imperishable entered the Sea of Evil. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. The more this was the case, the more he smelled a hint of danger. Cloudnian, who was by the side, also became aware of Yi Yuan's expression, her expression stirring slightly. However, she did not say anything in the end. Now, all the evidence showed that progenitor imperishable was in the Sea of Evil. Furthermore, with their strength, even if there was really an ambush, they could retreat unscathed too. Regardless of whether it was Yu Tian or Wang Ning, they were all not ordinary hegemon realms. Their strength was not at all inferior to hegemon Cloudmount. There was only progenitor imperishable, this level of powerhouse, who could threaten them. The party stopped hesitating, entering the Sea of Evil. Upon entering the Sea of Evil, Yi Yuan felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In fact, even soul force was circulating somewhat sluggishly. The turbid air here seemed to have a great suppressing effect on soul bodies. Yi Yuan felt that in this place, the soul body could only unleash 70% to 80% of its strength. Even those hegemon realms were no exception either. But, unexpectedly, after entering the Sea of Evil, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. Along the way, they actually did not run into a single evil creature. With this, even Yu Tian they all felt something amiss too. Something isn't right. Wang Qian, are you sure that there's still the aura that progenitor imperishable left behind here? Yu Tian said with a frown. Wang Qian nodded his head and said, yes. After entering the Sea of Evil, progenitor's aura became even thicker. I don't even need to sense carefully anymore. Yu Tian looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing approval with Wang Qian. Indeed, the enshrouding mist origin's aura here was already very thick. It looked like this place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Otherwise, the origin aura would not be so thick. Brother Yu Tian, this place has already entered that pincer worm's sphere of influence. But I can't feel that pincer worm's aura at all. Something isn't right here, Wang Ning said, but Yu Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat ugly. Could it be that this guy really hit the mark? Judging from this situation now, it was very likely. Brother Yu Tian, we wouldn't have really been schemed against, right? North Seoul region's leader, Hegemon Wu Wen said. Yu Tian's gaze turned intent, and he spat a word out of his mouth, retreat. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. One figure after another poured out from all directions. There were as many as 100 people. Each and every one of the Nirvanic Soul clan's powerhouses, expressions changed drastically. Haha, brother Yu Tian, you finally managed to make a trip to the Sea of Evil. You're going to leave without even drinking a cup of tea. The one speaking was an enormous pincer worm. Naturally, it was this region's king. Brother Yu Tian, We haven't met for many years. Why, not saying hello? Yu Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, Bloodmourne. Your blood race actually colluded with the Abyss Rift. Bloodmourne, blood race hegemon, Yu Tian's old rival. His strength was not beneath Yu Tian. Yu Tian never expected that the blood race and Abyss Rift colluded together. This was undoubtedly massive bad news to the Nirvanic Soul clan. Bloodmourne smiled and said, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yu Tian, such a simple logic, there's no need for me to tell you, right? However, your old friends aren't just us. Brother Junyi, not coming out to say hello. Hearing this name, Yu Tian and the group of Nirvanic Soul clan hegemons all trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Hegemon Junyi, who was wearing azure-colored long robes, slowly walked out. Yu Tian's eyes had an additional trace of despair. Junyi, the Chi Soul clan and Nirvanic Soul clan belong to the same ancestry no matter what. You guys actually allied with the blood race to deal with us. Yu Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, with the blood race and Abyss joining forces, although he was surprised, he was not angry. But Junyi was the Chi Soul clan's powerful hegemon. He actually colluded with the blood race too. This made him incredibly furious. Junyi said coolly, same ancestry. Yu Tian, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Your Nirvanic Soul clan is our Chi Soul clan's dog to begin with. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one soul race, whatever Chi Soul clan doesn't exist. Imperishable, that old thing, he should have died long ago. Yu Tian's entire body trembled, and he said worriedly, you all, what the hell did you all do to progenitor Imperishable? Junyi smiled and said, although imperishable, this old thing is known as imperishable, with 3 great supreme hegemons joining hands, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin too. Moreover, this time, it's scheming against the unguarded. He should be having a very bad time now. He might already be dead. The Nirvanic Soul clan members present all sucked in a cold breath. 3 great supreme hegemons joined forces. Without a doubt, these 3 great supreme hegemons were the Abyss, hegemon Evil Dragon, the Blood Race's hegemon Bloodsong, as well as the Chi Soul clan's hegemon Heavenly Soul. These 3 people actually joined forces. These 3 great hegemons joining forces, they could practically sweep across a world. Although hegemon Imperishable was strong, under the joint forces of these 3 people, his life or death was really hard to say. An atmosphere of despair spread in the Nirvanic Soul clan. Even the hegemons suffered a huge blow to morale at this time too. Hegemon Imperishable was the Nirvanic Soul clan's strongest person and also their totem, their spiritual leader. Now, hegemon Imperishable might be dying. Their blow could be imagined. Bloodmourne smiled and said, Brother Yu Tian had better worry about yourself. In order to lure you all out, we paid a considerable price. However, as long as you all, these 5 great regions' leaders are dead, the nihility exceeding balance heaven will basically be finished. From now on, our blood race will share control of nihility exceeding balance heaven with the soul race. Yu Tian glared at Junyi and said, you all are asking a tiger for its skin. The blood race's ambitions, all the heavens know. You all are actually working with them. Junyi smiled and said, the soul race and blood race are both chaos races, the top species in all the heavens. We are of the same kind. The Chi Soul clan had always been high and mighty. They looked down on the Nirvanic Soul clan, but because of hegemon Imperishable's existence, they could not do anything to the Nirvanic Soul clan. All the way until the blood race found them, they discovered that the opportunity had arrived. Of course, the blood race naturally paid a huge price in order to join forces with the Chi Soul clan. In the Abyss Rift were of one body and 2 faces with the soul race, natural enemies. The matters of the world mutually promoted and restrained each other. And the Abyss species was the nemesis of the soul race. In this situation, the Nirvanic Soul clan had already reached the juncture of life and death survival. Chapter 2956, every word pricking the heart. From the 3 great races, 100 powerhouses were gathered all around. Just the hegemon realm powerhouses were as many as 23 people. The number was more than double that of the Nirvanic Soul clan. The rest were all origin powerhouses. In order to completely wipe out the Nirvanic Soul clan's core forces, the 3 great races really mobilized powerhouses this time. Sigh, I really regret not listening to young friend Yi's words. If I had listened to young friend Yi's words, the Nirvanic Soul clan wouldn't be in this current danger. The death of the Nirvanic Soul clan today is entirely due to this old man's muddleheadedness. Young friend Yi, this old man apologizes to you for the disrespect along the way. Our Nirvanic Soul clan shouldn't have dragged you into the water. Yu Tian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan, his face full of regret. Only now did he know that him suspecting Yi Yuan was pushing the Nirvanic Soul clan into the abyss with his own hands. Thinking up to here, he felt incredibly guilty. The other hegemons also had remorseful looks. Outside the abyss, Yi Yuan urged them time and again, but none of them believed him. Now, they were getting their just desserts. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of harming people at all. But, they projected their shortcomings onto him, harming themselves in the end. Hearing this, Bloodmourn three people all looked towards Yi Yuan, somewhat visibly moved. All of this had been arranged carefully to the extreme. In fact, even Hegemon Imperishable had fallen into the pit too. In the end, this important matter was actually almost ruined because of this inconspicuous Emperor Realm brat. The flawless plan was actually seen through by this kid. Bloodmourn's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The blood race had schemed for far too long, for the sake of this plan. If the entire plan fell through because of this kid, then the losses would really be too great. Dealings between the three great races with complicated interests and alliances, and they even had to hide from the entire Nirvanic Soul clan. The manpower and resources expended for this were simply unimaginable. This nihility exceeding balance heaven was different from Grand Brightjade complete heaven. This place was the Soul race's world. The Soul race had three great supreme hegemons who were extremely powerful. This bone was not easy to chew. Hence, they could only put up with the second best option. It was to think of a way to join forces with the other two major factions first and then eradicate the Nirvanic Soul clan. This godlike maneuver was actually completed by them. Now, when the results bore fruit, it actually almost failed. Luckily, Yu Tian, these guys were too stupid. If they believed Yi Yuan, then he would probably be hammered to death by Lord Bloodson. Sorry. Cloudneon's voice entered Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan gave her a glance, somewhat surprised. This woman actually knew how to apologize. Actually, you all don't need to despair. Progenitor Imperishable won't die. After killing your way out, the Nirvanic Soul clan is still the Nirvanic Soul clan. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bloodmourn was shocked inwardly, but he laughed loudly on the surface and said, "Kid, you just entered Emperor Cloud Heaven, and you dared to surmise the victory or defeat of supreme hegemons. Hegemon Imperishable is indeed known as imperishable and is difficult to kill. But, there's no unkillable person in this world at all. Regarding this point, Yu Tian, they all definitely know better than you. Three great supreme hegemons joining forces, it's just a matter of time that imperishable that old thing dies." The moment these words were said, the expressions of Yu Tian and the rest became even bleaker. They knew that what Bloodmourn said was right. Although Progenitor Imperishable was known as imperishable, he was not undying. He could be killed. A supreme hegemon naturally could not kill him. But three supreme hegemons, that was completely different. Evil Dragon, Bloodsong, Heavenly Soul, these three great supreme hegemons, represented the apex of three great chaos powerhouses. With them joining forces, there was no one that could not be killed. Yi Yuan gave Bloodmourn a look and said coolly, "Why are you in such a hurry to come out and defend yourself?" Guilty conscience. Bloodmourn was shocked inwardly again. What a formidable brat. Every word pricked the heart. When did such a monster appear in the Nirvanic Soul clan? Although you all are hegemon realm powerhouses, nobody understands this enshrouding mist soul physique better than me. If it was before entering the seven-colored pagoda, I'll definitely say that Progenitor Imperishable will die. But, after entering, I can tell you all that those three can't kill him. The blood race's true objective is you all. If you all, these people, die here, the Nirvanic Soul clan will really be finished. Progenitor Imperishable alone can't set off any waves." Yi Yuan said it slowly, each word like a knife, making Bloodmourn's expression change greatly. Because what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off from the blood race's plan. It was just like this plan was drawn up by him. Before this, Bloodsong had personally admitted that even if the three of them joined forces, they could not kill Hegemon Imperishable too. Hegemon Imperishable was an anomaly among hegemons. His soul physique had already been cultivated to an incomparably terrifying realm. It could virtually be said to be undying and imperishable. Therefore, the blood race's true objective was the five great soul regions' leaders. The Nirvanic Soul clan had already become extremely powerful after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Compared to the Chi Soul clan, it was much stronger. Although supreme hegemons hard to come across, powerhouses below supreme were similarly hard to come by. Not every hegemon could reach hegemon Cloudmount's level. But one Nirvanic Soul clan produced 5 of such existences. It was a very difficult bone to bite on. As long as they killed Utn, the 5 of them, the Nirvanic Soul clan would completely fall. Bloodmourne did not expect that such an elaborate plan would actually be laid bare with a single comment from an Emperor Cloud Heaven boy. However, Yuan did not finish speaking yet. He continued, from the moment they appeared, they have been using psychological attacks on you all, making you all think that progenitor imperishable will die. In addition, Sea of Evil, this battlefield is too advantageous to them. This way, they will be able to kill you all at the smallest cost. If you all are dispirited, it will fall right into their wishes. Therefore, kill your way out. Even if a single hegemon escapes, it will be a great loss to them too. A streak of bloody light lit up, flying straight for Yuan. Utn's pupils constricted, a streak of soul force flying straight for the firmament. 2 great hegemons exchanged blows in an instant. But how terrifying was the attack of hegemons! That aftershock instantly vaporized Yuan. Yuan! Utn roared angrily, glaring at Bloodmourne. He still failed to save Yuan in the end. Bloodmourne snorted coldly and said, a reckless and blind ant actually dared to talk about hegemons presumptuously. His death isn't regrettable. The Nirvanic Soul clan powerhouses were all glaring furiously. An Emperor Cloud Heaven was seriously too weak in such a battle. Even a tiny aftershock was sufficient to kill them several times over too. But, Bloodmourne's sneak attack also indirectly proved that Yuan's guesses were completely correct. Sigh, it was a shame that a peerless genius was gone. However, in the next second, misty air emerged from the ground. Gradually, it condensed into Yuan's appearance. The eyeballs of everyone present were almost popping out. How is this possible? Yuan actually didn't die. That blow earlier, forget about Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, they would turn to ashes too. His enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly completely erased under that blow. Why didn't he die? The 4 great races looked at Yuan with incredible shock, full of incredulity. Suffered a hegemon's blow and actually did not die. Chapter 2957, Great Battle Erupts, Cloudnian displays her power. Being in such a hurry to kill me, you became angry from embarrassment. Yuan looked at Bloodmourne and said with a light smile. Bloodmourne's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, you're of the imperishable soul physique. There's actually a second imperishable soul physique in this world. This is impossible. Even if it's the imperishable soul physique, you received this seat's blow. It's impossible not to die either. Yuan smiled and said, that's why I said that you all couldn't kill hegemon imperishable. Even a hegemon can't kill me, an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Progenitor imperishable's soul body is on a completely different level from me. Even if 3 great supreme hegemons join forces, so what? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the true imperishable soul physique. Even if died until not even residue remained, you could still revive. This scene made the Nirvanic Soul clan's powerhouses become invigorated at once. It was indeed as Yuan said, the enshrouding mist soul physique could not be killed. Humph, your measly deceptive trick can deceive others, but do you think that you can hide from this seat? The Nirvanic Soul clan's methods simply have no way of hiding in front of my soul race. Junyi said with a cold laugh. Yuan knew that he could not hide it. He did not plan to hide it either. Even Cloudnian could see through it. How could the hegemons from the soul race not see through it? In reality, Utn and the others had seen through it too. Yuan smiled and said, I'm not planning on hiding from anyone. I just want everyone to know how hard it is to destroy the enshrouding mist soul physique. Even if many Emperor Sakura heavens come, so what? With your strength, killing me many times, it will naturally be effortless, but so what? Can you truly kill me? Junyi gave a cold snort but did not speak. Clearly, he could not kill. Yuan continued, you can't kill me, this rookie who just entered Emperor realm. Then how powerful is Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? If the 3 great supreme hegemons are several realms stronger than him, then there's naturally no problem killing him. It's just a pity that they are the same rank. The eyes of Utn and the rest lit up. They were convinced. Honestly speaking, it was also their first time witnessing what was the true enshrouding mist soul physique. Enshrouding Mist soul physique could actually borrow the power of heaven and earth to instantly recover. Such a soul physique, how terrifying was it? No wonder progenitor imperishable had experienced countless battles but could never fall from beginning to end. They knew that back then when progenitor imperishable led the Nirvanic Soul clan to rise up, he had fought with the Chi Soul clan countless times. At that time, he was still not the invincible hegemon imperishable. But, no matter what means the Chi Soul clan used, they were unable to kill him. That was how he had this name, imperishable. Yu Tian drew a deep breath and said, "This seat understands. Everyone, listen up. No matter what grudges we had in the past, the biggest goal of all of us from the Nirvanic Soul clan today is to live. We don't fear death, but we don't treat death lightly." Wang Ning nodded and said, "East Seoul region's people, heed my order. Every person that can escape counts as one. As long as we get out of the sea of evil, they won't be able to trap us anymore." Heh, old ghost Yu Tian, didn't expect that this old man, I, will actually have a day where I join forces with you. North Seoul region's hegemon Wu Wen said, Ha, this old woman, I, have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, I've lived enough too. Today, I'll fight it out with this bunch of sons of bitches. West Seoul region's leader said. For a moment, everyone who had originally lost their wills actually soared with fighting spirit. Yi Yuan's words had already completely activated them. Bloodmorn was furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The situation that they had meticulously created was actually messed up by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat. What shocked him even more was that the Nirvanic Soul clan actually had another true enshrouding mist soul physique appear again after hegemon imperishable. Given time, this boy would soar to the sky, and then the Nirvanic Soul clan would be at the height of its power. Everyone, we can't let a single person off today. Wu Jia, you don't need to take part in the fight anymore. Kill that boy called Yi Yuan at all costs. Bloodmorn said in a solemn voice. Lu, you go too. This boy can't be kept alive. Jun Yi said with a deep gaze. The Chi Soul clan was the one that was more apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If the Nirvanic Soul clan really tided over this calamity, then it would be a grave threat to the Chi Soul clan in the future. The enshrouding mist soul physique was too terrifying. The three great races hegemon realms had a total of 23 people. The numbers were quite a few, but wanting to completely kill 10 great hegemons, the difficulty was still quite high. But even so, they still transferred 2 great hegemons to specially deal with Yi Yuan. It could be seen how much importance they attached to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell into a desperate situation at once. He naturally knew the logic that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. But this was an opportunity. First of all, if the Nirvanic Soul clan was really completely wiped out, he would have to die too. Secondly, if he could really bring the Nirvanic Soul clan out, then progenitor imperishable would owe him a huge favor. This would be of great help to him lending the purple ripple umbrella. However, what he could do was also just these. He could only hope that after pulling themselves together, Yu Tian these guys could have a few more of them survive. Cloudnian, regardless of Yi Yuan's identity, he's our Nirvanic Soul clan's benefactor. You escort him out. Yu Tian looked towards Cloudnian and instructed. Even when facing such a desperate situation, Cloudnian did not show the slightest expression either. She just nodded her head lightly. But Yi Yuan was speechless for a while. People already sent 2 hegemons to come kill me. You guys were just sending an Emperor Sakra Heaven. Yi Yuan, rest assured. Cloudnian's strength is more powerful than you imagine. She'll ensure your safety, Yu Tian said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said solemnly, have a few more survive. Yu Tian laughed loudly and said, don't you worry, the few of us old fellows aren't so easily killed. Cloudnian said coolly, and Yi Yuan rushed out with Cloudnian in spite of himself. The great battle instantly broke out. Yi Yuan only heard heaven-shocking explosion sounds coming from behind. It was as if the entire abyss was going to be blown apart. The battle of Yu Tian, this level of powerhouses, was seriously too terrifying. The aftershocks of the battle were naturally extremely terrifying. With the likes of his strength, he could only become cannon fodder. The pitiful Wang Qian turned to ashes in the instant the great battle erupted. Even if he merged with the origin, it could not save him either. Yi Yuan 2 people were not out of danger. Even if Cloudnian helped protect him from the vast majority of the force, he still felt like his soul body was going to be scattered. In front of them, there were 7 to 8 origin powerhouses that directly blocked off the 2 people's escape routes. Although origin powerhouses were inferior to hegemons, they could virtually be said to be the strongest under hegemons already. It was also that two great hegemons issued a certain kill order on Yuan. Therefore, Cloudneon this side immediately attracted considerable firepower. Dozens of firepower fired over in unison. Yuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. However, amidst the torrential storm, a white beautiful figure strolled over leisurely. A surge of origin power spread out, and Yuan's eyes went wide. Those dozens of unbelievably powerful attacks actually seemed to have grown eyes, brushing past the two of them. Amidst the violent storm, it was only to see Cloudneon point a finger. Terrifying soul force directly stabbed toward the soul race origin powerhouse that was coming head-on like a sharp sword. That origin powerhouse gave a miserable cry and directly turned to ashes. Origin powerhouses were actually not opponents that could last one exchange with her. Chapter 2958, Dream Recollection. How formidable. Yuan was stunned by Cloudneon's casual strike. Just earlier, he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly, they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell into her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone, leave this place to the two of us. You guys aren't her match. A figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul clan's hegemon realm powerhouse, Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul physique. It's said that this soul physique isn't beneath the enshrouding mist soul physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme soul canon, dream recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream Soul physique. Once these two steps into the realm of hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream Soul physique, but he was very clear about dream recollection. The soul race's three great sacred canons, divine emergence, dream recollection, and extinction, each of them was a powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these three great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, two races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor Imperishable was seriously wounded, before snatching away these three great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul clan. Dream recollection. This sacred canon, what it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams. Comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally comprehending origin. Dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These three great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul clan or the Chi Soul clan. But dream recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul physique. The Nirvanic Soul clan once had a peerless heavens chosen appear before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed. At that time, he was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul clan did not hesitate to mobilize three hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later, the Nirvanic Soul clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloudneon and said with a light smile, I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable, that old thing, he really hid you too well. Cloudneon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes and he discovered that Cloudneon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloudneon was gone. Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that? Have you forgotten what you promised hegemon Utn? In just that instant, Yuan could not perceive Cloudneon's existence anymore. Hegemon Wu Jia was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing and said, What bullshit Cloud Dream Soul physique, more like it's called, fleeing soul physique, right? Kid, since that girlie ran, you can go and die then. A streak of bloody light flashed past. Yuan felt like he was going to die. He was still too far away from hegemon realm. Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, Originally, I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What imperishable soul physique, Cloud Dream soul physique. All simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Lu smiled and said, while these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us, they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Bloodmorn they all then. That side is of the utmost priority. Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the battle of hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yu Tian were all top powerhouses among hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually smashing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in this sea of evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With three races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu's expression changed, and he said, "Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them." Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. "Brother Lu, what on earth happened?" Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking. "We fell into that girl's dream realm just now." Lu said, "Dream realm? Her? How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakra Heaven can use Dream Realm to deceive the two of us at the same time. Let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there, how can it be what she, a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven, can simulate?" Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Daoyi had a solemn expression as he said, "Half awake and half dreaming, that is when it's the hardest to distinguish. Just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too. If not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation, even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's cloud dream soul physique has probably already surpassed the Meng Lan of back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakra Heaven. If she stepped into the realm of hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too." With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakra Heaven, he actually did not detect it in the slightest. "I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong." Yi Yuan marveled. When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made two great hegemon realms unable to detect it in the least bit. Then, she brought him away from under the two of their hands unknown to gods or ghosts. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time, he succumbed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory real. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart." Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that hegemon Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloudnian previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to hegemon imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to hegemon realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength. Coupled with her powerful soul physique as well as dream recollection, no matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloudnian too. The two people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, two incredibly powerful attacks, suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloudnian's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out, Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil involuntarily. While her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Cloudnian's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still brother Lu who's formidable, seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped." Chapter 2959, Mutual Destruction. Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloudnian and said with a smile, "You didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? Lass, although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a hegemon realm powerhouse." Cloudnian had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided wish. Your Nirvanic Soul clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul race. But actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. What right do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloudnian's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him." Hegemon realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds, were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yi Yuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloudnian. Facing Cloudnian, even if Lu was an hegemon realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a hegemon under the besiegement of 3 great hegemons. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloudnian two people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified hegemon realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Sakra Heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. But right now, Cloudnian's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloudnian's expression turned cold, dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great Taos, it's born in dreams. Indeed well deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul physique. You lass actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9, 81 origins, blasting open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak hegemon. Impressive, truly impressive. But sadly, you don't have the chance, Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of Eternal Life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a massive lucky chance. By opening the Door of Eternal Life, the origin comprehended in Emperor Sakra Heaven realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the Door of Eternal Life in Emperor Sakra Heaven realm but comprehending origin as much as possible. Because after entering Hegemon realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakra Heavens comprehended was like the end of a thread. The power was not strong. But the function of the Door of Eternal Life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakra Heaven realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those like Li Clearcloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloudnian poured out dozens of origins at once. It could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. This hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins. Although in terms of quantity, he could not compare to Cloudnian this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Cloudnian bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The two people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloudnian with a look of shock, full of disbelief. He, in hegemon realm, was actually evenly matched with Cloudnian. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloudnian said in a cold voice, the strength of the Cloud Dream Soul physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul clan boasts that you are a chaos race, then how much do you understand? The two of you great hegemons, all naturally have some fear. But, if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you. Lu said in rage, I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today. Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. The hegemon-level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Yu Tian and the rest, it was also extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloudneon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloudneon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloudneon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloudneon became a hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloudneon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloudneon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. You're finally still going to die, Lu said with a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment. Because his opponent, Cloudneon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloudneon but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated in the dreamland. No way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time, he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detect it in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This cloud dream soul physique coupled with the dream recollection were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloudneon. It was just that, Cloudneon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloudneon to kill the two of them now. Chapter 2960, Failing on the Verge of Complete Success. I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons, who were seriously injured on the verge of death, and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed the two people's strength. It was also that Cloudneon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloudneon being seriously injured was real. And this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloudneon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party. All the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true, considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloudneon's dream recollection. Cloudneon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing, Cloudnean said, recalling that miraculous feeling just now. Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloudnean's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloudnean, his soul force skyrocketed too. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, they were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yuan and Cloudnean did not expect that they would actually succumb just like that. Cloudnean did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move, killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors just like that. Alright, you can go, Cloudnean said. Yuan was taken aback and said, "You want to go back?" Cloudnean nodded and said, "Lord Wang Ning's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die." Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm going to save progenitor imperishable. Do you want to come along?" Cloudnean gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, "Progenitor imperishable is being besieged by three great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too." Yuan smiled and said, "That might not be the case. If the three of them want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the seven-colored pagoda, I can feel that progenitor imperishable is very strong. Extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit." Cloudnean frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save progenitor imperishable?" Yuan said, "Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is?" "Actually, my objective is progenitor imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella." "Why?" Cloudnean was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging progenitor imperishable were three of the 33 heavens, topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yuan said coolly, "Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save progenitor imperishable. If the three great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with progenitor imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go." Cloudnean made a prompt decision. 4 hours later, several figures tore across space and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions leaders, only North Soul region's hegemon died. Although Yutien, Wang Ning, and the rest suffered serious injuries, they killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yutien down. On the one hand, it was because Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yuan two people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more damnable was that 4 hours had passed, and Wuxia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped, and he said, "Stop." Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wuxia's aura. There's also the Chi Soul clan's Lu." Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wuxia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmorn's heart. 2 great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven, and they actually all died. How is this possible? They actually all died. That hegemon cried out in alarm. 2 hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the 2 hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul clans. Wuxia two people's demise also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul clan that was caught off guard. If the three great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wu Jia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell. How is this possible? That cloud, dream soul physique is actually so strong. She's just Origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, and she could actually kill two hegemons already. Really damn it, our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmorn shook his head and said, although that lass is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia they all. Something that we don't know must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside UTN they all, one Cloud Dream Soul Physique, one Imperishable Soul Physique, these two juniors are too dangerous. The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, two great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmorn the most was still Cloudnian and Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Imperishable Soul Domain, Central Soul Region. A group of remnant troops gathered together, their expressions very heavy. Several peak hegemons all had faint soul bodies at this time, close to dissipating. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price too. North Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Wu Wen, held back three hegemons by himself in order to cover the other people's departure and died on the spot. At this time, the atmosphere in the Central Soul Region's main hall was depressed to the extreme. Old Ghost Utn still hasn't come back until now. It's likely fraught with grim possibilities. South Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Ji Zhen, said with a heavy look. Sigh, Old Ghost Wu Wen, is gone just like that. Old Ghost Utn's and progenitor Imperishable's life and death are unknown. Our Nirvanic Soul clan has really encountered a huge crisis this time. If Old Ghost Utn is dead too, then the three of us really won't know what to do. West Soul Region's old woman, Hegemon Shi Mian, was in dejection. Ancestor Wang Ning did not say a word, but his expression was similarly heavy. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure fell with a loud bang. Old Ghost Utn. When the three hegemons saw the arrival, they could not help being overjoyed. This figure that fell was precisely Hegemon Utn, who returned with heavy injuries. The current Hegemon Utn was very miserable. His soul body was incomplete. Saying that it was a remnant soul was also not overboard. Old Ghost Utn, are you alright? Hegemon Ji Zhen asked in concern. But no dismay could be seen on Hegemon Utn's face at all. Instead, he had an excited look. Ji Zhen few people exchanged glances, wondering to themselves if this old thing was beaten silly. We're already miserable until like this, and you're still in the mood to smile. I'm fine, I won't die, ha ha ha, satisfying, Utn said with a loud laugh. The three people had baffled faces, not knowing what this guy was being happy about. Old Ghost Wu Wen was already dead, and everyone sustained serious injuries. Shouldn't you be a little pessimistic? Old Ghost Utn, were you beaten silly? Our Nirvanic Soul clan suffered our greatest crisis in history. You're actually still in the mood to laugh. Shi Mian said with a livid face. Utn smiled and said, why can't your father laugh? Bloodmorn, Zheng Yi, these few damn things exhausted all of their brain power, wanting to round us up in one fell swoop. In the end, they suffered a double loss. Their casualties are even more disastrous than ours. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Those three old things expended God knows how great a price for the sake of the setup this time. Now, it has all been for naught. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Ha ha ha, ellipsis quote dot. The three people exchanged glances, feeling baffled again. They were certain that this guy was beaten silly. Enough, stop laughing, Old Ghost Wu Wen is already dead. Which eye of yours saw that their casualties are worse than ours? Shi Mian reproached. Utn chuckled and said, we had a peak hegemon die. They had one die too. But those two who hunted Yi Yuan and Cloudnian down are both dead. Tell me, does your father feel great or not? Regarding this battle, Utn was stifled badly. Three great races joined forces to deal with the Nirvanic Soul clan. It was too hidden, too despicable. It made Utn keep on holding his anger in his heart. But when he passed by the place where Wu Jia and Lu died, he felt it. But at that time, Bloodmorn was pursuing closely behind. He did not dare to stay either. But at that time, he felt frustration being given vent in his heart. Now, he escaped with his life. He could not resist anymore and burst out laughing. But when Shi Mi and 3 people heard this, they did not laugh but had doubtful faces. "You're sure that those 2 are both dead?" Wang Ning said with a frown. He also felt that Yu Tian was beaten silly. How could 2 little brats possibly kill 2 great hegemons? Yu Tian's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Do you all really take your father to be stupid? The fall of a hegemon, the origin undulation is so intense. Can your father not sense it? Those 2 have indeed died. Hey, if not for Bloodmorn, that old thing stopping to investigate back then, your father really might not have been able to escape back." With these, the 3 people were shocked. "How is this possible?" Wang Ning said. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, "Although I don't know what's going on either, it's true that those 2 hegemons are dead. Plus, with the 2 that were killed by us, they have lost a total of 4 hegemons. In this battle, we gained a huge advantage. With 2 great hegemons dying, this matter can't be concealed. News will transmit over very quickly. At that time, you guys will know." Wang Ning 3 people felt that it was too inconceivable. This kind of exterminating besiegement, it was actually their side that gained the advantage. If it was really as Yu Tian said, then they really should be laughing out loud. Before long, this great battle shook the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven. 3 great races actually joined hands to deal with the imperishable soul domain. This news was earth-shattering. But, what shocked people even more was that 3 races besieged the Nirvanic Soul Clan's hegemons, and their casualties were actually even more than the Nirvanic Soul Clan. For some time, the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven was shocked. "It's here." The aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique disappeared in this small lake. "If my guesses are correct, progenitor imperishable should have entered the lake." Yuan pointed at a lake in front and said. He and Cloudnian had been tracking all the way, arriving at this small lake after spending a month's time. This lake was situated in the Chi Soul clan's hinterland. It looked very unassuming. Cloudnian frowned and said, "You're sure? You're not lying to me. There are no traces of any battle at all here. For hegemon realms, especially the battle between supreme hegemons, their battles were absolutely heaven-shocking. If progenitor imperishable was really here, it was impossible for her not to feel it at all." Yuan smiled and said, "Your cloud dream. Soul physique is extremely formidable, but this person who laid down the camouflage, their formation Dao attainments has already reached the acme of perfection. It's very normal that you can't tell." Cloudnian was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly just an Emperor Cloud Heaven, but his cocky appearance really pissed people off. However, she really could not tell that there was any camouflage here. "You're saying that there's someone guarding here?" Cloudnian said. Yuan nodded and said, "Just one person. But with this one holding down the fort, they can probably withstand 100 by themselves. I didn't expect that a human hegemon would actually dare to be a lackey." Although Cloudnian thought otherwise, she also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. While she could not figure the situation out, she still decided to trust Yuan. Otherwise, once any accident arose, the 2 of their small lives would be finished too. "Then what should we do now?" Cloudnian said. Yuan smiled and said, "If the 2 of us join hands, so what even if it's a hegemon? You execute your dream realm and cover this lake. We'll swagger our way in." Hence, a dreamland quietly covered the lake, and the 2 people fumbled their way over quietly. Cloudnian discovered to her surprise that the trail that Yuan took was extremely strange. Sometimes, it would be forward. Other times, he would step back, going round and round, like walking through a maze. Suddenly, Cloudnian's pupils constricted. An old man was sitting quietly on the surface of the lake just like that, with his eyes shut. Hegemon powerhouse. Prior to this, she actually did not detect at all. Cloudnian knew that Yuan was right in the end. In this inconspicuous place, to let a hegemon set up a camouflage and guard the area, this place must be very fishy. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. It's actually him. This guy actually sought refuge with the blood race too. Looks like our Nirvanic Soul Clan is really surrounded by enemies on all fronts. You know him, he's the human race's hegemon Inkcloud. His strength isn't beneath that hegemon Lu. Especially in formation Dao, he has already reached the acme of perfection. Oh, actually, you don't need to be anxious either. After you enter Hegemon Realm, you can match 10 Hegemon Realms. You're standing in front of him right now. And he can't even see you. In the Dream Realm, Cloud9 and Yi Yuan were currently talking opposite of Hegemon Inkcloud, but Hegemon Inkcloud was oblivious. This Hegemon Inkcloud's strength was very strong, but Cloud9 and Yi Yuan, two people joining forces, had entrapped two great Hegemons to death. He was no big deal. Of course, if they wanted to kill Hegemon Inkcloud, it could not be done. Dreamland was born from the heart. Cloud9 being able to entrap Wuxia and Lu to death, it was by exploiting their desire to kill them, making the two people kill each other and die. Making them kill themselves on their own, that was impossible. If Hegemons were so easy to kill, then they would be worthless too. But it was also precisely because of this that even those Hegemons felt that it was inconceivable. Alright, let's go down. Hegemon Imperishable should have entered another space, and the entrance is right below this lake, Yi Yuan said. Cloud9 nodded and sank to the bottom of the lake together with Yi Yuan. The lake was not large, but it was very deep. Not long after the two people sank to the bottom of the lake, a cluster of gloomy light was very eye-catching. Clearly, this was the entrance to another space. Entering the spatial passageway, the scenery before the two people's eyes suddenly changed. A desolate slaughter. Atmosphere hit them head-on. Cloud9's and Yi Yuan's expressions changed wildly, their soul bodies virtually going to be torn to shreds by the wild gale here. What a terrifying place. This place should be an ancient battlefield. Furthermore, the origin powerhouses who died will probably have to be counted in millions. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath and said, this place was completely a savage battlefield of origin powerhouses. On the battlefield, there were utterly disorderly origins everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was as if they were still fighting. If ordinary people came here, just the chaotic origins were sufficient to reduce them to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Yuan two people's soul bodies were different from the rest. That was how they barely managed to hold out. By the side, Cloud9 suddenly said, Yi Yuan, I seem to have comprehended. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Turning around to look, he discovered that Cloud9's soul body was actually dissipating. His gaze could not help turning intent, immediately understanding something. The Cloud Dream Soul Physique and Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique was born from chaos and could transform into myriad Tao. And the Cloud Dream Soul Physique belonged to nothingness, feeling the growth of myriad Tao with Dreamland. These two great soul bodies had a natural advantage in the comprehension of origin. There were countless chaotic origins here. It was simply a paradise for gaining enlightenment on Tao to their two soul physiques. Cloud9's realm had long already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven. The origins that she gained enlightenment on had already reached as many as several dozen too. Now, this opportunity to break through arrived. However, Yi Yuan also understood that this was a lucky chance, and there was also tremendous danger. There were tens of millions of disorderly origins here. The strength of the origins was not uniform. Many similar origins had different directions of comprehension too. A single misstep and one would be lost in it. The current situation was somewhat like the Lucid Forest. It was just that this place was full of origins. Compared to the Lucid Forest, this place was much higher level. Furthermore, the Lucid Forest was actually within the scope of rules. But there were no rules here. It was completely a chaotic land. Cloud9 already entered the state of sudden epiphany virtually without needing to deliberately comprehend. Yi Yuan thought about it but still did not wake Cloud9 up. This was her lucky chance. Life and death, it was controlled by and up to her. He did not have the right to interfere. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Yuan walked forward. The further he walked, the more difficult it became for Yi Yuan to extricate himself. One origin after another seemed to drill into his own soul. That sort of temptation was simply without equal. That was the allure of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Gaining enlightenment on Tao here, he could climb to the summit and become the strongest hegemon in this world. Hegemon Imperishable might be nothing more than this too. Yi Yuan's eyes became more and more dazed. His soul body also completely transformed into the Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. The Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique already left his control, deriving all kinds of origin power on its own. Under such an environment, the temptation was simply fatal to the Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Yi Yuan discovered that his own consciousness had started to blur. Damn, my soul physique isn't strong enough yet. This place is the Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique's paradise but not my paradise. At this rate, my consciousness is going to be completely wiped out, becoming a part of these countless chaotic origins. Yuan was burning with anxiety. He was very clear that currently, he was already at the most dangerous moment. But he had no way of reversing this situation. His soul body was completely out of control. Yuan also did not expect that he would actually suddenly fall into danger. This state was like the common saying that a feeble body could not take tonics. His strength, his soul body, was simply not capable of enduring such terrifying origin power. But his soul body was still absorbing it in spite of himself. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, 4 powerful forces were entangled together. These 4 powers seemed to have already reached a delicate balance, appearing very calm. These 4 people were naturally 4 great supreme hegemons. Heh, 2 babies who haven't even reached hegemon realm actually barged into the god-bewildering battlefield. Inkcloud, that brat is really a good for nothing. Furthermore, it's actually the Cloud Dream soul physique and the real imperishable soul physique. Old ghost imperishable, with this, you have a successor. A sinister and charming voice came from the void. This void came from hegemon evil dragon of the abyss. Humph. Progenitor imperishable snorted coldly. He knew that this evil dragon was intentionally making digs at him. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. In this period of time that he was not around, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had a second imperishable soul physique appear. This was the real enshrouding mist soul physique. As a supreme hegemon, he could naturally sense it. That lass with the Cloud Dream soul physique is still alright. She might still have a slight chance of survival. But that enshrouding mist soul physique brat is somewhat overestimating his own ability. You look. His consciousness is about to dissipate right away. This place is one of the battlefields where all the heavens annihilated the labyrinth divine palace back then. The origin powerhouses who died reached as high as 1 million. The likes of him, a measly little emperor Cloud Heaven, actually dared to enter this place too. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a snicker. Old ghost imperishable, these 2 babies are clearly here to save you. Looks like this enshrouding mist soul physique still sensed the origin that you left behind. It's just that the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually sent these 2 little fellows over. I reckon that UTN, those few brats, have already died out. Do you still want to continue struggling? The one speaking was Hegemon Bloodsong. Hegemon Imperishable snorted coldly and said, the 3 of you exhausted every power of your mind, but what can you do to me? At most, the 4 of us perish together. Do you really think that my title of imperishable is called in vain? Chapter 2963, Hegemon Imperishable's Requiem. Hey, old ghost imperishable, you don't need to be unruly with us either. Your strength has indeed exceeded our imaginations, but reaching our realm, you're not willing to die just like that either, right? If you really had this determination, you also wouldn't be dawdling with us here. With regards to Hegemon Imperishable's threat, Hegemon Evil Dragon just laughed disdainfully. Although the present situation was far beyond their expectations, nobody could hide their thoughts from anyone. Reaching this level of realm, no one was a fool. Hegemon Imperishable just snorted coldly. Clearly, he had tacitly acknowledged Evil Dragon's statement. Moreover, we're not here to kill you either. As long as you're trapped here, that's enough. After those descendants of yours have died out, we can let you out too, Hegemon Bloodsong said with a laugh, looking like he had cornered Hegemon Imperishable. That kid's strength is too weak. His consciousness is already almost dissipating, Heavenly Soul said. Sure enough, Yuan's consciousness was already disorderly and confused. Once his consciousness dispersed, the soul body would be a masterless object, and one would be considered to be completely dead. It was just that Yuan's residual consciousness still had a strong reluctance. The purple ripple umbrella is already right before my eyes. I can save Lingshe right away. How can I die just like this? No way, I can't die, absolutely not. This intense unwillingness made his consciousness still remain there. Even if it was just an insignificant trace, it was like a feeble spark, stubbornly not dissipating. Saving Mu Lingshe, this breath, had already supported him until now. He was absolutely not willing to give up now. 2 hours, 4 hours. In a blink of an eye, a day passed. The 4 great hegemons all thought that Yuan was already dead for sure. But he actually held on stubbornly just like that. With this, the 4 great hegemons were shocked. The 4 of them mutually restrained each other and were bored out of their minds. Yuan and Cloudnian's arrival brought them a trace of fun. Therefore, their attention was placed on these 2 people very naturally. Compared to Cloudnian, Yuan was naturally a little more worth paying attention to. It was because he was about to die right away. This boy has such a powerful will. Like this and he's still not dead. Hegemon Evil Dragon marveled. This seat wants to see just how long this kid can last, Bloodsong said. Heavenly Soul smiled and said, it's boring too. Why don't we bet how long this boy can last? Evil Dragon laughed and said, haha, good idea. This boy's willpower is indeed very strong. This seat bets that he can last 10 days. Bloodsong also smiled and said, I'll bet 15 days. But Heavenly Soul smiled and said, there are a million origins here. This kid is like a drop of water that fell into the sea. How long more can he last? In the end, he can only be assimilated. I bet that he absolutely can't last 3 days. Old Ghost Imperishable, you're of the imperishable soul physique too. What do you think? The one who understood the imperishable soul physique best was naturally Hegemon Imperishable. Hegemon Imperishable was silent for a while and said, 3 months. The moment these words came out, the 3 great hegemons all burst out laughing. Clearly, this was a joke. Although you're of the imperishable supreme hegemon, don't treat us, these supreme hegemons, as morons either. Like this, he could last 3 months. Old Ghost Imperishable, do you feel that it's very boring now, and you're teasing the few of us? Heavenly Soul could not help laughing as he said, forget about this boy, even if it's this seat back then, under this sort of environment, I can't last a month too. You're actually saying that this boy can last 3 months. Hegemon Bloodsong laughed in spite of himself. In this place, there's not a trace of other variables. His consciousness is already close to disappearing. If he can last 3 months, this seat will pluck my head off for you to kick. Hegemon Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Hegemon Imperishable gave him a glance and said coolly, then be prepared to pluck your head off. Finished saying, he shut up and stopped talking. Regarding Yuan, this second true imperishable soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable naturally paid great attention. He seemed to have seen himself back then from Yuan. Not the imperishable soul physique, but the person. That sort of unwillingness to be outdone by others, that sort of stubborn unyieldingness, he saw it from Yuan. Back then, in order to lead the Nirvanic Soul clan to rise, he challenged the entire Chi Soul clan with his power alone. That sort of difficulty was absolutely hell level. How many times had he narrowly escaped death, how many ups and downs he relied on his astonishing willpower to pull through. But, as an enshrouding mist soul physique, he knew Yuan too well. Without something that could influence the situation, it was impossible for him to pull through. Yuan came to the wrong place. If Yuan entered at Origin Realm, this place would definitely be a paradise. But he was currently too weak. Right now, this god-bewildering battlefield was the nightmare of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Therefore, he felt that 3 months was the limit. Very soon, 3 days passed. The first to get slapped was Hegemon Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, this brat is really a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. What's the point of holding on like this? Hegemon Imperishable smiled coldly and said, hence, that's why you, this idiot, would be surpassed by this seat. Hegemon Heavenly Soul's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Imperishable, you're courting death. Hegemon Imperishable was indifferent and said coolly, is that so? If you want to perish together, bring it on. Hegemon Heavenly Soul gave a cold snort and stopped talking. When Hegemon Imperishable was a nobody, he was already a supreme hegemon. But countless years had passed, and Hegemon Imperishable's strength had already surpassed him. Got to admit, this sort of thing was very disgraceful. If not because the Chi Soul clan still had a Hegemon Samsara, they would really be completely suppressed by the Nirvanic Soul clan. It was just that Hegemon Samsara's status was transcendent, traveling the myriad worlds. He did not ask about the soul race's affairs at all. If not for this existence, Hegemon Heavenly Soul would have long been unable to suppress the Nirvanic Soul clan. 10 days later, Hegemon Evil Dragon was slapped in the face. This boy is also too monstrous, right? Does he feel that he can really go against the heavens? Evil Dragon said somewhat glumly. Later on, after 15 days, Hegemon Bloodsong was slapped too. This boy actually really survived for 15 days. Forcibly hold on like this doesn't have any meaning at all. It's absolutely impossible for him to survive. Bloodsong shook his head and said with a sigh. Time passed day by day, 15 days, 20 days, a month. 3 months were up. This time, even Hegemon Imperishable was slapped in the face too. Because Yi Yuan lasted 3 months. With this, the 4 great supreme hegemons were really shocked. Just what kind of unfulfilled wishes does this boy have? Hanging on with this one breath, is he going to hold on until heaven and earth turn old? Old ghost imperishable, looks like you've miscalculated too. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a laugh. Hegemon Imperishable let out a sigh and said, young man, give up. It's too hard for you to hold on like this. There's no meaning. Hegemon Imperishable's words carried a requiem effect, directly reaching Yi Yuan's last trace of consciousness. But he completely did not expect that his one sentence was like throwing a bunch of withered grass on the spark. Instantly, the spark reignited. Chapter 2964, Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. These hegemons were all clear that being able to hang on with one breath and not die, there must be some unfulfilled wishes. Just like mortals, when lying in a coma, if they had any unfulfilled wishes, they would refuse to shut their eyes no matter what. Hegemon Imperishable knew that the current Yi Yuan was in far too much hardship. Therefore, this requiem was to help him be free. But the one who spoke was him, Hegemon Imperishable. The perception between enshrouding mist soul physiques was completely ignited at this moment. Hegemon Imperishable's voice was hope to Yi Yuan. Actually, the current Yi Yuan already had little consciousness. But Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique was like a clap of thunder, exploding in his last strand of consciousness. What was his obsession? Wasn't it to meet Hegemon Imperishable and borrow the purple ripple umbrella? The resonance between enshrouding mist soul physiques made the Yi Yuan, who was in the chaos, instantly find the lighthouse, finding the direction home. The 4 great supreme hegemons were all struck senseless. What's going on here? Old ghost imperishable, what kind of trickery did you do? This kid actually came back to life again. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with shock all over his face. Hegemon Imperishable himself also had a stunned look and said, this Sikh didn't do anything. I just saw that he was in too much suffering, and let him be free with a requiem sound. This, I don't know what's going on either. While Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a strange look, really seeing ghosts. You helped to appease his soul. Not only was he not freed, his consciousness became increasingly stronger instead. He's starting to control the enshrouding mist soul physique. His enshrouding mist soul physique unconsciously comprehended origins in so many origins. Origin seeds have probably already been planted in his soul body. When his realm is reached, these origin seeds will take root and germinate. This was simply a massive lucky chance for him. When speaking, Hegemon Evil Dragon was even somewhat jealous. Yi Yuan's situation, if he died, everything was naturally over. But not dying, then the benefits would be unimaginable to him. The enshrouding mist soul physique was born from chaos to begin with. It was extremely sensitive to origins. Under a conscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was limited by individual talent, and the comprehension would be limited in the end. But, under an unconscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was completely comprehending origins on instinct. Finally, Yi Yuan's soul body condensed and formed again. He also felt his own soul body's chances. Inside this enshrouding mist soul physique, there seemed to be many origin powers that appeared correct but were really wrong. His realm had not reached yet. This response was very blurry. But he knew that the power of each origin was extremely precious. Origins could not be comprehended because you wanted to. For a great Tao, only by cultivating the power of rules to the realm of grand completion could one have the chance to comprehend origin. Yi Yuan's Tao was not yet perfect. He did not have too clear an understanding of these origin powers. But the enshrouding mist soul physique recorded the sensations of these origins in his body. Yi Yuan could find the direction of great Tao by following these sensations. This was equivalent to saying that each great Tao had a beacon light. To Yi Yuan, cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. I didn't expect that I actually had a blessing come to me in the disguise of misfortune. Hegemon Imperishable wanted to help me be free, but he didn't expect that it would actually let me grab the last strand of life-saving straw. The matters of the world are indeed hard to predict, Yi Yuan said ruefully. He knew how dangerous his previous state was. If it was anyone else, it would have been impossible to reawaken his consciousness too. Converging his mind, Yi Yuan did not remain anymore and continued deeper in. The surrounding origins became more and more, but it was already inconsequential to Yi Yuan. His realm was limited, and the enshrouding mist soul physique was already satiated. It was impossible to absorb more origins. Following the direction of Hegemon Imperishable's voice, Yuan chased after. Along the way, there were scenes of desolation. Clearly, the four great supreme hegemons had experienced an extremely horrifying battle. Hey, interesting. This boy really came over to find you. He came in together with that girl. It's probably for the sake of you, old ghost imperishable, right? A human brat, wonder what goal he has, Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a strange laugh. Yuan's paltry cultivation realm naturally could not deceive these supreme hegemons. Actually, as soon as he entered the god-bewildering battlefield, the four great hegemons could see through it. Therefore, with regards to Yuan's life and death, they all did not care too much, inclusive of Hegemon Imperishable. After he comes, wouldn't we know then, Hegemon Imperishable said coolly. Along the way, he did not encounter any dangers. Whatever danger was gone after the four great supreme hegemons battle too. Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and saw a blue-colored giant dragon hovering at the horizon, an enormous blood lake, and also a big and tall celestial deity. But these three were bogged down in a mass of enshrouding mist. Without a doubt, these were the four great supreme hegemons. However, Yuan saw a large purple umbrella in this region of mist. The purple-colored halo emitted by that large umbrella made the misty air shine purple. When Yuan saw it, his entire body could not help trembling. There was no doubt that it was the purple ripple umbrella. Human brat, don't tell this seat that you're here to save old ghost imperishable, Evil Dragon said with a smile that was not a smile. Having his identity be seen through, Yuan was not surprised and said with a nod, what Senior said is right. I'm here to save Hegemon Imperishable. Ha ha ha, get lost, just based on your bit of strength, it's still far lacking. Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. To the four great supreme hegemons, Yuan was just a little bug. Puff a breath of air and he would be gone. But Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Seniors, let it go. Your plan has already completely failed. The moment these words came out, the three people stiffened up noticeably. Bloodsong smiled coldly and said, a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to engage in wild talks in front of this seat. Do you not believe that this seat will exterminate you right now? I don't believe it, Yuan said coolly. Hegemon Bloodsong, if you had this ability, would you still talk rubbish with an ant like me here? Therefore, the three of you can only take a beating from me now. The title of Supreme Hegemon was indeed scary, but it would also depend on who you were scaring. It looked like these three people were seemingly joining hands to deal with Hegemon Imperishable currently. Actually, Yuan had long seen through. These four people had reached a delicate balance. Whoever broke this equilibrium, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. At this point, the only way was for the four people to pull back at the same time. Sure enough, the moment Yuan said it, the expressions of the three great hegemons became ugly to the extreme. A little bug actually dared to swagger and bluster in front of them. I really underestimated you, this brat. Pretty good eyesight, but do you think that based on your strength, you can cause any harm to us? Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Yuan nodded and said, maybe I can. Evil Dragon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha, then you come and try it, see if you can scratch your Lord Dragon's itch. You wait for a moment. Yuan nodded his head in earnest, but he cast Evil Dragon to one side and said to Hegemon Imperishable, I want to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Chapter 2965, Meathead. Evil Dragon was ticked off. He was actually being ignored. He, Hegemon Evil Dragon, was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was a hegemon powerhouse and had always been standing at the apex of all the heavens. Today, he was actually being underestimated like this by an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Wait a moment, what was called wait a moment? Could you freaking give me, this supreme hegemon, a little respect? Hegemon Imperishable was shocked too. This boy asked for the purple ripple umbrella the moment he opened his mouth. Could it be that he did not know what the purple ripple umbrella meant to him? Impudent thing. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely use the fire of Evil Dragon to burn you for 9,999 years, casting you into eternal damnation. Evil Dragon said with a furious roar. Yuan ignored him but stared at Hegemon Imperishable and said, I saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, resolving their three races, besiegement against Hegemon Utn they all. Now, I'll help you to get out and heavily wound the three of them. I wonder if these 2 favors are enough or not. Before Hegemon Imperishable spoke, Hegemon Heavenly Soul smiled coldly and said, "Little fellow, before you talk big, can you look at the target first or not? You, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, can disrupt the all-encompassing net that our 3 races joined hands to lay down. Dozens of hegemons are there. A sneeze from each person and you won't even have residue remaining. You're insulting old Ghost Imperishable's intellect by saying this." Hegemon Imperishable said coolly, "Wanting to let me believe you, you have to display your strength first. What you said is indeed too exaggerated." Indeed, what Yi Yuan said, the 4 great hegemons did not believe a word. Forget about Yi Yuan, even if an ordinary hegemon realm was standing here, they would not even believe it. A war that engulfed 4 great races, a battle that involved dozens of hegemons, how could it be what you, a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven, could influence? Hegemon Imperishable's meaning was very clear: want to make me believe, eradicate the 3 of them before talking. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, "You swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. I only need the purple ripple umbrella for 3 months. Otherwise, I can only cripple the 4 of you thoroughly, then force you to hand over the purple ripple umbrella." These words were arrogant to the extreme. In the 33 heavens, someone who dared to say such words to these 4 people up front probably had not been born yet. Yet, he, Yi Yuan, dared to say it. However, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will too. He saw through that Hegemon Imperishable was extremely vigilant toward him. This kind of existence, joy and anger were unpredictable. If he refused to hand over the purple ripple umbrella, even if he saved him, he might kill him afterward. The purple ripple umbrella was too important to Hegemon Imperishable. This item, even if it was someone closest to him, he probably would not lend it out either. The reason why he could fight 1 versus 3, while it was because the enshrouding mist soul physique was incomparably powerful, it was also because of the existence of the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that when these words were uttered, even Hegemon Imperishable jumped in fright too. "You're freaking teasing me, right? Ha ha ha, old Ghost Imperishable, I even thought that this boy was here to save you, didn't expect that he's here to kill you. Pray tell, are you scared or not?" Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Imperishable was speechless. Hegemon Heavenly Soul also laughed loudly and said, "Brat, the more you say so, the more it shows that you're talking nonsense. Are you trying to tell us how formidable you are at boasting? The few of us have been bored for a very long time. Thank you for delivering us a bit of gag. Ha ha ha, really very funny." Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Soul a glance and said with a smile, "Hegemon Heavenly Soul, right? Your old friend, Hegemon Mitn, asked me to send you his regards. But it seems like you haven't been well these few years, being suppressed firmly by Hegemon Imperishable." That stalwart celestial deity's laughter abruptly ceased at this moment. A pair of angry eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Hegemon Mitn, this was a name that humiliated him. The divine emergence that Yi Yuan cultivated was snatched away from his hands by precisely Hegemon Mitn. Back then, Hegemon Mitn crossed worlds, saying that he wanted to borrow the 3 great sacred cannons to browse. Hegemon Heavenly Soul was naturally not willing. In the end, he was beaten by Hegemon Mitn until he had to search the ground for his teeth. In the end, it was when Hegemon Samsara returned that this skirmish came to an end. However, under Hegemon Samsara's agreement, Mitn still borrowed the divine emergence among the 3 great sacred cannons to read. This matter was the humiliation of the entire Chi Soul clan. To this day, it was still an indelible humiliation in Hegemon Heavenly Soul's heart. Today, this junior actually mentioned Hegemon Mitn in front of him. This was really courting death. Similarly, supreme hegemons, the strength had a disparity too. Just like Hegemon Imperishable, he could deal with 3 great supreme hegemons with his power alone. Clearly, his strength belonged to the very strong kind among supreme hegemons. As for Hegemon Mitn, he overwhelmed the Chi Soul clan with great ease with his power alone. Yi Yuan guessed that he was probably even stronger than Hegemon Imperishable. "Didn't expect that your old man Mitn's successor. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely kill you right away," Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said lightly, "You don't have the chance. Senior Mitn told me that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was born with a powerful soul body, even stronger than the fleshy body major powers of all the heavens. But he's merely a meathead, that's all. Dealing with him, using a weaker force to deal with a greater force would do. The other three great hegemons desperately held back their laughters. In the end, they could not hold it anymore. Hegemon Heavenly Soul was furious to the extreme. Meathead, this term of address, was truly all too apartment. He was actually unable to refute. He was born from chaos, his inborn soul body was incomparably strong and could not be killed at all. But his comprehension of origin was extremely dull. The reason why he could squeeze into the ranks of Supreme Hegemon was entirely that his soul body was powerful. As for origins, he practically knew nothing about it. Although he was a soul denizen, he was simply a big fellow who trained the physical body. Of course, that also depended on who it was. To Hegemon, MITN, he could toy with him however he wanted. But Supreme Hegemons whose strength were lacking, even if they reached Supreme Hegemon, it would be hard to gain any advantage under his powerful soul body too. As for Yuan, it went even more without saying. Using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. This seat wants to see how you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, use a weaker force to overcome a greater force. Heavenly Soul said in rage. Yuan smiled and said, that's fine. You just watch. Hegemon Imperishable, are you really not lending it? Not lending, Hegemon Imperishable said without thinking. Yuan heaved a sigh and said, since that's the case, then I can only offend. Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared. The four great Supreme Hegemons were stupefied, feeling a little baffled. Ha ha ha, this boy is really interesting. Threatened us for half a day here, in the end, he slipped away, Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. Humph, if he has the ability, flee out of nihility exceeding balance heaven. Otherwise, even if this seat needs to chase him until the end of the world, I'll kill him too. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said hatefully. But Hegemon Bloodsong said, this boy didn't run, he went over to the Sea of Origin there. What does he want to do? The current Yuan plunged headfirst into the Sea of Origin, enshrouding mist soul physique fusing into the origins once more. The four great hegemons stopped laughing. They felt as if something was about to happen. Chapter 2966, Pummeling the Four Great Hegemons. Should we bury the hatchet first? I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said. Bloodsong snorted coldly and said, Heavenly Soul, are you a good-for-nothing? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven has scared you? Or is it that you got scared by Hegemon Mitn's name? Heavenly Soul's expression turned cold, and he said in anger, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, this seat will find trouble with you. Bloodsong's mouth curled, and he stopped talking. He currently needed the Chi Soul clan's alliance. However, with this disturbance, no one kept Yuan in mind. They were supreme hegemons in the end. There were really not many existences in this world that could threaten them. They also really wanted to see just what the hell Yuan was doing. In the Origin Sea, Yuan emitted a series of strange fluctuations through the enshrouding mist soul physique. This undulation was very unique. Even the four great hegemons could not sense it. But a portion of the origins in the Origin Sea started to seed little by little. These were all masterless origins without consciousness. They would not deliberately attack people and would not deliberately let people comprehend. But at this time, they actually seemed to have their consciousness be awakened, producing a resonance with Yuan's soul physique. Very soon, those origins were seemingly lit up. In this dark god-bewildering battlefield, countless stars seemed to have lit up all at once. Originally, the four great hegemons were all waiting to see Yuan's laughingstock. But now, they could not laugh anymore. At their prime, they naturally did not care about these origins. But the four of them were currently in a situation of four sides being defeated and wounded. Being attacked by so many origin energies, the consequences were not an ordinary kind of serious. What on earth is going on here? Those masterless origins are being awakened by him. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in shock. Could it be that this boy is planning to use these origins to come and attack us? This isn't possible, right? Evil Dragon said in shock. How is this possible? These masterless origins, even we can't order them about. He, a puny little enshrouding mist soul physique, can order so many origins to be used by him. This boy probably imprinted many origin seeds in the enshrouding mist soul physique and can cause an origin resonance, that's all. He wants to use this move to force old Ghost Imperishable to submit, Bloodsong still said disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense too. They immediately felt much more relieved. At this time, Hegemon Imperishable suddenly said, what he awakened doesn't seem to be all of the origins. This place is the god-bewildering battlefield. Do you guys think he will use some method to awaken all of the origins of the labyrinth divine palace powerhouses that died? The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons were shocked. If it was like this, it would be terrifying. This isn't possible, right? A measly little emperor cloud heaven, what right does he have to be able to summon the origins of the labyrinth divine palace powerhouses who died? Hegemon Bloodsong said in alarm. Although he denied it firmly, he still felt that Hegemon Imperishable's guess was very reliable. But Heavenly Soul trembled all over and said in disbelief, "Don't you all forget. Old Thing Mitn and the Labyrinth Divine Palace's Hegemon TNK are bosom friends. If he passed some secret technique to this brat, it's not impossible." Hegemon Imperishable said, "Back then, the Labyrinth Divine Palace was like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. Furthermore, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples were extremely united. It was like there was something brainwashing them. This boy might be using this secret technique. Although the origins are masterless, they were all comprehended by people, and all carry a trace of obsession from powerhouses when they were still alive. This trace of obsession is usually nothing, but if it's the Labyrinth Divine Palace. The horizons of the few great supreme hegemons were all at the peak of the heavens. Hegemon Mitn's relationship with the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret. Especially that Hegemon Heavenly Soul was sworn enemies with him, he naturally knew very very well. They guessed the whole thing very quickly. All of a sudden, countless light dots in the night sky whistled by, like a meteor shower, completely illuminating the night sky. The four great hegemons felt their hairs stand on end. "Old Ghost Imperishable, hurry up and stop!" Hegemon Heavenly Soul cried out. At this time, the Hegemon Imperishable, who had been level-headed and calm, was not calm anymore as well. His voice appeared slightly anxious as he said, "1, 2, 3, let go." The other three people were long already too impatient to wait. At virtually the same time, the four people separated. But at this time, the origin meteor shower had already arrived in front of the four people. Among the hundreds of thousands of origins that were awakened, there were even many Hegemon realm powerhouses, origins among them. How immense was the pressure! The four people brought out their strongest moves at the same time without hesitation, attempting to withstand this meteor shower. If they were at their prime, they naturally would not fear a bunch of dead people. But the four people had experienced a great battle without equal. They were all already arrows at the end of their flight. Facing such shocking power, they also felt tremendous pressure. The meteors fell, and the void exploded. A terrifying to the extreme energy undulation blew the void into smithereens. Arg, pain, so painful, Hegemon Evil Dragon cried out strangely. His powerful physical body was blasted into a blurry mess of blood and flesh. Countless meteors landed on Hegemon Heavenly Soul's head, directly blowing his head away. And Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique also became extremely thin under this kind of terrifying explosion. This meteor shower explosion belonged to an indiscriminate attack. It even disrupted the heaven and earth rules in this area of space-time. Therefore, Hegemon Imperishable's consciousness suffered heavy damage too. The most miserable was none other than Hegemon Bloodsong. Yuan fused a wisp of the purest blood origin into Hegemon level origin. Hegemon Bloodsong was also a key target of Yuan's consideration. That region of blood lake almost dissipated under this bombardment. One had to know that Hegemon Bloodsong's strength was even stronger than Lord Wang Zuo's. How could his blood lake be so easy to break? But sadly, he encountered Yuan. Yuan's origin of blood was even purer than his origin. This is the origin of chaos blood. How can you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, have this? Ah! Amidst the miserable cries, Hegemon Bloodsong's voice was filled with horror. He was all too clear where this origin of chaos blood originated from. Apart from the chaos bloodstone, nobody could possess it. Now, it actually appeared on a puny little human. How could he not be horrified? The terrifying meteor shower bombardment finally subsided after blasting this region of space-time for several hours. At this time, Yuan's figure slowly emerged. It was just that his soul body was already close to dissipating. Guiding this origin explosion, he naturally had to pay a huge price too. The price was his soul body virtually collapsing. The current Yuan was weak to the extreme once again. However, the four great supreme hegemons were even more miserable than him. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their eyes were popping out. Regarding these four great supreme hegemons, randomly call one out and the world would tremble for a long time. But here, they were actually being thrashed by a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Chapter 2967, Imperishable lowering his head, Cloudnian breaking through realm. Now, are you lending or not? Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but his words were filled with determination. How could Hegemon Imperishable still not understand? Yuan's obsession was to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. So what if I don't lend? Could it be that in your current state, you can still launch it a second time? Hegemon Imperishable said with a cold snort. Yuan did not speak, his already very faint soul body integrated into the origins once more. The second meteor shower was launched fiercely. Of course, the power this time was much worse than the previous time. The target of his attack was also not the four great hegemons but Hegemon Imperishable alone. When Hegemon Imperishable saw this scene, his scalp could not help tingling. This boy really did not want his life anymore. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yuan had not turned to ashes yet, but he was already not far away. Hegemon Imperishable was no better than him as well. Someone as powerful as him was actually in danger of turning to ashes too. Lending or not, Yuan seemingly completely could not feel that he was about to disintegrate right away and just said coolly. Brat, you're too naive. This seat's name of Imperishable isn't randomly called. At this rate, the one to die first is yourself. Hegemon Imperishable still refused to relent. Yuan did not speak, launching the third origin meteor shower. When the other three saw that Yuan was so vicious, they could not help being visibly moved too. This guy was a complete lunatic. He completely did not care about his life and death. Threaten you. If you don't agree, I'll bombard you until you agree. This boy is a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Hegemon Evil Dragon was visibly moved as he said, Humph, do you think that he can still not die like this? Bloodsong said in anger, after going out this time, just take it as today's matter never happened. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort. Four great supreme hegemons actually succumbed at the hands of an Emperor Cloud Heaven. If this were to spread, their faces would really have nowhere to put. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yuan's soul body was already almost transparent. If you did not look carefully, you could not even see it anymore. Of course, Hegemon Imperishable's soul body was also about there. Hegemon Imperishable was on the verge of perishing this time. Of course, it was not that Yuan was very formidable. It was just that he was too badly injured before. The ones who fought with him were supreme hegemons. The next time, it should be the last time. I reckon that I can't make it anymore. Just don't know whether or not you can pull through. Yuan was still expressionless as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But these words were simply humiliation to Hegemon Imperishable. He was of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yuan was similarly of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yuan roughly knew what Hegemon Imperishable's limit was. One more time, Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. But whether or not Hegemon Imperishable could pull through was really hard to say. Hegemon Imperishable's face alternated in shades of white and green. How long had it been since he had felt this feeling of humiliation? Even when facing the besiegement of three great supreme hegemons, he did not give in at all too. Regarding this battle with the three great hegemons, he was proud. Forcing three great supreme hegemons to not dare to make a move without careful consideration, this could not be done by everyone. Who knew that today, he was actually forced into such a situation by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat? Hegemon Imperishable was stubborn, he instinctively wanted to reject it. But, just as he opened his mouth, he glimpsed that the three people by the side were currently looking at him with excited faces, and he could not help but shudder. These three fellows were hoping that he and this boy would both suffer mutual destruction, right? If he really died, then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would really be finished. Even if he did not die, in his current condition, he still did not know how long it would take to recover. Okay, I promise you. When the words reached the tip of his tongue, Hegemon Imperishable changed his tone. Bloodsong three people had disappointed looks. While Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, he naturally knew about Hegemon Imperishable's pride. Therefore, he had no confidence at all in whether or not the other party would agree. Fortunately, there were still three old fellows next to them. Thank you all. Yuan felt that if it were not for the three of them, Hegemon Imperishable would rather die than to agree. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, an enormous stone door slowly emerged. Door of Eternal Life. A beautiful figure was standing in front of the Door of Eternal Life. Evil Dragon's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good." This girl actually broke through the gateway too and gained enlightenment on Tao amidst. The origins. Hegemon Bloodsong smiled lightly and said, "What are you scared of? This girl is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and she plans to use 81 origins to assault the Door of Eternal Life. This third seal is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Evil Dragon came to a realization and said, "That's true. Concerning 81 origins, the third seal is at the level of grand completion. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, those who could break through this hurdle, to this day, can be counted on one hand. Does this girlie really think that she's defying the heavens?" Around Cloudneon, dozens of origin powers were glimmering and fading indeterminately, supporting her like a fairy maiden that descended to the mortal world. On the Door of Eternal Life, the third seal seemed to be a little tighter. The more origins, the greater the difficulty of breaking through as well. These 81 origins were the limit of Emperor Sakra Heaven. The power of this third seal was also the strongest. Since ancient times, no idea how many geniuses had attempted to use 81 origin powers to break through the seal. But there were barely any who succeeded. Of course, once it succeeded, the sealed door would directly have a slight gap being pushed open, and the benefits obtained would also be unimaginable. On Cloudneon's body, an afterglow radiated brilliantly. She had started to assault Hegemon Realm. When Yuan saw this scene, he felt an upsurge of emotion too. He had heard from Hegemon Mitn before that assaulting the Door of Eternal Life with 81 origins, once it succeeded, one's strength could immediately reach the level of peak hegemons. They were not at all inferior to supreme hegemons. But it was precisely because it was difficult that once the Door of Eternal Life could not be opened, they might not be able to break through to Hegemon Realm for life. Therefore, all those who dared to take this step were outstandingly talented people. Yuan had long prepared to assault the Door of Eternal Life with 81 origins. Today, he could view it in advance. Under a strike, the third seal did not budge an inch. The power of this third seal was even more terrifying than imagined. However, Cloudneon's face did not have the slightest ripple, striking again without the slightest hesitation. One attack after another hammered on the Door of Eternal Life. But the power of the third seal clearly exceeded imagination. But Cloudneon's soul body became dimmer and dimmer because of the Door of Eternal Life's backlash force. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Evil Dragon laughed loudly and said, "Old ghost imperishable, this girl underestimated the Door of Eternal Life too much. Her strength is pretty good, but wanting to break the Door of Eternal Life, it's impossible." Heavenly Soul also smiled and said, "The Cloud Dream Soul physique is indeed powerful, but this lass is too ambitious. With 81 origins bombarding the Door of Eternal Life, does she really think that this step is so easy to take?" A hint of gloominess was also revealed in Hegemon Imperishable's eyes. He knew that Cloudneon was considered to be crippled. Yuan gave him a glance and said lightly, "She'll succeed." Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. "Boy, some things can't be done just by moving your mouth," Evil Dragon said with a sneer. His voice had yet to fade when Cloudneon's soul body suddenly vanished. The 81 origins merged into one, crashing into the Door of Eternal Life once again. A crack actually appeared in that third seal. But when Cloudneon's soul body appeared again, it was faint to the extreme. Her soul body was about to collapse. The three great hegemons' expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise, "Does this lass not want her life anymore?" Burning her soul body to assault the hurdle, it's fatal. Cloudneon's face did not show any emotion, her soul body dissipating again. This time, the crack grew a little bigger. But Cloudneon's soul body became even dimmer. The four great hegemons were shocked. Their eyes could not help looking toward Yuan. This reckless scene was so familiar. These two little fellows that barged in were both lunatics that did not want their lives. Cloudneon's soul body became fainter and fainter. However, the crack on the third seal also grew bigger and bigger. In a blink, Cloudneon's soul body already could not be seen clearly anymore. It was even more serious than Yuan. However, she still rushed towards the seal again without the slightest hesitation. The third seal opened at the sound of it. The Door of Eternal Life that would seemingly never open actually opened a tiny gap at this time. The aura of Great Tao poured out like floodwaters that broke the dam. The expressions of Evil Dragon and the other three great hegemons changed wildly. This lass actually really succeeded. To them, this was terrible news. The three of them were critically wounded. Under such circumstances, they could not even escape. Which was also to say that, Cloudneon's breakthrough was devastating to them. Cloudneon's soul body that was about to be completely destroyed actually recondensed under the scouring of this great Tao power. And her aura was also in the midst of climbing frenziedly. The 81 origins turned bright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The current Cloudneon stood there, still cold as ice, but it gave people an otherworldly feeling as if she was otherworldly. Even if it was Yuan, he was actually mesmerized from watching too. Walking lightly, Cloudneon gave Hegemon Imperishable a deep bow and said, paying respects to progenitor. Hegemon Imperishable had a relieved expression on his face. This was his trump card that he was originally planning to use to deal with the Chi Soul clan. He did not expect that at this time, she actually succeeded in breaking through, becoming a Hegemon realm powerhouse. The other three great Hegemons also did not expect that in a blink of an eye, this lass in front of them, actually became the crux that governed everyone's life and death. Hoo-hoo, Cloudneon, you didn't let this seat down. Now, kill this kid first. Hegemon Imperishable pointed at Yuan and said. This punk brought him endless humiliation. He had been invincible all his life and had never been forced to lower his head by anyone before. But he lowered his head to Yuan. Fortunately, he had not sworn the heavenly Tao oath yet. Now, he could decide Yuan's life and death with a word. Evil Dragon 3 people all had gloating expressions. They did not have a good impression of Yuan either. If not for this kid, they would have already made their getaway now. Why would they need to wait to die here? Cloudneon's gaze turned toward Yuan. The latter did not shy away either and just smiled sadly. He also did not think that Cloudneon actually broke through at the critical moment. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Cloudneon actually bowed toward Hegemon Imperishable once again and pleaded, may Cloudneon be so bold as to request progenitor to lend Yuan the purple ripple umbrella to use. What did you say? Hegemon Imperishable's gaze turned intent as he glared at Cloudneon. He could not quite believe his own ears. Cloudneon was actually making him lend the purple ripple umbrella to Yuan. Evil Dragon 3 people also opened their eyes wide. What on earth was this girl doing? Was she not old Ghost Imperishable's people? Why would she say such a thing? Cloudneon did not avoid Hegemon Imperishable's gaze in the slightest and said calmly, Yuan is just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella in order to save his beloved. Cloudneon will be by the side. Once he finishes using it, I'll take back the purple ripple umbrella. Progenitor, please show mercy. Yuan was surprised. Was this woman moved by him? But back then, she clearly did not have any expression at all. Yes, along the way, Yuan told Cloudneon the reason for borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that Cloudneon just listened to it and did not express much. She still had a cold face as per usual. But now, she actually spoke up for him at the risk of offending Hegemon Imperishable. This woman was very similar to her. Before this, Yuan felt that this woman was very cold-blooded, killing people without batting an eyelid. But now, Yuan suddenly discovered that he was wrong. This woman's coldness was only due to her nature. But her heart had a soft side. This kind of personality was simply cut from the same cloth as Mu Lingxie. The Mu Lingxie back then, how proud and cold was she, akin to a fairy maiden from heaven. But, once she fell in love with him, even if her bones were ground to dust, she would not hesitate either. Yuan did not feel that Cloudneon fell in love with him. But very clearly, she was moved by his story. Someone who went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties for the sake of his beloved, walking step by step from the mortal world to this present day. This kind of unwavering feeling, how could it not move people? Yuan guessed correctly. Cloudneon was moved by him. But what she was moved by was not the story. It was everything that he had done. Yuan held on with one breath, refusing to be annihilated, all the way until Hegemon Imperishable awakened him anew. He did not scruple to have both sides suffer mutual destruction, pressuring an overlord like Hegemon Imperishable to lower his head. Such a thing could not be falsified. Cloudneon was gaining enlightenment on Tao, but she saw everything that happened in the god-bewildering battlefield. Actually, she also did not know why she did it. Perhaps, it was at the behest of supernatural powers. Hegemon Imperishable's eyes turned icy cold, and he said in a solemn voice, if I don't agree, are you going to help him deal with this seat? Cloudneon said, Progenitor, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why is there a need? Hegemon Imperishable said in anger. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that this seat actually raised an ingrate. Take it. Scram. A large purple umbrella flew toward Cloudneon. Cloudneon reached her hand out to take it. Passing it to Yi Yuan, she said, if you're concocting any schemes, I'll kill you with my own hands. He was not interested in the purple ripple umbrella at all. What he wanted was just to be able to save Mu Lingxie. Suddenly, the power of origin blossomed from Cloudneon's body. Only to see her point at the void, Hegemon Evil Dragon directly blew into pieces and was completely annihilated along with his dragon soul. A supreme hegemon of his generation died on the spot. Following that, she pointed a finger at Bloodsong in the same manner. Bloodsong's expression changed greatly, and he roared wildly, Mother Stone, save me. Right at this time, a streak of bloody light tore across the sky, and it actually directly entered the god-bewildering battlefield. Cloudneon took several steps back in a row. Her icy cold face actually carried some shock. At that moment, Bloodsong, who was with them all, had long already disappeared. What terrifying strength. Progenitor, there's actually still such an expert in the blood race. Cloudneon said. Hegemon Imperishable's fury had long already dissipated into thin air. He also had a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, it was also his first time seeing this power. Chapter 2969 The Scent of Hope. This guy became stronger again. Looking at the blood light that receded like the tide, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hegemon Imperishable and Cloudneon both looked at him strangely, clearly rather surprised. Suddenly, the blood light seemed to have discovered something and actually stopped retreating. A pair of eyes appeared in the blood light, looking at that illusory figure Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone said, Brat, we meet again. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, you can talk. Being able to talk, it meant that it had already awakened consciousness. The last time he met the Chaos Bloodstone, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Everything could only rely on instinct. But now, this guy actually already had consciousness. This was also to say that the Chaos Bloodstone was probably not far from being born. Looks like you're very surprised. This seat is currently at the final juncture of awakening. I'll spare you this time. After this seat comes into being, the first one that I'm going to kill is you, this punk. To dare cheat a wisp of this seat's Chaos Blood origin, you're still the first one. This score must be settled. Ha ha ha, ellipsis quote dot. While talking, the blood light retreated, and everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Cloudneon, Imperishable, Heavenly Soul, three great hegemons were all looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually cheated a trace of origin from that terrifying existence. This boy was really impressive enough. Yi Yuan, before waiting for Cloudneon to open her mouth and ask, Yi Yuan said all of the information that he knew. He's the blood race's mother stone, Chaos Bloodstone. The blood race was created by him. When the three great hegemons heard, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Only then did they learn that it turns out that the 33 heavens actually gave birth to such a terrifying existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it is your Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, there's no meaning in attacking each other at all. Once the Chaos Bloodstone is born, it will probably be the entire 33 heavens, catastrophe. What appeared just now was merely a wisp of his clone. I can feel that he's much stronger than before. Furthermore, he already has consciousness and probably won't be too far away from coming into being. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look. You mean that we were all made use of by the blood race? Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a solemn voice. Otherwise, whatever chaos races are one family, how ridiculous. Hegemon Heavenly Soul, you're really a meathead. Even this kind of bullshit reason can deceive you. Yi Yuan beat him down without the slightest mercy. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said in a great rage, Brat, if you dare to say another word, this seat will immediately tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, you only dare to challenge me, this Emperor Cloud Heaven. Heavenly Soul, without Hegemon Samsara, who the hell do you think you are? If you have the ability, wait until I reach Hegemon Realm. Then let's have a fight. If I don't beat you until your soul disintegrates, my name, Yi Yuan 2 words, will be written upside down. You, Hegemon Heavenly Soul could not help choking. His biggest taboo was others mentioning this point. He was a supreme hegemon at any rate, his strength reigning supreme across the heavens. He did not want to be perceived by people that he was surviving under hegemon. Samsara's wings. But he understood in his heart that reality was like this. Being exposed by Yuan mercilessly, he felt a loss in face. Enough, heavenly soul, what Yuan said is right. The enmity between us can be put aside for the time being. Once that evil thing comes into being, regardless of whether it is the Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, we'll probably suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Furthermore, the blood race is currently running amok across the heavens, and the Chaos Bloodstone's strength is getting stronger and stronger. We have to be prepared, Hegemon Imperishable said. Humph, Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort and stopped talking. Cloudneon, you bring him, Hegemon Imperishable said. Hence, Cloudneon brought Yuan and left the god-bewildering battlefield. A month later, at Sublime Pill Sect, after a terrifying Tao tribulation, Yuan opened his eyes, light radiating everywhere. When this half of a clone returned to the original body, he directly leapt over true sovereign heaven and stepped into Emperor Realm. His door of eternal life had already been summoned. His origin divinity realm had already stepped into Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just a matter of how much divine essence to him. This happened to be very simple to Yuan. After finishing breaking through, Yuan's heart started pounding. This day finally arrived. Experiencing countless tribulations, he finally saw the hope of saving Mu Lingshe. The beauty before his eyes, Yuan took meticulous care of her. She was spotless and flawless and even preserved the appearance of being locked in ice for 10,000 miles. It was as if she was asleep. A powerful divine essence wrapped Mu Lingshe up. She was only at the lower realm's divine king realm. Her physical body could not withstand the 33 heavens, power of rules at all. Yuan looked at Mu Lingshe. The muscles on his face were twitching. Mitn said before that Mu Lingshui's divine soul might have already entered samsara. If so, it could not be called back anymore. Furthermore, because Mu Lingshe burned her divine soul back then, her divine soul had long already become uncertain. Only wisps of soul origins energy were left behind, drifting between heaven and earth. The trace of fluctuation that Yuan felt in the lower realms, it was this soul origins energy. Whether or not he could revive Mu Lingshe was still an unknown thing. The purple ripple umbrella opened, and purple light enveloped Mu Lingshui's physical body. Yuan cast the soul-gathering mystic art with endless fluster. The purple light was quiet, setting off waves of ripples. Mu Lingshui's physical body finally had a reaction. That last trace of spiritual consciousness was magnified by the purple ripple umbrella. The purple ripple umbrella was one of the soul race's supreme soul artifacts. It had a function, which was that it could feel the most fundamental soul origin in the world. It was also precisely because of this that Mitn had Yuan come and borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Everything was in order. Yuan could only slowly wait. However, his entire body was trembling by the side. He had waited for this day for far too long. He was not afraid of hardships. What he was afraid of was not being able to save Mu Lingshe. Cloudneon looked at this scene. Her icy face could not help sighing slightly. Love sickness in this world was no more than this, right? Kid, loosen up a little. You've already worked very hard. Even if you can't save her, she won't blame you too. Mitn urged. Yuan did not speak. He just stared fixedly at Mu Lingshe. 3 days. One day passed after another, and the serene light of the purple ripple umbrella had already passed through all the heavens, searching for Mu Lingshui's soul origin. But there was still no reaction. Yuan's heart became more and more flustered, virtually about to explode. He did not want it to still be all in vain after waiting for so many years. Mitn looked at this besotted child, a hint of reluctance flashing across in his heart. This child was too stubborn. On the 10th day, there was still no reaction. On the 15th day, still no reaction. Yuan's heart was already filled with despair. He virtually wanted to roar out. Finally, on the 18th day, the purple ripple umbrella had a reaction. A familiar aura came from beyond the heavens. This was the aura of soul origin. Yuan had felt it once. He knew this aura too well. At this moment, Yuan was almost jumping up in agitation. It's back. Really came back. Senior, I've finally waited for this day. When talking, Yuan had tears covering his face. Chapter 2970, We'll meet again if fated. Under the purple ripple umbrella, Mu Lingshui's soul origin was gathering around little by little. The sleeping beauty like Mu Lingshe actually had a trace of life. This made Yuan become even more wildly elated. Senior, I finally succeeded. The current Yi Yuan needed someone to share his joy. Mitn smiled and said, heaven rewards the faithful. Kid, congratulations. On Yi Yuan, he saw eternal composure. No matter how great the difficulties he faced, he could keep his cool in the face of a crisis. However, the current Yi Yuan was agitated like a child. It was still his first time seeing it. Mitn also felt deeply emotional. This boy truly had love as solid as gold. In the cultivation world, feelings were often very unreliable. People who betrayed you were often the people closest to you. Even if it was not betrayal, time would also weaken everything. But Yi Yuan was different. The longer the time, the deeper his feelings seemed to grow. A mortal world lover, but Yi Yuan could strive until today for her sake. It was truly not easy. He felt happy for Yi Yuan too. Suddenly, Mu Lingshe gave an inaudible groan. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. Taking out a heavenly pill, he sent it into Mu Lingshui's body extremely carefully. At this time, Mu Lingshe already had some consciousness and was no longer a living corpse. She could naturally cultivate. Hence, under the help of the heavenly pill, Mu Lingshui's cultivation realm increased rapidly. Half a month later, the heavenly pill was fully digested, and Mu Lingshe became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This was just a matter of lifting a hand to the current Yi Yuan. 3 months passed in a twinkle. On this day, Mu Lingshui's eyelids quivered slightly, and she actually slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan was agitated until his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He hugged Mu Lingshe and said agitatedly, Lingshe, heaven didn't let me down. You finally returned. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're really silly. You didn't even want your life anymore for me. Do you know how much my heart ached? So many years, I've always spent it in guilt. No matter how strong I became, that guilt in my heart had never disappeared before. However, everything has passed. Everything has passed now. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yi Yuan had never hugged Mu Lingshe so tightly in this life before. He was scared. He was scared that this was a dream. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so emotional, the 10,000-year ice face of Cloudnian, who was not far away, actually showed signs of thawing too. In the boundless 33 heavens, this scene was truly not often seen. But the Mu Lingshe, who was being embraced tightly by Yi Yuan, her reaction seemed a little dull. Time did not leave its mark on her face. That face was still kingdom toppling. It was just that the look in her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. No idea how long had passed either. She slowly pushed Yi Yuan away, looked at Yi Yuan, and asked with uncertainty, who are you? Yi Yuan's entire person turned stiff, and he said with unwillingness, Lingshe, I'm Ji Qingyan. Don't you recognize me anymore? Mu Lingshe frowned slightly, as if striving hard to remember, muttering under her breath, Ji Qingyan. Yi Yuan nodded his head hard and said, yes, Ji Qingyan. Qingyan Zi, you think carefully again. Back then, in the Medicine King Hall, you and I drank together under the moon. You stabbed my shoulder with a sword, forcing me to submit. Back then, Heavenly Wind Divine King wanted to make a move against me, so you hunted him down for 100,000 miles. I paid a visit to give thanks, but you shut the door and refused to meet. Yi Yuan recounted each event as if enumerating his family's valuables. But Mu Lingshe did not have the slightest reaction. She just said coolly, apologies. What you said just now, I don't have any impression at all. Yi Yuan was akin to being thunderstruck, standing transfixed on the spot. Then do you remember who you are? Yi Yuan asked unwillingly. Mu Lingshe nodded and said, Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Lingshe. This place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. My cultivation also seems to have greatly surpassed before. Yi Yuan was stupefied again. She remembered everything and only forgotten about him. Or was he the eternal pain in her heart? Mitn let out a sigh and said, looks like her soul origin wasn't fully condensed. Yi Yuan roused himself and said, then I'll cast the soul gathering technique again and condense her soul origin. It's no use. A portion of her soul origin has already entered samsara. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, you can't find it too. Cloudnian suddenly opened her mouth and said. Mitn felt somewhat sorry for Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, mortal divine souls contain 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She burned her divine soul, losing the carrier, and the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into soul origin, drifting between heaven and earth. Once a long time has passed, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will each have their own encounters. Some can even cultivate on their own and attain Tao. But, as long as they didn't enter samsara, they ultimately can't escape the purple ripple umbrella's calling. However, he did not finish saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Even the purple ripple umbrella could not find it. Then it must have entered samsara. Mu Lingshe was somewhat confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Yi Yuan had a look of dejection and still said unwillingly, even if it entered samsara, it has to be in this 33 heavens. Can't it be found? Cloudnian said coolly, the variables involved are too great. After entering samsara, it's a new life. She won't have her previous life's memories any longer, and she won't have her previous life's feelings. Even if you really find it, do you feel she'll want to fuse together with a completely different individual? Yi Yuan was silent. He did not expect that after experiencing many untold hardships, he still did not let Mu Lingshe resurrect perfectly. What Cloudnian said was right. If right now, he had a previous life standing in front of him, asking him to merge together, would he agree? That was impossible. I'm me, the only one in this world. But was he giving up just like that? He was still not willing. If it was not a complete Mu Lingshe, then what was the point of reviving her? Right at this time, Mu Lingshe moved. She slowly walked outside of the main hall. Yi Yuan was startled and said, Lingshe, where are you going? Mu Lingshe said coolly, this place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. It's a new world. I want to go and take a look. Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as he said, okay, I'll bring you. Finished saying, he was going to bring Mu Lingshe away. Stop. Mu Lingshe suddenly shouted coldly and said, I don't know who you are and what objectives you have. You don't need to put on a lovesick appearance in front of me either. Mu Lingshe, don't buy this. Now, stay further away from me. I know that you're very strong, but Mu Lingshe, would rather die than be your pet. Finished saying, Mu Lingshe turned around and left just like that. Yi Yuan was stunned, standing there at a loss on what to do. After experiencing untold hardships, what he exchanged for was such a scene. I'll go and capture her back. Cloudnian's figure moved and was about to make a move. Forget it, let her go, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Cloudnian's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, you're willing to let her leave just like this? Yi Yuan suddenly changed to a relaxed smile and said, we'll meet again if it's fated. Moreover, this is the Mu Lingshe that I know. Chapter 2971, Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Senior, what do I have to do to find Lingshe? Yi Yuan said with unwillingness. Finding Mu Lingshe, Yi Yuan finally put down a heavy burden. However, not finding the complete Mu Lingshe, he was still reluctant and kept feeling that something was missing. Mitn looked at Yi Yuan and said, across the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one person who can bring her back. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, Hegemon Samsara. Mitn nodded and said, that's right. This old thing is different from the others. He only gained enlightenment on the Tao of Samsara. But, his strength is virtually the top existence among the entire Hegemon realms. It can be described using the word unfathomable. His comprehension in the Tao of Samsara is unmatched by anyone. Although he can't control Samsara, he's walking on this path. As for how far he's walked, I don't know either. If anyone in this world can find that lass, then it can only be him. In this world, no one dared to say that they had completely grasped a Tao. With 3,000 great Taos, even if it was just grasping one Tao, one could virtually connect to the heavens. A legend circulated in the 33 heavens. Those who could completely grasp an origin could break the door of eternal life and step into the great beyond. But since time immemorial, no one had ever done it. It was because only heavenly Tao could completely grasp a Tao. Therefore, that was why people would attempt to comprehend as many origin great Taos as possible, attempting to break the door of eternal life. Between these two paths, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. But without a doubt, Hegemon Samsara was very strong until he was not far from completely grasping a Tao. When Yi Yuan heard, he said somewhat excitedly, where is he? Mitn shook his head and said with a bitter smile, nobody knows where he is. This old thing travels the heavens and myriad worlds, comprehending life, understanding samsara. Perhaps, he's currently just a mortal. Maybe, he's currently a supreme hegemon. He might be beside you and me. But no one knows where he is. If he could be found, I wouldn't have asked you to go and borrow the purple ripple umbrella either. If that old thing takes action, wanting to revive this lass. Would merely be a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and suddenly felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a smile, "Doesn't that mean that as long as I can find hegemon samsara, I can revive many people?" Mitn nodded and said, "Yes. As long as the soul origin is still around, as long as the strength didn't reach hegemon realm, he can revive them all. In the Tao of Samsara, his accomplishments are unmatched by anyone." Hegemon realm blasted open 3 seals. They already transcended samsara and were not in the 5 elements. Therefore, if a hegemon died, they would really be dead. But, as long as one did not reach hegemon realm, they would have to follow the arrangements of hegemon realm in samsara. Although hegemon samsara did not grasp samsara, to revive a few people, it was easily accomplished. Back then, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Ji Zhengyang's soul origin before. This also ignited Yi Yuan's hope. Cloudnian said coolly, "Give up on this. In these countless years, the number of times hegemon heavenly soul has met hegemon samsara can be counted on one hand. Unless he takes the initiative to show himself, nobody can find him." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He'll show up. Once the chaos bloodstone comes into being, that's the calamity of all the heavens and myriad worlds. I believe that hegemon samsara will definitely show himself. From a certain perspective, the two of them belong to the same class, both existences who have virtually reached superlative in one Tao. At that time, when the blood race plagues every heaven and myriad worlds, hegemon samsara probably won't be able to stay aloof from worldly affairs and comprehend samsara. One origin of blood, one samsara origin, they were both extremely strong great Taos. The chaos bloodstone needed the power of blood and needed the fresh blood of countless lives to corroborate his Tao. In contrast, hegemon samsara needed to comprehend the Tao of samsara amidst the ordinary. These two people could be said to be absolute opposites. Therefore, Yi Yuan judged that at that time, hegemon samsara would definitely appear. As for whether or not hegemon samsara would take action, Yi Yuan did not care. At least, there was hope, right? Cloudnian actually had nothing to say in reply and said with a snicker, "Who do you think you are? If you ask hegemon samsara to revive, he'll help you revive." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not retort. Whether hegemon samsara would agree or not, he did not know. But he would do his best. He would work hard to become strong and qualified to speak with hegemon samsara. The goals that he set for himself back then have all been achieved, no. Just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella, this was originally an impossible task, but he still did it. Although there was Cloudnian's help involved, when it came down to it, it was still Yi Yuan's own efforts. Mu Lingshe had already revived, and Yi Yuan naturally did not need the purple ripple umbrella anymore as well. He was not someone who was greedy for treasures. He returned the purple ripple umbrella very readily and came to the imperishable soul domain together with Cloudnian to thank hegemon imperishable. Hegemon imperishable was seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Seeing Yi Yuan, he naturally would not have a good attitude either. "Many thanks, Senior Imperishable, for your kindness of lending the umbrella. This Yi will bear it in mind. This Yi owes Senior Imperishable a favor. If you need anything in the future, this Yi absolutely won't refuse." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Imperishable took back the purple ripple umbrella and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that this seat needs your favor?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need it now, but not necessarily in the future. This Yi examines my own conscience and feels that once I step into the realm of hegemon in the future, my strength won't be beneath Senior's. Perhaps, Senior might really turn to me for help." Hegemon Imperishable had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you're really arrogant. Aren't you scared that this seat will smack you to death right now?" Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "Didn't Senior set up the 7-colored pagoda in order to look for the true enshrouding mist soul physique? Now, the true enshrouding mist soul physique has appeared. I'm considered half a successor of yours too. Senior probably can't bear to do it, right?" In the god-bewildering battlefield, Hegemon Imperishable was worried that Yi Yuan was hatching a sinister plot, so he was not willing to lend the umbrella. Now, he knew that Yi Yuan was only trying to save someone, and he understood that everyone had the blood race, this common enemy. So he naturally would not have killing intent anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. He did indeed want to find a successor. It was just that he did not expect that his successor was actually a human. In addition, after Hegemon Imperishable returned, he also learned that Yi Yuan had indeed saved the Nirvanic Soul clan. Although hegemon Wu Wen died, the three races, allied forces had even greater losses than them. He, hegemon imperishable, had no choice but to receive this favor too. Everyone was smart. There was naturally no need to beat around the bush when talking to. Hegemon imperishable snorted coldly and said, "Your origin divinity returning to the physical body is a waste. You should enter my Nirvanic soul clan. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this seats in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "My body is given by my parents. Yi Yuan doesn't dare to give it up easily. Moreover, what this Yi pursues isn't just soul Dao. My ambition is even greater than what senior can imagine." When hegemon imperishable heard, he flew into an even greater rage and said in a solemn voice, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My Nirvanic soul clan doesn't welcome you. Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to hegemon imperishable. After coming out, Cloudneon's gaze flickered, and she asked, "You're really not staying?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have something more important to do." Cloudneon frowned and said, "That girl has already been saved. What more important stuff do you still have?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I promised Senior Mitn that I'd send him home. Now, it's time to fulfill the promise." Chapter 2972, Heaven Qian Grade Bloodline. Void Shrine illuminating heaven, this place was the paradise of true spirits. This place was ruled by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, four chaos true spirits, whose strengths were even a level greater than the soul race. They were the earliest ancestors of the myriad worlds demon race. Although the 33 heavens were planes of the same level, there were actually differences too. Such as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was quite a bit worse compared to Nihility Exceeding Balance Heaven and Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. This could clearly be seen from the number of hegemons, as well as the quality of hegemons. Like Mitn, a powerhouse born from chaos and whose race talent was extremely powerful, he could be said to roam the heavens without adversary. And existences such as hegemon Cloudmount, although he was a top existence in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was considerably worse when looking across all the heavens. Following his horizons continuously rising, Yi Yuan also gradually understood how strong the Mitn at his prime was. The feeling of returning home is really good. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Coming out of the barrier of heavens, Mitn could not refrain from feeling vicissitudes of emotion. He had been away from home for too long. Senior is treating me too much as a stranger by saying this. All these years, you've taught me so much. Without you, there also wouldn't be the person I am today. Yi Yuan said sincerely. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link, https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr, to support us. Mitn smiled and said, "Without me, you can reach the peak all the same. You have Tao in your heart and are outstandingly talented. Maybe you can really become the first divergent cultivator to break heavenly Tao fetters and ascend to hegemon across all heavens and myriad worlds." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind. It's just that, although we've arrived at Void Shrine illuminating heaven, it's not considered returning home either. Most likely, the way back home is still rather difficult, right?" Mitn was silent. He knew that he could not hide it from Yi Yuan. An exalted supreme hegemon, a formidable existence who swept across the soul race but died in a strange land and was almost completely annihilated. Such a thing, it was unusual no matter how one looked at it. For so many years, Mitn did not speak. Yi Yuan did not speak either. But Yi Yuan guessed that this matter was probably not so simple. "Some things, I'm actually just guessing too. Everything, we'll act according to circumstances when we return to the clan," Mitn said. Seeing that Mitn was not willing to say, Yi Yuan did not ask as well. He said with a nod, "Then, what should I do now?" Mitn said, "Go to East Billow region. Heavenly Dragon Island will send the Divine Dragon Envoy to patrol East Billow region. What you need to do is to attract the Divine Dragon Envoy's attention, and have him bring you to Heavenly Dragon Island." The four divine beasts ruled a region each. The Chaos Dragon race was the ruler of this East Billow region. Major races like the Dragon race and Soul race, all had their own holy land. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the Chaos Dragon race. Legends had it that the place was the closest place to chaos, and it was also the birthplace of the dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island was in the land of extreme east in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, above the vast sea. Nobody knew just where it was. Only by obtaining the recognition of the divine dragon envoy could one be brought to Heavenly Dragon Island and become a true dragonkin. Originally, with MITN's status, returning to the island was naturally effortless. But that way, many things would not be easy to do. Therefore, Yuan wanted to enter Heavenly Dragon Island but needed the divine dragon envoy's guidance. "Where are we now?" Yuan asked. "This place should be the border between the Northern Phoenix region and East Billow region." "Not far ahead is the East Billow region," MITN said. Yuan was not long-winded either and was about to set off for East Billow region. Coincidentally, right at this moment, a ray of red light fell from the horizon. A large hole was directly smashed out in the dense forest not far away. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Thinking about it, he still went over to investigate. Upon going over to look, there was actually a fire-red phoenix lying in the large pit. This phoenix was the size of 2 humans. There were bloodstains on the body. There were no signs of life anymore. Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "There's no hope." MITN said, "No. She entered the state of annihilation and will have a nirvanic rebirth very soon. This fire phoenix's bloodline is extremely pure. She's probably a core character of the Vermilion Bird clan." Yuan said in surprise, "Like this, and she's still not dead?" MITN said, "Phoenix nirvanic rebirth, this is the innate divine ability of the Vermilion Bird clan. Each nirvanic rebirth will have tremendous benefits for them. But, it's also the most dangerous time. This fire phoenix is seriously injured and forcibly entered a nirvanic state. Once she rises from the ashes, not only will her wounds recover fully, but her strength will also improve further." Sure enough, before his voice faded, the fire phoenix started burning on her own with a bang. The blazing fire turned the surroundings into ruins. Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly retreated. This flame was too terrifying. "Since she won't die, let's go then." As he said those words, Yuan wanted to turn around and leave. "Sir, please wait." Yuan was just about to leave when a sweet female voice suddenly transmitted over. Except, this voice seemed extremely feeble. It was as if it was about to die out at any moment. Yuan was taken aback and confirmed that this voice came out of the large fire. It was the voice of the fire phoenix. That voice said, "Xianxia is being pursued by villains. I definitely can't escape the calamity when undergoing my nirvanic rebirth. I beseech Sir to lend a helping hand and save Xianxia's life. After Xianxia succeeds in my nirvanic rebirth, there will definitely be generous rewards." Yuan frowned and said, "Do you feel that this Yi is young and ignorant about worldly affairs? You're a middle emperor Cloud Heaven yourself. With your bloodline, at least there has to be an emperor vast heaven realm powerhouse to want to kill you too. What motives do you have to have me intercept here?" Yuan himself was of the dragon race bloodline. He was very clear how strong the dragon clan's core disciples were. One could say that they were virtually invincible in the same rank. This fire phoenix's identity was clearly not simple. Such an important person, the strength of the people pursuing was definitely not ordinary. This woman wanting to make him save her, she was most likely treating him as cannon fodder. Although Yuan was public-spirited and kind-hearted, he was also not a dummy who would be bored enough to seek death. This kind of murky water, he was naturally not willing to step into it. Seeing that Yuan was about to leave, that voice became anxious. "Sir has misunderstood. There's indeed powerhouses at Emperor Vast Heaven hunting me down, but they have been lured away by me using schemes previously. The ones pursuing now are just 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. As long as Sir helps me delay them for a moment, I'll be able to rise from the ashes. This drop of blood essence is tentatively a deposit. There will still be generous thanks afterward." While talking, a drop of blood essence drifted out of the flames and arrived before Yuan. A boundless aura hit him in the face. Yuan's pupils constricted. It was Heaven Qian grade blood essence. This fire phoenix's bloodline was actually so powerful. Using this drop of blood essence as the reward could be said to be generous. Postnatal bloodline, Heaven Qian grade was the pinnacle. To the true spirit clan, the breakthrough of bloodline was even harder than the breakthrough of cultivation realm. Many true spirit clan hegemon powerhouses were merely Earth Kun grade bloodline too. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was extremely rare. Of course, above Heaven Qian grade, there was an even more powerful Chaos grade bloodline. But Chaos grade bloodline could not be reached postnatal at all. Only prenatal Chaos true spirits such as MITN could possess it. Some special innate divine abilities could only be executed by chaos-grade bloodline. This was the reason why Mitn was so powerful. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Cloud Heaven, coupled with his comprehension in the origin of chaos blood, he only barely broke through Battle God grade and reached Earth Kun grade. But this Fire Phoenix was just Emperor Cloud Heaven, and her bloodline actually reached Heaven Qian grade already. It could be seen how strong her bloodline was. Chapter 2973, You Just Care About Nirvanic Rebirth. On the horizon, several figures were currently closing in at extreme speed. The blazing fire was too eye-catching. It could not be hidden at all. Yi Yuan, accept it. You're of the human race's fleshy body and confused with Phoenix divine blood. This is greatly beneficial to you. Phoenix divine blood can help you comprehend the origin of fire, letting you have the technique to rise from the ashes. The benefits are too many to enumerate. Furthermore, you have the origin of chaos blood. Comprehending bloodline power yields twice the result with half the effort. The more bloodlines, the stronger your strength will be. Mitn said. When Yi Yuan heard, he was rather moved too, reaching his hand out to grab, collecting this drop of blood essence. The human race's bloodline power was extremely weak, but their compatibility was extremely high. Many human cultivators would think of ways to collect powerful true spirit bloodlines and fuse it into their own bloodline, thus transforming into a powerhouse, which was also the bloodline martial artists that everyone was talking about. Bloodline martial artists were often not regarded highly by people. The majority of them were not strong either. But that was because high-ranking true spirit bloodline was too difficult to come across. Those who possessed high-ranking true spirit bloodline were all true spirit clans' powerful existences or descendants. How could it be so easy to obtain? Heaven Qian grade true spirit bloodline was even what human powerhouses tried their utmost to obtain even in their sleep. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the blood essence, Feng Qingshan finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yuan was the last strand of straw to clutch at. She had no choice now but to place her hopes on Yi Yuan, letting him persevere for a while longer. Deal. I'll help protect you, but if Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses appear, I'll leave. Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Many thanks, sir. Feng Qingshan said feebly. At the same time, she sneered coldly in her heart. If a Vermilion Bird clan's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse came, did you think that you could leave? If not because she was at the end of her rope, why would this young lady waste a drop of blood essence to beg a piece of trash such as yourself to help? She only hoped that this boy would not be too useless and could last a little longer. As long as the Nirvanic rebirth this time succeeded, my strength would directly reach grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if Feng Kaihua that old spinster came, I won't be scared too. She did not care about Yi Yuan's life and death at all. In Feng Qingshan's view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. There were not just these 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens hunting her down. Once she entered the Nirvanic rebirth state, those pursuers would swarm over. At that time, there would even more many Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, even Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven existences that would appear. How could this human boy possibly survive? Yi Yuan naturally did not know what Feng Qingshan had in mind. And already met with those 5 Emperor Cloud Heavens. The Fire Phoenix clan is conducting business. Get lost if you don't want to die, boy. From afar, the handsome youth in front roared. These 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses all looked human. But the Phoenix clan bloodline in their body was very powerful. Of course, it was much worse compared to Feng Qingshan. Apologies, this Yi has to try my best to do what was entrusted to me. The few of you had better not go over, Yi Yuan blocked the way and said. Among these 5 people, 4 were Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, and 1 was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was seriously not enough for Yi Yuan to look at. His goal was the Fire Phoenix blood essence. He did not want to kill people. He did not want to kill people, but these few people clearly did not plan on letting him off. The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, looks like this boy is bewitched by that little slut. To actually stand up for her recklessly and blindly. Ha ha ha, this boy just came out to the real world, right? He probably doesn't know what kind of existence my Fire Phoenix clan is. Kid, that little slut is undergoing Nirvanic rebirth and deliberately made you come over to court death. If you're sensible, hurry up and get out of here. The 5 people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all. A mere human ant, they could kill him with a wave of their hands. In the same cultivation realm, the Fire Phoenix clan's bloodline advantage was too great. Yi Yuan could feel that these few had already reached battle spirit ranked chaos bloodline. Placed in the Fire Phoenix clan, they were considered youth talents too. It was just that, to Yi Yuan, it was completely inadequate. Seeing that Yi Yuan was unmoved, the handsome youth snorted coldly and said, "Kid, you're courting death yourself, then I'll send you off. Feng Ying, go and kill him." Next to him, the youth called Feng Ying had a disdainful look, and his hand started to form seals. Fire Luo Sacred Seal. The surging flare directly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan did not even dodge and was swallowed up by the large fire. Feng Ying smiled coldly and said, "Mantis trying to stop a cart." The handsome youth could not even be bothered to look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Come on, that little wench is undergoing nirvanic rebirth. It's precisely a good chance to kill her. Killing her, we'll have made great contributions." The 5 people were just about to move when the flare dissipated. Yi Yuan was standing there without moving like he was completely fine. The handsome youth jumped in fright, his eyes full of incredulity. Are you a human or ghost?" The handsome youth cried out in alarm. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The few of you are too weak. This Yi can't be bothered to make a move. It's better to leave." When the handsome youth heard that, he felt great humiliation. In this void shrine illuminating heaven, apart from the 4 symbols family clans, who dared to speak to them like this? A human actually said that they were too weak. This was the greatest humiliation. The handsome youth's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Attack together. Kill this punk." In an instant, 5 fire phoenixes suddenly appeared, carrying a terrifying bloodline aura. The 5 people cut across the sky, charging over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "People should have self-awareness. You all are so weak, don't you know it?" Done talking, Yi Yuan threw a punch out lightly. The void trembled, the 5 fire phoenixes were directly blasted flying. The handsome youth somersaulted dozens of times in the air before barely managing to stabilize his figure. The 5 people looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. "Leave." The handsome youth fled at a splitting pace without even turning his head back. Feng Qingshan's consciousness had not completely entered the state of annihilation yet. Seeing this scene, she could not help saying anxiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill them?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I have no grudges nor enmity with them. Why should I kill them?" Feng Qingshan felt like she was going crazy and said anxiously, "Sir, there are still Fire Phoenix clan members in the vicinity. You let them leave, they will definitely get reinforcements." Yi Yuan still said calmly, "It doesn't matter." Feng Qingshan's heart was burning with anxiety. She actually found an idiot. She was also very surprised that Yi Yuan was so strong. But she did not think that this kid was simply a complete and utter fool. This boy clearly did not have any real-world experience, to actually be so benevolent to the enemy. Yi Yuan looked at the burning Feng Qingshan and said coolly, "You just care about your nirvanic rebirth. As long as an emperor vast heaven doesn't come, I won't leave." Feng Qingshan could not hold back and wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse, but she did not dare. If Yi Yuan left, she would really have no hope. But how could she let this moron understand that he did something that was foolish to the extreme? Was this a problem of you leaving or not? Originally, those people could not immediately find her position by sensing. But now, with those few fellows leading the way, they could find her in no time. Following that, you would be facing dozens of Emperor Realm pursuers. Do you know that you're courting death or not? Feng Qingshan was burning with anxiety, but she also did not know how to persuade this overweeningly arrogant idiot. She was going crazy. Chapter 2974, Fusing Bloodlines. "Sir, this isn't a problem of leaving or not. In order to hunt me down, the Fire Phoenix clan sent out more than 10 Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses this time. Among them, there are even 3 Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heavens. You lure them all over like this. Sir, you can still make it in time if you chase after to kill them now." Feng Qingshan forcefully endured the fury in her heart and urged with earnest words and the best intentions. Yi Yuan just responded lightly and started to sit cross-legged. The phoenix blood essence appeared in front of him. When Feng Qingshan saw this scene, she nearly went crazy. "Sir, refining phoenix blood essence isn't the work of a single day. Furthermore, it's very dangerous. You should find a quiet place and enter closed seclusion to refine it." Feng Qingshan urged once again. "Oh." Yi Yuan responded indifferently again and still did whatever he wanted to. Feng Qingshan felt that she was about to collapse. Just what kind of moron did she bump into? Can't he understand human speech? Refining like this, you'll die. If you die, who'll protect me? 4x. Feng Qingshan's heart was raging with profanities. With this young lady's gentle personality, I'm almost angered until insanity by your idiocy. The nirvanic rebirth fire suddenly started to tremble violently and actually showed signs of exploding. Yuan gave a glance and said coolly, you'd better focus on your nirvanic rebirth. You'll die like this. Feng Qingshan was speechless. Nirvanic rebirth would not necessarily succeed. In reality, this process was very dangerous. One might directly die in the process of nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingshan's emotions were extremely volatile right now. On Google, it was very easy to fail the nirvanic rebirth. Feng Qingshan virtually wanted to rampage. Wasn't this caused by you? Seeing before courting death, but never seen before someone who courted death so limitlessly like you. Were you sent by heaven to save me or sent to screw me over? Feng Qingshan wanted to cry. However, she also understood that at this rate, the nirvanic rebirth would definitely fail. She could only forcefully converge her mind and focus on the nirvanic rebirth. Meanwhile, at this time, Yuan had already started fusing the phoenix blood essence. When Feng Qingshan saw this scene, she nearly lost control of her mind again. But in the next moment, she was shocked. Fusing blood essence was equivalent to letting all the blood in the body be reborn anew. It was a very dangerous and also very painful thing. Especially phoenix blood essence, it contained the meaning of narrowly escaped death. The process of the fusion was practically a narrow shave from death, overwhelming to the extent where one wished that they were dead. However, Yuan was completely fine. It was as if he was still somewhat recollecting the aftertaste endlessly. Roughly 15 minutes later, Yuan slowly got up, the phoenix bloodline power in his body gushing out. Feng Qingshan was akin to being struck by lightning and said in great shock, this, he succeeded in fusing. My blood essence is Heaven Qian grade blood essence. An incomprehensible feeling of setback arose spontaneously. She suddenly had some doubts, was her own bloodline very trashy or not? Why did Yuan fuse with it so easily? How could she know that Yuan had obtained the origin of chaos blood? Fusing bloodlines was as easy as turning his hand over to him. If it were not for the origin of blood, Yuan naturally would not have been so relaxed. But the origin of chaos blood was the source of bloodline in the world. No matter what bloodline you were, it could not escape this domain. Myriad blood under the heavens, all returned to the origin. Under the control of the origin of blood, Yuan did not face too many difficulties in fusing the phoenix bloodline and would not have much risk too. Another dragon roar transmitted out, and azure dragon bloodline power emerged from Yuan's body. Yuan's overwhelming aura rose to the peak in an instant. A dragon and a phoenix, two phantoms, appeared behind Yuan. A dragon and a phoenix were contending. It was a wonderful and mighty panorama. At this moment, Yuan directly broke the fetters of cultivation realm and broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Tao Tribulation arrived in response. But the current Yuan, his aura was powerful to the extreme, and his strength was also fearsome to the extreme. Although Tao Tribulation was strong, it could no longer do anything to him. Presently, Yuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he already far surpassed the power of heavenly punishment Tao Tribulation. So the current heavenly punishment Tao Tribulation virtually had no more threat to him anymore. Feng Qingshan currently had an impulse to jump out of the nirvanic rebirth. Where did this punk appear from? He was a divergent cultivator. This guy's strength actually completely outmatched Tao Tribulation. Was this still called divergent cultivator? Divergent cultivators were strong to begin with, but this boy was even stronger than divergent cultivators. Perhaps, this kid can really do it, right? With the final strand of consciousness, Feng Qingshan completely returned to annihilation. More than 10 figures approached from afar, arriving in an instant. The one in the lead had unparalleled beauty. It was just that there was an additional trace of brutal aura between her brows, ruining her peerlessly beautiful looks. This woman's imposing momentum surged to the sky. She had shockingly already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, in terms of bloodline power, she had reached Earth Kun Grade 2. Clearly, she was a core disciple of the Fire Phoenix clan too. Bloodline power reaching Earth Grade rank, they were not some random Tom, Dick, Harry, anymore. In the future, there was a possibility of stepping into the hegemon realm. Of course, it was just a possibility. Feng Ninasong had a cold appearance. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was barring the way in front, she said coldly, "Punk, I'll give you a chance. Get in front of this young lady and kneel down. I'll spare your life." Feng Ninasong had a high and mighty appearance. It was as if Yi Yuan was a speck of dust. Yi Yuan ignored her but looked towards the handsome youth and said, "Just now, I spared your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Must you come and die?" The handsome youth smiled coldly and said, "Come and die? You probably don't know who Lord Ninasong is, right? Among the Fire Phoenix Junior generation, Lord Ninasong's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 5. Boy, you dare to offend our Fire Phoenix clan. You're dead for sure." Honestly speaking, he was very surprised that Yi Yuan broke through to Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven in the blink of an eye. But, at the thought that there was Lord Ninasong around, his heart calmed down. Could a mere Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven overturn the heavens? Beside Feng Ninasong, an Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven said, "Kid, Lord Ninasong is ordering you to come over and kneel down. Didn't you hear it?" Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "This Yi is just trying my best to do what was entrusted by others. You guys, don't force me." Feng Ninasong's expression was cold, and she said, "Looks like you're treating this young lady's words as water rolling off a duck's back. Feng Ning, break his 4 limbs and carry me in front of me to kneel down. To dare stand up for that little wench, it won't be so easy even if he wants to die." Feng Ning was that Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven who spoke just now. This was her guard. Her strength could not be underestimated. She was more than a level stronger than the handsome youth. "I obey." Feng Ning laughed coldly and attacked fiercely. Heavenly Phoenix God Exterminating Fist. A punch struck, carrying the divine might of the phoenix, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan appeared extremely insignificant under this punch. Yi Yuan did not move. Instead, he sized this punch up with interest. The bloodline power in his body started to seethe. When Feng Ninasong saw this scene, her pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Human ant, to actually dare secretly fuse with my vermilion bird bloodline. Death sentence. Also, that little wench actually dared to give blood essence to a human without permission. She can't clear her name this time." A punch landed, and Yi Yuan waved his hand lightly. The Phoenix Phantom immediately collapsed. This horrifying punch was casually resolved by Yi Yuan. Chapter 2975, Phoenix 9 Ensembles. How can this be? The Heavenly Phoenix God Exterminating Fist was actually blocked so easily. Feng Ning's strength is extremely strong among her peers. He actually doesn't even need to make a move. Even if he absorbed that little wench's blood essence, he shouldn't be so strong either, right? The Phoenix race's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all shocked by Yi Yuan's effortless force. They naturally knew about bloodline martial artists, but no matter how strong bloodline martial artists were, it was also impossible to unleash the power of bloodline fully. Otherwise, what was the true spirit race for? Although Feng Qingshan's bloodline was Heaven Qian rank, after Yi Yuan fused with it, he could at the very most unleash the power of Battle God grade. But Feng Ning's bloodline was proper peak Battle God grade. It was even a minor realm higher than Yi Yuan. No matter what, Yi Yuan should not be so relaxed too. But, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was too appalling. Currently, Yi Yuan was just involuntarily emitting the aura of the Phoenix race. His bloodline power was not displayed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. You should have a taste of my Heavenly Phoenix God Exterminating Fist too." Finished saying, the Phoenix bloodline in his body erupted. Earth Kun grade. A human actually reached Earth Kun grade. How is this possible? I can just find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. What a strong bloodline aura. I'm so envious. When the Phoenix clan powerhouses saw this scene, they virtually wanted to cry. A human's Phoenix bloodline was actually same level with Feng Ninasong. The improvement of bloodline power was too difficult. These people, were only left with envy and jealousy. It was not that Yi Yuan intentionally held back. But, if he erupted with Heaven Qian grade bloodline, Feng Ning probably could not have even withstood a single move and would definitely have died on the spot. Yi Yuan naturally did not mind killing people. But, regarding this situation today, he was an outsider to begin with. As for who was right between Feng Qingshan and Feng Ninasong, he did not know. This kind of internal clan power struggle, it was hard to say who was right or wrong. The reason why he was guarding here was merely because it was a transaction. Yi Yuan had his own principles when doing things, so he did not want to kill people. Otherwise, these people in front of him would have long died. It was impossible for Feng Ninasong to be his match too. In the next moment, Yi Yuan threw a punch out. It was amazingly indeed the heavenly phoenix god exterminating fist that Feng Ning executed just now. Feng Ning's pupils constricted, her mind in great shock. Heavenly phoenix god exterminating fist was the Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. How did this guy know? Furthermore, the power was even so strong. Feng Ning vomited fresh blood wildly, her figure flying several tens of thousands of feet out, all the bones in her body broken, looking extremely miserable. However, her little life was spared. The scene was somewhat wrong. Originally thought that exterminating this human was just a matter of lifting a hand. Who knew that this kid did monstrous things time and again and was actually so troublesome? Feng Ninasong's expression was already frosty to the extreme as she said in a solemn voice, "Not only did you dare to secretly fuse with Phoenix blood essence, you even dared to secretly learn my Fire Phoenix clan's secret technique. Today, this young lady will sentence you to death in the name of the Fire Phoenix clan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss, withdraw. I really don't want to kill people. After that miss succeeds in her nirvanic rebirth, I'll leave. At that time, I won't mind if you all pursue her again." Feng Ninasong smiled coldly and said, "It's too late to only beg for your life now." Yi Yuan was stupefied. Was this young lady misunderstanding something? I was clearly warning. How did it become begging for my life when it reached you? However, Feng Ninasong was no longer listening to his explanations. The peak Earth Kun grade bloodline in her body erupted, directly displaying her Fire Phoenix original form. Got to admit, Feng Ninasong was very strong. Compared to Feng Ning, she was quite a lot stronger. Her strength was not in cultivation realm but an all-round powerful. This was the strength bestowed by bloodline. It was not without reason that the Chaos True Spirit lineage could stand at the apex of all the heavens. It's the Phoenix 9 ensembles. Looks like Lord Ninasong is genuinely enraged. That boy is dead for sure. Hey, my Fire Phoenix clan's Phoenix 9 ensembles, only Earth Kun grade bloodline can barely manage to execute the powerful secret techniques. I want to see how this boy blocks. Feng Ning said in anger. Phoenix 9 ensembles, each ensemble is life and death. Nobody can rival this move. A strange phoenix cry sounded out. Feng Ninasong soared in the sky, circling around indeterminately. Yi Yuan looked at this scene without moving his gaze. The origin of blood in his body worked in concert with the Phoenix bloodline, continuously analyzing this move. He also felt the power of this move. This move was even stronger than the dragon race's 9 heavens dragon transformation fist. It was the true core secret technique of the Vermilion Bird clan. Coupled with the origin of blood, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that bloodline fluctuations of Feng Ninasong. Observing the actions, understanding the meaning, Feng Ninasong's move did not have too many secrets in front of Yi Yuan. Boy, prepare to die. Feng Ninasong cried out, swooping down. At this moment, the earth seemed to be burning. The air became very red under the influence of the Phoenix 9 ensembles. And right at this moment, a phoenix phantom condensed and formed behind Yi Yuan, akin to the original body descending. However, it was a heavenly phoenix god exterminating fist again. Heaven Qian grade. My god, how is this possible? It turns out that he even concealed his bloodline power. He actually reached Heaven Qian grade bloodline already. Fuck me, even a human can reach Heaven Qian grade bloodline, then what is our Fire Phoenix clan for? Feeling the bloodline power that erupted on Yi Yuan's body, these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. This human's bloodline power flung them 10 streets behind. Without a doubt, what Yi Yuan fused with was Feng Qingxian's blood essence. But even so, how could a human possibly fuse with it 100%? Just as everyone was in shock, 2 phoenix phantoms collided together. Feng Ninasong was shaken off, but Yi Yuan was directly blasted several thousand feet flying. When he stabilized his figure, a trace of fresh blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was already injured. Feng Ninasong's heart shook wildly. This boy actually perfectly fused with the Phoenix blood essence. And he relied on the might of the bloodline power to forcibly withstand the Phoenix 9 ensembles. The pride in Feng Ninasong's was being ravaged mercilessly. Lord Ninasong is mighty. This boy dared to fuse with Phoenix blood essence. Exterminate him. This kid has exhausted all his tricks. Let him feel the wrath of our Fire Phoenix clan. Feng Ninasong winning, the envious and jealous Fire Phoenix powerhouses danced with joy. So what if bloodline was strong? Your cultivation realm was low. Boy, do you know that you've committed my Fire Phoenix clan's taboo? Today, you'll definitely die. Feng Ninasong said coldly. She was jealous too. Her bloodline power had already reached the limit and could not be improved anymore. But this human punk actually perfectly fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Where would she, this Fire Phoenix clan's proud heavens chosen, put her face? In the next second, the Phoenix 9 ensemble started again. Yi Yuan was injured again. 3 attacks in a row, each stronger than the last. Yi Yuan responded to them with the Heavenly Phoenix God Exterminating Fist. But, after the third time, Feng Ninasong's moves underwent samsara, executing the first ensemble. Yi Yuan knew that this Feng Ninasong only knew or could only display 3 ensembles. Chapter 2976, Persuade to Surrender. With Yi Yuan getting injured repeatedly, Feng Ninasong held great advantage. She laughed shrilly and said, "Kid, do you think that by fusing bloodline, you can be arrogant in front of my Fire Phoenix clan? You're still lacking." Yi Yuan was somewhat speechless. This woman looked very proud of herself. It was just that, did she not realize that he only used one move from the start till the end? Furthermore, it was even the Fire Phoenix clan's move. He shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "It's just these 3 moves back and forth. It looks like you only know these 3 moves in this Phoenix 9 ensembles." Feng Ninasong's expression changed, and she said with a cold smile, "3 moves is enough to kill you." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Killing people at the drop of the hat, do you really take this Yi to be easy to bully? Although I don't want to kill people today, I'll have to leave you with a bit of a lesson too." While talking, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline in Yi Yuan's body surged. Behind him, the Phoenix Phantom turned corporeal, flying towards the void and circling indeterminately. This scene was shockingly the first ensemble of the Phoenix 9 ensembles. The expressions of all the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed. Phoenix 9 ensembles. How is this possible? This is my Fire Phoenix clan's undisclosed secret. Only core members can learn it. Where did this boy learn it from? Previously, he had been using the Heavenly Phoenix God Exterminating Fist all along. Now, he learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles too. Could it be that he learned it on the spot? How is this possible? The Phoenix 9 ensembles has a certain bloodline fluctuation. Without the secret technique imparting, it's simply impossible to learn it. Even if it's Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's impossible too. Feng Ninasong was extremely shocked in her heart. It was because she felt that Yi Yuan might have very likely secretly learned her Phoenix 9 ensembles. Judging from the time, this boy had only come into contact with Feng Qingshan, that wench, for a short time. That wench did not have the time to impart Yi Yuan such a consummate skill. Then, it could only have been that he secretly learned it. Learning her secret technique now, this was also too heaven-defying, right? Furthermore, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, under the augmentation of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, the power was even more frightening than her Phoenix 9 ensembles. A light cry, the Phoenix Phantom directly fell, colliding together with Feng Ninasong's third ensemble. Feng Ninasong's body was like a kite with a broken string, directly being thrown tens of thousands of feet away. The expressions of the Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses changed greatly, and they hurried over and discovered that Feng Ninasong's wings were currently flapping, but she could no longer move. First ensemble versus the third ensemble, he actually beat Feng Ninasong until like this. Just how strong was this guy? Quickly run. This guy is too strong. The group of Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses displayed their movement techniques and were about to flee. But right at this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Did I let you guys leave?" Everyone who was currently scattering in all directions seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, instantly turning stiff where they stood. Even Feng Ninasong was defeated. How could they be Yi Yuan's match? Running away at this time was equivalent to seeking death. Previously, Yi Yuan said that he did not want to kill people. They just treated it as a joke. But now, they did not think so anymore. Yi Yuan looked at everyone and said coolly, "I know that you guys still have Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses pursuing her. Therefore, for safety's sake, you all had better stay behind for the time being. After her nirvanic rebirth succeeds, I'll naturally let you all leave." Feng Ninasong recovered to her human body, her complexion deathly pale as she said, Is this true?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Would I need to be so long-winded if I wanted to kill you all?" However, if I discover that you guys secretly tipped them off, don't blame me for not being courteous. These true spirit powerhouses naturally had their own unique means of communication. However, Yuan did not care. With MITN this major power around, these people's paltry tricks could not be concealed. He had already given them a chance. Whether or not they knew how to cherish it would depend on them. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. If Yuan wanted to kill people, none of them could escape. Hence, the Fire Phoenix clan pursuers became Yuan's captives. He's actually not killing us. Looks like he's really not in a clique with that wench. Feng Ning said. Feng Ninasong shot her a glare. The latter's neck shrunk, and she immediately shut up. However, Feng Ninasong suddenly said, "What you said is right." He kept saying that he was trying his best to do what was entrusted by others. Most likely, that wench used Phoenix blood essence to bribe him. Feng Ning's eyeballs moved and said, "Then are we." Feng Ninasong immediately understood and said with a nod, "Help me over." Yuan took them in as captives. Then he continued studying the Phoenix bloodline not far from the Nirvanic rebirth area. The more he studied, the more Yuan felt the power of the Phoenix bloodline. Feng Ning helped Feng Ninasong over. Feng Ninasong looked at Yuan, her expression complicated. Today, her Fire Phoenix lineage's pride was completely trampled underfoot by this young man. She could feel that there were many secrets on this young man. Becoming a captive made Feng Ninasong calm down instead. Feng Ninasong was not a fool. Just by relying on a Heaven Qian grade bloodline, one absolutely could not reach Yuan's level. In the Fire Phoenix clan, the Heaven Qian grade bloodline was not Feng Qingshan alone. But, nobody had Yuan's ability to perfectly replicate the other party's moves just by relying on the opponent's bloodline undulation. If this kid could deal a counterblow, Feng Qingshan, that wench would definitely die. Sir, previously, it was all Ninasong who was too rash. This younger sister apologizes to you here. Feng Ninasong bowed slightly, her words full of respect. Feng Ning was somewhat surprised. The proud Feng Ninasong would actually lower her head. Yuan said coolly, "If you want to persuade me to deal a counterblow, sorry then. Stop making futile efforts." Feng Ninasong was taken aback, thinking to herself, "What a clever kid." The moment she opened her mouth, he guessed her intentions. However, she still did not give up and said, "Sir, Feng Qingshan is my Fire Phoenix clan's wanted criminal. We came to capture her in the name of the clan. As long as Sir can take action, my Fire Phoenix clan will definitely remember Sir's kindness of lending your assistance." Since Yuan was so smart, he would definitely know how great the Fire Phoenix clan's favor was. In this void shrine illuminating heaven, one really could not find more than a few that are greater than the Fire Phoenix clan's favor. Of course, this was also talking nonsense. She could not represent the Fire Phoenix clan. Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her, looking until the latter felt goosebumps. Feng Ninasong secretly sighed in her heart. This kid was too smart. Sir should be very interested in the Phoenix 9 ensembles, right? As long as Sir is willing to take action, I'm willing to offer the Phoenix 9 ensembles up with both hands. Apart from the Phoenix 9 ensembles, Ninasong still has two secret techniques with power that are not at all inferior to the Phoenix 9 ensembles. They can all be given. Either way, Sir has already fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Feng Qingshan is already of little use to you. Feng Ninasong guided skillfully and patiently. Yuan still looked at Feng Ninasong and said with a smile, "I said that I'm trying to do my best what was entrusted by others. If it was just for the sake of Phoenix blood essence, why would I need to sit in boredom here? Stop making futile efforts. This Yi has my own principles when doing things. Please go back." Feng Ninasong felt angry. This punk was simply impervious to reason. But right at this time, a fire phoenix shot to the sky, soaring above the 9 heavens. That kind of power was as if a sovereign descending upon the world, being incomparably majestic. Feng Qingshan succeeded in the nirvanic rebirth. Ha ha ha, Feng Ninasong, didn't expect that I'd succeed in my nirvanic rebirth, right? Prepare to die. Above the void, Feng Ninasong laughed charmingly. Chapter 2977, Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity. The current Feng Qingshan was like the noonday sun and actually reached half-step Emperor vast heaven in one stroke. The success of the nirvanic rebirth this time had far exceeded imagination. It was just that the people present were all struck senseless. This woman clearly had not figured the situation out yet. Sure enough, she discovered that something was wrong very quickly and said, why are you injured? Following that, she noticed Yuan too and said in surprise, you are actually not dead yet. In her view, with Yuan facing off against these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses, he would definitely die beyond a doubt. Even if he refined Phoenix blood essence, it could not change this result too. She understood Feng Ninasong's strength too well. But now, Yuan actually did not die. This made her extremely surprised. Feng Ninasong rolled her eyes and said crossly, stop showing off. I know that you're impressive. We're currently all Yuan's captives. You can come down. See captives. Feng Qingshan nearly fell down from the sky. Yuan alone captured more than 10 Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses. She focused her eyes to look and discovered that the others indeed all looked scared of Yuan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these people to live together in harmony. Feng Qingshan landed and transformed into an unparalleled beauty appearance. In terms of looks, she was a notch above Feng Ninasong. Feng Qingshan sized Yuan up and down, seemingly wanting to see through him. This conclusion was seriously too unexpected. So many people came to search for her. If it were not for Yuan, it would have been impossible for her to succeed in the nirvanic rebirth. However, these could be discussed in the future. She looked toward Feng Ninasong and said smugly, Feng Ninasong, you all framed me in order to help Feng Qingyu ascend to the throne. But you didn't expect that you'd have today too, right? You all deceived your superiors and deluded your subordinates, framing me as disloyal. Today, I'll sentence you to death on the spot. After she was done talking, Feng Ninasong's aura surged, and she was about to make a move. However, Yuan stopped her and said coolly, apologies. I promised to let them go. You guys can go now. Feng Ninasong felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and the rest were overjoyed and were about to leave one after another. Feng Qingshan's expression turned dark, and she said in a cold voice, what a joke. When is it your turn to speak here? You all stop for me. Not a single one of you can leave. Even if Yuan made Feng Ninasong and the rest captives, in Feng Qingshan's eyes, he was also merely an ant-like existence. She was of the high and mighty heavenly Qian level bloodline and could look down proudly on the world. It was only to see her throw a palm over, wanting to force Yuan to dodge. However, Yuan did not dodge or evade at all. Lifting his hand, it was a Phoenix 9 ensembles. The two people each fell back several thousand feet before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Yuan said coolly, apologies. The deal between you and me is over. I've also done what I promised you. As for them, I promised to let them leave. If you're still overbearing, don't blame this Yi for not being courteous anymore. Feng Qingshan was shocked to the extreme in her heart. When he made his move just now, Yuan was clearly Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Furthermore, he even learned the Phoenix 9 ensembles. Feng Ninasong also finally understood how Yuan made Feng Ninasong become a prisoner. When Feng Ninasong saw this scene, she felt delighted too. This monstrous kid that you found, you bear it yourself. But Feng Qingshan had her own pride. How could she possibly shrink back because of a sentence from Yuan? Moreover, her cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yuan. Humph, Heaven Qian grade bloodline, is this your pride? Do you think that I, Feng Ninasong, have this sort of trash? Kid, I urge you to move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being courteous. Feng Qingshan said in a cold voice. Feng Qingshan, sir, is at any rate your savior. You're completely kicking him to the curb after he has outlived his usefulness by doing so. Sir Yi is someone whose words carry the weight of 9 tripods. The promise that he made, he'll definitely do it. Previously, he protected you like this. Now, it's naturally impossible to let you touch us too. Feng Ninasong said in a loud voice. Although she was seriously wounded by Yuan, the current Feng Ninasong really admired Yuan. This man stood firmly to his word. Such a man was not often seen in the heavens and myriad worlds. Feng Ninasong snorted coldly. She knew that what Feng Ninasong said was right. Her blood essence had already been given. If it was someone else, they would probably have long made their getaway. This was clearly a messy situation, but Yuan still persisted in protecting her. Although the blood essence was a reward, Yuan having life-saving grace toward her was an undeniable fact. Compared to her life, what did blood essence count for? It was just that letting Feng Ninasong leave now, she was unwilling. Feng Ninasong pursued her all the way. She narrowly escaped death several times. Having such a fine opportunity today, if she did not take revenge, there probably would not be a chance anymore in the future. Hence, Feng Qingshan steeled her heart and said in a cold voice, "Fine, since his words carry the weight of 9 tripods, let him be buried in death together with you guys then." Feng Qingshan transformed into an incomparably beautiful phoenix, soaring above the sky. Phoenix 9 ensembles, 5th ensemble. 9 ensembles, the power of each was stronger than the last. And Feng Qingshan's heaven, Qian grade bloodline could completely support her to execute the 5th ensemble. Furthermore, the 5th ensemble that Feng Qingshan executed was much stronger than Feng Ninasong. Indeed, her strength was far stronger than Feng Ninasong. The moment this move came out, even Feng Ninasong's expression changed drastically too. Her 5th ensemble is already mastered to perfection, reaching the realm of grand completion. This power, probably even Sir Yi can't block it too. Feng Ning, you bring them away first. It will be too late if you still don't leave. Feng Ninasong said anxiously. She was currently heavily injured. If Yi Yuan could not block it, she would definitely die beyond a doubt. It was just that Feng Qingshan's strength and status in the clan were not what she could compare to. Feng Qingshan was a true heaven's chosen. But Feng Ning refused to leave. Where Lord Ninasong dies, this lowly one will die there. Yi Yuan was also somewhat surprised. None of these Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses actually left. This made him feel great admiration. Just based on this, Yi Yuan would not let anything happen to them too. 2 shocking auras rose to the sky from Yi Yuan's body. A dragon and a phoenix, 2 phantoms, danced behind him. These 2 very different auras actually appeared very harmonious on Yi Yuan's body, letting his bloodline pressure climb significantly again. When everyone saw this scene, they were completely stunned. Sir Yi's body actually still has true dragon bloodline. Furthermore, it's even Earth Kun grade. No, dragon and phoenix, 2 great bloodlines, are actually in marital harmony, being magnified infinitely on him. His current dragon race bloodline power already reached Heaven Qian grade 2. Dragon and Phoenix 2 races are born from chaos, incompatible like water and fire. How can these 2 great bloodline powers possibly appear on one person at the same time? This is too inconceivable. The more powerful the bloodline, the nobler it was. True dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline were both the most noble bloodlines in the world. It was impossible for them to blend together. But now, these 2 supreme powers actually formed a perfect unity in Yi Yuan's body. The Fire Phoenix clan powerhouses present were incomparably shocked. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Qingshan and said coolly, "This is the move that I've just comprehended. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll give it to you." Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity, Chapter 2978, Mountain Challenging. Above the void, Dragon and Phoenix contended in cries. 2 absolutely different bloodlines superimposed together actually produced an effect of 1 + 1 = greater than 2. This was what everyone did not expect. The 2 great bloodlines were completely sublimated under Yi Yuan's Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity move. In an instant, Phoenix 9 ensembles and Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity collided together, causing a violent shock. Even for an expert such as Feng Ninasong, her expression changed drastically when she saw this kind of terrifying power too. These 2 people's strengths had already far exceeded the scope of ordinary Emperor Cloud Heavens. This was a true battle of geniuses. Feng Qingshan's Phoenix Phantom directly shattered under the suppression of the Dragon and Phoenix, 2 great bloodlines. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas slammed into her body. Feng Qingshan spurted out a mouthful of blood with a cough, her figure drawing a parabolic curve, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan was completely unharmed. He stood proudly in the air, still recollecting the aftertaste of the feeling just now. The power of Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity somewhat exceeded his expectations. This move was naturally researched by him based on the origin of Chaos Blood. He did not expect that the power would actually be so great when fusing 2 supreme bloodlines together. Senior MN, I really didn't expect. It turns out that after the bloodlines of Dragon and Phoenix 2 races fused together, it actually has such power. Then if the 4 great Chaos True Spirits bloodlines can all be fused, then the power. Mitn's voice was also somewhat trembling, clearly quite excited. Concerning the fusion of supreme bloodlines, this was simply something impossible. 4 great Chaos True Spirit bloodlines, their physical bodies were born for their bloodlines. It was simply impossible to fuse another kind of bloodline. The compatibility of human cultivators was extremely high. But, When bloodlines entered their bodies, it would become extremely faint. Furthermore, bloodlines were inherently averse to each other. It was impossible to fuse at all. If ordinary human cultivators wanted to fuse bloodlines, the only outcome would be being blown up by the confrontation of two great bloodlines. But Yuan had the origin of blood. He had dragon blood in his body but the physical body of a human. The convenience of all these created conditions for the fusion of bloodlines. If one could really fuse the four great bloodlines, that power would simply be unimaginable. If it's possible, I can really try to do it, Yuan said. However, he also knew that this difficulty was considerable. This time, it was luck for him to encounter someone like Feng Qingshan who was being pursued. Otherwise, Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were all the precious treasures of the various races. Wanting to obtain it was not so easy. As for Feng Qingshan and the rest, they were long already too shocked to speak. When everything dissipated with the wind, only then did they wake up from the dream. The bloodlines of the dragon race and phoenix race can actually fuse. The power after fusion is also a little too strong, right? Sir Yi completely defeated Feng Qingshan at Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. This is simply unimaginable. They were all too clear about Feng Qingshan's strength. Even under the pursuit of Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, she still escaped. Feng Ninasong examined her own conscience and felt that, compared to Feng Ninasong, she was a complete rookie. But this kind of proud daughter of heaven was completely defeated like this. You guys can leave, Yuan said coolly. Feng Ninasong's expression changed, and she said, you're really letting us go? Yuan said, this Yi has always kept my word. Since I've promised you guys, I'll naturally let you all go. If you draw the Fire Phoenix clan to come and kill me, just bring it on. Feng Ninasong smiled bitterly. It turned out that Sir Yi's heart is like a clear mirror. He knew everything. Sure enough, he was a man of his word. Feng Ninasong gave Yuan a deep bow and said, this matter, Ninasong will definitely keep a tight lid on my mouth. Sir, please rest assured. Yuan waved his hands and said indifferently, suit yourself. Feng Ninasong smiled bitterly again and brought everyone away. Fusing bloodlines, this sort of thing was a major thing to the various major true spirit bloodlines. Furthermore, Yuan fused with Heaven Qian grade bloodline. This was also something that could not be tolerated to the Fire Phoenix clan. Once the Fire Phoenix clan knew, they would definitely send people to come and kill Yuan. However, Yuan did not care at all. After Feng Ninasong and the rest left, Yuan's figure moved, heading in the direction of East Billow region. Before traveling for long, he stopped. Feng Qingshan actually kept following him. Following me for? Yuan said, I have nowhere to go. Our deal has already ended. I feel that you're still a pretty good person. In the Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the various races, true spirits mostly lived in tribes. The dragon race had many offspring bloodlines that each formed a tribe. The powerful ones even had hegemon realm powerhouses. The weak ones did not even reach battle spirit grade bloodline. The divine dragon envoy surveyed the world. Wanting to catch the attention of the divine dragon envoy, there was a method called mountain challenging. Mountain challenging meant that for a person to go to the various major true spirit tribes, challenging the bloodline powerhouses in the clan. This was the fastest way to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Dragon City Tribe was a powerful dragon race tribe of East Billow region. Although they considered themselves to be a dragon race tribe, this was actually a tribe based on the heaven-swallowing python. However, the heaven-swallowing python's dragon race bloodline was very strong too. According to MITN, this tribe had even given birth to Heaven Qian grade bloodline before. Therefore, Dragon City Tribe was a powerful tribe too. To do mountain challenging, one could not avoid Dragon City Tribe. Yuan and Feng Qingshan, one in front and one behind, arrived in front of Dragon City Tribe. Stop, foolish human, to dare approach the noble dragon race. Hurry up and get lost. In front of the tribe, Yuan was reprimanded by a human male. Yuan was shocked. Aren't you a human too? He asked to clear his doubts. The human male sneered and said, what the hell do you know? I'm a dragonblood warrior who's currently evolving towards a noble true spirit. Yuan let out a slight sigh. Perhaps, this was the inferiority complex of humans. He knew that Void Shrine illuminating heaven's humans were very difficult, most of them born by depending on tribes. But he did not expect that they were lowly until this extent. This dragonblood warrior's cultivation realm was not low. It had already reached Emperor realm. It was just that his bloodline was a little terrible. It did not even reach battle spirit grade bloodline. Emperor Cloud Heavens could be considered a powerhouse of a region too. But they could only guard the door for the Dragon City tribe. I'm here to challenge the mountain, Yuan said. The human male was taken aback and immediately burst out laughing and said, "You, a human, coming to the Dragon City tribe to challenge the mountain? Are you kidding me?" However, in the next second, the human male's expression changed greatly. From Yuan's body, an incomparably pure dragon pressure suppressed him until he could not breathe. The human male had a look of horror on his face and said in shock, "Earth Kun grade bloodline. You, how is this possible?" He was seriously unable to imagine that a human's dragon race bloodline could reach Earth Kun grade. There were far too many dragonblood warriors in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. But, for the vast majority among them, it was impossible to surpass Battle Soul grade. As for Battle God grade, those were all existences like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a Qilin, being very rare. Each one was a supreme powerhouse among bloodline warriors. But this young man in front of him actually had Earth Kun grade bloodline. It shocked him until he could not close his mouth. "Now, can I?" Yuan looked at the human male and said lightly. Chapter 2979, Displaying Prowess. "What? Someone came to mountain challenge our Dragon City tribe? How long has it been since anyone has dared to mountain challenge our Dragon City tribe? Hey, Scarlet Plume and Dai, two fellows, are both existences at the top of the mountain challenger list. Who dares to come? Go take a look. I'm curious who's so impressive." With someone coming to challenge the mountain, it immediately caused a great sensation in the Dragon City tribe. Mountain challenging was a tradition in the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Wanting to enter the Holy Land, this was the shortcut. Hence, between the various major tribes, they would frequently send youngsters out everywhere to go on expeditions. The competition of this younger generation naturally had to determine who was superior, and the mountain challenger list was born. The East Billow region was extremely vast. The experts were naturally plentiful as clouds too. Mountain challengers who could enter the top 500 were all very strong. Dragon City tribe's Scarlet Plume and Dai, two people, were both top 100 powerhouses, their strengths being very strong. However, a measly little Yuan, Scarlet Plume and Dai would not take the field at all. Dragon City tribe was a large tribe. There were not just two mountain challengers. It's actually a bloodline warrior. "Kid, I urge you to go back where you came from. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here. Ha ha ha, a bloodline warrior wants to enter Heavenly Dragon Island too. Kid, you're thinking too much. A Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to come to our Dragon City tribe to challenge. This kid is crazy, right?" A series of mocking voices came from all around. Bloodline warriors had always been looked down upon by the true spirit race. However, they would also frequently hand out some low-quality bloodline to humans, creating bloodline warriors, exchanging for their loyalty with this. That guard from before was like this. In the course of time, the status of bloodline warriors became lower. "Hey, human brat, to dare come to Dragon City tribe to challenge the mountain, your courage is commendable." The one talking was called Shan. He was also an expert on the mountain challenger list, ranked 400 plus, a grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse. Ranked 400 plus was not weak anymore. One could say that among the top 500 powerhouses, the gap was all very small. Their bloodline, cultivation realms, strength, they were all very close. And Yuan was simply a rookie who had just made his world debut. He was not even on the mountain challenger list. Just having bloodline power was not enough. Yuan glanced at the large snake in front of him and shook his head, and then he said, "You won't do, too weak. Doesn't Dragon City tribe have any stronger ones?" The moment Shan heard, he was immediately greatly enraged and said, "Kid, you'll be beaten to death the way that you're mountain challenging, got it?" Yuan was still indifferent and said coolly, "You're so weak. You'll be beaten to death too." Everyone was shocked. Where did this guy pop out from, to be so arrogant? When other people challenging mountains, they all started challenging the weak tribes first, then slowly looked for powerful tribes. This hothead was good. The moment he came, he picked the powerful Dragon City tribe to get started with. One had to know that Dragon City tribe's top 500 mountain challenger list experts reached as many as 7 people. Shan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Start. I already can't wait to blow you up." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, dragon race bloodline vibrating, firing out a dragon-shaped mark. And Xian also fired out a mark like what he did. The two people each accepted the other party's mark, and the ritual was considered completed. Mountain challenging was not allowed to be rejected. If a tribe stabbed the mountain challenger in the back, they would suffer the boycotting of all tribes. And this ritual represented the battle outcome. The victor accepted the other party's mark, and their own mark would dissipate. Once the ritual was completed, and Xian roared and swam over to Yi Yuan. Heaven swallowing. And Xian's large snake body suddenly grew rapidly, opening his gaping maws suddenly. A powerful suction force directly swallowed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not even have time to react. Inside the body of a heaven-swallowing python formed its own independent space. It could devour myriad lives. This was their innate divine ability. Within this space, even the air was something corrosive. Before long, the prey would turn into nothingness, virtually without the possibility of escaping. Ha ha ha, I was even wondering how capable this kid was. Didn't expect that he couldn't even block one move. Really too weak. I thought that he could at least struggle a little. Made such a big disturbance, it ended like this. How boring. There was nothing to look forward to in the first place. How strong can a bloodline warrior be? Scatter. All scatter. This kind of battle appeared too boring. Being swallowed by the heaven-swallowing python, this was something that everyone was fearful of. But Yi Yuan did not even have the strength to fight back and actually dared to come and challenge the mountain. This was a joke to begin with. And Xian had a disdainful look and said, just this bit of strength, and you also want to beat me to death? What's this punk's brain made? Herc. Ellipsis question mark. Herc. Ellipsis quote dot. And Xian was currently posturing when he suddenly started to retch violently as if experiencing extreme discomfort caused by indigestion. Heaven-swallowing python, known as being able to even swallow heaven, would have indigestion. What was going on with Lord and Xian? Could it be that punk? The heaven-swallowing python's talent was extremely strong. Among the entire dragon race progenies, bloodlines, it belonged to the top existence level 2. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to give birth to heaven Qian grade bloodline powerhouses too. Because of their devouring divine ability, once swallowed, the opponent was basically declared dead. This talent could even let them jump realms to challenge. But now, what was going on here? Ellipsis question mark. Herc. Ellipsis quote dot. And Xian retched wildly without ceasing. His enormous body fell to the ground with a loud bang, rolling around on the ground. Come out, kid. Freaking come out. I was wrong. I was wrong. Herc. Ellipsis question mark. Herc. Ellipsis quote dot. Everyone was stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even a moron could also tell that Xian's internal space was already in mayhem. And the culprit was precise Yi Yuan. Now, it was not a problem with whether or not to swallow. However, that Xian desperately wanted to vomit Yi Yuan out, but Yi Yuan was not coming out. This was awkward, but, after entering the space within the body, could one still be so impressive? And Xian rolled around on the ground. People clearly saw tears flowing heavily from his eyes. How did he look like an expert? He wailed desperately, asking Yi Yuan to come out, but Yi Yuan refused to come out. No idea how long he was in agony for. Then a boom was heard. And Xian's back directly had a large hole that was blasted open. A figure jumped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? And Xian stopped shouting, the colossal body falling to the ground with a loud bang, his life and death being unknown. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone used eyes like looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy punched through Lord and Xian's internal space. Is he still human? He stayed in the internal space for so long, and he's actually completely fine. If everyone is like him, wouldn't our innate divine ability become a joke? The heaven-swallowing python clan's powerhouses only felt a chill. Seeing the large hole on Xian's back, they were somewhat psychologically traumatized by devouring. If the opponent that they swallowed was like Yi Yuan, what to do? I already said he's too weak. Is there anyone that's stronger? Yi Yuan said lightly. Chapter 2980. If he wants to posture, what has it got to do with me? What vicious means? You punched through Xian's internal space. It's equivalent to crippling half his life. Dealing such a vicious blow in my Dragon City tribe, have you thought of the consequences? In a crowd, a heaven-swallowing python slowly swam out, immediately causing a commotion. It's Lord Dai. He's going to personally take action. Lord Dai is ranked 75th on the Mountain Challenger list, his strength being very formidable. This kid is dead for sure. He actually dared to cripple Lord and Shan, really courting death. Dai's status in the Dragon City tribe was extremely high. The moment he took the stage, everyone clearly had worshipping looks. That made sense. Dai's ranking was gained from fighting match after match. The moment Dai appeared, it gave people a feeling of being shaken to the core. As if they were being stared at by someone from the netherworld, very uncomfortable. He's very strong. You're not his match. Mountain challenging isn't done like how you're doing it now. Not far behind Yi Yuan, Feng Qingshan warned. What she was talking about was under the circumstances that Yi Yuan did not utilize Dragon Phoenix bloodline. This was Yi Yuan's trump card move. It was not good to expose it in front of outsiders. Feng Qingshan not being Yi Yuan's match, that was just under the circumstance that he used Dragon and Phoenix prosperity. Just based on any single bloodline, Feng Qingshan examined her own conscience and felt that she could absolutely crush Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was only Earth Kun grade. Wanting to surpass the same level Dai was incredibly difficult. Bloodline was not the only thing. Between same ranking bloodlines, the strength might have a huge difference. This had a lot to do with the individual's talent and lucky chances. Clearly, this Dai was very strong. Feng Qingshan felt it. Yi Yuan ignored her. This woman was so annoying. What a joke. He swallowed me the moment he opened his mouth. It was clearly to send me to my doom. Why, only your Dragon City tribe is allowed to kill people. I'm not allowed to retaliate. Yi Yuan looked at Dai and said disdainfully. These powerful tribes all had this kind of mentality. I could kill you, but if you touched my people, death couldn't expiate your sins. And Shan swallowed Yi Yuan in one gulp. He did not hold back in the slightest at all. If not for that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful, he would have already turned into nothingness now. Now, Dai was actually blaming him for being vicious. Dai's expression turned cold, and he said, "Razor-tongued brat, do you dare to have a fight with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Do you think that I only came to bully that sort of weakling?" Dai snorted coldly and said, "I hope that you don't disappoint me too much." The two people mutually gifted a dragon-shaped mark, and the second mountain challenging battle officially began. With regards to Yi Yuan challenging Dai, the Dragon City tribe powerhouses were very disdainful. Even if Yi Yuan won and Shan effortlessly, it was the same too. After all, and Shan was already close to 500th place. 575th, there was an insurmountable gulf in the middle. This kid is really overestimating his own ability. He probably doesn't even know what the Mountain Challenger list means, right? Lord Dai challenged the Dragon Abyss tribe's Yun Kui the last time. After coming back, he has already been in closed seclusion for 3 years. These 3 years, his strength must have advanced by leaps and bounds again. This is good too. He dared to cripple Lord and Shan. Lord Dai will definitely make him regret it. It's just that I don't know how many moves this kid can last under Lord Dai's hands. Dai stood in the air and said coolly, "Kid, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance." Yi Yuan could not help snickering when he heard it. Some people always like to posture. It was like if they did not posture, they would not be an expert. When Dai saw Yi Yuan snickering, he practically wanted to explode. This was merciless mocking. However, his words were already thrown out. He still had to maintain the demeanor of an expert. Either way, this kid was going to die very soon. Yi Yuan was not courteous either. The bloodline power on the body surged. A shocking dragon pressure was released. The stronger his strength was, the more his bloodline improved, the more Yi Yuan felt the power of this move. This move that Mitn imparted had deeply gained the quintessence of dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan knew now that this move was created by Mitn himself. When cultivated to the extreme, one could blow a hegemon realm powerhouse up with one punch. Furthermore, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the power. If one executed it with chaos-level bloodline, killing ordinary hegemon realms would be like playing. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, Dai's expression changed. This punch was too strong. Yi Yuan was 2 minor realms lower than him. He did not place him in his sights at all. He was confident that no matter what moves Yi Yuan used, he could block it with ease. But, if this punch landed, wouldn't he be the same as in Shan, having a hole punched through? In a hurry, Dai opened his gaping maws. A shocking energy ball was released from his mouth. He already lost the initiative in order to posture. Yi Yuan had already accumulated his strength to the maximum. How terrifying was the power! The void shook violently, and Dai Yi's colossal body was smashed down like a cannonball. With Yi Yuan gaining the initiative, how could he be willing to let it go? Chasing after, it was another Nine Heavens Dragon transformation fist. The earth fissured. When experts exchanged moves, sometimes, it was a matter of an instant. Yi Yuan gained the initiative and pummeled him in hot pursuit. The Dragon City tribe's powerhouses were immediately dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this battle would actually turn out like this. The god of war Dai Yi in their eyes was being brutalized by a human punk. The two people fought from the sky into the earth and fought from underground, up to the sky again. But Yi Yuan held the initiative from start to end. It was completely a one-sided suppression. The heaven-swallowing python's physical body was extremely formidable. But at this time, Dai Yi's body had flesh and blood scattering, virtually battered down by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was extremely surprised too. Dai Yi was really strong. If it were any other grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven, they would have long been turned to residue by him. But Dai Yi was still holding on until now. Although each move was a hasty response, it could always resolve the majority of Yi Yuan's attack power. In fact, he would even occasionally launch a counter-offensive. Those lacking in strength would really let Dai Yi make a comeback. This kind of powerhouse was completely forged in battle. His strength was extraordinary. It was just a shame. Who he ran into was Yi Yuan. A fight was a fight. How was there time for you to posture? Losing one move, you would lose every move. Unsurprisingly, Dai Yi did not have the chance to make a comeback either. Yi Yuan would not give him this chance. Sometimes, fighting was this simple. I admit defeat. Dai Yi's reluctant angry roar came from above the void. Yi Yuan stopped. The Dai Yi, who was opposite him, panted heavily. His body no longer had an unscathed spot. Dragon City tribe's powerhouses opened their mouths wide with looks of disbelief. Admitted defeat just like that. Lord Dai Yi still has many trump cards that haven't been used. Why did he admit defeat? Despicable. Shameless. This punk won unscrupulously. In an instant, Dragon City tribe exploded. Everyone was cursing Yi Yuan was being shameless. It sounded very nasty. They were too clear about Dai Yi's strength. But from start to finish, Dai Yi did not have the chance to fight back. Whatever big move, whatever trump card, he did not use them all. This kind of battle was too aggrieved. Dai Yi himself virtually wanted to explode. He lost this fight too aggrievedly. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this group of people all morons? If he wanted to posture, what had it got to do with him? Chapter 2981, Unconcealable Sharp Edge. Kid, I lost to you not because my skills are inferior. It's just that I somewhat underestimated the enemy. Dai Yi said unwillingly. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just smiled and did not defend himself. This kind of justification was too powerless and too feeble. Losing was losing, winning was winning. Finding a reason for yourself after failure was not what the strong would do. Seeing Yi Yuan smile and not speak, Dai Yi was even more ashamed and resentful. In the crowd, an old man opened his mouth and said, Dai Yi. A loss is a loss. Displaying shameful courage here will only incur jesting. Do you find it not shameful enough yet? Dai Yi's expression changed, and he bowed to the old man in shame as he said, Yes, Patriarch. Yi Yuan was inwardly shocked. He did not expect that this unassuming old man was actually the heaven-swallowing Python clan's patriarch. The old man said lightly, Scarlet Plume, you take the stage and play with him. This boy isn't ordinary. Be careful. Behind the old man, another heaven-swallowing python swam out and said calmly, Yes, Patriarch. With this, the crowd exploded. Scarlet Plume is finally going to take action. Mountain Challenger lists 21st place. If this punk can win again, your father will swallow that mountain. Lord Scarlet Plume devotes himself to spatial divine abilities. Now, he has already reached the acme of perfection. Patriarch said before that he might very likely step into the realm of hegemon in the future by relying on this Tao. The reason why Lord Scarlet Plume can rank 21st is that it's just because his bloodline is a little lousy. It's only initial stage Earth Kun grade. Otherwise, there would be no problem in him getting into the top 3. Scarlet Plume arrived opposite of Yi Yuan, his entire person seeming very calm. It was as if nothing happened just now. This Scarlet Plume was different from Dai Yi, giving people the appearance of being unmoved even if Mount Tai was crumbling before him. This was rather similar to Yi Yuan. This is a troublesome opponent, be more careful. Feng Qingxian said once more, her face slightly red. She said that Yuan was not Dai's match earlier. In the end, she got face slapped. The moment Yuan made his move, Dai did not even have the chance to make a move. How embarrassing. But this time, she was warning out of good intentions. Actually, there was no need for her to warn him. Yuan naturally saw through it long ago. A proud opponent, no matter how powerful the strength, it was actually not scary. What was truly scary was that kind of opponent who was calm to the extreme. Yuan was sizing Scarlet Plume up. Scarlet Plume's gaze was also wandering around on Yuan's body. Suddenly, he said, "You're very strong. I can feel the undulation of spatial rule on your body. Looks like what you're truly powerful in is actually spatial divine abilities. However, your cultivation realm is a little low. It's very disadvantageous." With this, Yuan was really shocked. This Scarlet Plume's perception was also too sharp, right? He was currently completely restraining his aura and did not display spatial martial techniques. This guy could actually feel it. It could be seen how strong he was in spatial rule. The heaven-swallowing Python clan could be said to have perfectly inherited the spatial talent of the dragon race. But, regarding the application of spatial talent, some relied on instinct, while others could control it independently. The gap between them was not a tiny bit. Yuan had many means, but for mountain challenging, he could only use the dragon race's talent to go and fight. Otherwise, disregarding that he would win unscrupulously, Heavenly Dragon Island would not acknowledge him as well. What they wanted were dragon race geniuses, not human geniuses. Yuan smiled and said, "Your bloodline is a little low. We're considered even." Scarlet Plume smiled and said with a nod, "All right, then, let's begin." Yuan nodded slightly. The two people exchanged marks. Bloodline was indeed extremely important to the true spirit race. Bloodline being a fraction stronger, the power of the martial techniques executed would be a fraction stronger. In the instant that the two people finished exchanging marks, Scarlet Plume disappeared. Spirit Spatial Blade. The moment Lord Scarlet Plume came up, it's overkill. Lord Scarlet Plume had once used this move to defeat the rank 29th Meng Zhao. So strong, can't find his traces at all. This punk is dead for sure. This punk chose the wrong opponent. Provoking Lord Scarlet Plume is his biggest mistake. Dragon City Tribe's powerhouses instantly exploded. Compared to Dai, Scarlet Plume's status in the clan was higher, and he had more worshippers. The moment he made his move, the whole place started cheering. Furthermore, everyone was clearly very familiar with this move. It was one of Scarlet Plume's killing moves. In an instant, Yuan felt as if the surrounding space had turned into a sharp blade, chopping toward him. The speed was swift until it made people unable to think. Yuan did not have time to think too much, bloodline power flooding out crazily, throwing a punch out on the spot. Shattering space. The place where Yuan was standing at, space shattered. At once, Spirit Spatial Blade seemingly had nowhere to exert strength, directly turning into nothingness. However, shattering space, this move bombarded the opponent. But Yuan slammed it where he was standing. The shattering of space already injured him. The two people were fighting in the void, and a series of bursting sounds transmitted out. The weak ones could not grasp their traces at all. These two people were dueling with spatial rule. Their strengths were both hair-raisingly strong. It was just that the Dragon City Tribe's people were still very surprised by Yuan's strength. Originally, when fighting with Dai, Yuan did not use his full strength at all. Feng Qingxian's beautiful eyes flickered, incomparably shocked in her heart. She did not expect that Yuan was actually so strong. She thought that the reason why Yuan was strong was just because he fused with bloodline. With a single bloodline, Yuan's strength was not very strong. But she discovered that she was wrong. This battle really exposed Yuan's powerful strength. This was because his opponent was too strong. Yuan's application of bloodline had virtually reached perfection. She pondered about it. She was of the Heaven Qian grade bloodline, but she was unable to do better than Yuan too. Lass, you shouldn't show up here. Feng Qingxian was startled and discovered that the Dragon City Tribe's patriarch had arrived next to her at no idea when. But very soon, she calmed down and said calmly, "This man makes me very curious." The patriarch smiled and said, "He's very strong. He shouldn't be a bloodline warrior. But he isn't Scarlet Plume's match." Feng Qingxian snorted coldly and said, "His cultivation realm is just lower." Clearly, she did not feel optimistic about Yuan either. People with outstanding visual prowess all saw through that Yuan did not stand a chance at all. The patriarch smiled and said, "That's because you don't know Scarlet Plume. In our Dragon City tribe, the number one genius was originally Dai. Scarlet Plume was just an unassuming minor character. He was completely living under Dai's light, but ever since he stepped on the road of mountain challenging, his sharp edge couldn't be concealed anymore. Can you imagine, 200 years ago, he was just battle spirit grade bloodline." Feng Qingxian's pupils constricted. This time, she was really shocked. Roughly 200 years ago, just battle spirit grade bloodline. And then 200 years later, Earth Kun grade bloodline. How monstrous was this? In the true spirit race, talent was innate. Breaking the shackle of bloodline was harder than ascending to heaven. She, Feng Qingxian, was naturally Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It was impossible for those battle spirit grade bloodline true spirits to reach Earth Kun grade for all their lives, let alone talk about Heaven Qian grade. But this Scarlet Plume could actually reach this step in 200 years. It was truly inconceivable. Chapter 2982, Scarlet Plume's terrifying ability. In over 200 years, several thousand major and minor battles, not a single defeat. He grew from a little fellow who was unknown to the public into a powerhouse that daunts people. Of course, the scariest thing about this kid isn't his battle result of flawless victories, but his terrifying learning ability. After each battle, his improvement would be very shocking. Don't look at how he's only 21st place. What his opponents ranked in front of him are most afraid of is his challenge. This kid is destined to stand at the summit. In the future, regardless of whether or not he can enter Heavenly Dragon Island, he's definitely able to step into the realm of hegemon. Therefore, this man that you're interested in doesn't have any chance of winning. The patriarch had indescribable pride when talking about Scarlet Plume. However, what he said was really very frightening. Scarlet Plume's road to maturity was simply too dazzling. He was not a genius in the traditional sense, but he was absolutely a terrifying existence. Going against the wind all the way, achieving his present accomplishments, Scarlet Plume was simply a miracle. Feng Qingxian also had a look of shock on her face. She did not expect that Yuan challenge was actually such an opponent. This was completely looking for abuse. As if affirming what Feng Qingxian was thinking, Yuan was slammed down by a punch from Scarlet Plume. This scene was similar to the one just now. Previously, Yuan beat Dai until he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. But now, Scarlet Plume was beating Yuan until he did not have the strength to fight back. From the beginning until now, Yuan was basically in a situation of being passively beaten. Scarlet Plume's devastation was all around. Dragon City tribe completely boiled over with excitement. Lord Scarlet Plume is really cool to the max. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Lord Scarlet Plume is really an invincible existence. I admit that punk is very formidable. But it also serves as a foil that Lord Scarlet Plume is even more formidable like this. Several thousand matches and yet to taste defeat. Who does this punk think he is, to actually dare challenge Lord Scarlet Plume? Being swept away by Yuan for 2 matches in a row, Dragon City tribe's powerhouses felt a loss of face. But, luckily, they had Lord Scarlet Plume. With him around, victory was guaranteed. Ground Thorn, the mountain full of hubbub could not affect Scarlet Plume at all. Only to see him point his fingertips, undulations appeared in space again. Countless earth spikes suddenly grew out of the earth. Yuan's figure was currently falling. Once pierced, he would become a hedgehog. Shattering space. Once again, Yuan used this move. He forcefully used the backlash force and forcibly made his body change directions in the air, avoiding the ground thorn. However, in the next second, Scarlet Plume was already waiting for him. It was only to hear Scarlet Plume yell out. He actually launched the exact same move as Yuan. The void shattered. Tidal water-like energy undulations completely submerged Yuan. Yuan was greatly astonished in his heart. Having no time to think too much, a shattering space rumbled out again. The void trembled, and Yuan's figure flew out backward, but Scarlet Plume did not budge an inch. Scarlet Plume looked at Yuan and said calmly, "It turns out that spatial rule can still be applied like this. You really broadened my horizons. Thank you for letting me comprehend a deeper level spatial rule." Yuan's body was covered with scars everywhere. He did not gain the slightest advantage in this exchange of blows. Or should one say he was completely being passively beaten? He did not think that Scarlet Plume was actually so strong. What was even more frightening was that the other party's learning ability was extremely strong. In the midst of battle, he actually comprehended his shattering space move. Shattering space. This move naturally originated from Mitn. With regards to the understanding of spatial origin, he had no equal in every heaven and myriad worlds. Mitn was just his original name. His hegemon title was actually hegemon space. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were numerous powerhouses. It was also not that there were no hegemons who comprehended spatial origin. But only Mitn was crowned the title of hegemon space. It could be seen how far he walked on this path. Shattering space. This move was one of Yi Yuan's trump cards. It had immense power, but he never expected that Scarlet Plume actually completely stole it in the midst of battle. This kind of opponent, it was really his first time encountering in his life. Yi Yuan had absolute confidence in himself. He was not proud, but he had never underestimated his own abilities. Yi Yuan knew that his talent and strength were absolutely not inferior to anyone else. It was just that he did not expect to actually encounter such a powerhouse in the Dragon City tribe. Sure, he could find many excuses, such as his cultivation realm being inferior to his opponent, such as he had engaged in battle consecutively. But Yi Yuan was not Dai. He would not make excuses for himself. He admitted that in terms of absolute strength, he was inferior to Scarlet Plume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan clearly felt that Scarlet Plume became stronger than at the start, in the midst of battle. This guy was simply born to fight. Especially when encountering an opponent like Yi Yuan, it unleashed his potential even more. Scarlet Plume's battle was like playing chess. You thought of 3 steps, he already thought of beyond 10 steps. Prediction, application of moves, it was all precise to the extreme. It was Yi Yuan's first time feeling helpless. No need to thank me. I still have many moves, you can comprehend even more. Yi Yuan said, then I'll really have to witness it. I also didn't expect that you're really a superb opponent. Scarlet Plume said, up until now, Scarlet Plume showed neither joy nor sorrow all along. He did not pat himself on the back because he had the advantage and was also not overjoyed because he learned the method of utilizing space. Everything was like it was someone else's business. Got to admit, such an opponent was too troublesome. World suppression. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. Space fluctuated. Terrifying force grew stronger and stronger with each layer of space that arose. A hint of surprise flashed across in Scarlet Plume's eyes. It was as if a shark smelled the scent of blood. Yi Yuan's moves had greatly broadened his horizons. From below came a series of exclamations. Clearly, they also felt the terror of this move. Scarlet Plume unleashed this move again. The terrifying energy undulation sent each of them flying. But the look in Scarlet Plume's eyes became incomparably bright. It was like Yi Yuan opened a new door for him. Impressive. Really too impressive. You really make my hot blood boil. Scarlet Plume said excitedly. Hoo-hoo. Saw it. This is Scarlet Plume. No matter how strong you are, unless you instantly kill him in one move, he'll always grow stronger in the midst of battle. His opponents were usually much stronger than him. But nobody could beat him. He is naturally born to fight. This kid called Yi Yuan, his comprehension in spatial rule is extremely deep. Shattering space and world suppression, the power of these 2 moves are also ridiculously strong. But Scarlet Plume will become stronger in this kind of fights. His opponents will always despair because of this. The patriarch said with a smile. Feng Qingshan was silent. Yi Yuan's combat power was really strong until it made her extremely surprised. No matter whether it was shattering space or world suppression, they were both moves that were strong until they made people despair. But to Scarlet Plume, they were moves that made his opponents despair. Chapter 2983, First Form of Space, Wave Washing Sand. Scarlet Plume opened his gaping maws and actually unleashed Yi Yuan's move. Terrifying energy undulations came from the void. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure shooting out backward. Yi Yuan, you're really a treasure vault. I didn't expect that spatial rule could actually be applied like this. You are really too amazing. Scarlet Plume said excitedly. The comprehension of spatial rule and its application were seriously too difficult. His harvest today was even more than what he reaped in his previous thousands of fights. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was completely a treasure boy that could let him continuously excavate and continuously improve. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood from the corners of his mouth, and he said with a grin, it's fine. There's still a lot more. Slowly learn. Successive magnificence. Illuminating day. Unparalleled. Tien done. Echo. Jade cicada. Yi Yuan shouted one after another loudly, and a series of terrifying undulations came from the void. Each move was stronger than the last. The Scarlet Plume who originally held the absolute advantage was actually suppressed by Yi Yuan. These 8 moves were all imparted by Mitn. Being grouped together, it was named Spatial 8 Styles. Of course, with Yi Yuan's bit of cultivation realm, he could not unleash the full potential power of Spatial 8 Styles at all. But one-shotting those in the same rank was a definite thing. Spatial 8 Styles was painstakingly created by Mitn. It was where his lifelong insights into spatial origin lay. These 8 styles that Yi Yuan used were, at the very best, simplified versions. But the power was already sufficiently strong. The moment Yi Yuan erupted, the Dragon City tribe was shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Who could have thought that he actually still had so many contingency moves? This kid is also too strong. Just based on these 8 moves, his comprehension in spatial rule is more than a level stronger than Lord Scarletplume. To be able to suppress Lord Scarletplume with Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven cultivation, this kid is remarkable enough too. It's just a shame that, it's just a pity that his moves will become Lord Scarletplume's moves very soon. Although they were surprised by Yi Yuan's suppression, they were not worried. They were perfectly clear about Scarletplume's might, improving in the midst of battle, learning in fights, without end. The stronger the opponent, the more miserably they would often lose. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, his cultivation realm was too low after all. When Scarletplume became even more powerful, he would naturally reverse suppress Yi Yuan. Scarletplume, who had always been calm to the extreme, actually became agitated too. In the battle, he laughed loudly and said, "Impressive. Truly impressive. My comprehension of spatial rule is seriously too shallow. Thank you, Yi Yuan, for opening up a whole world for me." Scarletplume, who was being suppressed, did not feel any frustration at all. He became more and more excited instead. Yi Yuan was unmoved and did not fear the other party secretly learning either. One move after another, they fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. Below, the patriarch was also rather excited as he said, "This youngster really exceeded this old man's expectations. His comprehension of spatial rule is extremely deep. He can definitely pry into Origin Realm in the future. What a fortune, to have him come to our Dragon City tribe, and let Scarletplume have such a fine opponent." While Feng Qingshan was secretly anxious as she cursed, "This boy is really dumb. Doesn't he know that this will make his opponent get stronger and stronger? Exposing all of his trump cards, but can't defeat his opponent, really stupid to the max." At this point, Feng Qingshan did not think that Yi Yuan would win at all. The opponent was too terrifying. And the patriarch's excitement was also that Yi Yuan, this opponent, could let Scarletplume grow greatly, being not surprised at how formidable he was. No matter how formidable, he was also just a stepping stone of Scarletplume. The stronger the opponent, the more limitless Scarletplume's future accomplishments. Regarding this point, the old patriarch was all too clear. The fight became more and more intense, but Scarletplume's growth was visible to the naked eye. Everyone saw that he was currently digesting Yi Yuan's spatial rule rapidly. However, this process was much slower than they imagined. Spatial 8 styles was too difficult and complicated. "Yi Yuan, you're no longer my match anymore. After I completely digest these 8 styles, it will be enough to rank in the top 5 of the Mountain Challenger list's rankings." Scarletplume said excitedly. His understanding of spatial 8 styles was still only on the surface. The reason why it was powerful was because of the support of his cultivation realm and spatial rule. With his horizons, no matter what moves he executed, the power would not be weak. If all the techniques of the spatial 8 styles were so easy to learn, it would have been impossible to become Mitn's trump card too. But he could slowly digest these spatial rule comprehensions, turning it into his own eventually. This was also the reason why his improvement was so great. Yi Yuan still ignored Scarletplume and just made one move after another. Yi Yuan was directly slammed flying out, getting injured again. Scarletplume looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, "All right. All your spatial rule comprehensions, I've already learned them. This battle ends here. You didn't kill Anshan and didn't kill Dai. I'll spare your life too. Concede defeat." Yi Yuan stood up with some difficulty. Looking at Scarletplume, he suddenly smiled. That smile made Scarletplume feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Yuan's face did not have any depression from failure. Scarlet Plume, you really surprised me a lot. You are a very powerful opponent. But you're not the only one who improves in battle. Ha! Yi Yuan roared, and the dragon race pressure on his body suddenly erupted. Earth Kun grade bloodline crushed many people until they could not breathe. But his aura did not stop here. The bloodline pressure did not stagnate in the least bit, directly breaking through Earth Kun grade, reaching Heaven Qian grade. Heaven Qian grade bloodline. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This guy actually broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline in the middle of a fight. It's too fake, right? When did bloodline become so easy to upgrade? Earth Kun grade to Heaven Qian grade, this is hell difficulty, how did he do it? To the true spirit race, the hardest to advance was not cultivation realm, but it was bloodline. The higher up, the more difficult. Especially reaching Earth Kun grade, even a tiny improvement was as hard as ascending to heaven. As for Earth Kun grade to Heaven Qian grade, this threshold, virtually no one could cross it. The dragon race's Heaven Qian grade bloodlines were mostly innate. Those who promoted postnatal were extremely few. But now, Yi Yuan broke through in front of everyone. As dragon race descendants, how could they not be shocked? Scarlet Plume had a look of surprise too. However, he still shook his head and said, Heaven Qian grade bloodline. I admit it, you are indeed very strong. But, thanks to you, my current strength has already improved significantly. Heaven Qian grade bloodline isn't enough yet. Yi Yuan grinned and said, is that so? Then, you try receiving a move from me. Scarlet Plume could not help laughing and said, you should be clear that these 8 moves are no longer useful against me. Even if you broke through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline, it's the same too. Yi Yuan did not speak, a hint of a dangerous smile flashing across the corners of his mouth. In a blink of an eye, the overwhelming aura on his body suddenly changed. I just created this move. Try receiving it, the first form of space, wave washing sand. Chapter 2984, his growth was greater. Scarlet Plume's pupils constricted, immediately feeling the change in Yi Yuan's body, but he did not care. Because from the beginning until now, he had never used his own trump card ultimate move. Since that's the case, then I'll let you witness my trump card too. Watch closely, Dragon God Bow. Behind Scarlet Plume, a pair of red wings was actually born, his bloodline power instantly rising to the extreme. This move was his ultimate trump card. Fighting with Yi Yuan until now, he never used it either. The moment this move came out, it caused an uproar again. It's Dragon God Bow. Lord Scarlet Plume is finally using this move. No, wait, this isn't Dragon God Bow. The power of this move is much stronger than Dragon God Bow. What the hell do you know? Lord Scarlet Plume comprehended a lot of that boy. He fused his comprehension into Dragon God Bow. So that's how it is. Lord Scarlet Plume is really too awesome. This move was clearly extremely popular in the Dragon City tribe. As soon as Scarlet Plume used it, the whole place seethed with excitement. As if Yi Yuan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. It was only to see Scarlet Plume bend his body and bow in Yi Yuan's direction. The sky exploded, a raging to the extreme, but immaterial energy, collapsed toward Yi Yuan through space. A perfect combination of bloodline and space. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume was really a genius. He directly integrated the spatial rule utilization that he learned from Yi Yuan, turning it into his strongest ultimate technique. The power of this move was explosive. At the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. However, compared to Scarlet Plume's huge commotion, it seemed a little quiet on his side. There was naturally a series of contemptuous voices in the Dragon City tribe. This was your so-called ultimate move. It was also too weak, right? Space shattered, and energy exploded. The shattered space seemingly turned into a giant rolling wave, rushing toward Scarlet Plume, just like the name wave washing sand. Space was shattered into grains, drawing a wave above the void. It was too beautiful. The two ultimate techniques that two great geniuses created themselves collided together without the slightest flashiness. The earth trembled heavily, and mountains swayed. Those who were slightly weaker could not stand firm at all. In the next second, everyone was greatly shocked. It was only to see that above the void, Scarlet Plume suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth wildly, his enormous body unable to stand anymore, falling from the void. The ground directly had a large hole smashed out. Defeated. This is impossible. How can Lord Scarlet Plume be defeated? Lord Scarlet Plume, hurry up, quickly fight back. It's merely losing one move. It's no big deal. Lord Scarletplume, hurry up and come out to take care of this punk. Dragon City Tribe, everyone was cheering Scarletplume on. But, inside the large hole, Scarletplume did not respond for a long time. Everyone's hearts thumped, having a bad feeling. Yuan slowly landed and also took a long time before catching his breath. This fight was really difficult. However, thanks to Scarletplume, he unleashed all of his potential. Not only broke through his bloodline bottleneck, but he also even created an ultimate spatial technique that belonged to him. Concerning MITN's spatial 8 styles, all the moves were extremely powerful. But those were part of MITN's inheritance after all. What belonged to oneself was the strongest. Under Scarletplume's pressure, Yuan finally achieved mastery of the 8 styles through a comprehensive study of the subject, comprehending the strongest move, wave washing sand. It was just that when Yuan made his move, he condensed his strength without dissipating. That was why it seemed weak. But what Scarletplume, who had a showdown with him, received was a heaven-shocking blow. Under this blow, he absolutely did not have the strength to fight back anymore. Scarletplume was extremely talented. His comprehension ability was extremely strong. But, comparing comprehension ability, he, Yuan, examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. Walking all the way until today, what he relied on was not a powerful bloodline, heaven-defying inheritance, but his comprehension ability that was powerful until it made people despair. Alchemy Dao, Formation Dao, Spatial Rule, the power of origin, without heaven-defying comprehension ability, how could Yuan possibly go step by step from the mortal world to the peak of myriad worlds, even talking with hegemons? Scarletplume grew in battles. How was he, Yuan, not the same? I lost. From the large pit came Scarletplume's feeble and reluctant voice. Since his mountain challenging started, he had yet to taste defeat. Scarletplume's character was extremely strong, but such a failure still made him reluctant. Dragon City Tribe instantly exploded. The old patriarch's face had a disbelieving look of shock. Feng Qingshan also had a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she did not quite dare to believe this conclusion. But Scarletplume already lost. Could it still be fake? Feng Qingshan came back to her senses and said with a light smile, "The genius that you all take pride in seems to have lost. Old patriarch, in comparison, it seems like the man that I'm curious about is even more extraordinary." The old patriarch looked at her and muttered, "But how is this possible? Scarletplume has clearly already grown tremendously during the fight." Feng Qingshan smiled and said, "That's because Yuan grew more during the fight. Scarletplume is very strong. He's even stronger than some Heaven Qian grade bloodline. But it's also precisely because of this that it thoroughly stimulated Yuan's potential." The old patriarch still did not dare to believe it, but at his age, he knew that what Feng Qingshan said was right. Breaking through bloodline in the midst of battle, comprehending an incredibly powerful move. What was more monstrous than this? He originally thought that Yuan was Scarletplume's stepping stone. But only now did he know that Scarletplume's existence was only to serve as a foil to Yuan's monstrousness. More growth meant that his talent was greater. How is this possible? Lord Scarletplume actually admitted defeat. Lord Scarletplume has fought thousands of battles without a single defeat. Today, it's actually ended. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord Scarletplume won't lose. Clearly, Scarletplume had an extremely strong fan base in the Dragon City Tribe. Even if Scarletplume admitted it himself, they were also not willing to believe that the god of war that they worshipped had actually been defeated. In their hearts, Scarletplume was invincible. Invincible, how could he be defeated? In the large pit, Scarletplume could no longer move. Yuan appeared next to the pit and looked down at him from a height. "Thank you for sparing my life," Scarletplume said. Yuan looked at Scarletplume and said calmly, "You're very strong. It's a shame if you die. Keeping you around is useful, you still have important things to do. The spatial 8 styles, just take it as a present for you." The Chaos Bloodstone was about to come into being. All the heavens would fall into chaos. With a genius like Scarletplume, it was naturally the more the merrier. This Scarletplume was a battle fanatic. He did not harbor evil intentions. Therefore, Yuan pulled his punches at the final juncture. That was how Scarletplume was spared. Otherwise, under wave-washing sand, Scarletplume would already be a dead man. As for spatial 8 styles, Yuan did not mind it being learned by Scarletplume. This set of styles, even if it was given to some people to learn, they would not be able to learn it too. There were too few who could comprehend spatial rule. Thank you, Scarlet Plume said. Being defeated by Yi Yuan, he felt very frustrated, but he would not resign himself to his fate. He was a powerful expert and not some silk pants. Otherwise, he could not have walked until this step today as well. This kind of defeat would only make him become stronger. But at this time, he felt a feeling of appreciation toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 2985, Divine Dragon Envoy's Invitation. Have you heard? There's a new guy that appeared recently who's mountain challenging everywhere. He has already taken on the top 100 powerhouses on the mountain challenger list. I heard it too. This guy is fierce. Dragon City Tribe's Scarlet Plume made his world debut over 200 years and never had a single defeat. In the end, he was taken down by him. Too freaking impressive. His first stop was the Dragon City Tribe, taking on 3 cities in a row. After defeating Scarlet Plume, he went to challenge quite a few in the top 10, and he won all of them in the end. Where did this guy pop out from? This guy is a freak. He's clearly a human, but his bloodline already reached Heaven Qian grade, too terrifying. I heard that his next target is our Dragon Abyss tribe. Hey, no matter how formidable he is, he's not Long Yi's match too. For so many years, how many people wanted to challenge his position? They all ended up losing. Lord Long Yi's strength is simply unbeatable in Emperor Cloud Heaven. That's for sure. Just based on this punk, he dares to challenge Lord Long Yi's position too, simply a fool's talk. 2 years had already passed since challenging Scarlet Plume. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan Mountain challenged everywhere, virtually picking on East Billow region's powerful tribes without tasting a single defeat. Yi Yuan's reputation had already spread throughout the East Billow region. He was different from others, so it caused a great sensation. When others made a challenge, the majority started challenging the weak ones, slowly going toward stronger opponents. But Yi Yuan challenged Dragon City Tribe the moment he came up. Following that, he consecutively challenged another 10 powerful tribes. Of the powerful ones, there were even the top 5 on the Mountain Challenger list. This kind of battle achievement, it would not do even if you did not want it to cause a stir. Of course, this was also the effect that Yi Yuan wanted to achieve. Ranking at the top of the Mountain Challenger list within the shortest time. The surrounding people's conversation landed in the ears of a male and female, 2 youngsters. Right now, people in the entire East Billow region are all singing praises of your deeds. Shouldn't you be a little proud? You're really hypocritical, Feng Qingshan said. Yi Yuan was very annoyed, ignoring her. This woman followed him for 2 years just like that. He could not even shake her off. His movements were too big. He had no way of shaking her off at all. Later on, this woman even broke through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan was even more unable to shake her off. I heard that this Long Yi is Heaven Qian grade bloodline, his combat strength closing in on Emperor Vast Heaven. Do you think that you're his match? This season's Mountain Challenger list is going to be out in these 2 days, right? With your battle achievements, it's enough to rank in the top 5. From start to end, it was all Feng Qingshan alone talking. Dragon Abyss tribe was very large. The members were also very strong. The 2 of them had already arrived at the outer periphery of the tribe. Recently, the Dragon Abyss tribe gathered a large batch of powerhouses. These people all wanted to watch Yi Yuan and Long Yi's fight. Therefore, dragons and snakes were mingling together in the outer periphery of the Dragon Abyss tribe. Yi Yuan's appearance naturally did not get too many people's attention. The objective of coming here was naturally to challenge the Dragon Abyss tribe's powerhouses. Mountain Challenger list's first place Long Yi and second place Wu Fa were both in the Dragon Abyss tribe. As for the third place, he had already been beaten down by Yi Yuan. Actually, this was not anything surprising. 2 years ago, Scarlet Plume comprehended the spatial 8 styles. His strength was already sufficient to enter the top 3. Yi Yuan directly defeated him. Yi Yuan naturally had the strength to enter the top 3. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted at the top of his voice, "The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out. The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out." With this, everyone was boiling over with excitement. Even Yi Yuan was also greatly stirred. He did not expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually came out at this critical juncture. The publication of the Mountain Challenger list did not have too many rules. As for who published it, nobody knew either. But the majority speculated that the Mountain Challenger list was published by the Divine Dragon Envoy. It was just that this version remained to be confirmed. The Divine Dragon Envoy was very mysterious. There were not many who had seen his true face before. Suddenly, a series of exclamations erupted in the crowd. How is this possible? Did the Mountain Challenger list make a mistake? Yi Yuan and Long Yi hadn't even fought before. What right does he have to rank first place? Unfair. This isn't fair. We strongly request Yi Yuan and Long Yi to fight. The crowd instantly exploded. This was the Dragon Abyss tribe's territory. The vast majority of the people were all Long Yi's worshippers. Currently, the person that they worshipped was actually judged to have lost before even fighting. It made them extremely displeased. Some people were already questioning the authority of the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingshan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. He became first on the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan spent some heavenly crystals and got a copy of the Mountain Challenger list too. The moment he looked, sure enough, his own name was ranked in the first place. Meanwhile, Long Yi's name was ranked second place. Of course, this was just the position of the name being listed out. There was not even a sequence number in front of their names. Only all the way until the 11th name was there a sequence number. First place, Dragon Abyss Tribe, Long Lei. Yi Yuan knew this person. He was originally number 9 on the Mountain Challenger list. Now, he was actually squeezed to the 11th position. Yi Yuan knew that the people without a ranking on the Mountain Challenger list were people who were taken fancy upon by the Divine Dragon Envoy in preparing to be brought into the Heavenly Dragon Island. This was also to say that his hard work of more than 2 years finally brought him the result that he desired. I didn't expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually directly ranked me as first place, Yi Yuan also said in surprise. It's not surprising. The Mountain Challenger list is a comprehensive ranking. It doesn't completely look at battle results. You're ranked first. It naturally shows that your strength and potential are stronger than everyone, Feng Qingshan said. Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense too. On this Mountain Challenger list, among the top 30, only he was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, he had already broken through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Coupled with spatial rule, his strength was formidable. Ranking in the first place was also not incomprehensible. He was very confident that as long as he broke through another minor realm and reached Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, sweeping through this list would not be anything strange too. All around were indignant people. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about them and quietly left. Suddenly, an old man blocked his path. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. This was a bloodline warrior, but his strength was extremely strong. "You're Yi Yuan?" the old man asked, looking like he was talking down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely me. May I ask who Senior is?" The old man said lightly, "I'm Lord Divine Dragon Envoy's servant. I'm here to give you the Divine Dragon token." As he said, the old man threw Yi Yuan a token and said, "Half a month later, take the Divine Dragon token and go to the East Sea's shore. There will be a flying boat there. The few of you will board the boat by relying on the Divine Dragon token. At that time, there will naturally be someone to guide you all to enter Heavenly Dragon Island." Yi Yuan received the token and said with a bow, "Many thanks, Senior." The old man nodded slightly, seemingly still considered satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. However, he said to Feng Qingshan, "If Miss Qingshan is interested, you can come along with him. Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes the young patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan." Feng Qingshan was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Thank you very much, Senior. Feng Qingshan will definitely go." The old man nodded his head and turned around. He then left. Once the old man left, Feng Qingshan said excitedly, "Brat, even the Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes me. You can't shake me off. Hee hee." However, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "Don't you feel that something is not quite right?" Chapter 2986, Rectification of Name. Half a month later, at the East Sea shore. When Yi Yuan hurried over, the others had already arrived. When Scarlet Plume saw Yi Yuan, he said rather warmly, "Brother Yi, you're finally here." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Scarlet Plume. You were ranked third on the Mountain Challenger list." Scarlet Plume smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Once we enter Heavenly Dragon Island, everything will have to start over from the top." Clearly, Scarlet Plume had a great mentality. It was also precisely this kind of powerful mentality that let him rise rapidly. Yi Yuan swept with his peripherals and discovered that the surrounding environment was somewhat disorderly. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume's aura was somewhat chaotic. His body had some injuries too. He immediately understood something. Scarlet Plume noticed Yi Yuan's gaze and said with a smile, Wu Fa refused to accept that I'm ranked 3rd, so he challenged me. Not far away, a young man's face had a somewhat awkward expression. No need to say anything, Scarlet Plume won. Yi Yuan smiled and said, impressive, brother Scarlet Plume. Scarlet Plume smiled bitterly and said, but I challenged Long Yi and lost. This guy is too strong, be careful. Yi Yuan was taken aback, immediately understanding something. At this time, Long Yi was currently looking at him with a provoking gaze. His goal was self-explanatory. Yi Yuan, if you're a man, accept my challenge. You got conferred without fighting. I, Long Yi, refuse to accept it as final. Long Yi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, is this number 1 that important? Long Yi said, of course, it's important. No matter where I, Long Yi, I'll only be number 1. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, sorry, I'm not interested. These guys, each and every one still did not know what was going to happen. They were actually still in the mood to seek to prevail over others here. So what if you got first place? Did you really think that you all could enter Heavenly Dragon Island? It was just that Yi Yuan did not say these words out. However, apart from Scarlet Plume, the others clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. Yi Yuan, it turns out that you're merely someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Coward, you challenged us, but now that you ran into the strongest Long Yi, you're scared. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to enter Heavenly Dragon Island at all. Don't even have the courage to rectify your name. What qualifications do you have to enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Heavenly Dragon Island only accepts the strong. A good-for-nothing like you isn't fit to enter at all. These people were all Yi Yuan's defeated foes. They were brimming with vigor and vitality and did not have Scarlet Plume's mentality. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not answer the challenge, they instinctively thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Furthermore, Long Yi's might was indeed entrenched in people's hearts. Being able to defeat the current Scarlet Plume, there was already no need for explanations. The current Scarlet Plume, his strength was significantly greater than when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. Humph, whether to compete or not isn't up to you. Long Yi snorted coldly, and the aura of his body suddenly erupted, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. This place was no longer whatever mountain challenging. A word of disagreement and weapons were drawn. In an instant, the two people clashed together, being locked in a struggle. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were set off from the fighting, space-shattering. These two people's strengths were both formidable to the extreme. Among Emperor Cloud Heavens, no one was stronger than the two of them. So strong. It turns out that this guy is so strong. How is that possible? He actually fought to a draw with Long Yi. Turns out that when he was fighting with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded their imagination. In reality, in the mountain challenging battles, Yi Yuan only fought very arduously when fighting with Scarlet Plume. In that battle, he himself also benefited a great deal. The opponents ever since then could not make him muster up interest at all. It resulted in these people having a misconception that Yi Yuan was not very strong and was not worthy of being number 1 at all. But now, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. It was completely not on the same level. In the crowd, Scarlet Plume was also very shocked and muttered, not seeing for 2 years, Yi Yuan is already powerful to this extent. I thought that my improvement was fast enough. I didn't expect that he actually already shook me off far behind. Without comparison, there would not be any harm. What Scarlet Plume took pride in was his comprehension ability. Comprehending in battles, becoming stronger in fights. His fight with Yi Yuan might have been by chance. But, 2 years later, Yi Yuan's improvement far exceeded his imagination. He finally understood that there was not the slightest fluke in Yi Yuan's winning him. Yi Yuan has already comprehended the second form of his ultimate spatial technique. It just depends on whether or not Long Yi can force him to this step. But, looking at it now, it seems like he can't. By the side, Feng Qingxian said faintly. Scarlet Plume's entire body trembled, full of disbelief. Back then, he lost to the first form, wave-washing sand. It had just been 2 years, and Yi Yuan had already comprehended the second form. Yi Yuan displaying spatial 8 styles opened another door for Scarlet Plume. 2 years had passed, and he was still digesting the application of spatial 8 styles. Spatial 8 styles was too vast and complicated. But Yi Yuan actually already walked even further on his own path. This was really a merciless crushing. Spatial first form, wave washing sand. Above the void, Yi Yuan bellowed. Long Yi was slammed into the sea like a cannonball. This battle ended, the remaining 8 people were all rendered speechless. At this point, Yi Yuan, this number 1, could be considered to be duly deserved. Coward, good for nothing, no qualification to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Hoo-hoo, if even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then what do you all count as? A bunch of trash, you're not Yi Yuan's match, and you still hope for others to defeat him. Is this the dragon race's geniuses? What a joke. Feng Qingshan ridiculed without holding back in the slightest. The group of geniuses wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Being looked down upon by people was not scary, but being despised by a woman was frightening. Of course, being despised by a beautiful woman was even scarier. At this time, a streak of light approached from afar, resolving everyone's awkwardness. The flying boat came. Someone came down from the flying boat. It was precisely the old man who gave the token. All come on up. Remember to show your token, otherwise, you'll be obliterated. The old man said lightly. The party boarded the flying boat, seemingly already forgotten about the conflict previously, appearing somewhat excited. Heavenly Dragon Island was the place that all of East Billow region's dragon race descendants yearned for. They challenged mountains everywhere in order to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. How many lifeforms did the East Billow region have? But there were only merely 10 of them who were able to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. This was glory. Senior, after entering Heavenly Dragon Island, do we need to take note of anything? Someone asked flusteredly. The old man said coolly, after getting on the island, there will naturally be someone who'll inform you guys. Everyone was trying to get a word in, attempting to inquire about the situation on the island. After all, it was a new place. They knew absolutely nothing. However, the old man had a nonchalant appearance, answering very perfunctorily. Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if he was an outsider and had nothing to do with this. Several days later, a large island appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has chaos heavenly dragons taking in and spitting out heaven and earth's spiritual energy. There's a mortal mist lingering on the island all year round. Is this place Heavenly Dragon Island? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Chapter 2987, Prisoners. The moment everyone heard, they thought the same too. This place was too different from the place that they yearned for. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance, standing with his hands behind his back as he said. Indifferently, what the world knows has mostly been rumors snowballing. You believe it too. Yi Yuan continued, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island formed its independent space. This place doesn't seem to be so. The old man frowned and said unhappily, Kid, do you think that by getting on the Mountain Challenger list, you're very impressive? After getting to Heavenly Dragon Island, I'll be more obedient. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I even heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has a lot of true dragons. True dragons can be seen swimming everywhere in the sky. But there's nothing to see here. The old man was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this kid had been to the Heavenly Dragon Island before? What Yi Yuan described was exactly the same as Heavenly Dragon Island. However, he would not show it on his face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you questioning the Divine Dragon Envoy servant? The Divine Dragon token that was given to you all wouldn't be fake, right? Originally, hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts were somewhat nervous. But this sentence calmed them down. Yi Yuan smiled and stopped talking. The old man let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this kid was really too astute. He almost spilled the beans. He was only Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. If these few little fellows revolted, the matter that Master entrusted would probably be screwed up. When the flying boat landed on the island, the old man's heart finally settled down. More than 10 people came over to welcome them. They were all Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty experts. The person at the front was even a great emperor at Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. These are all this batch's Mountain Challenger list's geniuses. The great emperor's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The old man gave a bow and said, Yes, Master. The top 10 on the Mountain Challenger list are all here. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart. This great emperor was the Divine Dragon Envoy. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this divine dragon envoy actually did not have the aura of the blood race on his body. Why did he see through that old man at a glance? It was because he had the blood race's aura on his body. Yi Yuan's origin of chaos blood was very sensitive to the aura of the blood race. This old man was not a blood slave, but the blood in his body had been remolded before. At that time, Yi Yuan had already detected that something was wrong. Actually, after arriving at Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Yi Yuan had always been very curious. The 33 heavens, other planes were all suffering the torment of the blood race. But this place seemed to be calm and tranquil, all the way until Yi Yuan encountered the divine dragon envoy servant. He finally confirmed that the blood race still extended their fiendish claws toward Void Shrine illuminating heaven. It was just that they did not invade with great fanfare. Instead, they made arrangements in secret. "Who's Yi Yuan?" Divine Dragon Envoy suddenly asked. The old servant pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "It's him." The Divine Dragon Envoy sized Yi Yuan up and down. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves grandly. It was only to see a gust of hurricane howl past, closing in on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned pale with fright, his bloodline pressure erupting wildly, directly bringing forth his strongest attack. Second form of space, Dragon's Roar. However, this hurricane was like a metal plate. It was as if he collided right onto the metal plate. Yi Yuan was directly bounced flying. Yi Yuan was greatly enraged and rushed in front of the Divine Dragon Envoy, roaring angrily, "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" The Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, what pure bloodline. I really didn't expect that your human race's fleshly body actually has such a pure dragon race bloodline. Indeed, well deserving of being number one on the Mountain Challenger list. Yang Yi, the quality of this batch of kids is pretty good. There will be rewards." The old man smiled broadly and said, "It's all master who was skillful in guidance. Yang Yi doesn't dare to claim credit." The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze looked toward Feng Qingxian and said with a smile, "Didn't expect that this time, even the Fire Phoenix clan's dethroned young patriarch is brought here too. Not bad, really not bad." With this, everyone's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the situation was not quite right. The eyes that this Divine Dragon Envoy looked at him with did not seem to be appreciating whatever young geniuses. It looked like he was looking at a prey instead. Previously, when Yi Yuan questioned the old servant, they still did not take it seriously. Now, they discovered that this Heavenly Dragon Island really had something very wrong with it. "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" Long Yi questioned. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "There's no meaning. It's just that seeing each and every one of you have powerful bloodlines, this seat is very gratified." Long Yi's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're not the Divine Dragon Envoy. What objective did you hoodwink us here for?" Divine Dragon Envoy smiled lightly and said, "This seat being the Divine Dragon Envoy is without a doubt. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon tokens fell down from the sky? Only the Heavenly Dragon Island can make this thing. It's not what anyone can imitate. Alright, don't think too much. Because very soon, you all won't need to think anymore. After getting on the island, you all will understand." Long Yi's expression changed drastically, his figure immediately flashing, about to escape. Divine Dragon Envoy seemed to have long gotten used to this scene, lightly smacking a palm out. Long Yi's back was hit by the palm, vomiting out blood with a cough, and he no longer had the strength to run away. Everyone who was originally still thinking of escaping immediately ceased all actions. This Divine Dragon Envoy was an Origin Realm mighty expert. They could not escape at all. Hoo, be more obedient. Arriving here, you can forget about leaving. Remember, you all are making a contribution to the dragon race. You should feel honored," Divine Dragon Envoy said with a faint smile. At the same time, he gave a look to the people around him. There was immediately someone who stepped out of the ranks, chaining Long Yi up. While the others swarmed out, chaining handcuffs and shackles on the rest. These handcuffs and leg shackles were specially made. After they wore them, they only felt that their bloodline power was completely locked, unable to unleash it all. Hence, the 11 geniuses became prisoners. Feng Qingxian was shocked in her heart. Everything was as Yi Yuan expected. Previously, she did not believe it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was kicking up a big fuss over nothing. It was because the Divine Dragon token was not fake. But now, everything was practically the same as Yi Yuan said. Feng Qingshan had 100,000 whys in her heart. The divine dragon envoy was clearly real. But why would he lay his hands on his clansmen? This fake heavenly dragon island was right under the eyelids of the heavenly dragon island. There was actually nobody who cared. What were they capturing a few geniuses for? So on and so forth. Feng Qingshan could not figure it out. Everything could not be explained. But very clearly, everything was as Yi Yuan predicted. The divine dragon envoy detained the group of geniuses and entered a water dungeon. In the water dungeon, Long Yi and the rest were shocked to the extreme. It was because they saw many familiar faces. Isn't that Lord Long Qingyi? He was the number 1 on the last season's Mountain Challenger list. Why would he be here? Also him, East Billow region's legend, Lord Tai Chin. He swept across East Billow region back then and was the idol of all the Mountain Challengers. He's actually being trapped here too. That's Lord Dong Yu. He was our Dragon Soar tribe's number 1 genius. I didn't expect that he actually landed here too. Just what on earth is this place? Seeing one familiar figure after another destroyed their willpower. Some geniuses, 1,000 years had already passed from now. They were still being trapped here. It showed that they would also be spending the remainder of their lives in this place. Chapter 2988, Tragic Beyond Compare. The water dungeon was huge with countless prisons. It was sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was like an underground city. No sun could be seen all year round in this place. It was as if it was hell on earth. Yi Yuan saw that there were some who were already tormented until they did not look human anymore. There were not only true spirits here. There were many humans too. It was just that those humans were all in great agony, struggling and rolling around in the water dungeon. Arg, I beg you all, kill me. You bunch of brutes, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you all off too. It hurts. It's hurting me to death. I'm going to explode. Everyone looked over, only to see a human powerhouse swell up into a ball. Then, with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of minced meat, very bloody. The few people's complexions were deathly pale. Although they had fought countless battles, they had never seen this kind of extremely tragic scene before. People were less than animals in this place. Where on earth is this place? Why does the divine dragon envoy do this kind of cruel thing? Long Yi could not resist asking. Hoo, this is for our dragon race's future. If we can grasp the secret of bloodline evolution, then everyone will be able to become hegemons. Our dragon race will be able to become the overlord of myriad worlds. Even thinking about it makes people excited. This blood dragon island was constructed for this. Your bloodlines shall also contribute a portion of strength for the dragon race's future. The divine dragon envoy's eyes were full of fanaticism. Everyone becoming hegemon. Long Yi's entire body trembled as he said. The divine dragon envoy smiled and said, that's right. This blood dragon island has already been built for more than 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, we've made tremendous progress. The day where everyone can become hegemon isn't far off. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pointed at a metal jail and said, are you talking about him? Inside the metal jail, a half-human half-beast fellow was currently staring fixedly at the few people who came in with scarlet red eyes, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. One could tell from his appearance that this should have originally been a human. But he grew a pair of weird wings on his body, his ears were also sharpened to a point, his mouth growing out savage tusks, his entire person looking incomparably strange and ugly. His 4 limbs were on the ground. Actually, it could not be counted as 4 limbs anymore because his 4 limbs were all animal legs. However, the first feeling that he gave Yi Yuan was not ferociousness but wretchedness. He had the origin of blood and could feel that this person had mixed at least more than 10 types of bloodline power in his body. And these dozen over kinds of bloodline powers could not be superimposed perfectly. They would even have conflicts with each other. He could feel how much pain this person had to endure. Of course, this person already completely did not have his own consciousness. He was filled with killing intent throughout his body. This half-human half-beast fellow actually already reached the hegemon realm. Around him, those ferocious beasts did not even dare to breathe loudly, instinctively fearing him. Clearly, this guy was very dangerous. But the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart started surging uncontrollably. This bunch of guys simply had no bottom line when doing things. The divine dragon envoy seemed to be very proud of himself as he said, that's right. This guy is called Zhao Yu. He was originally just a good-for-nothing. After he cultivated to Emperor Vast Heaven, he was unable to make any more advancements. It was as who bestowed upon him eternal life, possessing sublime strength. A terrifying to the extreme aura came over. Everyone saw Zhao Yu pouncing over here. Even if these were all geniuses, even if they clearly knew that the likelihood of Zhao Yu breaking out of the locked cage was not high, they were still frightened until they took several steps back. The water prison surged with electricity. Zhao Yu screamed miserably and was directly electrocuted back. This water prison was clearly specially constructed. It could even withstand the hegemon realm Zhao Yu. Yuan was shocked in his heart. Then how strong was the person who fixed up the cage? Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Island's upper echelons had something to do with this too? The reason why he went deep into the tiger's den was to investigate this matter. Senior, I guess that the matter here likely has something to do with how you almost died back then, right? Yuan said to Mitn. Mitn was silent for a long time and said with a sigh, I don't know either, but it's probably related. It looks like the blood race had already started making plans at that time. Yuan sneered and said, to the blood race, you all, these chaos true spirits, are the real treasures. Whether or not the chaos bloodstone can open the door of eternal life and reach the great beyond, perhaps the key lies with you all. However, you all are too strong. He can only do it in secret. This scheme has lasted for several 100,000 years. What extravagant preparations. Chaos true spirits could be said to be the peak of bloodlines. Their bloodline was bestowed by heavenly Tao. Therefore, if the chaos bloodstone wanted to reach the great beyond, it would naturally be of great reference value to him. If he was the chaos bloodstone, he would not let them off too. But chaos true spirits were too powerful. Innate chaos true spirits were existences on the same level as the chaos bloodstone. Regarding these powerhouses that were born from heaven and earth, each of them was powerful to the extreme. Just like Mitn, back then, he was already a top hegemon that roamed the heavens unobstructed, sweeping across the Soul Clan with his strength alone. This kind of existence, even if it was the Chaos Bloodstone would be very wary too. Let alone that void shrine illuminating heaven's powerhouses were not just Mitn alone. Mitn fell silent again. Yuan could feel the struggle in his heart currently and stopped speaking. Actually, Yuan already faintly had some guesses. It was just that Mitn did not say anything. So he could not ask too much as well. Hoo, he's currently like a wild beast without his own will at all. Most likely, you all can't control him at all. That's why you'd lock him in the cage, right? If you let him out, the first one that he'll kill will probably be you. Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a cold smile. The Divine Dragon Envoy was indifferent and said with a smile, so what? We've already found a way to control him. He'll be very obedient. The few of you are all very talented. Perhaps in the future, you all will be able to step into the legendary Chaos Grade bloodline. The eyes that the Divine Dragon Envoy looked at the few people with made everyone shudder without feeling cold. Nobody wanted to become like Zhao Yu, possessing the strength of hegemon realm but becoming a wild beast that was at other people's beck and call. What was the point? Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy, not concealing his killing intent in the least bit. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, Yuan, I feel very optimistic about you. Judging from our past experiments, the human race's physical body has the highest compatibility. Very soon, you won't be using this sort of eyes to look at me. You'll be thanking this seat. Yuan smiled coldly and said, soon, you'll be thanking me too. Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, kid, you've got personality. I like it. I hope that in the future, you'll become stronger than him. Take them away. The group was taken away again. When Yuan walked past Zhao Yu's water prison and saw that miserable appearance, the killing intent in his chest sprang up again. Suddenly, his gaze and Zhao Yu's gaze met, and he could not help trembling all over. He saw a trace of anguish from that ferocious to the extreme gaze. A trace of seeking deliverance from the pain. This Zhao Yu actually still had a last strand of self-consciousness remaining. Chapter 2989, Contingency Plan. Senior Long Ran, there's no need for me to say anything more, right? In a secret cave of the Dragon Abyss tribe, Yuan put away the light screen in front of him and said calmly. This Yuan was his human soul clone, the enshrouding mist soul physique. He naturally would not venture into this fake heavenly dragon island without due consideration. Otherwise, it would be sending himself to death. Hence, he found this hidden cave under Mitn's guidance. It was Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor Long Ran's cave abode. He was a hegemon realm powerhouse. In order to convince Long Ran, Mitn directly revealed his identity. But if Yi Yuan said that the Heavenly Dragon Island was actually laying their hands on their own people, Long Ran would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Island was the dragon race's holy land. Therefore, Yi Yuan split his origin divinity into two, leaving his human soul clone here. Then he used a soul race secret technique to share what the dragon race soul clone saw and heard, displaying his experience on the light screen. Shock was written all over Long Ran's face, his heart in wrenching pain and bitter hatred. Long Yi did not recognize the people there, but Long Ran knew many of them in the water prison. During these 100,000 years, those geniuses who entered Heavenly Dragon Island actually all entered the Blood Dragon Island. Some were no longer around. Some became like disembodied ghosts. Why would Heavenly Dragon Island lay their hands on their own clansmen? Long Ran practically roared out. He was too disappointed, too shocked. Heavenly Dragon Island had deceived them for 100,000 years. These 100,000 years, how many geniuses had the East Billow region produced? These geniuses actually all died at the hands of their own people. Seeing the miserable appearances of those younger generation disciples, Long Ran felt heartache to the extreme. Yi Yuan clearly saw tears at the corners of his eyes. In reality, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's chest could no longer be contained to be able to make a hegemon realm who had lived for several 100,000 years shed tears. It could be seen how tragic Blood Dragon Island's situation was. War and death were very tragic. But, using some fresh lives to do human experimentation, this kind of cruelty simply could not be described. Animals were better, because of the blood race. They exploited Heavenly Dragon Island's ambition. Yi Yuan said. Long Ran's pupils constricted, his gaze gradually turning cold as he said, "Come." 3 days later, several hundred powerhouses from more than 10 major tribes set off for Blood Dragon Island. Lord Bloodless, the divine dragon envoy said respectfully to the blood race powerhouse in front of him. When Yi Yuan saw this blood race powerhouse, his pupils could not help constricting. Hegemon realm. There was actually a hegemon realm on this Blood Dragon Island. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that this hegemon realm was very strong. He originally thought that the divine dragon envoy was responsible for Blood Dragon Island. Did not expect that there was actually such a powerhouse. Could Long Ran be his match? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not sure whether or not there would be other hegemon realms on this island. This was somewhat troublesome, but at this time, the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to release. Bloodless swept a glance over everyone, his gaze finally stopping on Yi Yuan, and he said in pleasant surprise, "This batch is pretty good. Especially this kid, having a human physical body but his bloodline power is extremely strong. A fine sapling. Perhaps, our blood bestowal can obtain great success this time." Divine Dragon Envoy said in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, could it be?" Bloodless nodded with a smile and said, "Heaven rewards the faithful. The new conversion blood crystals are finally out. With these, we'll be able to control those berserk guys." Divine Dragon Envoy was agitated until he was almost weeping and said, "Lord Bloodless has toiled hard and rendered great merits. The dragon race is endlessly grateful." Bloodless smiled and said, "We're an organic whole, bound together for good or ill. What's the talk about toiling hard and rendering great merits? We need to wait for another 2 days, and the conversion blood crystals will be able to come out. Lock them up first and fuse 2 days later." The Divine Dragon Envoy waved his hand, commanding people to take Yi Yuan and the others away, and to lock them in the water prison. There were handcuffs on their hands, shackles on their legs, and the water prison even had powerful restrictions. This bunch of people was practically waiting for death. Feng Qingshan said in despair, "Yi Yuan, you've doomed me this time. If this young lady dies here, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Her voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's handcuffs fell right off. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. "This, isn't your bloodline sealed?" Long Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, "My bloodline can't be sealed." Got to be kidding. He had the origin of blood. It was the source of all bloodlines. Seal his bloodline, Feng Qingshan said excitedly, "Hurry. Quickly untie me." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not yet." Feng Qingshan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "I'm going to scout out this underground city. Bringing you all along is too cumbersome." Feng Qingshan and Long Yi were speechless. Yi Yuan said, "All of you hold your horses. In less than 3 days, someone will come and save us." Long Yi said, "But powerhouses are plentiful like clouds here. There are even hegemon realm powerhouses. Even if people come, they can't save us too." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then if your ancestor comes out of retirement." Long Yi's entire body trembled, and he said, "You're saying, ancestor Long ran? How is this possible?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "His elderly self has already moved out and is currently calling the various major tribes to set off for Blood Dragon Island. At that time, blood will flow into rivers." Feng Qingshan said in shock, "It turns out that those few days, you went to meet the Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor. This fellow, you hid from me so bitterly." Yi Yuan said coolly, "This kind of thing, the less you know, the better. If you reveal any flaws, not only will it waste all the previous efforts, you'll even doom all of us." Feng Qingshan's face turned black. This guy really did not show mercy when knocking someone down a notch. However, she also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But what Feng Qingshan was surprised by was that Yi Yuan acted too well along the way. All of his expressions were just right. He got angry when he should get angry, panicked when he should panic, and even when he should posture, he postured very adequately. Feng Qingshan did not expect that this guy still had this side. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others were shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan's meaning was that he had long anticipated everything, and he made complete arrangements. How did he discover it? The entire East Billow region was kept in the dark. How could a measly little Yi Yuan actually detect it? "Brother Yi, since you've already seen through everything, why do you still let yourself get caught in danger?" Scarlet Plume said in confusion. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Originally, I thought that the Divine Dragon Envoy was being controlled by the blood race. So I wanted to come and probe. But then I didn't expect that the truth is actually like this. The blood race and Heavenly Dragon Island joined hands to inflict great suffering on the living. If I didn't sneak in, I also wouldn't have seen such a ghastly sight." The moment these words came out, the few geniuses revealed indignant expressions. Indeed, when they saw each and every one of those seniors being turned into things that were less than animals, the killing intent in their hearts could not be contained too. "But, even if these can't seal your bloodline, this water prison is being sealed by powerful restrictions. How will you get out?" Feng Qingshan asked. Yi Yuan got up and said coolly, "You all stay here first. Make sure not to reveal anything. I'll be right back." Finished saying, his figure moved, passing right through the door. Chapter 2990, Water Prison Riot. Going out of the water prison and fading into the void, Yi Yuan avoided some restriction array formations carefully, heading towards the depths of the water prison. In less than half a day, Yi Yuan had gotten a rough idea of the water prison. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to go where it was too deep. There were a large group of powerful martial artists there and also many blood race auras. Clearly, this Blood Dragon Island had experts plentiful like clouds. At the end of the water prison, there was one secret room after another, with constant streams of people. Many people were brought into the secret room, and then they emitted extremely miserable sounds. Clearly, they were experimenting on those people. Killing intent surged in Yi Yuan's heart once more. However, he still forcefully pushed it down. A little impatience would spoil great plans. Yi Yuan wanted to know about the intel from the depths of the water prison, so he controlled his temper and secretly listened to the intel. After half a day passed, Yi Yuan discovered that they had started to get busy. "I didn't expect that the first batch of conversion blood crystals actually went unexpectedly smoothly. With this, there will be work to be done. I heard that this batch of mountain challengers are all pretty good. There are a human Heaven Qian grade bloodline and a Fire Phoenix clan's Heaven Qian grade bloodline. People upstairs said that the conversion blood crystals this time will be fused with them. The few of you go to the secret room and prepare. Bring them over half a day later." In the dark, Yi Yuan's heart was shocked from listening. They were going to make a move so quickly. Wouldn't that mean that they could not wait for Senior Long Ran they all to arrive? This became troublesome. Damn it, only half a day's time. This is a big problem. Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety, rushing back without stopping. When he passed through the water prison, his figure stopped. Suddenly, his eyes turned intent, and he said, since we can't wait, then we'll have to do it ourselves. With a strategy in his heart, Yi Yuan returned to his cell like lightning. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, they could not help perking up. All shut up, listen to me, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and immediately shut up. Yi Yuan said, that whatever damn conversion blood crystal has already succeeded. They will be laying their hands on us very soon. We can't wait for Senior Long Ran to come anymore. Therefore, we can only do it ourselves. The moment these words came out, everyone immediately fell into despair. Long Yi smiled bitterly and said, do it ourselves. Just based on the few of us. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, of course it's not the few of us. There are tens of thousands of powerhouses in this water prison. The weakest one is also true sovereign heaven realm. If we let them all out, we might not be unable to fight. Scarlet Plume said, but, what about hegemon realms? Furthermore, it seems like the majority of those detained in this water prison isn't even Emperor Sakura heaven realm, right? This bit of strength, it isn't enough to fill the crevices between their teeth at all. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that solo cage in the distance. Everyone followed his eyes and could not help shuddering. Zhao Yu, Long Yi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, are you crazy? If we let him out, he'll be the first to tear us all apart. No way, absolutely not, he's a monster. He doesn't have intelligence at all. He only knows to kill. Yi Yuan, stop joking. That monster has hegemon realm strength. Once he comes out, the entire water prison will be slaughtered by him. These people had an instinctive fear of Zhao Yu. This kind of fear was like a human encountering a wild beast. It would not reason with you and also would not listen to you. The only emotion that it had was killing. Letting such a monster out, wasn't that seeking death? Yi Yuan said coolly, then, do you all have a better solution? Saying it like if you don't let him out, you all won't die. Everyone could not help choking. Alright, I'll release the seal on you all first, then go and save the others together. With the water dungeon's captives all rioting, they will turn this damn place upside down. Even if we die under Zhao Yu's hands, with his destructive power, this Blood Dragon Island can forget about having anything left behind too, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, releasing everyone's handcuffs and shackles very quickly. In an underground palace in the depths of the water prison, the divine dragon envoy weighed the crystals in his hand, extremely delighted. Haha, with this, the time for our dragon race to unify the heavens has arrived. Lord Bloodless, for so many years, thank you for your hard work. Bloodless smiled and said, you're doing it again, no. These are all this seat's duties. I only hope that when the dragon race unifies the heavens in the future, Lord Mi Gen doesn't forget our blood race. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, Lord Bloodless is joking. Unifying the heavens, that's also our two races joining hands. The two people exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Bloodless sneered in his heart. A bunch of fools. In the past 100,000 years, he had already pretty much figured out the dragon race's bloodline. The Mother Stone progressed very quickly these few years and was almost about to be born. Chaos bloodline was indeed powerful. It was just a shame that he could not acquire genuine Chaos grade bloodline. Otherwise, the Mother Stone would have long come into being already. However, it did not matter. After the Mother Stone came into being, he would personally come to take the Chaos grade bloodline. Unify the heavens. The one to unify the heavens is our blood race. Right at this time, a group of people ran into the Great Hall in a panic. A subordinate said, Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, things are bad. Things are bad. The water prison, the prisoners, are rioting. The Divine Dragon Envoy's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, what's going on? Tell me in detail. That subordinate said, that punk called Yi Yuan, the sealing handcuffs actually can't lock him up. He has already opened up all of the water jails. The bloodline warriors in the water prisons and True Spirit clan members are all rioting. Bloodless said in surprise, impossible. The sealing handcuffs were specially made by this seat. Unless their strength reached hegemon realm, it's absolutely impossible to open it themselves. That subordinate almost wanted to cry. Could he still lie about this sort of thing? Wanting to talk about this sealing handcuff, it was indeed formidable. In these 100,000 years, not the slightest mistake had occurred before at all. But this time, a problem occurred. The Divine Dragon Envoy recovered his composure very quickly and said coolly, it's merely a bunch of trash who had their blood essence drained. There's no need to kick up a huge fuss. Lord Bloodless, rest for a while. I'll be right back. Bloodless nodded his head and did not say anything. Those imprisoned in the water prison were mostly younger generation geniuses. Most were Emperor Cloud Heaven experts, and a minority were Emperor Vast Heaven experts. There was also an extremely small group of bloodline warriors that were Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses. However, that was merely it. To an Origin Realm powerhouse like this, it was not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Blood Dragon Island was heavily guarded. How could he possibly be the only expert? Bloodless, this hegemon realm, did not need to take action at all. Under the Divine Dragon Envoy's word of command, Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses charged over towards the water prison. Just as he said, they were merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. With the Divine Dragon Envoy taking the lead, more than 10 Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm bloodline warriors were not even his match. These bloodline warriors were all captured to fuse with conversion blood crystals. Many people died. There was only one person that survived. It was Zhao Yu. When the Divine Dragon Envoy joined the battle, the rioting side started to lose ground very quickly. And at this time, Yuan was currently standing in front of Zhao Yu's cage, his expression flickering indeterminately. Chapter 2991, You're Not a Monster. This was a huge challenge to Yuan too. He did not have the confidence to escape with his life from under Zhao Yu's hands. Even so, he saw the tiniest hint of remnant struggle in Zhao Yu's eyes. But he was a hegemon realm powerhouse after all. Not far away, Long Yi and the others were frightened until their legs were trembling, swallowing saliva non-stop. After I go in, you all immediately shut off the restrictions. If I die, you guys immediately run away. However far you can run, do so, Yuan said in a solemn voice. Although he knew that the likelihood of escaping was very low, it was better than sitting passively and awaiting destruction. Outside the water prison, there was a switch to control the restrictions. One could control it from the outside. This cage's restrictions were too powerful. Yuan was unable to pass through it too. It could only be controlled by Scarlet Plume. Yuan, no way. Let's just charge out. This is too dangerous, Scarlet Plume said. Although the few of them were scared, they still felt incomparably moved in their hearts. Yuan was using his own life to fight for their slim chance of survival. They could all feel that this Zhao Yu was very strong. After going in, once he was let out, his destructive power would definitely be very strong. But, with Yuan going in alone, it was virtually certain death. It was not that Yuan was being a hero who liked this sort of solemn melancholy of a brave warrior who would not be returning. But that this matter had to be done by him. Only he had a glimmer of hope. If the others went in, that was truly certain death with no hope of survival. Of course, he was also unreconciled to it in his heart. He was unwilling to die just like this. The Divine Dragon Envoy and Bloodless were here, committing crimes that were too numerous to be recorded. He was long already filled with killing intent in his heart. Yuan shook his head and said, "We can't charge out." "Open it." Feng Qingshan did not speak, looking at Yuan from the back, her eyes somewhat misty. What kind of a man was this? Others did not know, but Feng Qingshan had a feeling that as long as he charged out of the water prison, Yuan had a high probability of escaping with his life. This guy's methods were too many. But he did not escape. Instead, he chose the most dangerous way. In the next second, the restrictions opened, and Yuan entered the cage like lightning. Scarlet Plume instinctively wanted to shut off the restrictions and flew out. Feng Qingshan smacked him flying with a slap. "Feng Qingshan, what are you doing?" Long Yi roared angrily. "Either way, we can't go out either, just die together." Yuan dares to gamble with his life. "You all are men too. Are you so cowardly?" Feng Qingshan said coolly. The few people all lowered their heads in shame. The moment the restrictions opened, Zhao Yu's roar made everyone start to tremble. Yuan only felt a pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, pressing over toward him. Every pore on Yuan's body was exploding, virtually going to die. The feeling of facing a hegemon realm head-on, it virtually made people crumble. This was also Yuan's first time facing such a terrifying existence head-on. He had seen before many hegemon realms, but someone like this, it was really his first time. At this moment, all actions were futile. Zhao Yu was too strong. This kind of might was that kind of primitive barbarity. It was as if he walked over from great antiquity. In virtually an instant, Zhao Yu pounced over toward Yuan. Before even getting close, Yi Yuan was already shocked by Zhao Yu's powerful aura until he received internal injuries. Zhao Yu raised his sharp claws. As long as this claw landed lightly, even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, they would also be lost here. Life was hanging by a thread. You are not a monster. Yi Yuan practically used all the strength in his body to roar these 5 words out. Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing heavily onto the jail door opposite. Yi Yuan's innards were directly ruptured, spitting out a mouthful of bloody froth. But fortunately, he was still alive. Feng Qingshan and the rest were frightened until their faces turned white. Yi Yuan, are you alright? Feng Qingshan was about to run over. Don't come over. I won't die. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet by himself. Another roar. Zhao Yu already stepped out of the cage. The ferocious tiger had been unleashed. Zhao Yu's gaze was locked firmly onto Yi Yuan. Was that the power of origin just now? Long Yi said in shock. Scarlet Plume nodded and said, there's no mistake. That's the origin of blood. Furthermore, it seems to be different from that origin in Hegemon Bloodless's body. The origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body seems to be purer and higher level. Long Yi said in surprise. Emperor Cloud Heaven comprehended the power of origin. This guy's trump cards really emerge in endless streams. Scarlet Plume also said in astonishment, looking at him challenging mountains back then, he didn't use his full strength at all. What he used were all dragon race means. Brother Yi is really an unmatched monster. The tiger's body trembling, making a hegemon realm submit. Zhao Yu's hesitation at the last moment was because of the origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body. Of course, you are not a monster. These 5 words had indeed struck the softest spot in the depths of Zhao Yu's heart. His sanity was virtually non-existent, but he ultimately still retained the tiniest trace of humanity. What was the struggle, the anguish, in the depths of his heart for? It was because everyone viewed him as a monster. If he had already completely had his consciousness die out, Yi Yuan's words naturally would not have an effect. But, as long as he still had a tiny trace, then these 5 words would be very crucial. And the release of blood origin made Zhao Yu's body instinctively understand. In his body, those disorderly bloodlines that were mingling and clashing together were being controlled. Yi Yuan wanted to tell him, I can let you not suffer the pain of bloodline havoc anymore. This was giving him hope. Under the combination of the 2 factors, Zhao Yu stopped at the final juncture. However, he was ultimately just a wild animal. Hence, Yi Yuan still nearly died. The underground water prison was shaking until it was almost crumbling. Zhao Yu was in great pain currently. Yi Yuan dragged his heavily injured body and walked toward Zhao Yu. You are not a monster. You're the same as me, a human. Zhao Yu roared again. A tremendous force transmitted over. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably miserable. However, he still insisted on getting to his feet and continued walking toward Zhao Yu. By the side, the hearts of Feng Qingshan and the rest were practically leaping out of their throats. This was truly dancing on the edge of death. If Zhao Yu wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it would really just be a matter of batting an eyelid. You are not a monster. If even you yourself gave up, then you'll really be hopeless. Are you reconciled to it? Are you willing to let those people who turned you into this have their way? A typhoon swept over. Yi Yuan was directly swept up into the sky, smashing heavily onto the ceiling and falling onto the ground again. If it were anyone else, they would not even have the strength to get to their feet currently. But Yi Yuan did not give up. He got to his feet and walked toward Zhao Yu again. Each sentence from him came from the bottom of his heart. He saw Zhao Yu's agony. He also saw the pain of countless people like Zhao Yu. Compared to those people, perhaps Zhao Yu was fortunate instead. At least he survived. You've already suffered pain that others can't endure and survived. Could it be that you want to give up on yourself? No matter what you become, as long as your heart doesn't change, you're a human. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu, his eyes incomparably sincere. Feng Qingshan, Long Yi, and the rest were extremely moved too. It was because they all felt Yi Yuan's sincerity. He was not making use of Zhao Yu. He genuinely wanted to save this monster. They felt incredulous. If it were them, they absolutely could not do it. This kind of monster, they felt disgusted just by taking a look. As if moved by Yi Yuan's sincerity, Zhao Yu did not attack Yi Yuan this time. Believe me, I can turn you back into your original appearance. Yi Yuan walked in front of Zhao Yu, placed his hand on top of his head, and gently stroked him. Feng Qingshan and the rest opened their eyes wide. Zhao Yu actually became quiet. Chapter 2992, this seat will let you know. The Divine Dragon Envoy directly crushed an Emperor Sakra Heavenly Emperor's head and threw the dead body to one side. This move intimidated everyone. The Divine Dragon Envoy was not some flower vase. He was a mighty Origin Realm expert. Moreover, he even had many Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm powerhouses by his side. The rioting army's powerhouses started to despair. The opponent was too strong. He did not give them a chance at all. The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze swept over everyone's faces and said coolly, "A bunch of ant-like fellows. Just based on you people, you also want to escape Blood Dragon Island. Forget about you all. Even hegemon realms can forget about leaving too." Everyone had fearful looks on their faces, all remaining silent and not speaking. They gave up. There was no hope of escaping at all. The Dragon Envoy said, "Go and put them back in handcuffs and escort them back. Whoever dares to resist, kill without amnesty." Hence, his subordinates carried one sealing handcuff after another and came over. Even so, there were still hot-blooded people. Either way, it's also dying. I'll fight it out with you all. I don't want to go back and live a life worse than pigs and dogs again. Killing one breaks even. Killing two is making a profit. Go to hell. Several hundred people directly rushed out, attacking the Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses. The Divine Dragon Envoy had a disdainful look, directly throwing a palm out. Several hundred bursts of force tore through the air. Before those people had time to attack, they were directly blasted into dregs. This disparity in power levels could not be compensated for at all. Furthermore, these people were detained for a long time. Either the blood essence in their body was drained, or they were test subjects, their combat strength not very strong. Those who truly had combat strength were all still being locked in cages. The Divine Dragon Envoy swept another glance and said coolly, "Who else wants to jump out?" Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to speak anymore. Those who dared to jump were already all dead. The Divine Dragon Envoy waved his hands grandly, and his subordinates took action opening move, recuffing these people with sealing handcuffs again. The Divine Dragon Envoy ordered, "Where's Yi Yuan? Bring him over." The subordinate said, replying to Your Excellency, "Yi Yuan isn't among these people." When the Divine Dragon Envoy heard, he smiled coldly and said, "You bunch of fools, you were made use of by people and didn't even know it yourselves. But it doesn't matter. There are still many people outside. They can't escape. This seat regards this boy very highly. He indeed didn't let this seat down as well. But this time, this seat is very angry. After capturing him back, this seat will make him become obedient." He had methods to deal with this kind of disobedient people. The geniuses that came here, which one was not proud to the extreme? In the end, they all became obedient babies. Rioting. Truly a bunch of ignorant and laughable fellows. Blood Dragon Island had been built for so many years. How could they have not considered this point? In this water prison, putting aside the layers of restrictions, there was an all-encompassing net laid down outside too. Forget about a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, even an Emperor Sakra Heaven could forget about escaping too. A prisoner said weakly, "Why, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan he didn't run away." Didn't run away? That's even better. Take me to him. This seat wants to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The Divine Dragon Envoy said disdainfully. Although he was disdainful, having such a big disturbance take place this time, he was still very enraged. It had been so many years. He never made any mistakes. Today, it actually played out like this because of a little fellow. The Divine Dragon Envoy could not help feeling very angry. He's releasing Zhao Yu, that person said again weakly. What's the use of releasing Zhao Yu? What did you say? He wants to release Zhao Yu. In the beginning, the Divine Dragon Envoy did not react to who Zhao Yu was. When he wrapped his mind around it, that sentence was virtually distorting his mind. At the thought of Zhao Yu breaking free, he was frightened until his soul left his body. Zhao Yu was too dangerous. This guy was only suppressed by requesting Lord Dragonsand to personally take action the last time. Lord Dragonsand was a supreme hegemon. If this guy got out, the entire Blood Dragon Island would be torn up by him. However, at the thought of how there weren't any happenings yet, his heart calmed down again. If Zhao Yu really broke free, he would have long charged over. Hurry, go and inform Lord Bloodless and Lord Dragonwild. You go in front to take a look at the situation. If you discover Yi Yuan, immediately capture him and bring him over for me. The Divine Dragon Envoy's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately giving the order. The Emperor Sakra Heaven, who was called, had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. Why don't you freaking go? If that monster really ran out, your father would be directly torn to shreds by him. But, toward the Divine Dragon Envoy's order, he had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would have to die right now. There was no way to go around it. He could only toughen his scalp and go. No need, I'm already here. Right at this time, a voice sounded out at the back of the rioting army. However, his figure was blocked by the army and could not be seen. But the Divine Dragon Envoy's heart settled down. If that monster was released, it would be impossible to be so quiet. That monster did not recognize its closest relatives at all. In one exchange, more than half of the people here would probably die. Hence, he laughed coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo, you, brat, know that you're at the end of your rope. Now, you're here to admit your mistake. Too late. This seat will let you know that there's a price to pay for doing some things. Come, men, detain him." "No need, I'll come over myself," Yi Yuan said coolly. There was suddenly a commotion at the back. The crowd automatically opened up a path. Everyone's faces revealed looks of fear. The place that Yi Yuan passed through, everyone would immediately hide far away. The Divine Dragon Envoy was somewhat curious. What was wrong with these guys? Each and every one of them seemed like they had seen a ghost. Is this Yi Yuan so scary? I've seen him before, a pretty good-looking young man. Very soon, the crowd completely parted, and the Divine Dragon Envoy saw Yi Yuan. Just one look, and he was frightened until his legs turned soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Only to see a monster that resembled neither human nor ghost behind Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Zhao Yu? A large group of monsters was even following behind Zhao Yu. These monsters were all failed defects. But now, they were all following behind Yi Yuan, incomparably docile and obedient. He rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting whether or not he saw wrongly. The unbelievably irascible Zhao Yu was actually so obedient. Seeing the Divine Dragon Envoy, Zhao Yu suddenly became feverish, roaring angrily. It was only to see his two eyes turned blood red. It was as if he might pounce at any time. Even if his sanity was almost extinguished, he instinctively hated this guy who turned him into a monster. The Divine Dragon Envoy was pissing his pants in fear. He was really pissing in his pants. He had seen before this monster going crazy. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan stroked Zhao Yu's head, and Zhao Yu quietened down again. The Divine Dragon Envoy quivered, astonished to the extreme in his heart. This guy was actually so docile in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, even Hegemon Dragonsand could not make this guy behave back then either. Just what kind of magic did this boy cast? This monster did not have intelligence at all. He could actually subdue it. Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a sneer, "Just now, you said that some things when done, there will be a price to be paid." Chapter 2993, The Samsara of Cause and Effect. I said this before. Why don't I remember it? You must have heard wrongly. The Divine Dragon Envoy was extremely terrified. Zhao Yu was staring fixedly at him. That ferocious gaze never left him up till now. A powerhouse at his level of cultivation realm originally should not be like this. But Zhao Yu's appearance and primitive, brutal aura indeed made people daunted at the sight of him. The Divine Dragon Envoy was an origin powerhouse, but in front of Zhao Yu, it was a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I feel that what you said is very right. As the Divine Dragon Envoy, your hands are stained full of your own people's blood. You're not ashamed in the slightest, but take pride in it instead. You indeed have to pay the price for what you've done." The Divine Dragon Envoy felt Yi Yuan's killing intent. His expression changed drastically as he said, "Yi Yuan, you understand. I was just obeying orders. The real executioner is someone else." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you really take me to be a kid who's still wet behind my ears? For over 100,000 years, the crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. Today, pay the price for the things that you've done." The Divine Dragon Envoy's expression changed wildly, both legs trembling non-stop. Under Zhao Yu's tremendous pressure, he did not even have the courage to resist. But right at this time, a trace of ripple appeared in the air. Hegemon Bloodless and Hegemon Dragonwilled emerged. Two great hegemons descended at the same time. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that there was actually still more hegemon realm on this Blood Dragon Island. It looked like the dragon race had some people who attached a lot of importance to this place. Alright, the farce ends here, Bloodless said coolly. The divine dragon envoy drew a deep breath, feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. The two great hegemon realm powerhouses were here. He finally had the confidence. His gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, Yi Yuan, are you very surprised? Didn't expect that there are actually two hegemon realms on Blood Dragon Island, right? Do you think that by controlling this monster, everything will go off without a hitch? Now, I want to see who's paying the price. Zhao Yu opened his gaping maws and became more and more berserk. Bloodless was a target that he must kill too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said, let's avoid them first. Zhao Yu's angry roar became increasingly maniacal. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, alright, I understand. Since that's the case, you do as you wish then. The divine dragon envoy smiled coldly and said, beast-like thing, merely a defective product, that's all. To also dare call out in front of two great hegemon realms. With two great hegemons here, divine dragon envoy's courage also grew considerably. Regarding Zhao Yu, this kind of monster, he held him in contempt. Zhao Yu's figure instantly became blurry. A horrifying to the extreme aura swept over toward the divine dragon envoy. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry, fleeing the battlefield. He sustained serious injuries and had not fully recovered yet. Bloodless snorted coldly and said, ignorant brute, courting death. Virtually at the same time, two great hegemons made a move at the same time, dealing with Zhao Yu. But the moment they made a move, the two people's expressions changed. Zhao Yu's sharp claws seemed to be able to tear this sky. A scent of incredible danger hit them head-on. Bloodless and Dragonwild's figures left faster than when they arrived. Zhao Yu repelled two great hegemons with one move. His figure continued pouncing over toward the divine dragon envoy, grabbing him in his hand and started tearing. At the same time, Yi Yuan displayed a spatial secret technique, bringing the majority of the people out of the battlefield. Those who failed to avoid it in time were directly shocked into meat paste by the aura of the three great hegemons. Also, those defective specimens that Zhao Yu brought, their two eyes turned bloodshot too, pouncing over toward the other Emperor Sakura Heaven experts. At once, the entire dungeon became a hot mess. There were powerful restrictions inside the dungeon. Everyone only saw the raging energy flying everywhere like stray bullets, instant death upon contact. Zhao Yu tore the divine dragon envoy to shreds very violently. However, he did not tear apart his origin divinity. He swallowed it in one mouthful. He had an instinctive hatred toward the divine dragon envoy and would not let him die so easily. From start to end, the divine dragon envoy did not have any strength to fight back at all. The divine dragon envoy probably never even dreamed that he would die at the hands of the monster that he created. Perhaps, this was the samsara of cause and effect. Zhao Yu roared, seemingly feeling the delight of having taken revenge. Dragonwild and Bloodless seeing this scene, the two great hegemons' expressions were very ugly. This guy was very troublesome. Zhao Yu's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. In reality, it also greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's strength probably did not lose to peak hegemons already. Plus that brutal savage strength and imposing momentum that did not fear death, his combat power probably approached supreme hegemon. Bloodless and Dragonwild were both not weaklings, but they were still repelled by him with one move. Zhao Yu suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Bloodless. This was the second person that he was going to kill. After Bloodless became hegemon realm, he virtually did not know what fear was. But now, he felt his hair stand on end. Zhao Yu was very dangerous. Zhao Yu turned into an afterimage, pouncing toward Bloodless. Zhao Yu's attacks were incomparably fierce, without easing up at all. Bloodless did not even have the chance to use his ultimate move. Very primitive, very violent, but very strong. Dragonwild actually did not dare to join the battle for some time. This Zhao Yu was too ferocious and brutal. Dragonwild, if you still don't take action, the two of us will have to die here today. His strength is already infinitely close to supreme hegemon. Bloodless roared angrily. When Dragonwild heard that, he could only clench his teeth and join the fight. Zhao Yu fighting one against two completely suppressed them. The entire dungeon was reduced to fragments by the three people's battle. Even the restrictions started shattering. Finally, with a bang, the top of the dungeon had a large hole being punched out. The stars outside could be seen. The three people directly fought their way out from underground. When those prisoners saw this scene, each and every one of their faces turned white. This kind of battle was too savage and brutal. They were unable to imagine, if it was not for Yi Yuan subduing Zhao Yu, would they have been torn to pieces or not? Such an existence made them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. Many people's eyes looked toward Yi Yuan. Such a ferocious existence, they felt their souls quiver just with one glance. Yi Yuan could actually subdue him. Furthermore, they could tell that Yi Yuan did not have any contractual relationship with Zhao Yu. But Zhao Yu, without any intelligence, was actually willing to listen to Yi Yuan's orders. This was simply too miraculous. But no matter what, they were saved. The feeling of seeing the light of day again was really too wonderful. The ferocious beasts that Zhao Yu brought out, their strength were all extremely powerful. Before long, Blood Dragon Island's elite powerhouses were all brutally killed. Those prisoners were all extremely thrilled. Today, this damn place that trapped them for several thousand years was finally going to be torn apart. Chapter 2994, It has nothing to do with me anymore. Above the void, the battle was furious to the extreme. The three great hegemons' battle was completely not like the battle of hegemon realms. Primitive and fierce, Zhao Yu disregarded getting injured, attacking Bloodless frenziedly. Bloodless, physical body had already been smashed many times. He only survived by relying on powerful revival from a drop of blood. But, the more Bloodless fought, the more terrified he became. Was this guy really the monster that he created? Why was he so strong? When Hegemon Dragonsan suppressed Zhao Yu in the past, he was clearly not so strong yet. This was of course Yi Yuan's work. Yi Yuan helped Zhao Yu to examine his bloodlines and discovered that the bloodline powers within his body were incomparably complicated. The conversion blood crystal that Bloodless spent 100,000 years to come up with was naturally not an ordinary object. With Yi Yuan's current ability, he could not resolve it at all. After all, this was a hegemon-level thing. Yi Yuan discovered that those complicated to the extreme bloodlines had already completely fused into one entity with Zhao Yu and could not be separated at all. At least, with his current strength, he could not do it at all. But Yi Yuan thought of a way. It was to inject a drop of his blood essence into Zhao Yu's body. Of course, his fused bloodline was actually nothing to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's bloodlines were far stronger than Yi Yuan's fused bloodline. It was just that the bloodline conflict left him in the abyss of suffering at all times. It was also precisely because of this that Zhao Yu became extremely irascible. However, a trace of blood origin was contained in Yi Yuan's blood essence. The origin of chaos blood was the source of all blood. There was no need to say more about its power. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, this trace of origin power had the effect of a lubricant. It was just like Zhao Yu's bloodline powers. They were originally stacked together like miscellaneous things. But now, they were arranged neatly. Therefore, Zhao Yu's control over his bloodlines became even more accomplished with high proficiency. He did not need to waste energy to go and maintain that complicated bloodline conflict. Hence, his combat strength went off the charts. Arg, 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 why is it like this? How can it be like this? Bloodless also did not expect that this creature that he created was actually so powerful. Bloodless's physical body was blown apart over and over again. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. You revive 10 times, I'll blow you apart 10 times. You revive 100 times, I'll blow you apart 100 times. Finally, after being blasted apart once more, he could no longer recover. The powerful hegemon Bloodless was completely killed by the monster that he created. Once Bloodless died, Dragonwild was unable to salvage the situation alone and fell very quickly. 2 great hegemons died at the hands of Zhao Yu, this monster. Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, seemingly giving vent to the resentment in his heart. His intelligence was almost wiped out, but the instinct to take revenge was still there. Now that the great enmity had been avenged, his angry roar carried an inexplicable grief, moving people. Below, thousands of people felt deeply affected, as if they had experienced it too. Many people actually shed tears. In fact, what happened to Zhao Yu actually happened to them too. Finished venting, Zhao Yu leapt down and came before Yi Yuan, lying prostrating. Clearly, he was thanking Yi Yuan. The current Zhao Yu was extremely respectful and submissive. How did he still have the demeanor of the king of all beasts? All around, Thousands of people directly knelt down toward Yuan. This person was sent by heaven to save them. Many thanks, Sir Yi, for your life-saving grace. Everyone spoke in unison. Yuan let out a sigh and said, if you all want to thank Zhao Yu and his companions. I know that you all view him as a monster, but they are not monsters. They relied on powerful will to survive. Their humanity had not been extinguished. If that were not the case, even if I had exceedingly formidable abilities, I can't save all of you either. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was extremely ashamed. Transplanting conversion blood crystal had extremely high mortality. Those able to survive were anomalies. However, nobody saw them as humans, even if Zhao Yu and the others were once one of them. This kind of incomparably ugly monster, even they themselves felt disgusted too. And also, fear. But it was these monsters that they looked down on in their hearts that rescued them today and avenged them. Many thanks for Brother Zhao's life-saving grace. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for taking action. Gradually, more and more people bowed toward Zhao Yu. Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said with a smile, you look, they are all thanking you. Zhao Yu roared fiercely as though he was angry. Everyone was alarmed when they saw it. Yuan smiled and said, he's happy. Only then did everyone feel relieved. The current Zhao Yu was no different from a wild beast. Everything was based on instinct. The only one that he trusted was Yuan. This was because the sincerity of Yuan was something that no one else had. In the horizon, more than 100 people in mighty contingents were flying over toward this side. These hundreds of people had an imposing momentum, seething with killing intent. Especially the old man in the front, he had an unstoppable momentum. These people were precisely the various tribe powerhouses that came from afar. Long Chenxiang, come out for this seat and die. His voice reached first before his person reached. Hegemon Long Ran's fury at this time could be seen. But, when his figure appeared in the sky above Blood Dragon Island, his entire person was stunned. Where are the people? Long Ran said with a dumbfounded look. The auras of hegemons were very strong. Let alone that Zhao Yu had fought fiercely with the two great hegemons for the greater part of a day. Dragonwild's and Bloodless's auras had not dissipated yet until now. Long Ran was very certain that there were two great hegemons who died. The entire Blood Dragon Island was a scene of desolation, being fought until it fragmented into pieces, becoming a wasteland. Even Long Ran, this hegemon realm, was stunned by the scene before his eyes too. Two great hegemons falling, this was a huge matter. What was going on? Yuan rose up into the air and said to Long Ran with cupped fists, Senior Long Ran, Blood Dragon Island's matter has already been resolved. The two great hegemons on the island, Dragonwild and Bloodless, had been executed. Everyone who was involved in murdering their own people, they had all been beheaded. Long Ran had a stunned look again and said, are resolved. So it has nothing to do with me anymore. Behind Yuan, Zhao Yu rose up into the air and bared his teeth at Long Ran, brimming with killing intent. When Long Ran saw Zhao Yu's ferocious appearance, he could not help jumping in fright and was almost about to attack. Yuan hurriedly said, Senior, please stay your hand. The one who killed Dragonwild and Bloodless was precisely Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, this is Senior Long Ran. Don't be rude. The moment Zhao Yu heard, he immediately stopped behind Yuan and stopped flying off the handle. When Long Ran saw this scene, his eyeballs were almost popping out. Zhao Yu gave him an extremely dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if they really came to blows, he was most likely not this guy's match. Furthermore, this guy was incomparably savage. He was completely a wild beast. But he was actually so obedient in front of Yuan. How did this boy do it? During this period of time, Yuan had always been devoted to Blood Dragon Island's matter, and he cut off the connection with his human soul clone. Therefore, Long Ran did not know what happened here. It was also precisely because of this that, when the human soul clone knew that things were bad, he urged Long Ran to hurry over. Long Ran did not expect that it actually had nothing to do with him anymore. Chapter 2995, He'll definitely pay the price. After dispelling the heavy fog, everyone seemed to have stepped into paradise. Many true dragons were soaring in the sky. This place was the world of dragons. Stop. Trespassing Heavenly Dragon Island is a capital offense. Suddenly, a voice came out of the large fog. Two Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm true dragons dashed out, blocking everyone's path. But very soon, their expressions changed. because they saw thousands of people moving like a great flood, barging into Heavenly Dragon Island. Each one was very powerful. The old man in front was even an existence that made them tremble. Long Min, you're really awe-inspiring, to dare block this seat's path. Long Ran said with a cold snort. This group of people was precisely Long Ran and party who came from Blood Dragon Island to denounce publicly for crimes. Originally, Long Ran planned on coming alone. But, he listened to Yi Yuan's advice and brought these thousands of people all onto Heavenly Dragon Island. Apart from this, the leaders of East Billow region's various major tribes, as well as 4 other Hegemon realm powerhouses, were all gathered here. In order to put pressure on Heavenly Dragon Island, these people represented the entire East Billow region. This, Elder Long Ran has returned. Long Min naturally doesn't dare to stop. But these people, each and every one of them, they are strange beings. How can they enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Whatever business Elder Long Ran has, you can enter the island with all the elders. As for the others, they had better remain outside. Long Min said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But the meaning in his words was filled with disdain. The strange beings that he talked about, it was naturally referring to Zhao Yu and the rest. These people were filled with a savage aura on their bodies. In Long Min's view, they were not worthy to enter the island at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the 33 heavens, dragon race, being a paramount place. These monsters getting on the island were desecrating the holy land. Long Ran and the rest of the Hegemon realm powerhouses naturally had extremely high statuses in the dragon race. It was just that they were advanced in age and could not bear to part with their tribes. That was why they did not stay on Heavenly Dragon Island. But they were all Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm elders. They naturally had the qualifications to enter the island. Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu roared furiously. His fiendish aura instantly spread throughout the entire island. Long Min's expression changed greatly. He felt the scent of death. It was not just Zhao Yu. Long Min's words made everyone who were already sensitive to begin with, completely explode. This guy must be in cahoots with Long Chenxiang. Kill him, take revenge for our dead brothers. Your father is risking it all today and fighting it out with Heavenly Dragon Island. Facing Long Min's discrimination, each and every one of them was extremely indignant and virtually wanted to rampage. Long Min could not quite hold them back anymore. Although he was aware that he was aloof from the masses, one look and it was clear that these people were not to be trifled with. Disregarding Zhao Yu, none of those monsters behind him was to be trifled with. Any random one that came out could tear him to shreds. Get lost, otherwise, this seat will kill you now as a sacrificial offering. Long Ran said with seething killing intent. Long Min's expression changed repeatedly. And he said, Elder Long Ran, here is Heavenly Dragon Island. If you do this, you have to consider the consequences. Long Ran sneered and said, if this place isn't Heavenly Dragon Island, this seat wouldn't come. Today, this seat came to ask Mi Gen whether or not he still takes this seat to be a clansman. Finished saying, he directly smacked Long Min flying with a slap and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Several thousand people marched for the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island in a mighty contingent. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island seethed with excitement at once. Many people were uncertain what it meant and even thought that there were enemies attacking. One powerful aura after another stepped out of the void. 37 Hegemon realms. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This was also too strong. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven only had 60 over Hegemon realm powerhouses, while a single Heavenly Dragon Island actually had 37 Hegemon realms already. Plus Long Ran the 5 of them, there were 42. Yi Yuan knew that there were definitely still many Hegemon realms that had gone into hiding. Just one dragon clan, the number of Hegemon realms was no less than 60. How many Hegemon realms did the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven have? No wonder the blood race did not dare to invade this place in a flagrant manner. Once they angered the 4 symbols family clans, several hundred Hegemon realms joining forces could directly level them. With 37 Hegemon realms stood proudly in the air, it completely suppressed the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's side at once. A Hegemon realm whose aura was powerful to the extreme questioned Long Ran, do you want to rebel? Bringing a bunch of monsters and forcibly getting on Heavenly Dragon Island, what do you want? Yi Yuan felt that this person's strength was at least Supreme Hegemon level 2. Rebel, Long Jian, this old man's head isn't rotten. Can I rebel just by bringing these people? This old man came here today with no other intention than to seek justice for East Billow region's children and grandchildren. If Heavenly Dragon Island feels that our East Billow region is expendable, then you can very well annihilate all of us today. From now on, Heavenly Dragon Island is Heavenly Dragon Island, and East Billow region is East Billow region. We'll have no dealings with each other. Either way, in the eyes of you all, these hegemons who are far removed from the masses in reality, were just a bunch of ants. Long Ran's words carried endless lament and resentment. On Blood Dragon Island, he understood everything. Looking at these monster-like children, his heart ached to the extreme. Over 100,000 years, how many geniuses died? Among these people, perhaps there would be hegemon realms appearing. No matter how lacking, there would also be a large batch of origin powerhouses. But they all died in their own people's hands. Long Jian's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, have you gone muddle-headed with age? East Billow region and Heavenly Dragon Island are of the same breath and branch. We are both of the dragon race. Where are your words coming from? Of the same breath and branch. Ha ha ha, what a fine of the same breath and branch. Long Jian, you open your eyes wide and take a good look at them. Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang turned them into resembling neither human nor ghost. You're telling me now, of the same breath and branch? Don't tell me that Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang has nothing to do with Heavenly Dragon Island, right? Long Ran laughed until tears ran down his old face. Long Jian's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Ran, you have to take responsibility for saying this kind of words. Long Ran, this seat knows that you harbor discontentment, but making slanderous charges like this, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? At this time, another supreme hegemon came forward and criticized Long Ran. It was only to hear an astonishing angry roar. Zhao Yu directly turned into an afterimage without waiting for Yi Yuan's orders, pouncing toward this person. Everyone felt Zhao Yu's heinous wrath. Enormous fluctuations rippled in the void, and Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. And that supreme hegemon was actually also knocked back several thousand feet by Zhao Yu. Vile beast, this seat will slaughter you. That supreme hegemon was greatly enraged and was about to kill. Zhao Yu roared angrily too and pounced once more. Zhao Yu, stop. Yi Yuan hurriedly yelled. Zhao Yu roared angrily with unwillingness. Yi Yuan leapt up and arrived in front of Zhao Yu and said firmly, I know that your fury is hard to appease, but I guarantee you, he'll definitely pay the price. Zhao Yu seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words, roaring angrily again, but restrained his sharp edge. Above the sky, the group of hegemon realm powerhouses was incredibly amazed. They could tell that this wild beast-like monster did not have intelligence. But he was actually so submissive and obedient to a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Chapter 2996, Chaos True Dragon. Yi Yuan did not recognize this supreme hegemon, but he already knew who he was. Hegemon Dragonsand. Back then, when Zhao Yu was completely beastified, he was suppressed by him. Clearly, the experience back then was very unpleasant. Zhao Yu only relied on instinct when doing things. Apart from Hegemon Dragonsand, nobody made him have such great fury. Little fellow, your tone is very big. You think that because this ugly monster listens to you, you can be unbridled in front of this seat. Dragonsand said with a light laugh. Clearly, he did not place Yi Yuan, this little bug, in his sights at all. That made sense. Why would an exalted supreme hegemon place an Emperor Cloud Heaven in his eyes? However, he was calm and collected on the surface. In reality, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He naturally knew who Zhao Yu was because it was he who took action to suppress Zhao Yu when he was forced to fuse with the conversion blood crystal. Back then, the berserk Zhao Yu did not have the strength to resist at all under his hands. But, that blow earlier, although Zhao Yu was somewhat at a disadvantage, he already had the qualification to fight with him. Furthermore, this monster did not recognize its closest relatives and was violent to the extreme. It could actually heed Yi Yuan's words. This boy was not simple. Yi Yuan looked at Dragonsand and said coolly, Dragonsand, we haven't come after you yet, but you jumped out yourself. When we all, these people, came to Heavenly Dragon Island, we didn't think of going back alive at all. If Blood Dragon Island's matter is the entire Heavenly Dragon Island's intention, then I have nothing to say. Today, just count it as the few thousand of us are walking right into a trap. But if it isn't, you probably can't shirk responsibility. Dragonsand's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What blood dragon island? Brat, you dare to slander this seat. This seat will kill you right now." Could it be that anyone else dared to say a word of refusal? Terrifying power of origin directly pressed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to be hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. This was the strength of a supreme hegemon. Zhao Yu roared angrily once more, preparing to pounce towards Dragonsand. Enough. Dragonsand, stop. The matter hasn't been figured out yet. What are you haggling over with a junior for? Long Jian stopped. Dragonsand was clearly a little apprehensive of Long Jian. That was why he restrained his aura and said with a cold snort, "This junior has a human physical body, but he possesses Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It's peculiar. No matter how things are, we have to figure it out." Long Jian nodded his head, expressing agreement. Indeed, he found it very strange too. Yi Yuan's bloodline power clearly could not hide from these major powers. Long Ran, whatever there is, say it clearly in front of all the clansmen. Long Jian said. Long Ran said with a cold smile. Heh. Luckily, this old man listened to Yi Yuan and came with such a grand lineup. Otherwise, I really couldn't have explained things with one mouth. This matter can't be reasoned with you. I want to see progenitor Mi Gen. Long Jian frowned and said, "Long Ran, you're going overboard." Long Ran did not care in the slightest and said with a cold snort, "Long Jian, this matter, don't need me to say, you've also guessed some things, right? I came today to personally ask progenitor Mi Gen, whether or not he has given up on the East Billow region. If so, don't need everyone to take action. This old man will kill them with my own hands, then pass away in seclusion here." His gaze swept over the faces of all the hegemons, and he asked in a solemn voice, "There are many among you all who came from the East Billow region too. Now, somebody is treating your children and descendants as pigs and sheep. Both hands stained full of their own people's fresh blood. Do you all have an easy conscience like this?" Those present were all not fools. Long Ran coming with such a grand lineup, bringing along a bunch of ugly creatures and forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island, how could they not see through some clues? They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. There was actually someone who had such gall. Long Jian let out a sigh and said, "All right, this seat understands." An enormous round hole suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive dragon head emerged from the round hole. A boundless chaos aura instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dragon Island. Seeing this enormous dragon, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to the impulse to prostrate in worship. He was incredibly shocked in his heart. Was this the aura of a powerhouse who was about to reach the great beyond in the legends? Really strong to the extreme. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that Supreme Hegemon was already the limit of Hegemon realm. Such as Hegemon imperishable, that level of existence, he was seriously far too strong. Even if Hegemon Samsara was stronger than him, how strong could he be? But now, having witnessed this enormous dragon, he completely understood. Under the firmament, Yi Yuan felt that he was as insignificant as an ant. They were heaven. The enormous dragon swam out of the sky. That massive body could not be contained even by the entire vast expanse of heaven. Yi Yuan estimated with his eyes that this enormous dragon's body was probably reached 100,000 feet long. Chaos True Dragon. This was an existence that was born from heaven and earth. Paying respects to progenitor Mi Gen, everyone knelt down toward this giant dragon. In fact, even the incomparably berserk Zhao Yu lied prostrate. There was a voice in Yi Yuan's heart that was calling non-stop, asking him to kneel. Instead, Yi Yuan stuck his chest up and stood even straighter. The giant dragon's gaze looked over, the dragon head sticking straight down, virtually touching Yi Yuan's face. "Young man, why do you not kneel? I'm a divergent cultivator. I don't even kneel to heaven and earth. Why would I kneel to you? You have a dragon soul, you're of the dragon race. So you have to kneel to this ancestor. You're born from heaven and earth, then, do you kneel to heaven and earth?" Mi Gen stared at Yi Yuan and was silent for a long time. Yi Yuan also met Mi Gen's two eyes and did not shrink back in the slightest. Long Ran and the rest felt like they were almost fainting in anger. This punk's gall was also too fat. This was the progenitor. You actually dared to speak like that. Suddenly, Mi Gen burst into laughter. The laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Yi Yuan felt that his bones were almost being shattered. Interesting. An interesting little fellow. Looks like you understand heaven very well. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there has never been a divergent cultivator who could transcend samsara. This progenitor really wants to see how you fight with heaven. Amidst the loud laughter, Mi-Gen pulled back and circled around above the void again. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief in secret. This scene earlier merely lasted for a dozen over breaths. But Yi Yuan felt as if 10,000 years had passed. His heartbeat was almost stopping. Facing such an existence, to say that his heart was still like water, that would be a lie. But Yi Yuan's willpower was long already incomparably powerful. He overcame it. Of course, what was more important was that Mi-Gen was really too terrifying. He did not have any secrets to speak of in front of him. Being so near, Yi Yuan did not know whether or not Mi-Tien would be exposed. But, just now, Mi-Tien seemingly disappeared from his body. Even Yi Yuan himself could not feel his existence anymore. Very clearly, Mi-Gen could not feel it too. At this point, how could Yi Yuan still not guess it? To be able to make Mi-Tien fall, apart from an existence like Mi-Gen, who else could there be? Mi-Tien being reluctant to make it clear all along. On the one hand, it was that he himself was not sure too. On the other hand, he was worried that he would harm him. Mi-Gen was too strong. Long Ran, whatever you have, say it. Mi-Gen looked at Long Ran and said gravely. Chapter 2997, Overbearing Dragonsand. What? Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang actually did such things that go against heaven and reason. No wonder the younger generation disciples who entered Heavenly Dragon Island these few years have been getting worse with each generation. Turns out that they were sent to Blood Dragon Island. The two of them have really lost all balance of judgment. To actually lay such vicious hands on their own people. Long Ran revealed everything about Blood Dragon Island's incident. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island fell into shock. And these monsters in front of them were Blood Dragon Island's masterpieces. Although Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses were sitting up high in a prominent position and turned their noses up at East Billow region, this did not mean that they could butcher their clansmen. Heavenly Dragon Island had many hegemon realms that came out of the East Billow region. Blood Dragon Island's matter aroused everyone's fury. Presumably, I brought everyone here today to ask one thing. Are the East Billow region's tribes still part of the dragon race? Long Ran choked with sobs as he said. Mi-Gen was silent. After a long time, he heaved a sigh and said, this progenitor wholeheartedly pursued Great Tao these few years, resulting in neglecting Heavenly Dragon Island's affairs. I didn't expect that it actually caused such a tragedy. Long Ran, don't mention such a thing again. This progenitor apologizes to you and to everyone on behalf of Heavenly Dragon Island. These words were sincere and moving. Many East Billow region geniuses felt inexplicably touched. Progenitor Mi-Gen was a godlike figure to them. But progenitor Mi-Gen did not put on any airs and actually apologized to them. In reality, nobody blamed Mi-Gen at all either. Their resentment and hatred were all focused on Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang. Progenitor Mi-Gen, you aren't to be blamed for this. It's all Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang's fault. Yeah, you don't need to apologize. Progenitor's apology is too much for us to bear. Everyone was in fear and trepidation. All the people that originally came in a threatening manner became scared all at once. Only Yi Yuan and Long Ran were sneering in their hearts. Although Mi-Tien did not mention this to him, how shrewd was an old monster like Long Ran. Mi-Tien did not reveal his identity but let Yi Yuan enter Heavenly Dragon Island through mountain challenging, which in itself already indicated many problems. Coupled with Mi-Tien's demise, Yi Yuan could roughly guess some things. The more Mi-Gen was like this, the more vigilant he was in his heart. However, he naturally would not be dumb enough to expose it. Long Ran said with righteous indignation, Progenitor, we don't blame you for this. But I want to ask Progenitor one thing. Are the East Billow region's various tribes still considered a part of the dragon race? Mi-Gen said in sullen anger, Long Ran, these words are overboard. You all are big brother and my descendants. You're naturally all part of the dragon race. Long Ran said, since that's the case, Progenitor please uphold justice for us. This sort of thing is absolutely not done by Dragonwild and Long Chenxiang only. There must be someone involved from Heavenly Dragon Island. Progenitor, please take charge and get to the bottom of things. Everyone prostrated again and said in unison, Progenitor, please get to the bottom of it. Mi-Gen nodded his head and said, Dragonsand, what do you have to say? Progenitor, there's nothing to say. As long as they can produce evidence, proving that Blood Dragon Island's matter was instigated by me behind the scenes, I'll waste my own cultivation to atone for my crime to progenitor. Dragon Sand had a calm look and was not the least bit worried at all. He controlled Blood Dragon Island's matter remotely and did not leave behind any evidence. Now, Dragonwild and Long Chenxiong were both dead. With no witnesses to testify, he was not scared at all. Zhao Yu roared angrily again. The moment Dragon Sand opened his mouth, Zhao Yu always could not control himself. Dragon Sand looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and said with a cold snort, "Kid, control this animal well. Otherwise, once this seat is enraged, I'm afraid that I can't resist slaughtering him. This animal is just a bloodline warrior. He's not a member of my dragon race. If this seat wants to kill him, nobody will stop me." Yi Yuan was not angry either and said with a light smile, "Hegemon Dragon Sand, do you have what's called a guilty conscience?" Dragon Sand could not help laughing and said, as an animal without intelligence roaring a few times at this seat considered proof. "I think that the people that this brute is roaring at aren't just this seat alone, right?" Roar, roar. Zhao Yu reached the brink of rampaging once more. Dragon Sand's two eyes turned cold, and he said coolly, "Kid, this seat's dignity isn't to be provoked by an animal. Give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't take out evidence, this seat will slaughter this beast first." Hegemon Dragon Sand was overbearing to the extreme. However, the hegemons did not express any dissatisfaction with his words. Zhao Yu did not have intelligence at all. Him roaring a few times naturally could not be taken as evidence. But Hegemon Dragon Sand's prestige was not to be provoked. One should not look at how Hegemon Dragon Sand was very respectful in front of progenitor Mi Gen. He was a true blue supreme powerhouse. His strength was not at all inferior to the soul race's hegemon imperishable. How could this kind of powerhouse let an animal provoke in front of him time and again? Therefore, him wanting to kill Zhao Yu was within reason. Nobody could find any problems. Hegemon Dragon Sand stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from a height. In his eyes, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan or Zhao Yu, they were both just ants. But Long Ran's expression was very ugly. The development of things had somewhat escaped his control. Proof. He really did not have this thing. Blood Dragon Island's matter was done very cleanly. He had already searched Blood Dragon Island and did not find any evidence that could directly take Dragon Sand down. Forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island, he wanted to let these several thousand people all tell the same story and cast stones at Dragon Sand. But he did not expect that Dragon Sand was actually so overbearing, directly wanting to kill Zhao Yu. Yet, he had no way to reason things out. Dragon Sand's imposing momentum grew stronger and stronger. The pressure of a supreme hegemon crushed East Billow region's geniuses until each and every one were about to kneel down. Clearly, he wanted to take Long Ran down a notch. As for the rest, he did not place them in his sights at all. 2 breaths, his imposing momentum already rose to the peak. Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, "You want proof, then I'll let you see it." Dragon Sand snorted coldly. Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a brutal blow, the 2 eyes going dark, almost fainting, directly spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was directly being pressed on the ground with an incredible pressure. All the bones in his body were directly crushed. This guy was too strong. Even if it was just a warning, it was also not what Yi Yuan could withstand. He would not kill Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan was of the dragon race. But he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to open his mouth. "Brat, the conversation between hegemon realms, it isn't your turn to come and interject. Whatever you have, let Long Ran say it. You aren't qualified enough." Seeing Yi Yuan get injured, Zhao Yu completely rampaged. Dragon Sand was overjoyed in his heart. What he wanted was this result. Zhao Yu was very troublesome. His enmity toward him was a hidden danger from start to end. Therefore, resolving it now was the best. "Zhao Yu, stop." At this time, Yi Yuan bellowed. Zhao Yu shuddered. He felt Yi Yuan's fury and actually held back the wildness. Only to see Yi Yuan slowly get up from the blood pool, pointing at Dragon Sand as he said coldly, "What are you scared of? Today, unless you kill me in front of progenitor, I'll definitely make you pay the price." Chapter 2998, Enshrouding Mist Soul Reading Art. Dragon Sand was shocked in his heart. He was very sure that the blow earlier was enough to turn Yi Yuan into a mass of slush, unable to get up anymore. But Yi Yuan stood up. Then he pointed at his nose and scolded him. Which was also to say that this guy was talking to him while withstanding a pile of broken bones and enduring a pain that normal people found it hard to imagine. Was this kid a madman? Dragonsan did not expect that this puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was actually so ruthless to himself. Scared? Apart from progenitor, there isn't an existence that makes this seat scared in this world. Just based on you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. That blow just now was just teaching you a lesson, to let you know how insignificant you are. The world of hegemon realms isn't what you can get involved in. Also, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Hegemon Dragonsand said with a calm look. Long Ran also did not expect that Dragonsand actually disregarded his status and made a move against the Emperor Cloud Heaven Yuan. At this time, he flew into a great rage and said, Dragonsand, do you still want face or not? Bring it on. If you have the ability, kill the few thousand of us. Come on, shameless thing. If you have the ability, kill us. An exalted supreme hegemon actually made a move against an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Do you still want face or not? Come on, kill us, kill us. The East Billow region's several thousand people all exploded. No matter who Dragonsand messed with, they would not have been so agitated. Yet, he touched Yuan. Yuan was their savior. Without Yuan, they would still be at that damn place, living a life like hell. The hegemons were all extremely surprised. Clearly, they all did not expect that Dragonsand's blow actually seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. In their view, although Dragonsand had the suspicion of bullying the weak, he was not wrong. A puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven indeed did not have the qualifications to take part in the conversation between hegemons. They had always thought that the leader of this group of people was Long Ran. But now, they discovered that it was clearly not. Each time that Yuan opened his mouth to speak, their expressions were very different. Humph, this seat wants to see what proof you can take out. I'll say it first, if you can't take out proof, or it's simply empty rhetoric, then, this seat will kill people all the same. Dragonsand said with a cold snort. He gave in, angering the entire East Billow region. This price was not what he could bear. The domineeringness from before was a fair use of his status. Hegemons could not be insulted. This idea was seared in everyone's hearts. But now, Yuan had the entire East Billow region behind him as his backer. It was clearly different. Zhao Yu. Yuan's gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Zhao Yu became aware of Yuan's goal and opened his mouth to spit. A remnant soul was spat out. This remnant soul was riddled full of holes, looking very miserable. However, his appearance could still be discerned. Long Chenxiang, he's actually not dead yet. He's pretty much dead like this, right? Consciousness is already blurry. There's no difference from a fool anymore. Can his word serve as evidence? Many hegemons all secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yuan was extremely unwise. It was not that he could not have Long Chenxiang incriminate Dragonsand, but he at least had to have a complete origin divinity too, right? When Dragonsand saw this, he could not help laughing and said, this is the proof that you're talking about. Do you think that we all, these hegemon realms, are very easy to hoodwink? From start to end, Mi Gen did not express anything. He was aloof from worldly affairs. It was as if everything was under his control. Yuan did not talk rubbish, his origin divinity directly leaving his body, transforming into a thick mist. Dragonsand's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, enshrouding mist soul physique. This kid is actually so heaven-defying in the soul path. Even Mi Gen let out a light cry of surprise too. Enshrouding mist soul physique, known as the strongest soul physique in the soul race. Even hegemon heavenly soul was marginally weaker in comparison to. In this place, they actually saw an enshrouding mist soul physique. How could they not be surprised? A hegemon said, I heard that the Nirvanic Soul clan has many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. This kid is probably the same too, right? No need to make a big fuss. No, Yuan has the true enshrouding mist soul physique. There's the aura of chaos in his soul body. It's exactly the same as imperishable that old ghost. No, wait, this boy's enshrouding mist soul physique is very strange. It's actually even engraved with many origin seeds. Long Jian said with a serious face. He and Dragonsand were both the dragon race's supreme hegemons. They were not at all inferior to hegemon imperishable. Their experiences and knowledge were naturally extraordinary. His words shocked everyone. Didn't that mean that Yuan's soul physique had even greater potential than hegemon imperishable? However, what is he trying to do? Many people were wondering with uncertainty. Amidst doubtful voices, the enshrouding mist soul physique directly burrowed into Long Chenxiang's dilapidated origin divinity. Ellipsis question mark. Arghhh. Strange cries emitted from Long Chenxiang's mouth. But very soon, the enshrouding mist soul physique spread out. One lifelike image after another appeared in front of everyone. Are these all Long Chenxiang's memory fragments? That's Windward tribe. This accursed brute actually exterminated the entire Windward tribe. Also, isn't that hegemon Dragonriver's grandson? He was captured to Blood Dragon Island too. My god, just how many extremely brutal things has this scum done? One scene after another appeared, and the entire Heavenly Dragon Island was shocked. These scenes were just Long Chenxiang's memory fragments and not complete memories. But even so, it was sufficient to set the world on fire too. Long Chenxiang and Dragonwild, two people, over the years had simply reached a point where all rationality and morality were lost. It even involved the descendants of several hegemons. The expressions of those hegemon realm powerhouses gradually turned dark. But now, Long Chenxiang had already touched their reverse scales. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Quickly look. That's hegemon Dragonsan's voice. He's currently giving Long Chenxiang orders." Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked toward that scene. It was only to see Long Chenxiang kneeling on the ground, listening attentively to someone's instructions. This person was none other than precisely Dragonsan. "The development is too slow. I need more powerful bloodlines," Dragonsan said. Long Chenxiang trembled and said, "Lord Dragonsan, please forgive our offense. We're already doing our very best, but the bloodlines are still insufficient." "Then go and kill. East Billow region has so many tribes. There are always some rare bloodlines. If you kill more people, there will naturally be bloodlines," Dragonsan said coolly. "Yes, subordinate understands," Long Chenxiang said. The conversation was not long, but each word cut deep. That indifference toward his own clansmen made people's hair stand on end. There were not many scenes with him. It could be seen that Dragonsan was extremely careful. But he still left behind clues in the end. All of a sudden, all the scenes disappeared without a trace. The enshrouding mist soul physique turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Yi Yuan's physical body. "Progenitor Mi Gen, I wonder if this can be taken as proof." Yi Yuan stared at the true dragon above the void and said coldly. Mi Gen nodded his head and said, "The enshrouding mist soul reading art has a great reputation. It can naturally serve as proof." Chapter 2999, Are you very surprised? Enshrouding mist soul reading art was Hegemon Imperishable's unique secret technique, utilizing the enshrouding mist soul physique to perfectly replicate the information in the soul body. This move was even more useful than soul search. Soul search was too violent. It was very easy to lose some important information, but the enshrouding mist soul physique would not. Over 100,000 years, how many memories was that? But, during these 100,000 years, Dragonsand rarely appeared in Long Chenxiang's life. With soul searching, it basically could not be found. But the enshrouding mist soul reading art could. Dragonsand was shocked. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this move. With this, the evidence was really ironclad. "Dragonsand, what do you still have to say now?" Long Ran berated angrily. "You butcher, you've simply lost all balance of judgment. Dragonsand, you brute, this seat will fight it out to the bitter end with you today. Progenitor, please seek justice for the wrong souls of those clansmen who died." With this, Dragonsand had incurred public wrath. What he had done could not see the light at all. If it saw the light, he would die. What he offended was the entire dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island's hegemon realm powerhouses more or less had some connections with the East Billow region. The Holy Land did not exist independently. Heavenly Dragon Island's existence was supported by the entire East Billow region. Dragonsand's actions had angered everyone. Above the void, Mi Gen looked at Dragonsand and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Dragonsand, what do you still have to say?" Dragonsand's expression was grim to the extreme. His gaze when looking toward Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. He did not place this ant-like little fellow in his eyes at all. "Whether or not you were angry or hateful, what did it have to do with me?" But it was this bug-like existence that exposed all of his unsavory past. With this, he really could not clear his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Suddenly, Dragonsand let out a wild laugh and pointed at Mi Gen as he denounced indignantly, "Mi Gen, you've disappointed me too much." All the hegemons shut up. Dragonsand went crazy. to actually even dare to scold progenitor Mi Gen. Our dragon race is born from chaos and is the strongest in all the worlds. Why do we have to be content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region? We stand proudly at the summit of all the heavens and should unify the 33 heavens to begin with, becoming the overlord of all races. But you only know to eke out a miserable existence on this heavenly dragon island. If you're not doing it, then I'll do it. What's wrong with cooperating with the blood race and studying bloodlines? Those who accomplish great things don't pay attention to trifles. What do a few clansmen dying count for? If it can let everyone become hegemons, our dragon race will be able to dominate the heavens immediately. At that time, you all will have to thank me, Dragonsand. What wrong have I committed? The current Dragonsand was unrestrained to the extreme and did not even place Mi Gen in his sights. In fact, some dragon clans, warring factions were stirred up by him until they were itching for action. Unifying the heavens, becoming the overlord of all worlds, this was really a huge temptation. Dragonsand, you're really crazy. Have you forgotten about the labyrinth divine palace back then? Unifying the 33 heavens. You're pushing the entire divine race towards the abyss. Long Jian rebuked angrily. Dragonsand smiled coldly and said, what the hell does the labyrinth divine palace count as? As long as our bloodline can break through the shackles and have a few more great beyond realm powerhouses appear, why worry that it can't succeed? Long Jian, you're a coward. Suddenly, Mi Gen shouted coldly and said, Dragonsand, you disappoint this progenitor too much. This progenitor is born from chaos and has experienced countless years. I haven't met anyone who could unify the 33 heavens yet. Furthermore, aren't you clear what the blood race is like? Asking a tiger for its skin, who gave you the courage? Dragonsand had long already fallen completely into madness and said with a wild laugh, Mi Gen, you're the same as Mitn, that old fellow, both gutless fellows. I think that you guys must have reincarnated wrongly. You should have gone to the south to be brothers with that old tortoise to begin with. Mi Gen's eyes turned cold, and the aura of great Tao instantly covered the entire heavenly dragon island. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly press down. Dragonsand was not willing to show weakness, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Everyone's expression changed wildly. It was because his aura actually approached that of Mi Gen's. This guy is actually powerful to such an extent already. Long Jian said in shock. With one exchange, the entire heavenly dragon island started to shake. Dragonsand was directly smacked flying out. It was not that Dragonsand was weak, but that Mi Gen was really too strong. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. It was his first time witnessing the might of a great beyond realm. This kind of power really made people despair. Supreme hegemons completely could not withstand a single blow in front of a great beyond powerhouse. Dragonsand was very strong, virtually reaching the great beyond realm. But it was that tiny bit off in the end. Dragonsand was bloodied all over, but he still let out a loud laughter and said, saw that, Mi Gen. Great beyond realm isn't lofty and out of reach too. I can do it as well. Mi Gen snorted coldly and said, you're still lacking some level of attainment in the end. Finished saying, Mi Gen smacked another dragon claw down. One claw, heaven and earth changed colors, and the winds and clouds surged. Yi Yuan felt the aura of the door of eternal life from this claw. This level of existence, every action and movement secretly contained heavenly Tao, as if heavenly Tao itself had descended. Especially that they could actually muster the power of the door of eternal life. Dragonsand was virtually scattered until this claw. Seeing this scene, Long Ran could not help doubting too. Could it be that he guessed wrongly? There was no problem with progenitor Mi Gen at all. Otherwise, how could he use such drastic measures, directly killing a great general under his command? It was another claw. Dragonsand's physical body was virtually smacked into a pile of slush. Mi Gen said coolly, Dragonsand, it ends here. Dragonsand did not care about Mi Gen, but he looked toward Yi Yuan instead and said fiercely, Brat, it's all you. If not for you, this seat's grand plan would definitely have been able to succeed. Even if I die today, this seat will make you accompany me in death too. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed everything and swept over. Zhao Yu protected Yi Yuan, a hint of solemnness showing on his savage face. He felt Dragonsand's might. Yi Yuan said coolly, it's fine. With progenitor around, he can't jump around. Mi Gen gave Yi Yuan a glance and smacked a claw down once more. Dragonsand's physical body immediately exploded to shreds. His dragon soul was also directly scattered. Everyone let out a long sigh in relief. I didn't expect it. Such a terrifying guy was actually hiding among us. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, given time, progenitor Mi-Gen probably couldn't have done anything to him either. It's all thanks to Yi Yuan, this kid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too ghastly to contemplate. At this time, some people could not help thanking Yi Yuan. With an ambitious schemer like Dragonsand around them, it was really too scary. Long Ran let out a long sigh in relief and was extremely remorseful in his heart. He felt that he should not have doubted progenitor Mi-Gen. Yi Yuan, it's all thanks to you this time. MN, where is he? Long Ran was just about to thank Yi Yuan, but then he discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. 10 miles away, a figure flashed, imprisoning a drop of fresh blood in his hand. Above the void, Mi-Gen's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. While Yi Yuan grinned and looked at that drop of fresh blood in his hand as he said, "How is it? Are you very surprised? I said that I'd make you pay the price. I wasn't joking with you." Chapter 3000 Call, Grandpa, 3 times. MN, what's Yi Yuan doing? What he's holding in his hand seems to be Dragonsand's blood, right? Dragonsand is already completely dead. What is he holding his blood for? It can't be that he can still revive, right? With regards to Yi Yuan's actions, everyone felt very perplexed. With Dragonsand dead, there was no idea how much blood in his body that was scattered all over the place. Yet, Yi Yuan ran so far away to get a drop of blood and even placed a restriction. But Mi-Gen was extremely enraged in his heart. Just now, he put on a look of heartache and headache. It was merely just putting on a show, that was all. Dragonsand was not dead at all. Of course, it was true that he killed Dragonsand. In front of so many hegemons, it could not be faked as well. But in reality, Dragonsand was just seriously injured and did not completely die. His essence, energy, and spirit were all merged into a drop of fresh blood. He killed Dragonsand by blowing him up. There was blood everywhere. Nobody would pay attention to the direction that a single drop of blood essence had gone to. Dragonsand was a supreme hegemon. Furthermore, he was just a tiny bit away from great beyond realm. This kind of subordinate, how could Mi-Gen possibly give him up so easily? Therefore, the two of them joined hands, carrying out this scheme that deceived everybody. Who knew that this blood essence was just about to escape when it was seized by Yi Yuan? The hegemon realms all over the sky did not even detect it. So how could he tell? Mi-Gen was going crazy. He had killing intent aroused and wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of a thought. Yet, he could not. Killing Yi Yuan at this time now was tantamount to telling everyone that he was the main culprit behind the scenes. Doing so would be equivalent to alienating himself from the dragon race. It was true that he was the dragon race's progenitor. But wanting to actualize his ambitions, he needed the entire dragon race as the backing. He could not do it alone. Otherwise, with how the Chaos Bloodstone was extremely strong, there was completely no need to create a blood race to help him attack cities and seize fortresses. Yi Yuan had calculated this as well. That was why he would take action. Otherwise, he would rather let Dragonsand go. Yi Yuan was different from Long Ran. He never believed Mi-Gen from start to end. Therefore, he had always remained vigilant, especially after Mi-Gen killed Dragonsand. Then, Yi Yuan detected a trace of undulation. The undulation of blood origin. Dragonsand becoming strong naturally could not do without the blood race's support. He remolded his bloodline. It would definitely leave behind the aura of blood origin. Very unfortunately, Yi Yuan had a trace of the origin of chaos blood. And this trace of origin was even stronger than Mi-Gen. He grabbed Dragonsand like he was pinching onto Mi-Gen's vital point. Yi Yuan returned in an instant. After consuming a grade 7 heavenly pill, his injuries were already more than half healed. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? Long Ran said with a frown. Yi Yuan played with that drop of blood essence in his hand and said with a smile, "If I say that he's Dragonsand, you all definitely won't believe it." Long Ran could not help laughing and said, "Yi Yuan, you're oversensitive. Progenitor's arcane eyes are exceedingly formidable. How can Dragonsand possibly hide from him? This drop of blood is merely a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That's all. Yes, this drop of blood essence looked exactly identical to ordinary dragon blood." Yi Yuan looked at Mi-Gen with a smile. looking like he was taking credit for someone else's achievements. Mi-Gen found it really unpleasant to the eye. However, got to admit, Dragonsan's mental strength was very strong. Even until now, he was not willing to reveal a hint of flaw too. This drop of blood was calm like water. Yi Yuan, this progenitor is great beyond realm. With Dragonsan's bit of strength, he can't hide from this progenitor. Just a drop of ordinary dragon blood. You're thinking too much, Yi Yuan, Mi-Gen said reluctantly. He never suspected Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan's level was too far from him. Of course, he admitted, Yi Yuan was very impressive. Kid, this seat knows that you like to be in the limelight. However, you've already shown off a lot too. This kind of method to talk big to impress people, don't take it out. You are questioning my dragon race's progenitor. Long Jian said in a solemn voice. Goodness gracious, what a severe crime. But I said before too. I'm a divergent cultivator. I even dare to question heaven, so let alone progenitor. In this world, I only believe in myself. Yi Yuan said coolly. Impudent. A measly little emperor cloud heaven actually dares to be so condescending. Long Jian said angrily. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's not that I'm condescending, but that you're very silly and very naive. Don't you forget how Dragonsan schemed against you all. A cunning rabbit has 3 nests. Do you think that he'll really die so easily? Long Jian smiled coldly and said, just a drop of ordinary dragon blood, that's all. You say that it's Dragonsand and it's Dragonsand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then why don't we play a game? If I prove that it's Dragonsand, you call, Grandpa, 3 times, alright. If I lose, I'll kneel down to progenitor and apologize, and I'll destroy my Dao heart. Long Jian's expression turned somber, very surprised in his heart. This boy was actually betting his Dao heart. Could it be that there was really a problem? But even progenitor clearly could not see through this thing. Why not? In the end, Long Jian still chose to trust progenitor. He did not believe that Dragonsand could hide from progenitor. It was just that he did not know that Dragonsand and progenitor were in cahoots to begin with. He was destined to lose this bet. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said to Feng Qingshan, hey, lend your nirvanic rebirth fire. After roasting, we'll know the truth. Mi-Gen's heart thumped. This brat had such vicious means. Nirvanic rebirth fire could burn all things in the world. It was one of the most powerful means of the Phoenix race. Under the grilling of such blazing fire, Dragonsand would definitely reveal his true colors. Normally, Feng Qingshan's meager strength naturally could not do anything to him. But he was only left with a drop of blood essence now and was weak to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have been directly grabbed by Yi Yuan too. This was all thanks to Mi-Gen. Mi-Gen regretted it to the extreme now. If he knew long ago, he would have gone easy just now. Leave Dragonsand with some vitality, and he could have escaped from Yi Yuan's hands too. But, in order to make things authentic, he directly struck ruthlessly. Feng Qingshan's beautiful eyes stared, and she said with a cold snort, I'm not called, hey. Also, is this your attitude of asking people for help? Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to turn around and directly ignore her, she hurriedly said, hand it over. You're really petty. The terrifying nirvanic rebirth fire instantly ignited. Dragonsand's endurance was indeed incomparably strong. Over 15 minutes passed, Dragonsand's blood essence did not stir at all. Long Jian smiled coldly and said, is that the Dragonsand that you're talking about? Kid, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Kowtow to progenitor and atone for your crime. Enough, boy, it ends here. In this world, there's nothing that can escape this progenitor's arcane eyes. Mi-Gen finally could not hold back and spoke up. Pa, 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 ellipsis dot, crackling sounds emitted from the nirvanic rebirth fire. Amidst the flames, a hoarse yell came over. Arg, little brat, Yi Yuan, this seat can't coexist with you under the same sky. Prog, a force fired out. The blood essence was directly blown up. Dragonsand's remnant soul was directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. At the final juncture, he wanted to ask Mi-Gen for help, but Yi Yuan could not let him call out. Once Mi-Gen was exposed, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, he killed Dragonsand right away. Then he looked at Long Jian and said with a smile, how about that? Want to concede defeat and call, Grandpa, 3 times for me to hear? Chapter 3001, Eternal River. Before he had time to cry out in surprise, Long Jian's face immediately pulled as long as a horse's face. He, an exalted supreme hegemon, needed to call Yi Yuan as his grandpa. You're freaking courting death, Dragonsand, I blah blah blah. Although Dragonsand was already completely dead, Long Jian still cussed out his entire family cordially. Ha ha ha, Senior Long Jian, just kidding with it. You don't have this expression. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. I blah blah blah, couldn't you say earlier? However, Long Jian let out a sigh of relief. This kid was considered sensible. Humph, boy, consider it that you've rendered a contribution, Long Jian said in a solemn voice. The others were long already stunned. Based on the fact that even progenitor Mi Gen could not see through, Yi Yuan could see through it. This kid was also too monstrous, right? In contrast, Yi Yuan immediately seemed to become big and tall. One had to know, progenitor Mi Gen was one of the top hegemon powerhouses in the 33 heavens. Even he could not tell how shocking Yi Yuan's actions were. Yi Yuan killing Dragonsand also refreshed the three outlooks on life that East Billow region's geniuses had of Yi Yuan. This guy really had endless trump cards. However, they also secretly let out a sigh of relief. If Dragonsand escaped, the consequences would really be too dreadful to contemplate. Yi Yuan looked at Mi Gen and said sarcastically, Progenitor, I didn't expect that you'd have times where you make an error of judgment too. How majestic was the enormous dragon, soaring in the air, but at this time, the scene appeared to be a little awkward. Well done, kid, I didn't expect that you still have quite the means. Mi Gen had no choice but to force a laugh and even praised Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled modestly and said, not at all. Progenitor is too kind. Ridding the dragon race of evil is what every clansman should do. Mi Gen had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. His heart ached to the extreme. Dragonsand was a powerhouse who had a foot stepped into the great beyond realm. He was gone with just a, "Pa, you've made a considerable contribution this time. What reward do you want?" Mi Gen grumbled. "I want to enter the Eternal River," Yi Yuan said without the slightest hesitation. "Eternal River? With your meager strength, entering the Eternal River is useless," Mi Gen said somewhat surprisedly. "Kid, you'd best be more well-behaved and to cultivate by following the standard routine. Don't reach beyond your grasp," Long Jian also said in a solemn voice. Long Jian's personality was level-headed. He always felt that Yi Yuan was too full of himself. This kind of personality was not conducive to cultivation. However, after experiencing Dragonsand's matter, he also viewed Yi Yuan in a different light and felt very optimistic about him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I just heard that the Eternal River is the source of the dragon race. I want to enter to see it. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains." All the hegemon realms had black lines on their heads. This guy really made people speechless. Eternal River meant the eternally flowing river. It was said that this river ran throughout all the heavens and worlds. It was the mother river of all worlds. Every heaven and myriad worlds all originated from the Eternal River. No one knew where the source of the river was. However, the 33 heavens were all on the branches of the Eternal River. It was a river and also not a river. Like Mitn, Mi Gen, Hegemon Samsara, and the rest of the chaos bodies, they were all born here. Somebody said that the source of the Eternal River was the door of eternal life. The river water flowed out of the door of eternal life, evolving into the heavens and myriad worlds. This version was very popular. However, no one knew what the truth was. This was because even those as strong as Mitn and Mi Gen were unable to explore the source of the Eternal River too. The vast majority of hegemon realms would gain enlightenment in the Eternal River, seeking the great beyond. Why was Void Shrine illuminating heaven powerful? It was because it was at the uppermost location at the Eternal River. The aura of chaos was the richest. The first time one entered the Eternal River, the chaos aura in the Eternal River would give the cultivator endless benefits. Therefore, to Origin Realm powerhouses, this place was the best place to break through. Mi Gen's meaning was also this. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Cloud Heaven now. Entering the Emperor Cloud Heaven was too wasteful of the opportunity. But Yi Yuan said that he wanted to enter to see it. This way of doing things that was a wanton waste of God's good gifts made people feel indignant. Yi Yuan was naturally not doing it to take a look. He was doing it for Mitn. If Mitn wanted to recover, he had to enter the Eternal River. However, to Yi Yuan, there was indeed not much meaning about whether or not to enter the Eternal River. He was a divergent cultivator. His hegemon tribulation would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It actually did not matter where he broke through. Alright, that's up to you too. Long Jian, you make the arrangements. In addition, investigate Dragon Sand's matter to the bottom of it. Those who are involved with the blood race, punish them all with due severity. Yes, Long Jian answered. Mi Zhen gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and disappeared into the void. But Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. His arrangements before he left seemed to be very harsh, but actually, it was equivalent to farting. Dragon Sand did things so cautiously. How could it be found so easily? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have controlled Blood Dragon Island for as long as 100,000 years under their eyelids. But the dragon race was completely clueless. Of course, this clearly had a lot to do with Mi Zhen. As for Dragon Sand's remnant gang, how they investigated, who they investigated, this was all hard to say. Could it be that they would make these hegemon realms go through an investigation? Only Mi Zhen, this progenitor, had this authority. Although Long Jian was a supreme hegemon, he could not hold down the fort yet. But Mi Zhen himself directly ran. It was equivalent to saying that this matter had ended here. After this sudden turn of events, under Long Jian's arrangements, East Billow region's geniuses settled down on Heavenly Dragon Island. Except, these geniuses had too much blood essence being extracted and Long already had their martial path cut off. In order to appease these people, Long Jian arranged for them to enter the Eternal River together with Yi Yuan. As for whether or not they could break through their own shackles, that would depend on their own fortunes. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan finally sensed Mitn again. Senior, nice skill, Yi Yuan exclaimed. Several 100,000 years had passed, and Mi Zhen's current strength was long already unfathomable. But he actually did not see through Mitn. It could be seen that Mitn was also not a simple person. Hey, after so many years, this old man wasn't eking out a miserable existence either, Mitn said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what does Senior think? Mitn said, you brat, do you still need to ask me? Hasn't everything in the dragon race been seen through by you already? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Heh, so what if I've seen through it? I'm just an Emperor Cloud Heaven after all. Great Beyond Realm is too strong. Today, having witnessed Mi Zhen's strength, Yi Yuan felt it deeply. Great Beyond Realm was Hegemon Realm too, but their strength was too strong. In front of Great Beyond Realm, Yi Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Mitn smiled and said, kid, it's been hard on you on this journey. Leave the rest to this old man. We're already here. If I still have to rely on you, then I, this Great Beyond powerhouse, would also be too incompetent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the blood race hid very deeply. This matter is probably not that simple. The Chaos Bloodstone has a clone in every world. This world's clone has been scheming for hundreds of thousands of years. Its strength is probably unfathomable. Mitn shook his head and said, it's not so easy. Unless he can get Chaos-grade bloodline, it's just a small-scale squabble. Let's talk about everything again after entering the Eternal River. Chapter 3002. What he comprehended, isn't right. What a boundless aura. This is the Eternal River. How beautiful. It feels like if I jump into the river, I'll be able to reach the great beyond. Maybe my martial Tao can recover in the Eternal River. Amidst the endless void, a large river cascaded down, magnificent and grandiose. The river water ran a long course from a remote source as if it was endless. It was like a fountain, nourishing every heaven. In myriad worlds, the strongest feeling that the Eternal River gave to people was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could even feel the Eternal River branches flowing into Void Shrine illuminating heaven, supporting this world forever without extinguishing. However, this boundless aura was different from anywhere in the 33 heavens. It had no attributes, no origins, no rules, no wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and also no light nor darkness. But it was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Great Beyond Realm. This kind of feeling was not something that one could explain clearly and make people understand. Kid, there's only one chance. You're sure that you want to enter the Eternal River? Long Jian confirmed again. Yi Yuan grinned and leapt, jumping into the Eternal River. Long Jian nearly fainted in anger. This boy was hopeless. Humph. Not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. This fool, let him go and regret it. Long Jian said crossly. Haha, this brat is young and aggressive, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many geniuses are like him, being too impatient to wait to enter the eternal river, thinking that they can be remolded anew. But in the end, each and every one regretted it very much. The path of cultivation still needs to be advancing gradually and entrenching yourself at every step. This kid will regret it. As an Emperor Cloud Heaven, he hasn't even broken one seal on the door of eternal life. He can't feel the vastness of the Emperor Cloud Heaven at all. I reckon that he probably can't even break through a minor realm. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, many hegemons were waiting to watch the joke. The vastness of the eternal river was not what everyone could feel. Only by opening the door of eternal life's seal could one experience it more clearly. But Yi Yuan had not even opened one seal, and he already had delusions of grandeur about having some amazing performance. Was it possible? Alright, you all enter the eternal river too. Remember, no matter how much you can comprehend, you all can't enter the mainstream. Otherwise, nobody can save you. Furthermore, even in the branch stream, the area that you all can move around in is limited too. If there's no effect, come onto land in time, Long Jian warned. Everyone's expressions were slightly somber, saying one after another yes. Several thousand people all jumped into the eternal river's branch stream. Long ran, don't harbor too much hope. Of these several thousand, if there can be 200 people who can get back their path of martial arts, we have to express thanks to heaven and earth already. For the others, the outcome is already fated to be, Long Jian said. Long Ran nodded and said, I know. But this is the only hope for them. Long Jian said, Yi Yuan, this boy has quite the means, but his ambition is too great. Too tough, and it's easily broken. In my view, his future path of martial Dao might not be very high. Long Ran smiled and said, is that so? But I feel that this boy has a bright future. Long Ran could not help laughing as he said, Long Ran, how many geniuses have you and I seen before? Some people are even more breathtaking than Yi Yuan. But, in the entire dragon race, there are merely a scanty few dozen people who reached hegemon realm in the end. Long Ran smiled and did not speak. He naturally had his view. How could someone that progenitor Mitn thinks highly of possibly fade into the crowd? Yi Yuan, wasting the golden opportunity for you to enter the eternal river for my sake, I'm really sorry, Mitn said with a sigh. As a great beyond realm powerhouse, Mitn naturally knew how important the chance to enter the eternal river was. But Yi Yuan wasted it without the slightest hesitation for him. He was moved in his heart but very ashamed and guilty. In the eternal river branch stream, Yi Yuan felt that every pore on his body had opened up. Senior, did hegemon chaos comprehend the wordless heavenly skill in the eternal river? Yi Yuan did not answer Mitn but asked a question instead. Mitn was taken aback and said with a nod, that's right. This old man wasn't an amazingly talented person before, but when he broke through to hegemon realm, he entered the eternal river and had a grand awakening, comprehending the wordless heavenly skill. That was how he corroborated his Tao to become a supreme hegemon. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Yi Yuan looked at this endless eternal river and was somewhat spellbound as he said, I think I comprehended. Mitn was taken aback and said, comprehended? Haven't you long comprehended the wordless heavenly skill? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, what he comprehended wasn't correct. Mitn was speechless. Yi Yuan said, chaos flows out of the eternal river, developing myriad Tao. Hegemon chaos is tracing the origin, imitating chaos heavenly Tao with his own cultivation, deriving all life. Little did he imagine that if he's unable to reach the great beyond, he wouldn't be able to truly trace it to the source. Without the source, where lies chaos? His path doesn't work. What kind of realm was Mitn at? With this bit from Yi Yuan, he understood. Hegemon chaos, strength was exceedingly formidable. He was only half a step away from great beyond too. But this half a step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Only now did Mitn know that it was not that hegemon chaos was lacking in talent. But it was that his path was wrong to begin with. His cultivation method could only sustain him to cultivate until below great beyond but was unable to let him ascend to the summit. Then isn't your cultivation path all wrong? Mitn said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, it's wrong, but also not wrong. Mitn frowned and said, how do you mean? Yi Yuan said, his path is the opposite. Under heavenly Tao, all lives are akin to ants. Since you're an ant, how do you transform Tao into one, and give birth to all life? You think that you're standing sufficiently high, but actually, you're merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Just what lies at the door of eternal life's end, nobody knows as well. You all, these existences born from chaos, might have a glimmer of hope. But it's definitely impossible for him. Chaos is too high, it's not what he can connect to. But, by acting in a diametrically opposite way, gaining enlightenment on myriad great Tao, comprehending the numerous ways of life, combining Tao into one might be able to corroborate great Tao. Mitn's pupils constricted, and he said, doesn't that mean that samsara, that old thing's path, is correct? Yuan shook his head and said, the path of samsara, comprehending the numerous ways of life, feeling the samsara of the world. Enshrouding mist soul physique, deriving myriad Tao, tracing back to the source. Cloud dream soul physique, dreaming for 3,000 years, gaining enlightenment on longevity in one day. These paths might all be correct, or, they are all wrong. But all roads lead to Rome, the direction is correct. Mitn understood. No matter what method you used to break open the door of eternal life, the final result was all the same. Only by comprehending all life in myriad Tao, combining the two into one, could one corroborate their Tao. Hegemon samsara, walking a path all the way without turning back. But he trod out his own Tao and comprehended all life in myriad Tao with the Tao of samsara. With myriad Tao, combining into one, his strength was strong to the extreme. Very clearly, Hegemon samsara had long comprehended, so his strength was unfathomable. Hearing Yuan's words, Mitn felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Then what are you planning to do? Mitn said. Yuan did not answer. It was only to see countless light dots emitting from his body, like the stars in the night sky, following the eternal river's water as it rushed down in a torrent. Mitn's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, divine sense transforming into myriad. Chapter 3003, Reversing Cultivation Method. What is this kid doing? He broke down his enshrouding mist soul physique and divine sense transformed into myriad. Is he crazy? Long Jian exclaimed, but by the side, Long Ran smiled and said, you're the crazy one. This kid had a grand awakening the moment he saw chaos. There are millions of origin seeds in his enshrouding mist soul physique. He's going to have his divine sense transformed into myriad, each portion comprehending origin. When he reaches grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, myriad origins returning to one, he might be able to break through the law of countless tens of thousands of years, becoming the first divergent cultivator hegemon. When Long Jian heard, he could not help being dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Since time immemorial, nobody had ever stepped into the realm of hegemon as a divergent cultivator. Without carrying out an extraordinary method, how could one do something extraordinary? Long Jian was unconvinced and said, doing so, he'll definitely suffer a great loss in strength. Forget about hegemon realm, even if it's Emperor Vast Heaven, he probably can't reach it too. But Long Ran was indifferent and said, since this boy dares to do so, he must be prepared. You just watch. This divine sense transformed into myriad was different from Yuan cutting his soul into two back then. Divine sense transforming into myriad, this was thoroughly stripping away his human soul clone, forming myriad of clones. The loss to the origin divinity was irreversible. Sure enough, after Yuan's divine sense transformed into myriad, his entire person seemed to be drained, directly dropping two major realms, and was only Saint Sovereign Heaven. But, in the next second, something even more shocking happened. Yuan's cultivation realm was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Jian's eyeballs almost popped out, and he exclaimed, what the hell is this kid doing? He's actually going to disperse his cultivation. With this, Long Ran was shocked too. Was this abandoning himself to despair? Putting aside crippling his human soul clone, he even took the initiative to disperse his cultivation. Carry on dispersing like this, wouldn't he directly drop to lesser sublime heavenly stratum? This kid can really make a mess. Putting aside that he turned Blood Dragon Island upside down, he even dared to rebut progenitor Mitn. Now, this guy just entered the eternal river, and he turned the atmosphere foul everywhere. You look at the others. They don't have the mood to gain enlightenment on Tao anymore. They are all looking at him, Long Jian said speechlessly. With Yuan causing such a big commotion, how could those geniuses who jumped into the eternal river still be in the mood to cultivate? Even those hegemon realm powerhouses who were prepared to gain enlightenment on Tao were all not in a hurry to go down anymore as well. No matter who came to the eternal river, the first thing was definitely to borrow the eternal river's power of chaos, to break through their own shackles. But Yi Yuan was good, directly, severing his own origin divinity in half, and immediately dispersed his cultivation afterward. Freaking hell, how impressive. What is this kid doing? His divine sense transforming into myriad, I can still understand that. But what's the meaning of dispersing his cultivation? Carry on dispersing like this, he'll become a good for nothing. Cultivation realm retrograding in the eternal river, Yi Yuan is probably the first person through the ages. Hey, this kid is completely courting death. Origin divinity is greatly damaged, and he's still dispersing his cultivation. He wouldn't think that he can still cultivate it back, right? Trying to impress people by doing something sensational. Does he think that it's very awesome like this? Many hegemon realms turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's way of doing things. How high were their horizons? Yi Yuan was equivalent to piling injuries on top of injuries like this. It would cause irreversible damage to his cultivation realm. He had basically cut off his own path of martial arts. But Yi Yuan could not hear the outside world's discussions a long time ago. He had already entered a realm of forgetting everything in himself. His thoughts were running at an extreme speed. A brand new cultivation method was constructed in his mind. Scattering cultivation was in order to cultivate anew and also in order to create a cultivation method. The wordless heavenly skill was indeed a powerful to the extreme cultivation method in the 33 heavens. But, after Yi Yuan's grand awakening, it was clearly not suitable anymore. This path was clearly a dead end. If he still continued walking, that would be moronic. When he just entered heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's horizons were too shallow. The wordless heavenly skill was no different from a heavenly book to him. But now, he had seen before God knows how many hegemon realms, and he had almost lost himself once in the origin C2. His current horizons were naturally different. Entering the eternal river and feeling the authenticity of chaos, Yi Yuan instantly understood it. The wordless heavenly skill was very powerful. Yi Yuan could not deny this. It was also precisely because the wordless heavenly skill was powerful that Yi Yuan could take many less detours. Such as now, taking the initiative to scatter his cultivation, he was actually reversing his cultivation method. Since hegemon chaos path was going the reverse way, then he would just inverse it. But Yi Yuan also added his own comprehension in the middle of this, perfecting this new cultivation method and making his future path go further. In merely 1 month plus, Yi Yuan fell to Jade Sovereign Heaven Realm. The greater part of a month passed again. Yi Yuan directly fell to Sovereign Realm. Half a year later, Yi Yuan no longer had a trace of divine essence undulation on his body, his cultivation realm directly returning to when he just entered heavenly stratum. 3 years later, people had already given up on Yi Yuan. He was already destined to become trash. Ha ha ha, I regained my martial arts path. I'm finally not a good for nothing anymore. Sniff sniff. An East Billow region genius was crying with joy. I found it too. 10,000 years. I didn't expect that I could cultivate again. I broke through. Your father had a nirvanic rebirth. This time, nobody can stop my hegemonic path. In the East Billow, one East Billow region genius after another were inexplicably excited. Nothing was more stirring than finding your path of martial Tao again. We can regain a new lease of life all because of Brother Yi. How is he now? People remembered Yi Yuan and could not resist searching for Yi Yuan's figure in the eternal river. The moment they saw him, they stopped talking. Yi Yuan was currently exactly like an ordinary person. How can this be? Brother Yi he is completely crippled. It doesn't make sense. Why did he cripple his own cultivation? Could it be that Brother Yi has some plan to cultivate from the beginning, who has such great willpower? Furthermore, dispersing cultivation causes tremendous deterioration to one's Tao foundation. It's virtually severing his road ahead. What plans can he have? Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable appearance, their hearts ached to the extreme, all lamenting for Yi Yuan. They radiated with vitality anew, but Yi Yuan had thoroughly become a cripple. This situation was not what they were willing to see. Long Jian nodded his head in approval and said, "The effect is better than I imagined. There are actually over 500 people who found their path of martial Tao again. Looks like there are really quite a few fine saplings in this batch. After grooming, there might really be those who can achieve hegemon realm." Originally, Long Jian they all estimated that it would be pretty good if there could be 200 people who regained their path of martial arts. Now, There were actually more than 500 of them, being more than double of what he estimated. Furthermore, the numbers were still growing continuously. This made Long Jian overjoyed. Long Ran snorted coldly and said, "These remaining ones are all geniuses from recent years. In 100,000 years, how many amazingly talented individuals. Dragonsand and Dragonwild, they all were forfeiting our dragon race's foundation." Long Jian nodded and said, "You're right. However, it's somewhat regrettable about Yi Yuan, this kid." Sigh. Ellipsis quote dot. Chapter 3004, Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Although Yi Yuan had once made a fool out of him, Yi Yuan's talent and conduct still brought Long Jian into submission. Therefore, he still felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually ruined his own future in the Eternal River. This made him sigh endlessly. Sigh, already completely crippled, I really don't know how he was triggered to do this, to actually scatter his cultivation. Long Ran also had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. Origin divinity greatly damaged, Tao foundation crumbled. This boy is already hopeless. Even if he can recultivate anew, he should already thank his lucky stars to be able to cultivate to sovereign realm. Long Jian shook his head and directly gave Yi Yuan the death penalty. Origin divinity greatly damaged was not a big deal to them, but Tao foundation collapsing was something that nobody could save. And right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was in the Eternal River, slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted in the Eternal River. A vortex actually appeared in the Eternal River. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and increasingly stronger. What happened? Why would the Eternal River's branch stream become so berserk? This is something that has never happened before. Long Jian said in shock. The greatest characteristic of the River of Chaos was that it was quiet. This was a river flow that never rested and also an incomparably quiet river flow. But at this time, the silent chaos actually became extremely berserk. My goodness, I can't comprehend anymore. What happened? Isn't this wanting people's lives? The power of chaos is already completely in havoc. How will people still cultivate? Which bastard is it? Come out, your father won't hack you to death. Those geniuses were all enraged to the extreme. 3 years of comprehension, the vast majority of the people present had actually already reached the bottleneck. But the chance to enter the Eternal River for the first time was something that only happened once in a lifetime. Even if it was a minute, a second, it was very precious to them. Therefore, many people could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. And at this time, the vortex became bigger and bigger. Long Jian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan. What is this boy going to do again? Is he absorbing the Eternal River's water? Is he crazy?" Everyone entering the Eternal River was to feel that boundless and everlasting aura of the Eternal River in order to gain insights. The power of chaos in the Eternal River was the most fundamental power in the world. Of course it could be absorbed. But it could not be refined at all. It was a form of energy too, but it was a kind of very blunt energy. It could not be converted to divine essence at all. Someone tried it before. He was even a hegemon realm powerhouse. In the end, he died. Stuffed to death. The power of chaos entering the body completely blocked up the meridians within the body, and he died with divine essence completely exploding within the body. Putting it bluntly, this thing could not be utilized by people. Only when the power of chaos flowed into the heavens and myriad worlds, and a portion of the power of chaos converted into heaven and earth's spiritual energy could it then be absorbed. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to absorb this thing. This boy really courts death limitlessly. It's not enough that he played until he crippled himself. Is he going to thoroughly play himself until he dies? Long Ran was already speechless. As a hegemon, having lived for several 100,000 years, he felt that he had already seen and experienced a lot. He had seen before too many geniuses. But he had really never seen before a guy who sought death like this. Long Jian was suddenly enlightened and said, "I understand. Is it possible that this kid saw the boundless power of chaos in the Eternal River, so he was suddenly hit with inspiration and started scattering his cultivation to absorb this thing? Does he think that by absorbing this power of chaos, he's still able to cultivate back? How foolish is this boy?" In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan started absorbing the power of chaos. He had long detected that this power of chaos was higher level than heaven and earth's spiritual energy. However, this power of chaos was very dull and could not be absorbed at all. And in these 3 years, He had been using the wordless heavenly skill to mutually corroborate with the power of chaos all this while. He already created a cultivation method that belonged to him. What the wordless heavenly skill cultivated was the power of chaos. What was cultivated was also chaos divine essence. Except, the power of chaos that it cultivated did not jump out of the scope of heaven and earth essence energy. All the way until Yuan saw the eternal river did he truly understand what was called chaos. Cultivation method operating, the power of chaos entered his meridians. That turbid power appeared incomparably sluggish, unable to revolve at all. But Yuan had the Tao sword. The quintessence of Yuan's new cultivation method was his Tao sword. The Tao sword was Yuan's sword to defy the heavens. In a certain sense, he had transcended the scope of heavenly Tao and was not tolerated by heavenly Tao. Therefore, using it to harness the power of chaos was the most appropriate. When the power of chaos entered the Tao sword, Yuan revolved his cultivation method. Not long after, an archaic and thick divine essence flowed out of the Tao sword and entered Yuan's forelimbs and bones. Yuan could feel that this chaos divine essence was several times stronger than his previous chaos divine essence. However, this power of chaos was indeed too strong. Yuan's Tao sword realm was not high. The conversion rate was very limited. Large quantities of chaos power entered the meridians, but what was converted into chaos divine essence in the end was very little. Therefore, Yuan needed large amounts of chaos power. This was also why the eternal river suddenly became violent. However, Yuan had the foundation of Emperor Cloud Heaven after all. Coupled with his powerful new cultivation method, recultivating to lesser sublime heavenly stratum was not a big deal. 2 hours later, Yuan broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum anew. Long Jian was shocked. How is this possible? He can actually absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river. Furthermore, he broke through. Hasn't his Tao foundation collapsed already? Why is it so easy to cultivate? Long Jian felt like his worldview was being subverted. He felt that as a supreme hegemon, there were really not many things that he did not understand in this world anymore. But now, he discovered that Yuan, this fellow, was really an enigmatic existence. His every action and movement, he could not even see through it. From start to end, he had been mocking Yuan for being naive and ignorant. But now, Yuan actually really started absorbing the power of chaos, and he even started cultivating. Reality was blatantly face-slapping. All these had transcended the scope of his understanding. Long Ran was also surprised and said, "Hang on. His cultivation method is different from before. It seems diametrically opposite. Could it be that he created a new cultivation method? Furthermore, this cultivation method can absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river." Thinking up to here, Long Ran could not help drawing a cold breath. This kind of thing, forget about them, even if it was great beyond realm powerhouses, it was simply impossible to accomplish too. If they could absorb the power of chaos here, they would have long absorbed it. Could they still have waited until now? But, Yuan, this, good for nothing, did it. Kid, you're really remarkable. This cultivation method sets the world on fire. I'm somewhat looking forward to your future now. Kid, have you thought of how to name this cultivation method? Mitn said excitedly. He witnessed the birth of this cultivation method with his own eyes. When Yuan absorbed the first wisp of chaos divine essence, he was dumbstruck with amazement. Only then did he learn that it turns out that the power of chaos could be absorbed and refined. Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm a divergent cultivator, destined to fight with heaven in the future. Since that's the case, I'll call it Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill." Chapter 3005. Such a big disturbance. Fine lad, you're really gutsy. You're going to trample heaven underfoot. When Mitn heard those words, he could not help drawing a cold breath. Heavenly Tao was boundless. The more he reached such a realm, the more he could feel the fathomlessness of heavenly Tao. Putting aside other things, just this eternal river was an existence that they could not cross. What they pursued was merely just passing through the door of eternal life and transcending to the great beyond. That was all, but even if they really transcended, they also did not dare say to trample heavenly Tao underfoot. But Yuan dared. Heaven wants to eradicate me. So why can't I trample the heaven? Being alive in this world, it's to ask to be quick to settle grudges and favor. Heavenly Tao has a spirit, and I'll trample him underfoot. Heavenly Tao is boundless, then I'll control him in my hands. Yuan was filled with lofty sentiments as he said. Mitn could not help smiling bitterly as he said, I hope that when you reach my realm, you still dare to say such things. Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't know my road to rise. So you don't know what I think in my heart. No matter what kind of realm I reach, this is the Tao in my heart, and it won't change. The people discussed the cultivation method, but a great storm had already arisen in the outside world. The eternal river whirlpool grew bigger and bigger and already affected hegemon realms. The cultivations of many hegemon realms were interrupted by these tumultuous eternal river waters. A dragon race hegemon flew into a thunderous rage as he said, Motherfucker. Which tortoise's grandson actually dares to cause trouble in the eternal river? This seat will exterminate you. Another hegemon cried out in surprise. It's that boy Yuan. Hasn't he become a cripple? How did such a big disturbance come about? He's absorbing the power of chaos to cultivate. He scattered his cultivation in order to absorb the power of chaos here. Freaking hell, is this boy crazy? The power of chaos here can't be absorbed at all. He's courting death. Your father just had a bit of comprehension, and it was all ruined by this punk. Your father is telling you, if not for that this kid rendered a great contribution, your father would directly pinch him to death. Beyond the shock, the hegemon powerhouses were extremely furious. You messed around yourself and even did not let your father cultivate. This was called occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. However, Yuan was not stuffed until he exploded. His realm was still getting higher and higher. Lower lesser sublime heaven to middle lesser sublime heaven, then to upper lesser sublime heaven, Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. Along with it, the chaos vortex grew larger and larger. Looking from the sky, it was like a nebula, being extremely beautiful. Of course, the turmoil of the eternal river branch stream also grew increasingly fiercer. The dragon race hegemons were no longer able to cultivate. On the other hand, along with the passage of time, the power of chaos also gradually flowed into Mitn's dragon heart. This chaos true dragon started resurrecting. He was born in the eternal river. This place was like his mother river. Everything seemed to like returning to his mother's womb. The dragon heart started to draw nutrients. Half a year later, Yuan reached grand completion lesser sublime heavenly stratum and broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum in one stroke. The water of the eternal river became even more violent and already affected the other few branch streams of void shrine illuminating heaven. At the White Tiger clan, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses were currently comprehending Tao in their eternal river branch stream. Suddenly, a roar rose to the sky, blah 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 blah. Just a bit more and your father is about to gain enlightenment on Tao. How is this person so fucking wicked? It's the dragon race. Long Jian, the few of you tortoise grandsons, do you really think that your grandpa tiger is scared of you guys? This supreme hegemon headed toward the dragon race with a cry. Vermilion Bird Clan, Fire Phoenix, Yuan Chu, Qing Luan, and the rest of the branch clan hegemons were all furious. Humph, what's the dragon race doing? The entire eternal river is turned completely upside down. Sisters, let's go together and get an explanation. Under the suggestion of the Qing Luan clan's supreme hegemon, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses headed toward the dragon race. The Black Tortoise clan's old tortoises were a little simple-minded, but at this time, they flew into a thunderous rage too. Many hegemons headed for the dragon race. Apart from them, some of the other true spirit hegemons also came to the dragon race one after another. The entire void shrine illuminating heaven was completely in chaos. Lord Long Jian, things are bad. The White Tiger clan's hegemon Bai Ji has brought more than 10 tiger race hegemons to come and denounce publicly for crimes. Long Min entered the eternal river's void in a panic and reported. Long Jian said coolly, panicking for what? Let them wait. A mere White Tiger clan, can they still overturn the heavens? The dragon race's might was not said for fun. They had the most hegemons and were the strongest. More than 10 hegemons denouncing publicly for crimes. If it were anywhere else, it would absolutely be a heaven-shocking major event. But in the dragon race, it was no big deal. Long Jian was most interested in Yuan now. He really wanted to see just how far Yuan could go. This guy would not really cultivate his cultivation realm back, right? If he could really do it, that would be really incredible. Everyone knew that the eternal river's power of chaos was good stuff, but they were unable to make use of it. Long Jian also really wanted to know how strong Yuan was. Hence, the dragon race really left the White Tiger clan there to be ignored. A few more days passed. Long Min ran in panic again, and he said while sweating profusely, "Lord Long Jian, things are really bad this time. The White Tiger clan hasn't left yet, the Vermilion Bird clans Luan Qing and the Black Tortoise clans Zan Taiching have led more than 20 hegemon realms, and they all came." Long Jian gave Long Min a glance in surprise and said, "Such a big disturbance." Long Min smiled bitterly and said, "Too big. This boy cultivating in the Eternal River branch stream has already swept throughout the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Currently, the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven is in havoc, not just the hegemon realms. With Void Shrine illuminating heaven falling into disarray, it's virtually going to be utter havoc." Long Jian swallowed his saliva and could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan, and said crossly, "This brat can really cause trouble. He just broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum. If he were to cultivate to Emperor Cloud Heaven, wouldn't all the heavens and myriad worlds be in complete havoc? The Eternal River was the source of all worlds. When the Eternal River was in upheaval, all the worlds would naturally have all kinds of phenomena happen. Yet, Void Shrine illuminating heaven had a lot of hegemon realms. 3 great clans were joining hands and coming forth. Long Jian felt tremendous pressure too. "Go, this seat will go out and take a look. With progenitor Mi Gen holding down the fort, I reckon that they wouldn't dare be unbridled too." Humph. Long Jian was still proud. The dragon race's greatest reliance was that they were a great beyond realm powerhouse. With progenitor around, what was there to be scared of? As soon as Long Jian showed himself, Hegemon Bai Ji blew his top. He had waited here for 7 to 8 days already and did not even see Long Jian's face. How could he not be furious? But the dragon race had great power and influence. He really could not do anything about it. However, Luan Qing and Zan Taiching were here too. He became filled with confidence at once. "Long Jian, what's the meaning of this? What the hell is your dragon race doing? It's throwing the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven into a tizzy. If you don't give an explanation today, this seat will demolish your dragon clan," Bai Ji said. Long Jian said coolly, "Bai Ji, don't talk rubbish with this seat. If you have the ability, try to do it for me to see." "You," Bai Ji could not help choking. "Let him demolish. He really did not dare. Brother Long Jian, you're in the wrong here. Although your dragon clan is the leader of Void Shrine illuminating heaven, now, it's making people be in chaos. Our Vermilion Bird clan won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too." Luan Qing said coolly. "Our Xuanwu clan wants an explanation too." Zan Taiching said coolly. Chapter 3006. Lord Long Jian, they are here. "No explanation. A brat is breaking through in the Eternal River. It's that simple," Long Jian said coolly. "Breaking through? Long Jian, are you taking all of us to be fools? In these countless years, those who broke through in the Eternal River were numerous, but it's unheard of that anyone could cause the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven to be in an upheaval." Bai Ji clearly did not believe it. Long Jian shrugged and said with a smile, "You don't believe me? If you all don't believe me, follow me to the Eternal River, and you'll understand." Carrying doubtful feelings, Bai Ji and the rest entered the Eternal River's void. Immediately, the expressions on all the hegemons' faces became blank. "Really breaking through?" Bai Ji's pupils constricted and he drew a breath of cold air as he exclaimed, Is he absorbing the power of chaos? How is this possible?" Long Jian said helplessly. When this boy entered the Eternal River, he suddenly gained enlightenment. Then, it became like this. "This seat is very helpless too," Luan Qing said in surprise, "just greater sublime heavenly stratum. It looks like, he seems to have scattered his cultivation. Is he recultivating anew? In this case, the person who turned the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven upside down is actually someone at the greater sublime heavenly stratum." Zan Taiching said speechlessly. Long Jian nodded his head. Those who saw Yi Yuan were all extremely shocked. Because everything before their eyes had already subverted everyone's understanding. But, after being shocked, Bai Ji's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Jian, isn't he being too tyrannical by cultivating like this? If he cultivates for 10,000 years here, wouldn't we be unable to cultivate for 10,000 years? It shouldn't be, right?" Long Jian said awkwardly. "What do you mean by that? Do you mean that the few dozen of us hegemon realms have to cultivate based on this boy's mood?" Bai Ji said unhappily. Long Jian naturally knew that this was inappropriate, but Yi Yuan was currently mustering up a vigorous effort to do it in one go and could not be interrupted. He spread his 2 hands out and said, "Then, what do you think should be done?" Bai Ji said in a cold voice, make this kid stop. That's impossible. Long Jian directly rejected it. Bai Ji frowned and said, Long Jian, I know that your dragon race is very strong, but could it be that our 3 clans' hegemons added up can't compare to a greater sublime heavenly stratum brat? If we really fall out, could it be that your dragon clan can still be our 3 clans' match? Furthermore, there aren't just our 4 symbols family clans in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Long Jian's 2 eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, are you threatening this seat? The atmosphere immediately became somewhat dangerously explosive. Long Jian had long realized that Yi Yuan might have comprehended something incredible. To the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan's importance was self-evident. If Yi Yuan could really break the shackles of a divergent cultivator and become a divergent cultivator hegemon, the dragon race would surely add another great general to their ranks. Actually, ever since Mitn's demise, the dragon race's status was currently being weakened. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to let Yi Yuan's cultivation be interrupted without interfering. While on the other side, the supreme hegemons of the 3 clans had clearly realized this problem too. The rise of the dragon race anew was not what they were willing to see. Brother Long Jian, how about we each take a step back? Luan Qing suddenly said. Say it, Long Jian said in a solemn voice. Why don't we set 1 year as the date? If this boy is still cultivating after a year, I hope that the Dragon Clan will take the initiative to wake him up. Luan Qing said. No way, if you have to have a deadline, 3 years. Long Jian directly interrupted. Luan Qing nodded and said, okay, 3 years it is. What do the 2 of you think? Bai Ji said with a cold snort, okay. Zan Taiqing also said, I don't have objections either. Luan Qing said, alright. Brother Long Jian, 3 years later, if this boy still insists on cultivating like this, don't blame our 3 clans for turning our blades toward the Dragon Clan. The 3 clans left, but Long Jian felt tremendous pressure too. The strength of these 3 races added together was no joke. Long Jian could not help feeling a headache and said with a sigh, this boy can really cause trouble. Void Shrine illuminating heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses have probably all moved because of him. Long Ran smiled bitterly and said, however, this boy's potential is really very terrifying. His cultivation this time is because he scattered his cultivation. The divine essence within his body is empty. That's how he could accomplish it in one go. But if he wants to cultivate like this next time, he won't be able to do it. Cultivation was a slow simmering process to begin with. It could not be rushed. Long Ran saw through it. If Yi Yuan could recover his strength in 1 stroke this time, that would naturally be good. But, if he was interrupted, his cultivation in the future would yield half the results with twice the effort. Long Jian also smiled bitterly and said, 3 years is the limit that this seat can fight for. Against dozens of hegemon realm powerhouses, this seat is under a lot of pressure too. If I can't bear it, then I can only request progenitor to come forward. Infinite overcast oath heaven, it was the hegemon land of the heavenly fiend race. Eternal River branch stream, the place closest to the main stream, the heavenly fiend race's progenitor, great beyond realm hegemon Kong Ni, was currently gaining enlightenment on the great beyond. Suddenly, the eternal river became violent. The eternal river is like an ancient well without ripples, it has always been very calm. What's going on here? Progenitor Kong Ni said with a frown. However, he did not take it seriously either. With his strength, he could respond to any changes with ease. Only to see his great beyond realm aura releasing, directly isolating the raging eternal river, and continued to comprehend. Several days later, his cultivation was interrupted again. The surrounding eternal river became even more violent. It had already completely consumed his territory. Progenitor Kong Ni gave a cold snort and said, this is the undulation coming from the Dragon Clan branch stream. Does that old thing want to have a battle of magics with this seat? Can this seat still lose to you? Progenitor Kong Ni released his overwhelming aura and started fighting with the raging eternal river water. He attempted to suppress the violent eternal river. He discovered that he was completely not this power's match. The water of the eternal river became more and more violent. No way to cultivate anymore. Old man this ancestor, blah blah blah, your uncle, your father will be coming to Void Shrine illuminating heaven. I want to see what the hell this old thing, is doing. In an instant, Progenitor Kong Ni's figure disappeared from the eternal river. The entire 33 heavens had no idea how many hegemon realm powerhouses were letting loose a torrent of abuse. Then they came to Void Shrine illuminating heaven one after another. For some time, the hegemons from all the heavens came in throngs. On the shore, Long Jian broke out into cold sweat. He wished to drag Yi Yuan up to beat him to death. Couldn't this boy make less of a disturbance? The 3-year deadline was about to be up in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest signs of restraint, but he also caused an even greater commotion instead. The Eternal River's main stream, the power of chaos, had become incomparably berserk now. Enormous waves as high as heaven would be set off at the drop of a hat. Even if he closed his eyes, he also knew that the other planes were already affected. Which of those cultivating in the Eternal River was not a big shot whose reputation shook the heavens? At this rate, it was very dangerous. Long Jian felt that he almost could not withstand it anymore. Boy, hurry up and wake up. At this rate, Void Shrine illuminating heaven is almost becoming the battlefield of all the heavens. Long Jian smiled bitterly and said, Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Ji Fan is here. Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Tang Shi is here. Lord Long Jian, Progenitor Kong Ni, is here. Long Jian became speechless. Chapter 3007, Hegemons from every heaven arriving simultaneously. Old man Mi Gen, if you still don't come out, this progenitor will turn your old nest upside down and kill off your dragon descendants. Progenitor Kong Ni's voice blasted until the entire heavenly dragon island was wobbly. Each and every one of the peak hegemons and supreme hegemons that originally arrived in a threatening manner lowered their banners and silenced the drums. This ancestor was a great malefic star. All the heavens and myriad worlds, there were none who did not fear him when they saw him. Even some supreme hegemons also ran far away when they saw him. If not for the dragon clan having a great beyond realm ancestor holding down the fort, this old fellow would not be shouting here. He would directly exterminate Heavenly Dragon Island. At this time, the hegemon powerhouses gathered on Heavenly Dragon Island reached as many as 100. Void Shrine illuminating heaven's 3 clans were also all present. Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses all felt their scalps tingle. Heavenly Dragon Island had never seen before such a grand lineup. Progenitor Kong Ni, please calm your anger. We can work things out. Facing an existence like Kong Ni, Long Jian had no choice but to lower his head too and could only smile fawningly. But Progenitor Kong Ni did not buy it and said with a cold snort, Long Jian brat, don't give this progenitor that. So many people are here. You should know why this progenitor came. Where's old man Mi Gen? Make him get out, otherwise, your father will really go on a killing spree. This progenitor's notoriety isn't a false reputation. Long Jian felt his scalp tingle and said with a bitter smile, my progenitor is currently in closed seclusion. Progenitor Kong Ni, please enter the clan to have a chat. Progenitor Kong Ni threw a punch out. A mountain range on Heavenly Dragon Island was directly leveled to the ground by him. The expressions of the dragon race powerhouses changed one after another. Progenitor Kong Ni was too strong. Meanwhile, the other hegemons had gloating looks. Keep talking crap, and it will be your clan the next time. This ancestor is saying it for the last time. Get old man Mi Gen to come out. Progenitor Kong Ni said in a solemn voice. Actually, he somewhat turned angry from embarrassment. Previously, in the Eternal River, it was considered that he had a showdown with Yi Yuan, but he was completely defeated in the end. Kong Ni thought that he had lost to Mi Gen. So he was very unhappy. Long Jian felt that he was collapsing. Kong Ni, this old fellow was not easy to serve. The void trembled slightly. An enormous true dragon appeared from the void. It was Mi Gen who arrived. Old man Kong Ni, you came to my dragon clan to act wildly. Do you really take it that this progenitor is kneaded out of mud? Mi Gen said angrily. Humph, you take a look at how many people are on Heavenly Dragon Island to settle scores with you. You turned the Eternal River upside down. Everyone can't cultivate anymore. You're still blaming this progenitor for coming to act wildly. Do you believe that this progenitor will fight with you right now? Kong Ni did not give in at all. Mi Gen fell silent. He had not been cultivating in the Eternal River these few years and really did not know what happened. He could not help looking at Long Jian and discovered that the latter was currently smiling bitterly. Long Jian did not hide it either, recounting the matter of Yi Yuan's cultivation. When the hegemons from all the heavens heard, each and every one were inexplicably shocked. What? It's actually not progenitor Mi Gen. A dragon race junior stirred up all the heavens. These hegemon realms, are actually not a brat's match. Kong Ni wanted face a lot. Right now, his face was somewhat lost. He thought that he lost to Mi Gen, but who knew that he actually lost to a brat? Where would he, this fiend race ancestor's face, be put? Mi Gen, make that brat get out. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for killing my way into the Dragon Clan's eternal river. Kong Ni said in a solemn voice. Baiji also spoke up in a timely manner. Long Jian, the 3 years deadline is up. You aren't going to go back on your words, right? Today, there are more than 100 hegemon realms here. Are you going to give everyone an explanation? A brat turned the eternal river upside down. How preposterous. Each and every one of all the heavens hegemons lashed out in denouncement. Those who crossed worlds to come were all not easy to deal with. There were many of them who were interrupted at the critical juncture of cultivation, and each and every one of them was angry. Mi Gen was also extremely shocked in his heart. He thought that letting Yi Yuan enter the eternal river was just a small matter. Who knew that he actually got into such big trouble? Disturbing the cultivation of more than 100 hegemon realm powerhouses, this was no joking matter. Even if he was a great beyond powerhouse, he could not quite withstand it too. Of course, he did not want to withstand it too. Long Jian felt that Yi Yuan was promising, but he had a stomach full of complaints with regard to Yi Yuan. Dragonsand was his right-hand man, but he was entrapped to death by Yi Yuan. If not for fear of being exposed, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. Another figure descended. When Long Jian saw the arrival, his scalp could not help tingling. Another great beyond powerhouse. When Kong Ni saw the arrival, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "Younger sister Qian Yu, I didn't expect that you're here too." With this progenitor wants to see whether Mi Gen, this old thing, still dares to be protective of his own or not. Hegemon Qian Yu, the feather race's ancestor, great beyond realm overlord. Currently, 2 mighty great beyond realm powerhouses were here to denounce publicly for crimes. It suddenly put the Dragon Clan on the fire to roast. The feather race were all beauties. This hegemon Qian Yu was a peerless great beauty. Her face was exquisite to the extreme, beautiful until it made people asphyxiate. Even when Kong Ni saw her, his attitude relaxed significantly too. But currently, her face was cold as frost, looking at Mi Gen as she said in a solemn voice, "Mi Gen, is your Dragon Clan going to offend the myriad races from all the heavens?" Mi Gen's expression was somewhat ugly, cursing Yi 18 Yuan times in his heart. This punk was really capable of causing trouble. Go, call Yi Yuan over to apologize to the seniors. Mi Gen said in a solemn voice. Progenitor. Long Jian said unwillingly. During the past years, Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Right now, he was currently at the critical moment of assaulting sovereign heavenly stratum. Calling him out at this time would be wasting all his previous efforts. He was currently already very certain that the cultivation method that Yi Yuan created was very remarkable. If Yi Yuan could rise, it would definitely be very beneficial to the Dragon Clan. Interrupting Yi Yuan now was tantamount to ruining the Great Wall themselves. Didn't you hear what this progenitor said? Mi Gen's tone became cold. Long Jian stood where he was but did not move. After a moment of silence, he raised his head boldly and said, "Progenitor, Yi Yuan has tremendous potential. Our Dragon Clan should shoulder this matter." Mi Gen knew that Long Jian was a straightforward man, so he did not like him, and also knew that he was unable to completely obey his orders. Hence, that was why he chose Dragonsand. It was just that he did not expect that Long Jian actually contradicted him to his face. "Ha ha ha, Mi Gen, you're really declining with age. You, the exalted progenitor, actually can't command your subordinates. I think that your Dragon Clan's situation has really gone from bad to worse ever since Mitn." Kong Ni could not help laughing loudly when he saw this. Mi Gen's face was gloomy to the extreme. He stared fixed at Long Jian, killing intent ice cold. Long Jian did not speak, but the look in his eyes was extremely stubborn. Mi Gen snorted coldly and said, "Since that's the case, everyone enters the Dragon Clan's eternal river together with this progenitor then to invite this lord out." Kong Ni laughed loudly and said, "All right. This ancestor also really wants to see what this brat who turned the eternal river into this situation looks like." Hence, Mi Gen brought the group of hegemons and headed to the eternal river. Looking at everyone's departing back view, Long Jian could not help sighing heavily. Just as everyone was about to enter the passageway flashed with light, and a figure slowly walked out. Chapter 3008. No matter what, the boss is still stronger. No need to go anymore. Whoever dares disturb Yi Yuan's cultivation, this progenitor will definitely execute them. An indifferent to the extreme sentence announced the return of a supreme overlord. Mitn transformed into a middle-aged human, fluttering with immortal qi, and had an imposing appearance. He just stood there and did not release any pressure. But everyone's imposing auras were all suppressed by him. This was the former Dragon Clan overlord. This was the powerhouse who once made the Dragon Clan incomparably glorious. His gaze was not focused on any particular person, but everyone seemed to be stared down by him. Kong Ni, Qian Yu, Long Jian, Bai Ji, Luan Qing, Zan Taiqing, so on and so forth, everyone's eyes had immense shock. Of course, Mi Zhen was the most shocked. His eyeballs were almost popping out. This guy, who should originally have died, actually returned alive and well. Why was he here? Why did he come out of the eternal river? Countless questions appeared in Mi Zhen's mind. You actually didn't die. Kong Ni stammered, asking everyone's doubts. Mitn smiled faintly and said, you seem very surprised. In Hegemon realm, if he died, he died. If he lived, he lived. It was not a big problem. But a great beyond realm powerhouse resurrecting from the dead, that was absolutely a major event that affected all the heavens. Back then, when the news of Mitn's demise spread, it shocked the heavens. Especially Void Shrine illuminating heaven, huge waves were set off. The Dragon Clan also started to decline since then. But today, Mitn returned domineeringly. A storm would surely be set off in the 33 heavens again. Kong Ni snorted coldly and said, old fellow, stop playing tricks here. You think this ancestor is scared of you? Mitn was indifferent and said coolly, you can come and try. Kong Ni felt contempt. Humph, an old thing that disappeared for God knows how many years, do you really think that this ancestor is scared of you? Today, this ancestor will let you know that presently, it's no longer your era anymore. The moment progenitor Kong Ni's aura was released, a fiendish energy billowed to the sky, instantly sweeping across the entire heavenly dragon island. Each and every one of the Hegemon realm powerhouses avoided like the plague. This level of powerhouse engaging in a fight was seriously too frightening. If it was really a life and death great battle, demolishing a world was not impossible too. On Heavenly Dragon Island, fiendish energy rolled. Kong Ni's body directly grew until it reached the horizon. Everyone drew a breath of cold air, being dumbfounded by this shocking change. This was the earliest ancestor of all true fiend Dharma idols. True fiend's rage. With a huge roar, progenitor Kong Ni smashed a fist over. The void trembled violently. Progenitor Mitn did not dodge, throwing a punch out leisurely. If Yi Yuan were here, he would definitely be incredibly shocked. It was because he was too familiar with this move. But, when this punch was executed at Mitn's hands, it was totally different from Yi Yuan. A formidable aura of eternal life emanated from Mitn's body. In an instant, the two titans exchanged a blow in the void. Everyone felt the entire heavenly dragon island shaking. Then they were dumbstruck with shock. Progenitor Kong Ni's body was directly beaten back to its original form. The true fiend body was actually blown apart by ancestor Mitn with one punch. Mi Zhen's pupils constricted. The awe-inspiring power of this punch was no less than back then. So strong. Is this the ancestor of the Dragon Clan who once suppressed the myriad realms? He hasn't even unleashed his true body. Could it be that the news of his demise back then was fake, and he was actually hiding himself to cultivate? This punch is also too strong, right? Progenitor Kong Ni actually can't last one exchange with him. He's ultimately stronger. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, feeling that these words were extremely right. The battle of great beyonds, it was most soul-stirring, easily fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. But, although this battle was impressive, it was not as cruel as everyone imagined. Mitn's punch defeated the enemy domineeringly. Progenitor Kong Ni's expression was ugly to the extreme. His eyes when looking at Mitn carried some fear amidst the shock. Progenitor Kong Ni and progenitor Mi Zhen, both were old monster-level existences. But Mitn's birth was far earlier than theirs. Before they became famous, Mi Zhen's reputation already shook the heavens. The soul race had hegemon samsara. Nobody dared to go and provoke at all. But Mitn went. He beat Hegemon Heavenly Soul until he could not do anything about it and even borrowed the Soul Race's soul cannon from Hegemon Samsara's hands to read this matter. Even ordinary great beyond powerhouses did not dare to do it too. Now, he returned domineeringly, suppressing myriad realms with one punch. Still not convinced? If you're not convinced, the two of you can come together. Today, you can demolish Heavenly Dragon Island. But tomorrow, you can forget about keeping your old lairs. Best to move houses early. Mitn looked at the two mighty great beyond powerhouses as he said coolly. Great beyond realm powerhouses were naturally not so easy to kill. But Mitn alone could demolish their old nests. You could not even defend against it. Therefore, in wars between heavens, and battles of great beyond realms, it rarely affected the family. Kong Ni and Qian Yu, two mighty great beyond powerhouses, were suppressed until they had no temper. Qian Yu said in a solemn voice, "Old man Mitn, you're a little too overbearing, right? A brat from your family is cultivating, and you're going to make 100 hegemons from all the heavens wait." Mitn said nonchalantly, "This progenitor has always been overbearing. Is this your first time hearing about it? If you have the ability, you guys can come out with a brat to turn the eternal river upside down too. This old man is very fair. When the time comes, I absolutely won't even let out a fart." All the hegemons' faces turned black. Are you freaking kidding me? Where would I go to find a brat? Moreover, can you all only cultivate in the eternal river? All the heavens and myriad worlds, they were formed by the eternal river. Each blade of grass and each tree contains great Tao. You all are holed up in the eternal river every day. When can you catch up to this old man? Mitn continued to deliver deadly blows. Actually, Mitn also holed up in the eternal river all day in the past. But Yi Yuan's words made him suddenly see the light. Only then did he realize. He was too narrow-minded in the past. Each person's Tao was different. The existence of all the heavens and myriad worlds was an extremely philosophical thing in itself. Perhaps a very minor thing could open a new world. Everyone pursued the door of eternal life, the water of the eternal river, but abandoned the great forest. It was attending to the superficials and neglecting the fundamentals sometimes. It was just that when these words were said, the group of hegemons found it extremely grating on the ears. Freaking hell, talk is cheap. Old thing, consider yourself ruthless. This time, your father admits my bad luck. Kong Ni gnashed his teeth in hatred and directly tore through the void and left. This face could not be regained anymore. Ever since, the Dragon Clan resumed to having two mighty great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort once more, sitting firmly on the number one seat of all the heavens. This era was ultimately the era of the old men. The Kong Ni who tore through the void was somewhat sour. Farewell. Qian Yu had a cold face and directly dissipated into nothing. The other hegemons exchanged glances, dispersing one after another. The great beyond realm old monsters all ran away. What were they staying behind for? Looking for abuse. While at this time, all of the members of the dragon race were excited until they were almost jumping up and down. Except for Mitn. Chapter 3009, Unexpected Conclusion. Bai Ji, Zan Taiching, the two of you stay for a while. The vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, the three clans were just about to leave, but Mitn suddenly said. Bai Ji and Zan Taiching's hearts tightened, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Luan Qing let out a sigh of relief and did not care to look at the other two, directly slipping away. Progenitor Mitn, I wonder what you're keeping the two of us behind for. Bai Ji clenched his teeth and asked. Oh, it's nothing, just asking a drop of blood essence from each of you. Mitn said nonchalantly. Bai Ji was stupefied and said, Progenitor, that's overboard. A drop of blood essence was naturally nothing to a hegemon realm powerhouse. But, to the true spirit race, this was a true spirit. Each true spirit race had very strict control over blood essence, especially Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Mitn directly asking for blood essence was actually violating a taboo of the true spirit race. Mitn naturally was not asking for blood essence for himself. The true spirit race was unable to refine and fuse bloodlines with each other at all. But, for Yi Yuan's sake, Mitn did not care at all. Mitn said coolly, if there's any problem, have Bai Ling and Zan Qing come and find this progenitor. Or, do you guys want to make this progenitor do it myself? Bai Ji's expression was very ugly. He knew that he could not get through this today. A drop of blood essence floated towards Mitn. Baiji said in a cold voice, "Progenitor, you've just returned. It's better to keep a low profile in doing things. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. The present situation is very different now." Mitn smiled and said, "Nothing is different. Whoever finds this progenitor displeasing to the eye, just bring it on. This progenitor will receive it all." Baiji snorted coldly and immediately left. After Zhan Taiching handed over the blood essence, he left the dragon clan too. "Progenitor, you're actually still alive. That's great. It's really too great." Long Jian was agitated until hot tears ran down his face, wishing to run up and hug Mitn. The person that he idolized the most was not Mitn, but this handsome middle-aged man in front of him. In reality, the vast majority of the dragon clan was the same as him. The dragon clan's spiritual leader had never been Mitn, but it was Mitn. These people were all agitated until their faces turned red, virtually unable to speak. Mitn smiled and said, I'm considered to have died once. Being able to come back, this progenitor feels pretty good too. Mitn, it's been hard on you for so many years." Mitn's gaze turned cold, and he said, "It's Yuan who brought you back." The expressions of all the hegemons turned somber, immediately feeling that the atmosphere was not quite right. Originally a moment where everyone was happy, why did progenitor Mitn have this attitude? Mitn still had a light smile as he said, "You're still so clever. But sadly, you're a victim of your own cleverness." Mitn snorted coldly and said, "I didn't expect that even the ambush of 3 mighty great beyond realms failed to kill you. Heaven really has no eyes." Mitn smiled and said, "If I didn't run into Yuan, I'd pretty much be a dead man now too. Or should I say, this is called heaven took pity, letting me see your hypocritical face." The group of dragon clan members was confused from listening. Why were they ready to jump at each other's throats all of a sudden? The two great chaos true dragons had always been affectionate brothers. Why did it become like this after not seeing each other for several 100,000 years? Mitn was too astute. The moment he laid eyes on Mitn, he knew that he had been exposed. It was because Mitn came out of the eternal river space. And the moment he came out, he offended many powerhouses across the heavens for Yuan sake. Why would a great beyond realm super overlord protect a junior like this? Coupled with Blood Dragon Island's matter, the truth was basically out already. Mitn returned but used this kind of veiled method to get on the island. What did this indicate? Who was he guarding against? Of course it was him, Mitn. Hence, there was no need to continue pretending anymore. This battle could not be avoided. "Everyone back away," Mitn said coolly. Two astonishing auras rose up from Heavenly Dragon Island. The expressions of the dragon race hegemons changed greatly, knowing that this battle could not be avoided anymore, withdrawing one after another. Mitn and Mitn did not need to explain anything, nor did they put forward any proof. As long as they understood in their heart, it would do. "Your life is really tenacious. The blood race's 3 mighty great beyond realms joined hands and actually failed to kill you." Mitn said in a cold voice. "It's not that my life is tenacious, but that I'm strong enough. In this world, you know me the best. So you know my weakness. But you still underestimated me," Mitn said lightly. "So what, do you think that I'm still the old me? Even Dragonsand had a foot stepped into great beyond. Of course you obtained more benefits than him. However, you used countless clansmen to become stronger. Will your heart really not ache? Humph, you suppressed me for countless tens of thousands of years. I've long grown impatient. You were merely born 1,000,000 years earlier than me, that means that you can keep on pressing down on top of my head. I'm not willing. So, you colluded with the blood race and lured a wolf into the house. So what if it's the blood race? We were merely making use of each other, that's all." Mitn shook his head and said with a sigh, "You know too little about the blood race. The blood race is even more terrifying than you imagine." Mitn laughed loudly and said, "Mitn, are you scaring me? Do you really think that by rebirthing in the eternal river, you've cornered me?" While talking, someone walked out of the island. Every movement and action of this person transcended into sainthood and was vague and ephemeral. When Mitn saw the arrival, his pupils could not help constricting. "It really is you." The arrival nodded and said with a smile, "Looks like you already know who I am." Mitn drew a deep breath and said, "You concealed so deeply. The arrival smiled and said, "That kid is very formidable. Even I am even somewhat apprehensive of him too." Mitn's gaze turned cold, and he said, "You won't have the chance." The arrival smiled. He did not speak. Min could not understand what they were talking about. But it did not matter anymore. Blood 2, join hands with me and kill him. Min said with a cold smile. The arrival nodded his head and said, "Attack together." Min laughed loudly and said, "Mitn, you shouldn't have come back. The present me is no longer who I used to be a long time ago. Moreover, if I join hands with Blood 2, you won't have a chance." Mitn did not express anything and was silent. In the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island, lightning rampaged. Two great chaos true dragons. What Mitn walked on was the path of space. And what Min walked on was the path of lightning. His current overwhelming aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Mitn. For so many years, he received the help of the blood race. His strength had long already advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Blood 2 suddenly erupted. Two mighty great beyond realm powerhouses charged toward Mitn with astonishing momentum. Min laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, today, I'll let you die again. The dragon clan's only ruler is me, Min." However, right at this time, Blood 2 suddenly turned in the air. A terrifying to the extreme aura of eternal life smashed toward Min. Min's entire mind was placed on Mitn. How could he have expected such a sudden turn of events? The void shattered, and Min's colossal body directly smashed onto the ground, fresh blood spurting wildly. Regarding this strike, Blood 2 practically used his full strength. In addition, Min was not guarding against him at all. The damage was too great. Min collapsed in the pool of blood, looking at Blood 2 full of resentment. Chapter 3010. The Blood Race's Scheme. Min's eyes were full of unwillingness. Blood 2 said coolly, "It's very simple. It's because you're useless now. Compared to taking blood essence from his body, it's much easier to get it from you." At this time, clusters of fresh blood condensed in Blood 2's hand, emitting a powerful undulation. That was Min's blood essence. In that instant just now, Blood 2 severely wounded Min, and extracted 50% of his blood essence all at once. I won't let you off." The fury in Min's chest rose straight to the firmament. But he was already dying. Blood 2 could not be bothered to care about Min's fury and said to Mitn with a smile, "I really didn't expect that you've actually been with that kid the entire time. This boy is really my jinx. He has already ruined my affairs several times." This time, it fell through at his hands again. Mitn frowned and said, "If not for that you made a move against him in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, I'd still be kept in the dark. I also didn't expect that your clone in Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven has actually come into being a long time ago. It looks like your scheme started since long ago." Blood 2 smiled and said, "Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven's strongest 4 clans, I've already obtained 3. Originally, there was just one last step for your dragon clan. But I didn't expect that that brat actually brought you back. This time, that brat ruined my affairs again. I really want to kill him." Mitn's pupils constricted. Obtained 3 out of the 4 clans. This meant that the 4 symbols family clans had already almost fallen completely into enemy hands. That was right. This Blood 2 was none other than precisely one of the Chaos Bloodstone's clones. Of course, he was also one of the people who schemed against Mitn back then. This was also to say that this Blood 2 had long already been born several 100,000 years ago. He plotted in secret, toying with the entire Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven in the palm of his hands. Originally, Mitn did not know Blood 2's identity. But, in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, the Chaos Bloodstone made a move against Yuan. That was how he finally realized it. The aura of that guy who plotted against him back then was exactly the same as the Chaos Bloodstone. This way, everything made sense. Min colluded with Blood 2 and sold him out. It was just that Min did not know what kind of dangerous existence he was together with. Blood 2 was just a clone of the Chaos Bloodstone. Nobody knew how strong his original body was. Perhaps, he was only half a step away from completely opening the door of eternal life. You can forget about him. Even if this seat dies, I won't let you prevail too. Mitn said in a cold voice. Blood 2 waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so nervous. Honestly speaking, I really want to kill that boy." But now is not the time. You should know, that day won't be too long. Furthermore, I've already acquired your 4 clans, blood essence. The most important thing at present is cracking the key and letting my original body's origin reach grand completion. Mitn's body immediately filled with a murderous aura. Blood 2 smiled and said, "Why? Do you really want to fight with me?" To quote something from Gen, "I'm no longer who I used to be back then. I know that you're very strong now, but we're at most evenly matched too. You can't make me stay. Alright, it was a pleasant chat today. I won't disturb you two brothers' reunion anymore, goodbye." Finished saying, Blood 2 directly disappeared from where he was. Mitn did not move because he did not have confidence in making the other party stay. A clone was already so powerful. Mitn did not dare to imagine how strong the Chaos Bloodstone's original body was. "What on earth are you guys talking about?" Gen asked weakly. Mitn gave him a glance and could not help but sigh. This guy was a complete and utter fool. He recounted the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone. Gen's entire body trembled heavily after he heard. Endless remorse and humiliation welled up from the bottom of his heart. Gen's personality was unyielding and arrogant. When he discovered that he was completely played like a monkey by someone for hundreds of thousands of years, that sense of shame made him virtually want to commit suicide. "Big brother, I was wrong." This overlord of the heavens, a great beyond realm mighty expert, wept like a child. Very soon, Void Shrine illuminating heaven fell into great chaos, the fires of war burning everywhere. The 4 symbols family clans had fallen completely into civil wars. Every once in a while, there would be news of hegemons dying that was transmitted over. From start to end, the 3 families' great beyond progenitors did not appear. Only then did people discover that the situation was not quite right. Mitn also expended a great effort to completely eradicate the Dragon Clan's tumors. These people had long been marked by Yuan. He had the origin of blood and was very sensitive to these people. The Dragon Clan actually had 1/3 of its hegemon realm powerhouses that were controlled by the blood race. In this battle, the Dragon Clan suffered a great loss in vitality. After resolving the Dragon Clan's havoc, Mitn led the Dragon Clan and pacified the chaos of the other 3 clans. Only then did Void Shrine illuminating heaven slowly stabilize. But the hegemons of the 4 symbols family clans who died reached as many as 100 people. The whereabouts of the 3 clans' ancestors were unknown. Void Shrine illuminating heaven suffered a great loss in vitality. This disaster lasted for more than 10 years before it gradually subsided. In the Eternal River, waves rolled. Yuan's aura soared to the sky, breaking through to Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven in one stroke. Huff, finally cultivated it back. My dragon race origin divinity is already completely restored too. It's even a level stronger than before. Being able to make use of the power of chaos in the Eternal River to cultivate, my path should be correct. It's just I don't know until which step I can reach in the future. Why am I the only one here? Yuan leapt, leaving the Eternal River, his face somewhat blank. The originally bustling Eternal River was now empty. He was the only one left. But very soon, he could not help laughing as he said, "Right, I stirred up the chaos. They couldn't cultivate at all. Senior Mitn should have already recovered, right? Also don't know how things are outside." Seeing Yuan come out, Long Min's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, Your cultivation actually improved further." He was specially arranged by Mitn to stay behind and await Yuan to exit seclusion. It was just that Long Min never expected that not only did Yuan recover his strength fully, but he also even took it one step further. At this time, Yuan actually gave him a fleeting and ephemeral, and unfathomable feeling. Could this be due to the Eternal River chaos? Suddenly, Long Min was somewhat envious of Yuan. This guy was really remarkable. Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, most of the new cultivation methods that I comprehended are just the opposite of my original cultivation methods. Cultivating back my original realm isn't something difficult." Long Min said in shock, just inversing the cultivation method and it will have such a magical effect." Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Senior, how's the situation outside now?" The moment this was asked, Long Min's brows furrowed together. He recounted Void Shrine illuminating heaven's situation. Yuan's heart also sank. More than 100 hegemon realms fell. This had not happened in all the heavens and myriad worlds for many years already. Void Shrine illuminating heaven's strength was diminished by almost half at once. Furthermore, the 3 great progenitors were actually all missing. It was likely fraught with grim possibilities. With this, the blood race's scheme in Void Shrine illuminating heaven was considered to be completely carried out. Most likely, Mitn was also utterly exhausted from overwork now, right? Oh, right, progenitor instructed to hand this to you after you exit seclusion. As he said those words, Long Min handed Yi Yuan 2 small bottles. The things contained inside were shockingly white tiger blood essence and black tortoise blood essence. Chapter 3011, Contending for Young Patriarch. What a strong aura. Is this the blood of hegemons? Yi Yuan said in surprise. These 2 blood essences contained tremendous energy. Furthermore, they were even peak heaven Qian grade bloodline. This kind of blood essence was very precious no matter which clan it was. It was absolutely impossible to be leaked. Long Min gave Yi Yuan a glance somewhat enviously and said, Progenitor forcibly made 2 supreme hegemons leave behind their blood essence for your sake. Furthermore, the commotion that you caused in the Eternal River was too big. It even alarmed great beyond realm powerhouses. It was also Progenitor who helped you to fend it off. The Dragon Clan had quite the veiled criticism toward Yi Yuan. Mitn was too good to him, making many Heavenly Dragon Island geniuses very jealous. These few years, there were rumors saying that Progenitor wanted to groom Yi Yuan as his successor. This made those geniuses who were originally from the Dragon Clan very unhappy. Yi Yuan was quite moved when he heard it. He naturally understood what kind of pressure Mitn had to bear with his way of doing things. Even if one was great beyond realm, they could not do as they pleased too. However, there were not much words needed between him and Mitn anymore. Along the way, they fought side by side and had long already entrusted each other with life and death. It was just that this somewhat could not be understood from other people's points of view. However, I don't understand. What does Progenitor mean by taking the risk of offending the 2 clans to get you 2 drops of blood essence? Long Min asked curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You'll understand very soon. Where's Senior Mitn? I want to see him. Long Min said. Progenitor went to the acacia tree. After the Vermilion Bird clan's internal strife was quelled, because Feng Qingshan possesses half-chaos bloodline and was chosen as the new Vermilion Bird young patriarch, Progenitor sent her back personally. Yi Yuan said with some surprise, half-chaos bloodline. Long Min said, 4 symbols family clans, extremely talented clansmen might awaken half-chaos bloodline, which is also quasi-chaos grade bloodline. They are geniuses with hopes of stepping into great beyond realm. During these few years that you were in closed seclusion, Feng Qingshan awakened half-chaos bloodline and has already broken through to Emperor Sakra heaven. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded from listening. It was still his first time hearing that there was actually such a thing. In that case, our Dragon Clan also has half-chaos bloodline. Yi Yuan asked curiously. That we don't. The Dragon Clan has 2 great progenitors suppressing our destiny. I reckon that it's very hard for half-chaos bloodline to appear. The Vermilion Bird clan's progenitor went missing. But a half-chaos bloodline appeared now, and they guess that the Vermilion Bird's progenitor has already been murdered. Of course, this isn't a certainty either. Progenitor Mitn is very weak now. Maybe our Dragon Clan can give birth to half-chaos bloodline too, Long Min said. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Mitn isn't dead yet. Long Min let out a sigh and said, Progenitor Mitn had his blood essence extracted, his strength falling greatly. Furthermore, he suffered a devastating blow this time. He has been dispirited and inert the entire time. He's equivalent to a cripple now. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, he only had himself to blame. Since Senior Mitn isn't around, I'd better go into closed seclusion. Long Min said in surprise, you just exited seclusion. You're going into closed seclusion again. Yi Yuan pointed at the 2 small bottles and said with a smile, isn't this burning with eagerness? Long Min frowned, not understanding, but it felt very impressive. While talking, the 2 people had already arrived at the clan, and they saw several young men coming head-on, blocking Yi Yuan's path. These few youngsters had extremely strong auras. They were shockingly all Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, and their bloodline auras also crushed everyone. They were actually all peak Heaven Qian grade. Heaven Qian grade bloodline was very common on Heavenly Dragon Island. It was not considered very impressive. But peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline, that was like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, being very rare. When bloodline reached Heaven Qian grade, it was like having cultivated to hegemon realm. Even advancing a fraction was extremely difficult. Therefore, on this heavenly dragon island, although everyone's bloodline was very strong, there was actually still a difference in status. Such as these few in front of him, one glance and it was clear that their status was extraordinary. A total of 9 people came. Each and every one had unfriendly expressions. Clearly, they came to look for trouble. Young Patriarch Long He, what are you all doing? Long Min said in a solemn voice. None of your business, Long Min. Scram to one side. For this young patriarch, if you dare to poke your finger in other people's business today, this young patriarch will expel you from the Qin Niu lineage. Long He said in a solemn voice. Long Min's expression changed, knowing that things could not be resolved today anymore. He looked toward Yi Yuan somewhat apologetically. He could not meddle in this matter. The latter smiled, indifferent to it. The statuses of the 9 lineages' young patriarchs were extraordinary. And today was the fight for the Dragon Clan's young patriarch. He really could not interfere. The 9 lineages' young patriarchs originally had many conflicts. But, because of Yi Yuan's appearance, they had a common enemy and actually joined hands. Actually, Yi Yuan had long discerned some jealousy from Long Min's words. It was just that he did not think that it came so quickly. Heavenly Dragon Island's 9 Dragon Clan lineages were all the direct descendants of Chaos True Dragons, their bloodlines extremely strong. Furthermore, the 9 lineages' powerhouse all inherited a portion of Chaos bloodline talents. This was what other dragon clans could not compare to. It was also precisely because of this that Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land for the dragon race. As for East Billow region, those dragon clans, their bloodline was comparatively much thinner. And among them, the difficulty of giving birth to hegemon realms was even greater. Long He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, I'm called Long He, Qin Niu clan's young patriarch. I challenge you. The loser will withdraw from the young patriarch competition. Do you dare to accept the fight? Yi Yuan looked at the other party and said with a smile, 9 Emperor Vast Heavens coming to challenge me, and Emperor Cloud Heaven. Are you guys sure that you're not kidding? Long He said, you turned the world upside down amidst the eternal river chaos, even great beyond realms came on a punitive expedition. Furthermore, you cultivated with the power of chaos. Your strength should far exceed those in the same rank, right? If we went to get a few Emperor Cloud Heaven over, wouldn't it be insufficient for you to even fill the crevices between your teeth? How can this be said as us bullying you? These words were said in a high-sounding way, but actually, it was clearly bullying people. Emperor Vast Heaven was Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Cloud Heaven was Emperor Cloud Heaven. It was not to say that the disparity in between was impossible to bridge. But it was indeed extremely, extremely difficult. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, no matter how powerful your bloodline, the gap between cultivation realms was still an insurmountable gulf. Hey, there's a show to watch now. You guys guess, will Yi Yuan be beaten this time until not even his parents can recognize him? TCH, this guy is at most considered half a dragon, to actually dare covet the position of young patriarch, truly wishful thinking. He thinks that by bringing progenitor back, he can be lawless and unbridled. For him to have today, progenitor must have made great contributions. The favor of bringing back to the clan has long been paid off. In the Dragon Clan, not everyone felt optimistic about Yi Yuan like Long Jian did. Especially that Yi Yuan was just a mixed blood. They did not acknowledge him at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was also a pugilist world in itself, it was naturally impossible for all to be equal. In reality, those who entered Heavenly Dragon Island from outside, their status was a grade below to begin with. Let alone talk about Yi Yuan, this mixed blood. This matter about progenitor wanting to confer Yi Yuan as young patriarch, it was also unknown. How it spread, but the vast majority of the people on the island were conflicted about this. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, you make a lot of sense. However, I've no interest in the position of young patriarch. There's no need to challenge. Chapter 3012, Overcoming Strength with Strength. Hearing this, everyone was stupefied. Not interested, it was admitting cowardice, right? True, a wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. However, Long He did not have the intention of letting Yi Yuan off. His figure moved, blocking Yi Yuan's path, and he said with a sneer, you say that you have no interest, means you have no interest. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, then what do you want? Long He said coolly, unless you kowtow to the 9 of us and take the initiative to withdraw from the competition for young patriarch. If he kowtowed in front of so many people, even if progenitor let Yi Yuan be the young patriarch, he would not have the face to take on the role too. The actions of Long He and the rest seemed very childish to Yi Yuan. No matter what, they were Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses too. Even if they wanted to fight for the position of young patriarch, they should rely on strength to vie for it too. But sometimes, in front of benefits, people tend to appear very immature. The position of young patriarch represented greater accomplishments and a higher status. Nobody was unmoved. Long He and the rest did not look down on Yi Yuan. On the contrary, they regarded Yi Yuan very highly. That was why there was such an action. Yi Yuan was only Emperor Cloud Heaven now, they could still suppress him. But, if Yi Yuan stepped into Emperor Vast Heaven, they would really have no advantage at all. Hence, for the position of young patriarch, they unanimously decided to teach Yi Yuan a lesson, making him automatically withdraw from the competition for young patriarch. Yi Yuan looked at Long He and said with a smile that was not a smile, "In that case, you all are hellbent on me taking action. The 9 of you think that you've cornered me." Long He said coolly, "Cornered you? Hoo-hoo, it should be a fair fight for us. Just now, we said it too. You cultivated the eternal river's chaos, with your strength far surpassing those in the same rank. Moreover, if the future lord of the dragon clan can't even suppress us, the young patriarchs of the 9 lineages, what right do you have to become the lord of the dragon race?" Yi Yuan was shocked. He discovered that he actually had nothing to say in response. "You were clearly full of shit, but why did it sound like it made a lot of sense?" Yi Yuan snorted with laughter and said, "All right, you've already put it like this. If I were to still decline with all sorts of excuses, then I really can't justify it. Which of you is coming first?" The 9 people's eyes lit up, thinking to themselves that this brat indeed could not stand being goaded. The few people seemed reckless, but actually, they had long planned it out. Yi Yuan's performance previously, they also took it into their sights. Facing progenitor Mi Gen, Yi Yuan did not back down in the least bit. It was sufficient to see his pride. A guy with a dragon's head and lion's body stepped forward. This was the Suan Ni clan's young patriarch, Long Wei 1. Long Wei had just broken through to Emperor Vast Heaven not long. His strength was lower Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan guessed that he should be the weakest among the 9 people. "Yi Yuan, what you cultivate is the eternal river's power of chaos, with boundless power. When we fight in a while, you have to show mercy." Long Wei said with a smile that was not a smile. "Relax, I will," Yi Yuan said with a smile. These few guys really made people speechless. They were not like those geniuses, posturing everywhere. Instead, they deliberately showed weakness to the enemy. It was like Yi Yuan was bullying them. Their cultivation realms were clearly much higher than Yi Yuan's. Opening the door of eternal life's first seal and not opening the seal, it was completely different. Once the seal was opened, the aura of the door of eternal life would overflow, greatly increasing one's strength. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Vast Heaven was invincible against Emperor Cloud Heaven. Only those guys with powerful backgrounds and deep foundations could rely on powerful trump cards to make up for such a huge disparity. But very clearly, the ones who possessed all kinds of trump cards were the 9 great young patriarchs. It was naturally doubly difficult for Yi Yuan to want to jump realms and fight. Yi Yuan's response directly rendered everyone speechless. Is this boy really stupid or pretending to be dumb? He wouldn't really think that by cultivating the eternal river's chaos, he's invincible under the heavens, right? Heh, he even really dares to agree to it. He probably hasn't realized who his opponent is, right? The 9 clans, young patriarchs, each and every one has exceedingly formidable means. They are not some ordinary Emperor Vast Heaven. I think that this Yi Yuan has interacted too much with hegemon realms and simply looks down on Emperor Vast Heaven. His standards are too high. In the void, 2 figures stood side by side. These 2 people were both paying attention to this challenge. One of them was precisely the hegemon Long Jian, who stayed behind to guard Heavenly Dragon Island. While the other was the Qin Niu clan's progenitor, hegemon Long Hai. "I thought that you'd make a move to stop it," Long Hai said. Long Jian gave the other party a glance and said coolly, "The brats are just fighting in jest. It's not to be taken for real. Moreover, I'm also very curious how strong the power of chaos in the eternal river is." Long Hai smiled and said, "Yeah, it indeed makes people curious. However, Yi Yuan's realm is still too low. It's simply impossible to be Long Hui's match. This boy is too proud. It's easy to break if one is too tough. Long Jian gave a cold snort but did not speak. Clearly, he did not feel optimistic about Yi Yuan either. This kind of fight was clearly unfair. Even the weakest Long Wei was not an ordinary person. The dragon race's young patriarchs did not have a single mediocre person. These few people were all seedlings targeted to be supreme hegemons in the future. This boy really could not be spurred on at all. Make your move, Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Wei grinned and said, you're the genius that progenitor Mitn thinks highly of. Brother Yi, please give guidance. Finished saying, Long Wei turned into an afterimage, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly smack down toward Yi Yuan without the slightest flashiness. However, at this moment, his bloodline power directly erupted to the peak. Suan Ni clan's bloodline divine ability, Sacred Heaven Seal. Fine lad, young patriarch Long Wei is going to crush domineeringly. Under bloodline pressure, this move virtually sweeps across those in the same rank. I want to see what Yi Yuan will use to receive this move. Sacred Heaven Seal was the Suan Ni clan's divine ability secret technique. Coupled with Long Hui's peak Heaven Qian grade bloodline, the power was irresistible. This move did not have the slightest flashiness. It was an out-and-out crushing. It was like hand-to-hand fighting between mortals. However, the moment this move was unleashed, that power soared several times over. Even if facing ordinary Middle Emperor Vast Heavens, Long Wei could directly crush them too. As for Yi Yuan, this Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, he never thought that he could receive it at all. Yi Yuan's smartest approach now was to avoid the sharp edge. Under the circumstances where there was such a huge gap in cultivation realm, overcoming strength with strength did not exist at all. However, right at this time, Yi Yuan moved too. Similarly, without the slightest flashiness, he raised his fist to meet the enemy. In fact, Yi Yuan did not utilize any martial technique. Chaos divine essence completely erupted on Yi Yuan's body, all of it gathering on his fist. A genuine overcoming strength with strength. Was this guy courting death? You're freaking, not even using martial techniques. In the void, Long Hai said with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this boy is really interesting. Just how much is he looking down on our dragon race that he'd use this kind of method to fight? In his view, this way of fighting was too laughable. An Emperor Cloud Heaven actually chose to confront an Emperor Vast Heaven head-on. No matter what you cultivated, this was no different from courting death. One human and one dragon, directly collided together. Thud, thud, thud. Ellipsis dot. Long Hui's figure retreated 10,000 feet explosively, before barely managing to stabilize. His face swelled until it turned purple. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.